been onto pit lane whilst we've been talking, but just the depth of the field, the importance of the depth of that field has led to that product being absolutely world leading. And then we get on to GT3, all the brands involved in it. If you're weak in that field, you are gone.
Totally.
And that has forced the quality of the product and every aspect of that product through the roof. Through the roof. Compare that to where we were with GT2. Stephen Kilby, my colleague at Daily Sports Car, did an excellent piece about the... just have a listen to Toto.
Stop, Brendan.
Did an excellent piece about the winner of the GT2 race here. That was a side camera view of the looming AMG. Briefly,
car, wasn't it? Yeah.
2006, the win in GT2 here, the first time Porsche were beaten in GT2, and it came from the most unlikely source, the Panos. Somehow, they got that car to the finish for Panos' only ever win here, by the way. And the story of how they did it and what they overcame in doing it warrants a read. Bits falling off the car, the roof becoming loose, what else? The bonnet becoming loose, saw that a couple of laps ago, neatly done. And done with rigour and humour. So that's the view from inside the 87. The win, though, by the way, came for Panos as a result of a problem for, breathe in, a Porsche.
Porsches don't have problems.
It did have a problem.
Oh,
it had
really?
a gear linkage problem.
Issue, not problem, issue. that's one of the worst things that has come about in the last
take the
2
option
decades.
box that said unbreakable gear linkage.
Well, no. But motor racing parlance has changed. Teams, for a start, aren't honest about what the problem is. And this ghastly word, issue. Everybody has an issue, and it's spelled ISHOO. No, what was the matter? We had an issue. I know you had an issue, a problem.
What was it?
What was it? Stop being corporate. Tell me what it is. Anyway, yes.
But that's what's moved on.
Yeah, I agree.
We're now... And actually, again, it's something that stand-up can be counted, Stefan Rittel, because what he created with his collaborators through the emergence of the modern GT racing era was a customer market. And here's the thing, you're a race team, and you own the car, as in comes the number 12 Cadillac. Here's an important pit stop.
Yep, leader.
Yep, you can soak that up. If there's a guy or a girl paying for it, you better have a product that is going to pay back on their investment if you've got to keep that customer for more than a race and for more than a season. And that's what we've seen. You've got to be faultless.
This is going to be a faultless pit stop as well. Louis Delatraz will take over then from Will Stevens. We are not far off 2:30 in the morning here, just gone 2:25 at the Circuit de la Sarthe for this 94th running of the Le Mans 24 Hours, and you're looking at the lead car, Will Stevens, the quick Brit, another ex-Grand Prix racer, handing it over to Louis Delatraz. Louis, one of a number of drivers on the grid this year whose fathers have raced in the 24, and Louis, who doesn't get much time in hypercar, but I think has been impressive. He's been quietly getting on with the job, and relative lack of seat time compared to his co-drivers. He's stepped up to the mark, and he's going to be given fresh tyres and a tank of fuel. The interesting part of this is, though, that we're hearing that Will Stevens in that previous stint was needing to pump the brake pedal. So are we looking at a problem that he could drive round? Seemingly he could, but is it going to get worse? And we won't find that out until really the next few stints are done.
Let's see just how close Jack Aitken is. He's been flying in the 38 car. Can he make it through to the lead? 20 cars in the mix here, and I think the 38 car has gone through, and I think leads the race.
Yeah, you're right.
It does.
You're right. Now, where did number 8 drop to? Because Brendan Hartley had his pit stop. He's going to get possibly one place back at the expense of number 20 BMW.
But he's not ahead, crucially, of Louis Delatraz.
But also, the lap times aren't there for the Toyota. Now, remember earlier on when it was cat and mouse between BMW number 20 and Toyota number 8, the Toyota had the pace. They were on slightly different strategies and when they were pitting, but the Toyota largely was the quicker. Right now, it is not as quick as the Cadillacs.
Yeah, danger, though, here for the 12 Cadillac, because that has just been in for a tyre change. Did emerge ahead of the Toyota, but he's right there. And now
Okay.
we've got to see this lap. Can he defend?
So you're going to have the Cadillac on fresher tyres but a heavier fuel load.
And cold tyres.
Yeah, and cold. But what did they put on? Was it softs? Because they'll turn on quicker.
I can't believe it's anything other than soft.
No, in these temperatures, I think you're right. So it shouldn't be too much time. Not getting a drama here, are we, for the Peugeot, which goes a little bit wide off the racetrack, finds the bollard. That was just running wide going to Tertre Rouge.
Well, that was a wobble. It was a wobble.
Yeah, but no damage done, but it was a tiny little error. Who was behind the wheel of 93?
93 is in the hands of Nick Cassidy. He's on his outlap. He's had a traumatic arrival at Peugeot.
He's just come into the pit lane, in fact, to the end of the lap, Nick Cassidy.
Okay, Nick, you had track limit T8. I know why. So it's just to let you know.
Yep. Okay. How many have I had now? You can tell me on the outlet.
Yeah.
So Nick Cassidy shown as being in the pits, now shown as having left the pits. He's just gone back out. Right, Louis Delatraz, in the meantime, is pressing on and seeing what he can do about Jack Aitken.
Yeah, but the immediate problem is Brendan Hartley is 0.3 of a second behind him, so he's trying to soak up the pressure whilst getting these tyres up to temperature.
They should be up by now. He's on, the best part of the lap. So here he comes then. But Brendan Hartley, you're riding with, is in his wheel tracks. This is for position. This is for second place. And Brendan Hartley gets the toe. Delatraz has to defend. He's got the headlight bearing down on him. Brendan Hartley dives to one side. And as they come towards the corner, he's going to go right around the outside on the run towards Indianapolis. And Brendan Hartley goes second. A great move. That was very, very brave indeed. And Brendan Hartley, with utter commitment, sweeps around the outside. Toyota back up into second place, and that is a significant pass because for the first time in probably about an hour and a bit, the Toyota looks competitive again.
Cracking stuff there from Brendan Hartley. He's got his dander back up. We said we'd say dander again. There it is.
Well, Brendan Hartley gains the place, and the team on the radio.
Nice one, Brendan. Great job, mate.
I don't think we can argue with that, can we?
So Ferrari in the mix there as well with that group. That has to be the 50 car. That's the 50 car, of course, laps down. Lights are flashing as he tries to grab one lap back. Jack Aitken leads by 16 seconds. Now Brendan Hartley, Louis Delatraz, though, will have those tyres up to temperature soon and will surely be back on the attack.
And while all these pit stops are cycling through, Mathieu Jaminet in the Genesis up to 4th again.
Yes, he's going to cycle back down because he will be back on pit lane fairly shortly, but they are cycling back into contention here, and we know all we need is significant intervention. Let's look again. This was a corking pass from Brendan Hartley. Full commitment.
Totally. And Louis Delatraz gave him the room to do it. Don't forget, that's on a public road. Those speeds, heading towards 300 kilometres an hour, public roads, not that wide. And again, go back a couple of years, we were seeing cars going off at that corner. We had an Aston Martin that went off at that corner and hit the barrier and rolled.
So
James, it's a risky part of the circuit.
Oh, absolutely.
Was it James or Roman De Angelis? It was that car anyway, wasn't it?
It absolutely was. I mean, it is one of the most challenging corners on this.
So Brendan Hartley has earned that second place. Nick De Vries in the sister car is currently in 6th, still trying to rebuild the car's race after the delay earlier on.
But he's right with Sheldon van der Linde here, so this is a good little period at the moment for Tota for 5th.
And 8 cars within a minute, the leading 8 within a minute.
Yeah, the outlier, by the way, 9th is Robert Kubica. He's a further 30 seconds back. See what he can do about attacking that. Let's listen in to what's going on with Nick De Vries in this battle for 5th.
And Nick, read back your tire temps whenever you can.
Left front 90, right front 87, left rear 98, right rear 89.
So the team wants the information. No real concern in anybody's voice in all of that, but the engineers... It's funny, isn't it, in this era where they've got so much data available to them in the garage, they are asking the driver to deliver that to them. I would have thought they had that themselves.
Have they got a systems failure?
Well, it's an idea, isn't it? It's an idea.
I can't believe that's not something that's on their telemetry readout, so
Precisely.
maybe they've got a system failure. That might be one to watch as we get deeper into this race.
Yeah, if there's any more messages that are going driver to team, not team to driver, something to jump on top of that. So yeah, but again, you made the point earlier on, Le Mans chooses you. At the moment, it seems as though 8 is the favoured car, not by Toyota, but by Le Mans itself. 7's the one that's being given the problems.
While we're on board here with Louis Delatraz, I'll tell you that Cadillac Team Toyota do lead the race by 17 seconds. The second car, we saw Brendan Hartley with that epic overtake here, but Louis Delatraz right back with him, under a second back from the Toyota. So that is a real battle for second place, and to get back to a 1-2 for Cadillac Team Toyota. This is a cracking race through the night.
It is. This is Nick de Vries in number 7, so this is in 6th place, and he is 1.4 seconds back from Sheldon van der Linde in what in real terms is the surviving BMW, because Dries van Floor in 15 is 4 laps down now. So BMW hopes are resting on the van der Linde Frins Rast entry. This is Nick de Vries hustling on through the Porsche curbs, really fast, really spectacular part of the racetrack this. The ACO's put a lot of new viewing areas around that section as well to help the fans. And over the timing line come the headlights to signify another lap done by Jack Aitken, another lap done by Brendan Hartley. 17 seconds the gap, and it's gone up slightly last time around. Jack Aitken pulling away a little bit.
Yep.
Into the pits has just come Mathieu Jaminet's Genesis.
Yep.
I know we're getting excited about that car. Maybe just to temper our enthusiasm for Genesis, it's worth noting that the other car is only 13th. So it's not both of them up there. No, one is, which is good. The other one is not having quite the same performance at the minute.
No, but 1 out of 2 ain't bad, and it's pretty much the same for BMW. 19 is seeing, is that driver change underway? Yes, it is.
Yeah, Jaminet replaced by Paul-Luc Chatin. We've hardly seen anything of Danny Honkadea, have we? Though they're keeping him for tomorrow, I think.
So he put in the start of this race.
So Danny Honkadea, we'll expect more from. Go on.
Danny started with a double and has done a triple before Jaminet, who's just completed a quadruple.
OK, I'm doing him a disservice then. We've been so focused on the other battles that Danny Honkadea has done more driving than I either expected. So the Genesis gets away. Right, let's see how Louis Delatraz is getting on in number 12.
Well,
because that car is in 3rd place, and he's staying with Brendan Hartley's Toyota, 0.6 of a second, the margin at the last timing point. And actually, Delatraz coming back at Hartley, look, closing right up there under braking at Mulsanne corner.
So it's going to be about who's got the car with the most performance in it. It's the newer tyres are certainly on the Cadillac. There's going to come a point, by the way, that stays this close, where other factors come into play. And one of those factors is who wants it more. And my guess is the people who want it more are the ones who haven't won it.
Well, Jota as a team have won in the class, but not outright. Cadillac would desperately like a race win, but Toyota wants a race win after last year.
Good run out of Arnage there for the caddy. Has he got enough straight line speed here to challenge the Toyota as they come down towards the Porsche curves for what will be the 171st time in this race?
A race led by the sister Hertz Team Toyota Cadillac of Jack Aitken. Traffic up the road as well, just to slightly impede the progress of the second-third battle. Brendan Hartley commits to the inside line. This is Louis Delatraz's view, and he's going to have to just slot in behind that LMGT3 car. Now he's on the power. Now he should be able to clear that. He's on the lights, as you can see. That does give Brendan Hartley a little bit of breathing space, though. They come down to the chicane. Delatraz good on the brakes. What we really want to be seeing not only is the pace of Delatraz, but the pace of Brendan Hartley relative to Jack Aitken, whose last lap was a 3:27.3. Brendan Hartley breaks the beam and goes through at a 3:29. So the lead gap extends markedly on that lap for Aitken's Cadillac.
Yeah, indeed. There was a bit of traffic, of course, for both these cars. And again, traffic again is going to allow Delatraz to close right up. This could be interesting as they come down towards Tete Rouge in just a few moments. Still haven't cleared the LMP2 car. And is this going to allow Louis Delatraz to get in the toe of the Toyota? It's going to be mighty close.
It is, but this is also the interesting part, is to see which car works better on the Mulsanne. You kind of would expect it to be the Cadillac. Equally, though, if Louis Delatraz can stay close enough in the toe, that's going to do a lot of the work for him. Past the back mark as they come, at least the Toyota does. Delatraz, I think, has just been caught up. Now he makes his move, look to the
Ferrari
inside.
with him. This is a Ferrari right with Delatraz.
Yeah, but it's not on the lead lap, is it? It's a delayed one. So Delatraz down now towards the chicane. Hartley has got a little bit of breathing space, as we were looking at. Delatraz hustling on.
I think he's got the space because I think it's the 50 Ferrari was trying to hustle by and unlap himself. Giovinazzi aboard the car as they go to work on the 51 car. That car pitting from 6th place, dropping down the order.
Right, new boots on 51. I mean, this really is Ferrari's last hope, I think, competitive hope. I know Kubica is in a little bit further back, but neither car is being able to make the inroads against the Toyota and the Cadillacs.
Now that was softs on the front of that car, medium was on the back.
Data being taken for Michelin in the tyres. As we've been saying, there's a soft, a medium and a hard for the hypercars from Michelin. And 56 tyres through sets allocated for the race. And it is a race with 13 hours and 20 minutes still to go. Jack Aitken is your race leader. There you can see the tyres being scraped, get all the rubbish off them, and then a smooth surface underneath once more. Quick word about the classes, where LMP2 is now being led by the Inter-Europol entry number 343, Nico Müller at the wheel. LMGT3, still Hearts of Racing team, Zach Robichon behind the wheel of the Aston Martin. And Louis Delatraz, having lost that place to Brendan Hartley, I think has done a very good job of regrouping, because he's not sort of dipped his head. He's been able to stay close behind Brendan Hartley. Not close enough to attack, I'll grant you, but the margin last time was about half a second over the line, and it won't be much greater than that this time. So Delatraz staying pretty much with Brendan Hartley, but Brendan is absolutely determined now to have a go back at the other Cadillac of Jack Aitken as they come now down towards the chicane. End of, for them, lap 172. Aitken has gone across the line already. He really is rather elasticated, this. One corner you think the Cadillac's catching, and the next corner you think the Toyota's pulling away. Evenly matched, the pair of them. But over the course of the lap, the gap does go up, in fact, from 4 tenths to 9 tenths. A little bit of time lost, but a fraction of the time to Delatraz.
You're keeping on the gaps. I'll just update you on where we are with the tyres. Jack Aitken is 7 laps into a second stint on a set of soft Michelins. Brendan Hartley 6 laps into a second stint with 3 mediums and 1 soft, and new softs for 12.
Copy that, Louis. Just focus on the Toyota. That's your main target. Focus on the Toyota.
Yeah, I'm trying, but he goes 3 wide with me. I don't want to crash.
He's talking about the Ferrari, and it is a distraction. We saw it as he was trying to attack the Toyota last time around down through Tete Rouge. That Ferrari was going to the inside as they passed traffic, and it clearly affected his attack. But it is the 50 car, I believe. He is getting back on the terms of the Toyota. Who's aboard the 50 at the moment? That is Froco. So, yeah, for the 12 car, which is Louis Delatraz, that car has got 4 softs on. New softs.
Okay.
Van der Linde, second stint on softs. Nick de Vries is 12 laps into, just about to pit, 3rd stint on mediums. So they've gone all the way with mediums to this point.
For which there must be a plan.
There must be a plan. And by the way, Robert Kubica coming to the end of a stint on what look like used mediums.
Let's have a listen.
Okay, Brendan, feedback on driving turn 21 Porsche corners. Nick is using half of the brake pressure you are and carrying more speed through 21. So if you could do that, you can try.
I have understeer, I don't really get it.
Talking about understeer, so not able to do through the Porsche curves what Nick de Vries is doing. So Brendan Hartley may, despite what we can see in terms of pace, not have the perfect car underneath him.
Yeah.
Just go back to his tyres. You were saying he's on...
Brendan Hartley is on halfway through a second stint with 3 mediums and 1 soft, and we know it's the front right soft.
Right, okay, so used. They've had some wear is the point I'm getting to, and is that contributing to the understeer?
Maybe. So
Yeah.
they're now 18 laps into their life through this race.
18 laps through the 2 stints combined.
No, they were new tyres when they went on. He's done a full stint of 12 laps. He's now 6 laps into the second stint.
Yeah, so 18 combined.
Yes.
Yeah. So, again, I suppose the point I'm getting to in my brain is that they shouldn't really be giving him understeer at this juncture.
You would like to think not. I mean, it's fundamentally different. The caddies have been on softs since we really got into the night, haven't they? And just 1 soft has been put on the number 8 Toyota, that front right. Immediately after Brendan Hartley had the problem at Mulsanne corner. And just look at the 7 car. 7 car has been medium throughout.
Right, okay, well now Louis Delatraz's life is getting ever so busy as he threads his way out of the chicane. Where are we? 2:45 in the morning here at Le Mans. Good to hear from people watching all around the world. We've got people chipping in from America, and the People's Republic of Scotland, I gather, are also now tuned in and discovering us.
It's nice they've got television.
It is, yes. If you come to Le Mans, you can see them in colour, I suppose. There, though, you've got Kamui Kobayashi getting ready for a stint aboard the Toyota that he will take over any second, because into the pits comes number 7, Nick de Vries. And we are largely starting to agree, I think, Graham and I, that this car is sort of there or thereabouts. Little by little, it's becoming increasingly competitive, and we know that Kamui Kobayashi is ever so rapid whenever you put him into the car. So now Kamui Kobayashi is going to be released, and we'll find out what he can do. A winner here in 2021, former Formula 1 driver, the 3.5-litre V6 bi-turbo engined Toyota will be good to go. Driver fuel tyres, and Kobayashi eager to get out on track.
Yep, I think the 7 has got part to play in this race. The pace has been pretty unrelenting into and through the night so far. Off the jacks, where they go, that looked neat and tidy from Toyota. Car will clear the pit exit now, and we can tell you that that was a 1:28 stop, and that is the 36. Just avoids the gravel.
That's Fred Makovici getting it wrong at Mulsanne corner. This is how it looked on board as he gets to the corner and just misses the braking point. Gets the car just round the corner, flicks the gravel, but at least didn't have to go around the roundabout, which is the escape road. So Makovici carries on. A little bit of time lost, but it could have been a whole lot worse.
Yeah, both Alpines still in the top 10, by the way. Fred Makovici sits in 9th. The 35 car, Charles Malaysia at the wheel now, up in 7th place. That car 14 seconds back from the 83 F Corsa car, which means that move was done at some point. It's a battle that went on for quite a while. We saw Alpine switching places and Kubica taking advantage to get ahead of one Alpine. He's now done both of them. 38 leads, the hands of Jack Aitken, now 21.5 seconds ahead. Brendan Hartley. Louis Delatraz has dropped back a little from the Toyota, 5.8 seconds back, with Sheldon van der Linde 4th with the sole undelayed BMW. The 20 car sits 4th, and the 3rd Cadillac makes it 3 in the top 5 Ricky Taylor pushing on. He's 20 seconds back from Sheldon van der Linde.
LMGT3, though, continuing to entertain. Zach Robuchon is a comfortable-ish leader at the minute by the best part of a minute from Jack Hawksworth, Aston Martin over Lexus. And third is Alessio Rovera, and as you can see, this fight second to third is separated by not very much at all. 1.2 seconds it was at the start of the lap. Alessio Rovera is a real star in Ferraris, although he was a Porsche champion going back many a year. Rovera chasing after Jack Hawksworth, who made the decision quite a few years ago to go and race in sports cars in America and has earned a really nice reputation for himself over there. And he's previous co-driver champion, Ben Barnicoat, we've got in LMP2. Simon Mann in the green helmet there, getting ready to go in another of the AF Corsa Ferraris that he shares. His car is the one that Rovera's in at the moment, and that'll be worth watching. Simon Mann, somebody else, okay, he's done a lot of racing in the last few years, but he's got a lot quicker.
He has, a lot quicker, a lot more consistent, and particularly a lot more error-free, and that's been paying them dividends in recent months. The best performing at the moment of the makes across the entries, undoubtedly Lexus sitting second and fifth, and they've been right up at the sharp end from the very start of this race. Doesn't look like easy golf anytime soon either. Jose Maria Lopez sits fifth, Jack Hawksworth, as you said, sits second. Through goes one of the Cadillacs, that's James Cottingham.
Yeah, Cottingham's on the tail of Dan Harper, so it's a sort of British GT style battle this. Dan Harper, who is the higher graded driver of the two because he's the BMW factory driver. James Cottingham is an experienced bronze who looked very quick when he first came into GT cars many years ago now in British GT, bouncing the Porsche over the curb a little bit, and Dan Harper staying ahead, but that BMW is being given a hard time by Cottingham's Porsche, the DK Engineering Manthey entry, as they go again down the Mulsanne straight. The speed you can see on the graphic there rising to 260 kilometers an hour just, and then they'll get down to the second of the chicanes. They're a long way back, sadly, within the class. Dan Harper 14th, just ahead of James Cottingham. You're back on board the Porsche as they come then now through that second chicane. You've got the prototype traffic up the road, and in the pit lane, AF Corsa is ready to attack the Yellow Submarine, as it's been dubbed. The car of Robert Kubica, which is in, and is Kubica staying behind the wheel. It does seem to be a long stint, this, for Robert Kubica, but he's released and he blasts back into the race. Down the pit lane goes Robert Kubica in 83.
Yep. Robert Kubica, let's have a quick look at just exactly what this evening has looked like for him. That is the end of a third 12-lap stint, so he goes on to a quadruple stint this evening. He is running the hard yards for the 83 car, as he did as part, a huge part of their win in 2025. James Cottingham with that BMW. He's indeed giving Dan Harper quite the hard time. We've got something of a difference in the life of the tyres aboard these cars.
Possibly, because with respect to James Cottingham, I'm a bit surprised that Dan Harper isn't getting away.
Yeah, he's, of course, the factory driver, James the Bronze, switching to Porsche this year after some really good results, but probably not enough for his liking with United Autosports in the McLarens before United paused their programme in the FI World Endurance Championship to start the development programme for next year's hypercar. And stick with this broadcast and you'll be treated to the dulcet tones of one of their 2027 hypercar drivers, Lawrence Vansor.
Got a scoop there.
Indeed. Joining the team for this race. He'll be back with us in the morning.
The answer to your question is they're comparable, these two, on tyre life.
Okay, wow.
Only a couple of laps deficit, Dan Harper, James Cottingham, if the data is accurate. So I think James is doing a really, really impressive job here. He's matching a factory driver. Now, does that show that he's got pace? Does it show the car's got pace? Combination of the two. But he's staying with Dan Harper, class winner at Daytona at the start of the year, winner of one of the early season Nordschleife races, the NLS, the long distance series based at the Nürburgring. Admittedly, it was after the winning Verstappen car was excluded, but even so, it was a win. And Dan Harper, much in demand, isn't he, whether it's in Europe or America these days?
Indeed, Cottingham looking, for me, looking for a way by here. It's not just sticking with him, he's harassing him in a couple of these corners.
Yeah, that Porsche going nicely. James lost a bit of ground earlier on, but James, who was a very good and successful historic racer to begin with, came to have a look at modern GT racing, what, 4 or 5 seasons back, and quickly went through the ranks of British GT and had a spell in World Challenge and into the World Endurance Championship. He's the man behind the family business of DK Engineering, that's a Ferrari preparer of repute, and closing on the BMW there.
This battle goes on deep into the night. LMGT3, 25 cars started this race, 22 of them are still running. Just the Vista Corsa 54 crashing out, 61 AMG, the trouble, and systems issues for the 13 Autosport Corvette. All the rest on track as we get to 253. Approaching 3 a.m. here at Le Mans, and just over an hour before we can celebrate halfway in this 94th running of the greatest endurance race in the world, 24 Hours of Le Mans. Centenary of the race already celebrated, closing in on the 100th running, which will come in 6 years' time. Straight on around the roundabouts.
It's Ross Gunn, isn't it?
I think so.
007. So Ross up the escape roads, and in order to rejoin, you have to go around the roundabout and then blend back in rather than suddenly appear stage left, as it were. Anyway, the good news is no damage.
No.
Bad news is a little bit more gravel fired onto the road, and the mechanics here at TDS getting a little bit of shut-eye before the next pit stop.
Yeah, TDS Racing, multiple title-winning team in LMP2. They've got ambitions to move on up as well. They're hearing from people within the team, talking about potential ways to join the hypercar party, but the budgets that apply here means you really do need a deal that makes sense. And why would you risk a customer-based market that's given you, this is going to be a rear clip change for the 44 car?
Like Felbermeyer family haulage business colours. Rear section goes on. That shows you how modular a modern-day sports car is. I mean, look at that. Change the rear end in what was that? 10 seconds, if that?
Less than that. Less than that. And in comes the 150 car.
Yeah. Ilowado getting aboard.
Now a Ferrari contracted driver. This is Richard Mille at AF Corsa efforts. Richard Mille, President of the Endurance Commission. That car, by the way, is missing a left-hand mirror, and that might be something that attracts attention.
Yeah, good point there. Can I also just, again, mention, as we're nearly at the 11-hour mark, that we've only had 3 retirements.
It's remarkable. Again, remarkable. Let me just finish the point about Richard Mille. Backs this effort. Cristiano Toledo, Riccardo Agostini, but has another part to play in something very special here at 24 Hours of Le Mans this year. The brand new museum, the M24 Museum.
Is outstanding.
And that includes the ACO's collection and Richard Mille's personal collection. And it's no longer just a celebration of this great race and this great circuit, but of motorsport in general.
Totally. You walk in, and yes, of course it's about Le Mans, and there are lots and lots of fabulous sports cars and ephemera, whether it's old tickets or overalls, or there's some lovely model dioramas showing how the pits has evolved, for example. But then, yes, you're quite right. You go to another section, which is Richard Mille's Formula One car collection, and whether it's Williams, whether it's six-wheel Tyrrells, whether it's Ferraris, there's a fabulous collection there as well. And there's also some rally machinery. No good museum is complete without a Lancia Stratos, for example. It is well worth going. And because it's slightly educational as well, there are some really good evocative videos. I was delighted to see that the sort of opening video, which shows the drama of the 24 hours, not only includes our voices, Graham, but also fleeting seconds of vision of us. And my wife was keen to point out to me that, well, I've always known you're old. If you're in a museum, that rather reinforces the point.
Thanks,
you can go
ACO.
off people, can't
Thanks.
you? Yeah.
One thing, by the way, just a slightly notable moment. We are now back to a position where the cars are all in class order, because the Deco Engineering car has made its way back up through the LMGT3 ranks and is now sitting in 37th place at the tail of the LMP2 Pro-Am train. All 18 hypercars running, first to 18, 1 to 18.
So that means Fuoco's got back through the LMP2
Yes, he has.
traffic there, because he was down sort of 6th in that class notionally, yeah.
All of the LMP2 cars running in line of stern, 343 leading, all the way through to 10th at LMP2, which is 28. Then all the LMP2 Pro-Ams, then all the remaining LMGT3s. And we are 11 hours into this race.
Not yet halfway, as a sobering thought.
Lucky we love it.
And what's not to love? You're right, golden age of sports car racing. You made a point, sorry to interrupt, you made a point a little while ago before a pit stop about the amount of growth in the sport and brands coming into it. And equally, you can point to the success of LMP2, LMP3, as well as GT3, because of the amount of employment it has given people. There is so much sports car racing now, whether it is Asian Le Mans, European Le Mans, all the different GT3 categories. If you are a race engineer or a mechanic, never mind being a driver, and you work in sports car racing, the growth of the industry, thanks to, in part, the ACO, in part thanks to SRO, but you've got employment very nearly every weekend.
You have, and you know, we see the same men and women every weekend, often in different team kits.
Yes, yes.
It's a great time to be a freelancer. Absolutely fantastic. And in terms of following this scene, there's always stories. The racing's great, the cars are fantastic, but my God, the people are fantastic. And this is, to be blunt, that's why I'm sitting here. I came in as an enthusiast, and as an enthusiast with, you know, a professional skill set as a professional journalist, wanted to come and play, to be honest with you. And I found my personal happy place in sports car racing. And it's all thanks, by the way, and I hope he's listening, to Malcolm Cracknell, founder of what became Daily Sports Car. And Malc, a lover of this race, introduced me to it professionally, gave me my first opportunity to go into the press room. Still sit in the same chair I did in 2001, the same chair. And the band of brothers and sisters that grows around this, and that you and I meet at all the major races, is an absolute personal and professional delight. 177 laps, David Addison, and that is the overall order.
It is being led by Cadillac, the Hertz Team Jota entry, with currently Jack Aitken behind the wheel, is ahead of Brendan Hartley's Toyota, and then Louis Delatraz Cadillac third. Fourth, Sheldon van der Linde's BMW. In fifth place, it is Charles Malaysi's Alpine, and sixth, having just left the pit lane, Ricky Taylor's Cadillac. And they're your 18 hypercars, all in order. The fastest lap of the race being done by Earl Bamber. In LMP2 right now, Nico Muller is leading from Dorian Pam, and then the Vector Sport car, which is Ryan Cullen at the wheel, is third. Tom Dillman is ahead of Jonas Reed, and for United Autosport sixth, it is Gregoire Sarcy. DKR Engineering with big delays earlier on, trying to fight back. If others hit problems, they will be able to get some places. Into the pit lane, though, has come the leader. This is Jack Aitken's car, and there's a drink bottle, I think, being offered to him, or a gel. There's certainly the windscreen being cleared. The tyres are not, by the look of it, going to be changed. The drink bottle is done, goes back to the mechanic, door is closed, so the fuel is in. Empty to full is roughly 40 seconds, and Jack Aitken good to go. Another Formula One driver, a brief foray into Formula One, but a very good single-seater race before he made the bold move to go to sports cars, and it's a move that's paid dividends again, both in Europe and in America. So Jack Aitken down the pit lane, back into the race. Brilliant noise that Cadillac makes as well. No wonder it's a fan favourite. The livery works. It's a good-looking car, and it's a good livery that it carries. So Jack Aitken back on track as we've just gone past 3 a.m. here at La South.
So the battle goes on. Toyota back to the lead with the number 8 car.
Brendan Hartley still pressing on, isn't he? Louis Delatraz will be second, Sheldon van der Linde is third. That BMW, it might not be the fastest car, you know, but it's still in the mix. It's still there or thereabouts, and as long as that's reliable, I wouldn't rule out BMW.
And I think that's the point. They know they've not quite got the pace. We were hearing from, I can't remember who it was at BMW a little while ago. It was it Marcello or was it Rast? Somebody was complaining they didn't seem to have the straight line speed. But they're there,
Rast, yeah.
And it's not that far off. It's not seconds off, it's tenths off. So they're not dropping back hugely. They're sticking with the program,
Yeah.
and at the moment they've been error-free, and that might prove to be the turning point.
That car was good at the start of the race, wasn't it? So I'm thinking back to temperatures here. There may be cars like the Cadillac that's a cool car, and others like the BM that's a hot car, if you see what I mean. But maybe as the temperatures change again in the morning, or later in the morning now, we could be looking at a different style of race altogether.
Indeed. Notably, by the way, Cadillac Hertz Team Chota's stop for the 38 car for Jack Aitken, 1 minute and 14 seconds. That's a quick, regular stop. And what that means is he's now 44 seconds behind the current leader, the number 8, which of course is the stop. This is the 87 Lexus.
A little bit curb happy and sideways at Lausanne corner. I don't think Jack Aitken took new tyres, did he? That's why that was a bit quicker, that stop, yeah.
That was quite a bang, actually. I think that's why we saw it.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be doing that too much.
Not wrong.
Traffic here. That's holding up.
Brendan Hartley's just checked his pace a little bit for fear of getting involved. Now the road opens up and he goes through. So Brendan Hartley in the lead of the race right now with these pit stops cycling through, trying to get away from Delatraz.
He's in. He
is indeed. And we'll see whether there's a driver change due here, won't we, to possibly Ria Hirakawa.
That's not Delatraz. Is that a Cadillac ahead of him?
It has gone through, you're quite right.
How did that happen? Oh no, it's a Genesis.
Yeah, the Cadillac leads because it stayed out. That's what's tricked us. Yeah, it was a Genesis ahead. Delatraz has taken the lead, but that was by dint of crossing the line on the track, whereas the Toyota crossed the beam in the pit lane. So Delatraz on for another lap, and this time Brendan Hartley is going to be allowed out of the car.
That is the end of a triple stint from Brendan Hartley, marked by a lot of pace and one mistake. It was costly in terms of track position for Toyota. They're in the mix still.
And it is going to be Rio Hirakawa as predicted to take over. So the tank's filled up. Then they can think about tyres. Driver change and fuel is one part, but tyres, they do not change. They send him out.
Hirakawa inherits Brendan Hartley's cocktail of mediums on 3 corners and a soft on the front right. And, is that all done? Louis Delatraz now cycles through to the lead, 10 seconds up on Sheldon van der Linde.
The one other aspect of this, Graham, which is helping Toyota, is that although the Cadillacs might be using softs, which are perhaps the slightly quicker tyre, what Toyota are being able to do by using that cocktail, as you say, 3 mediums and a soft, is stretching the life of a set of tyres through multiple stints and therefore saving time on the pit stops.
Yes, indeed. Would say, by the way, We did see, didn't we, earlier in the race, BMW stretching their stints to 13 laps. They're not doing that overnight.
Okay.
It's been 12 laps for the last 3 stints for the 20 Toyota. The outlier, which was the 16-lap stint with the safety car. But before that, pretty much every full stint that we saw was 13 laps. So what that does tend to indicate is they're going for maximum performance, not efficiency. And that might mark exactly what you've been talking about. They need that to stay in touch.
Yeah, I think you're right. Throw caution to the wind now while it's cool, while they've got the soft tyre option available. Very smoky brakes there on the Lexus. But yeah, just going back to Toyota, I think this is what they're doing. They're trying to minimise the time lost on the pit stops by keeping the car on those 3 mediums and 1 soft tyre.
With the driver change, by the way, in the Toyota, that pit stop for the number 8 car was 5 seconds longer than that for Jack Aitken in the Cadillac. So 1:19 plays 1:14 with that little exchange, and that means that the Ryo Hirakawa Toyota is 34 seconds back now from Jack Aitken, currently 3rd, but that's literal as I say it. We see the 12 car down pit lane with Louis Delatraz, so we're not going to be long before we see the Cadillac 38 cycling back to the lead with the 20 car. BMW now down pit lane 2, so in just a few seconds Jack Aitken will regain the lead of Le Mans.
So here at Le Mans, into the pit lane comes Louis Delatraz, who had put himself into the lead of the race while others cycled through the pit stops, and this is the car that was second as others cycled through the pit stop, Sheldon van der Linde's BMW. So we've got this cat and mouse battle going on, which is effectively 1 Toyota, 2 Cadillacs and a BMW.
Yeah, Jack Aitken retakes the lead of the race for Cadillac Hurst in Jota. Now it's going to be about how efficient the second caddy and the remaining untroubled BMW can be, and where they're going to sit in relation to the charging number 8 Toyota. They are realistically the 4 in terms of pace in the mix as we start to, with an hour now of the halfway point of this race. 12 Jota car matches the best efforts of the team. 2 pit stops in 1:14. About the quickest we've seen for a fuel-only stop. Toyota number 8 cycles through to 3rd place. BMW number 20 back out running, 1:15 on the clock pit lane, so 8 seconds back from now the Ryo Hirakawa pedalled number 8 Toyota.
Could we just have a little hat tip for Mathieu Jaubert in the Genesis, because he has just done a quintuple stint.
Wow.
Which I think is quite something. And the Jaubert entry, number 17, is now in 13th place. He's given it over to Pipo Derani. But that is quite something.
Yeah, Paul at Chatin, by the way, in the 19 Genesis, still within the top 10. Just going to take a look at their form. So Jaminet passed it over to Chatin after a quadruple stint. Yeah, Mathieu Jaubert, little doubt he's going to prove to be something of a talisman for this team. Rapid, and clearly capable of being rapid over a long period of time. 38, Jack Aitken on board now with him, heading down towards Indianapolis. 3:20, 3:30.
The last investigation, just going back a conversational 7, Robert Kubica, a pit stop infringement, it was the number of people in the working area when the car was leaving. That was only a reprimand, so nothing came of that. But a previous one was about contact, and nothing came of that either. So the car's having a kind of charmed life, really. Anything that's been looked at of late has been no action, which is good news for him.
Indeed.
Did I tell you that Benji Goethe got a drive-through penalty in the Garage 59 McLaren for ignoring blue flags? If I didn't, he did.
Right, we knew that was under investigation. I hadn't heard that that looked very close to the wall. So Jack Aitken is pushing on here. Delatraz 31 seconds back now from the team car, with Ryo Hirakawa up to speed and 4.7 seconds back from the second Cadillac. 43 seconds separates the top four. There's then a further 30 seconds before the next car along. That is the 101. Here's the APR Alka Pro Racing number 25 car. Quiet race so far for this car. Brought in by Enzo Trulli. Yet another of the gaggle of sons of F1 fathers.
Yes.
And that car sitting in 5th place as it came in LMP2 Pro-Am. Largest gaps opening up in that order. And, Pro-Am led by the other APR entered car. So entered under the CrowdStrike Racing by APR title with Lauren Heinrich aboard. It's Heinrich, Estra, Barnicoat, Allen, Trulli.
What an order.
Not lightweight, is it?
No, quite.
And this, by the way, cycling round, is our leader in LMGT3.
Nick Katzberg at the wheel of the TF Sport Corvette, TF being Tom Ferrier, and celebrating the 10th start at Le Mans. That car going very, very nicely at the minute.
You know, we were talking earlier in the weekend about the ladder that ACO have established in sports car racing. Now with a new step on it in the last few years with the Ligier European Series, but in the early days of the Michelin Le Mans Cup, the road to Le Mans that we had on Friday, that was before LMP3, a GT3 only championship. TF Sport graduated with some success there, losing out the first championship to SMP Racing, but with Sally Jolic, who is here, by the way, still as a TF Sport customer. Nicky Katzberg onto pit lane, off go the high beams.
So it's hard to gauge a little bit with this Corvette because, of course, we see it occasionally in the lead and then it pits and it tumbles way down the order. But let's see where that now is on pit stops, because that will be its 16th stop. And
First
when
stop
everybody
in this
else,
group.
yeah, when everybody else makes a 16th, it kind of buys back the places. So I think it is, in real terms, still in the mix for a win.
Yeah, you know, and again, we've had one safety car, one full course yellow.
Correct. Very early in the relatively early in the race. Yeah, short one.
We get another safety car. It's game on. It's game on. It depends where we are with drive time for the bronze drivers, but for certain in GT3, that will have a part to play.
Yeah, because there are very clearly defined regulations of a minimum drive time, a maximum drive time, and how many hours you can drive in a given period, like no more than 4 hours in any 6, for example. Because one of the other aspects, and you've touched on it before about safety, is trying to give the drivers a break.
Yeah. This 33 car, by the way, is going to be cycling further back up the order. It has dropped, it's dropping down a little here, but it emerges in 7th place.
So now you're bouncing from Johnny Edgar to Nick Katzberg, and the pace of the car is good. With respect to Ben Keating, he won't be matching their lap times.
No, rather remarkably, by the way, filters out after, what, 11 hours and 40, sorry, 11 hours and what is that, 60 minutes. 1.6 seconds ahead of the team car. The 34 Racing Team Turkey car.
Which started at the very back of the grid last of all. Yeah.
Sally Jolic aboard that car. Sally, at the moment, doing what he can to fend off a charging Lilu Wadu.
This is Zach Robichon's class-leading Aston Martin now, and we can have a listen as we've got a yellow at Marshall's post 25. Oh, the car in the gravel. Let's just listen quickly.
8 laps left on this stint.
tyres are going in the bin at the end, so you could take all the life out of them over the next 8 laps.
Right, the car on the gravel is an APR car. It's the Algarve Pro Racing entry, Graham.
That's the car we saw on pit lane just a few moments ago, and that's Enzo Trulli.
Oh, dear,
I think on new tyres.
Right, and he's clearly in the gravel and the barrier, as you can see, and it would not be a surprise if there weren't a safety car in the dark to get him out. And, oh, no, that's not going to help at all. You're not going anywhere, and all you're doing is throwing gravel around.
No, he'll be being told that. They'll be looking at that. So let's have a look at what happened here.
Has he done it? Is it Arnage?
Or was he pushed?
It is
Arnage, 100% it's Arnage.
Lock up.
Lock up and continue straight into the gravel trap, young man. Unfortunate.
He nearly got away with that.
He nearly did.
He nearly made the corner on that runoff tarmac, but not quite. Stuart Cox is going to be very grumpy about that.
Full course yellow is coming at 3:18 in the morning. Yellow's at Marshall Post 26. Unpleasant moments for Enzo Trulli.
In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
So second full course yellow of the 94th 24 Hours of Le Mans comes out 3:18 in the morning, and this is the reason why Enzo Trulli, young driver added to the Algarve Pro Racing team, into the gravel at Arnage Corner.
And he looked good in Asian Le Mans, but it's a shame he's had that mistake. I'm just interested as to that being a full course yellow rather than a safety car. I suppose
Manager, car 25, please ask your driver to leave as much as possible the gravel outside of the track and the racing line.
One benefit, I suppose, is that with a full course yellow, you slow everybody down instantly and take control of the race.
The one thing I'd say is it's a very slow speed corner, and that might have got something.
Information to the pit lane. We have other Marshall posts performing works like 21, Marshall post 4 also.
So this is going to be another rapid clear up for various things that I've noticed that might prove to be an issue.
Up, guys?
Also, my guess is we're going to get the brooms out here.
Yeah, true enough. But with it being a full course yellow, it operates all the way around the circuit, so it's not like a slow zone where there are quick bits and slow bits, and some people can be disadvantaged.
Yeah, 20 Marshall Post 21, by the way, is at Mulsanne Corner, and we've seen just how much gravel is on the road there. So my guess is that is going to be get the sweepers out.
So, full course yellow, and slowly now the race leader Jack Aitken makes his way down the Mulsanne. The yellow lights flashed, the yellow flag still, you know, I feel like an analogue era, is waved, and Jack Aitken making his way on lap 183 right now in these slow conditions, necessitated with that car in the gravel down towards the end of the straight. So here at Le Mans, the car of Enzo Trulli being hoiked down to the gravel, and
struggling slightly with that
they
one.
They are, aren't they? I think it's just the balance and the way it's been hooked on. But here's the replay. There was no contact as far as we can tell. He was running close with another LMP2 car behind, and Trulli just slightly outbrakes himself. But look, eventually, foot off the brake, he does turn right. He nearly makes it look. The back just goes out slightly, and he runs just a bit too wide. And at this point, he's locked the fronts, and he can see the barrier because that tapers across the road, and there's a bit of panic in that, and eventually he's in the gravel.
Yeah, so they're going to have him hopefully out this shortly. Do you know his mirror's full of another P2 car? It's a Vector Sport car, which, by the way, continues to impress here. It's Ryan Cullen aboard the car. What was that?
Well, I was just thinking, what they didn't do was move the car right and put it on the tarmac next to the gravel where he was. They've reversed it all the way through the gravel, so they're still not yet with the car on the ground. And you can imagine Stuart Cox, the man that is Algarve Pro Racing, shouting, just put the so-and-so car on the ground and we can crack on. But it's still in the air. Now it's gone through 90 degrees. Had it been able to be swung right and plonked on the road earlier, it would be out of the gravel. You could argue that where they're taking it to allows it a safer rejoin, however.
Yeah, I'm sure they've got a rule book for this. But poor Enzo Trulli will be desperate. Of course, every car going by makes his situation just a little bit worse. Stylishly waved, sir.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's got a certain je ne sais quoi to it there.
A little bit of a revolutionary air to that, I think.
So the Algarve Pro Racing mechanics looking on frustrated because they know that there's a lap possibly being lost here.
And it just disappears into infinity on that picture.
Yeah, exactly.
So timing screen is reminding Enzo Trulli to stay off the racing line whilst he's trying to get gravel out of that car.
Which is what we'd heard the race director saying to the team to say to the driver. Marshals with flags and boards, not just a big French marshalling contingent here. Many British marshals come along every year and man the posts.
So double yellows at Marshall's Post 4. That is the Goodyear Bridge. Again, somewhere where we know there's plenty of gravel on the road. Marshall Post 26, which is on Argon. They've already had a crack at it at Mulsanne Corner. There is the Vector Sport car.
That looks dramatic, doesn't it?
Look at that Sparks, god damn.
Right, so we're nudging towards half distance. We are 37 minutes away from the halfway point of this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans. Earl Bamber is still the driver with the fastest lap of the race to his credit. Right, the Enzo Trulli car is ready to go. The marshal waiting for a gap in the traffic before he releases him. So stay, 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 and now allows the Oreca to rejoin. So back into the race goes Enzo Trulli, trying to stay offline so he doesn't drop too much gravel on the road. But at least Enzo Trulli is back running, albeit under these full course yellow conditions. So we are under full course yellow here at Le Mans. The reason the car you've just seen the back of, Enzo Trulli's Oreca 07 Gibson, was in the gravel at Arnage. He's been brought back onto the tarmac. He's allowed to rejoin the race. So time lost, but he is then now making his way, I suspect, back to the pit lane for the team to make sure there's no gravel in anywhere horrible. The last thing they need is for that to be ingested and then damage the engine.
25 seconds.
And the full course yellow is coming to an end.
20 seconds.
You can hear the countdown from the race director in the background.
We will remove full course yellow in less than 15 seconds.
And now the count is an AI-generated one.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
So now we go green and the pace quickens, so that incident attended to without the need for a safety car, without the need for the loss of time through the pass-by. And so now we're back racing, and the race leader is Jack Aitken with Louis Delatraz in second place, and then third is this man, Ryo Hirakawa, in Toyota number 8, and Hirakawa is on a mission as the car heads towards the Mulsanne Straight once more. What we've been seeing over the last 2 or 3 hours is the Toyota's running a cocktail, if you like, of medium and soft tyres rather than a full set of softs, and that's meaning that they can go further on that set because the medium is a more durable tyre. So they're saving time in the pits and therefore staying in the mix. Hirakawa just edging the car left and right, it seems, as he comes down towards the Daytona chicane. Curb on the inside, curb on the left. Bit of curb maybe on the right, and we've got a car stranded, have we?
Another one.
One car pulling off on the Mulsanne Straight. And
who is it?
Is that because it has not got going properly after the full course yellow, and it's not had, if you like, the speed limiter release? It looks like almost Aston Martin like that. Yellow flag, Marshall's Post 22, car stopped. So it is not an Aston, it's a Genesis. 19. It is Paul-Luc Chatin. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. We've been saying good things about the Genesis, but now that car going through what is effectively a Control-Alt-Delete, trying to reset it. My suspicion is that it has not been able to be released after the speed limit under the full course yellow.
MP 23-24 on driver's left.
So, concerned faces then for the Genesis Magma team. Number 19, Paul-Luc Chatin, was in 12th place, but now the car stopped on the Mulsanne Straight. And I think if it was as straightforward as being able to reset and go, it would have done it by now. Normally it's about 30 seconds. In fact, this is how it is on board, and it's just got no pace, has it? Looking at the display on the dash, Paul-Luc Chatin does the right thing, peels off the racetrack, and EV launch ready, says the screen, but it does not seem to want to move. So this is a problem And with a car parked
This is
there in
not
the
good.
dark,
It's not good.
going to have to be neutralised, I would have thought, to move that out of the way. The Genesis team will be on the radio, no doubt, assuming there is the power to do
We
that.
have to do another full course yellow in 30 seconds.
And another full course yellow,
Another
therefore,
full
is coming.
course.
25 seconds.
So full course yellow is on its way. Paul-Luc
20
Chatin
seconds.
stranded on the Mulsanne Straight. So the full
We will
course
go
yellow
under
is
full
coming.
course yellow in less than 15 seconds.
It is our
Full course
third
yellow
of
in
the
10,
event.
9, 8,
Here it comes.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
In the white shirt there, you see Eduardo Freitas, the race director, or you did, but there's a graphic over his head
We
now.
are pushing a car on driver's left between 23 and 24. We are pushing a car on driver's left between 23 and 24. At MP22, everyone to bear totally to the right. At MP22, everyone to bear totally to the right.
It's actually on the run down to Indianapolis. The number 19, it's cleared the Mulsanne Straight,
okay.
but it's very dark down there as well, and that's
Very,
a
very dark.
remarkable camera to be able to see the
Come on.
sort
Another
of
full course
concerned
yellow.
face of Paul-Luc Chatin.
Hirakawa is
in
only
his stranded
42
Genesis.
seconds
What a great
behind the
run though
leader.
to this
Come on.
point.
Yeah, I was hoping it was just
This
as
is a
simple as
blessing for us.
sort of reset, but he's been there for too long now for that to be the case.
I'll say this, okay, as we watch this, we don't know what the extent of it is. Let's have a listen in to the 19.
Come on.
I have heavy battery discharging.
Ignore.
Okay. I've no idea on that front, I'll be honest with you. It is a very dark-looking Genesis. We were talking at the start of the broadcast, at the start of the race, about
twitching.
Genesis having missed out on the first race of the season.
Stop doing cocaine,
in
girl.
Qatar. That was a 10-hour race. They've gone beyond that distance here.
And they've still got one car running, and this was always going to be about mileage. Gabriele Tarquini there looking desolate because he knows that the better place of the two cars is effectively out of the race, but they will have learnt. This is how it all went wrong. Look, the car just doesn't pick up. Look at the screen. Ignition off.
Ignition off.
It just seems to lose complete power. Now, what he was saying was about having heavy battery discharge, but then told to ignore that. But it does seem... Could it be as simple as an alternator failure that's drained everything?
Possible. EV drive.
Yeah, but it doesn't. It doesn't move particularly. It doesn't get going again. It just grinds to a halt. And eventually, Paul-Luc Chatin, realising that it's really risky, gets as far off the racetrack as he can. But yeah, that's just not going anywhere. Lights off.
Ignition off.
I think that's
Unlucky.
alternator.
I think you may well be right.
And that, if it is, that's
They're
day
going to
done.
be out of the
Real
race
shame. That was a
right
team
now.
that deserved better.
Well, he said, yes, it did.
GG.
But you know what? They've turned heads this week. Not their day isn't done yet.
True enough. The brave marshals are on the track, moving that car to a place of safety.
At which point, under instruction from the team, Paul-Luc can try and get that car
Hey
rolling
guys,
himself.
welcome to the
But can have
stream.
no
I'm sorry I
intervention,
cannot talk too loud.
physical intervention from the team. So yes, they can talk to him. They can even come out and attend close by and give instruction. Or significantly more difficult now in this age of EV assistance because the high voltages are applied to it. My guess is that's it. But even if it is, magnificent stuff from Genesis Magma Racing. By the way, the good news for them, because there might be a possibility of something, is the green light, not the red light showing that it's not a live car.
We've also lost another Mercedes, haven't we? We've lost 79, Lynn Hedenius at the wheel of another of the Iron Lynx cars.
Once the car is in a
I've
safe
noticed.
position, if the driver can rejoin, we can rejoin.
So that gives us now 4 retirements, but we may be on for a 5th.
Once the car is in a safe position, if the driver can restart the car and rejoin, he's free to rejoin.
Let's have another listen to Paul-Luc Chatin.
It's gone red. The car's
Let's,
gone red.
Eavesdrop.
Okay, Paul, I need you to go to P0 for 15 seconds. So P0, come to 15, and back to P1 and radio check.
So that's what you were saying, Graham, the team trying to guide him through the start process if they can.
Just briefly, we saw the red light go on, and at that point, all the marshals stepped away with hands in the air. So we saw the red light go on from the front of the car, but it's gone back off again.
Yeah, let's have another listen, because there's more radio traffic to pick up on here.
Radio check by 2P1. Copy, loud and clear, stand by.
Let us put the car in a safe position.
Loose locker on the dash.
After he can rejoin, okay. Like this, we are marshals exposed, the car is exposed, it's dangerous for everyone.
Very
and I can't
dangerous.
stay forever under full course yellow.
So Eduardo Freitas telling them to get the car to a safe place. It won't fire up, so they need it out of the way, off the racetrack. If it can start, then it will be allowed to rejoin, but it can't stay there indefinitely. It needs to go behind the barrier.
He's got it going. He's got it going.
Excellent.
Okay.
And the engine starts. Well done, Paul Chatin.
Well, that radio message about the different settings, get P0 and then back to P1 has worked. And so we are still under full course yellow, but Paul-Luc Chatin is still going. Wow. That surprises me, actually. I thought we were done.
I thought so.
We are removing full course yellow in less than 30 seconds.
So Paul-Luc Chatin quickly weaving around to try to get the tyres back up to temperature. He's been sat for so
20
long.
seconds.
He's lost a lap, but the car is still in the race.
We will remove full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
I wonder if that's a blip or whether it's the start of something that's going to plague them.
Well, I go back to what I said earlier. We're 26 minutes away from the halfway point. They've run competitively for almost half this race. If you'd have asked me to be a betting man on what that car was capable of, it was nothing like that. Nothing like that. I thought they might have made halfway, but certainly not the pace they've been running. I think this has been another banner day for Genesis.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and actually, much as we're kind of sounding a bit fatalistic about it, the car is still in the race. So if others have problems, it can buy back some of that lost time, not all necessarily. So they don't need to be too downcast, but it had been running almost, you could say, too good to be true. Number 7 in the meantime, Kamui Kobayashi at the wheel. This car in 6th
Kobayashi's been
place,
really good again.
and right on the back of the Ricky Taylor Cadillac. So there's a proper battle going on here. The Cadillac just up the road ahead. Ricky Taylor tries to get the right line on run up towards Indianapolis.
Needs to win.
And here's the thing, Toyota battling away with one Cadillac. If they can win this battle, it'll bolster them in thinking they can win another and then another.
Yeah, it's true enough. So it's the Jota Cadillacs 1 and 2. It is the WTR Cadillac in 5th, but Kamui Kobayashi certainly closing. Can't really talk about relative pace because we've had that very slow full course yellow lap that came straight after a full course yellow lap. So we haven't had much green running for probably 10 minutes. But Kobayashi looks the quicker of the two, and he is staying on the tail of that Cadillac, isn't he?
He most certainly is.
Cadillac's
looks like battle engaged. It's been a long time coming
before, and
for the
now
number 7
they are
car.
the
Sort of a
front.
quiet fight back. Hasn't quite been on the pace, but we said a little while ago, David, that the lap times have been coming here. Kobayashi aboard the car now, and all of a sudden he's got a target, and it's target engaged.
Yeah, Kobayashi then presses on, winner of the race back in 2021, and so the Toyota turns over the line. It's still Aitken from Delatraz, 21.455 seconds. Then 7 seconds back is Toyota 8 of Ryo Hirakawa. Sheldon van der Linde is 4th, Taylor 5th, and he's 4 tenths up on Kamui Kobayashi. Now we'll start to see whether a Toyota has genuine pace over a Cadillac. I know it's not a Jota Cadillac, but it's going to be an interesting battle nonetheless. And the way that he's going, actually, you kind of think here that Kobayashi is the stronger of the two.
Yeah, it looks to me like he's got the measure here. And the irony that the target is the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, the team for whom Kobayashi himself has driven at Daytona. He's recently as last year.
Now, is he in the slipstream? Is the toe benefiting? Not totally. He's not really being dragged along, is he? But he's got on the brakes coming into the Daytona chicane. Takes a bit more curb, but he is much closer now. So I think the other side of this chicane, the slipstream, will help Kamui Kobayashi.
Yes.
He's going to have to be brave to do it into chicane 2, the Michelin chicane. But look, he's closer than he was coming out of Tertre Rouge. They are almost nose to tail, but Kobayashi, close as he is, doesn't look as though he's going to make the move unless he's really brave and late on the brakes. Down to the chicane they come. Doesn't make the move there, but again, he does close right up under braking.
Come on.
He does indeed.
Come on, Kobayashi.
He sort of looks a bit like a sitting duck. 2 Daytona wins, by the way, for Kamui Kobayashi. Both of them back in the DPI era with Wayne Taylor Racing.
Friends reunited this. So Kobayashi then through traffic, and now down to Mulsanne corner.
Oh,
and there's that mark up the road, and he dives through on the inside line. Brilliant move.
What
that
a
under
move.
braking. Kamui Kobayashi goes through.
Yes.
Yes, that was just total opportunistic. There was a gap, and he went for it. Fabulous move. Also, the car of Ricky Taylor is being investigated for overtaking, possibly under the full course yellow. There's a full course yellow infringement anyway, but that move by Kobayashi, absolute full send up the inside, and that now puts
so
number
good.
7 Toyota up into 5th place. It's taken a while, but that car is chipping its way up the order.
Well, Sam, I think about an hour ago that this wasn't done. And still, by the way, Taylor having a crack at the Tota on the run down to Arnage. It's better line into and out of the corner. It's retained that position for Kobayashi. Hard won. But, not giving it up yet through to the Porsche curves. Traffic ahead.
But Kobayashi absolutely on a mission now. Released from behind the Cadillac, gets round the traffic. Is that a Ferrari's gone through and they're powering
Kobayashi's
his way out
fucking
towards the
flying.
chicane. So excellent stuff, that. Kobayashi, and now look at the gap that he's pulled in the space of not even half a lap. That's a car that's well hooked up now.
It is now. Oh, but straight into pits.
Yes.
But it's a
Just
message.
gaining.
We're not out of this. These battles are winnable for Toyota.
Okay,
So the
Kobayashi
Toyota
in
down
the
the pit lane.
pits.
So having just got the 5th, it has to box. And there is Kobayashi down the pit lane. He'll stay in the car, I suspect, because he's only really got in it on that last pit stop. So there's no need
There's
to get
no
him out.
point to change.
And
Okay.
now the 3rd place car of Ryo Hirakawa is under investigation for a possible full course yellow infringement as well. So we need
What?
to keep an eye on that.
Hey,
as
no.
you see there,
No,
number
no.
7
No,
going through its pit
Hirakawa.
stop.
No, please. You don't need to get a penalty, please.
So 7 Toyota in the pits, 8 Toyota under investigation, and that could be significant. I don't think it would be the most draconian of penalties, but it depends what the infringement is, whether it's speeding under a full course yellow or overtaking.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll wait and see. The
Overtaking, come
101
on.
caddy
The
from
fuck?
Wayne Taylor Racing, also in the mix. That, though, too, is under investigation for a similar offence. We don't know the specifics of either. But Cadillac continue to lead Le Mans.
They're pushing
Once again,
so much.
there's the overtake.
Brilliant move, that.
It was a brilliant move.
I think
one was
actually he caught
great.
Taylor napping. I think Taylor was so focused on making the corner, he thought, well, no one's going to try now. And there was a massive gap, so through he went. But that's the replay of the place being lost in the first instance.
No, that was him passing him back. I think he passed him twice. I think Taylor got him back and he passed him again at Arnage. I think he went past him twice. We saw a shot from inside Ricky Taylor's car going through Arnage with the Tota appearing on the left-hand side. I think he got past him twice.
Well, right now, Kobayashi, of course, has pitted and on an outlap, so he's fallen back in the queue. like to see that replay again, try and piece it all together once more. But Kobayashi then dropped back temporarily while this next round of stops cycle through. The leading cars now hovering, depending on which one you're talking about, on either 15 or 16 pit stops. Kamui Kobayashi then coming now towards the Michelin chicane, the second chicane.
Kobayashi is 1 lap behind.
So it growls its way out the other side of that, powering on towards Mulsanne corner. But right
2
now
minutes
it's
and
looking
20
good
seconds.
for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. The cars split by just over 20 seconds. And right now, we've got the leading 10 on the lead lap with half distance rapidly approaching. We're about 17.5 minutes off halfway.
Yeah, I think that's come down from about 13 or 14 after that safety car. So the pace has been good since then. On pit lane, the number 27 Aston Martin from the lead in the hands of Zachary Robichon. He's going to get out of the car. Driver changed to 27. And Mattia Drudi, I think, climbing aboard the car.
I think so, yes. Right, so there is the work being done at the front of the Aston Martin, getting everything out of the front of it. And the crew ready with the tyres for the pit stop to get underway properly now. So new boots aboard 27. Matthew Drudi, I think we put into that car, and this was the one that started on pole in class, don't forget. So 27 going strongly. We are approaching 3:45 here as the Aston rumbles down the pit lane. We're still in proper darkness. I mean, a lot of the circuit these days does have good artificial lighting, but it's still nighttime very definitely here in France.
Yeah, it's going to be nighttime again for
right, out
2
goes
hours.
the Aston Martin. And
in
Matthew
1
Drudi
hour and a
will now
half,
fall to
we're going to have a little bit of light.
11th in class. Shows you how competitive the GT3 class still is, because a routine stop can cost you effectively 11 places.
Yeah, the LMGT3 class. Just looking there to see just exactly how many cars are still on the lead lap. It's going to be the majority of the class.
Yeah, I'm going to say pretty much everybody, almost.
I don't understand how number 8 Irakawa lost so many positions.
16, isn't
it?
It is 17 cars.
We were
because the gap is being measured from the
first
last of the
with 2
LMP2
minutes
cars.
on the
So it
second
is
place.
everybody down to 16th. And the
Basically, we had a
TWRT32
full
car
lap
is still
in
on the
front.
lead lap in class.
Wow. Meanwhile, into Europol trying to keep themselves awake. Nielsen doing likewise. And others just grabbing what shut-eye they can. Yeah, that United Autosport, that Garage 59 McLaren is Tom Fleming, isn't it? Sean Galiles, Team WRT BMW is his next target.
They've just not had the pace, have they? Either of the McLarens. They've been mighty so far this year in the World Endurance Championship, but somehow it's not worked out for them here. It is a race led at the moment by Jack Hawksworth with a 1-2 for Lexus and Codis ASP. The 78 for the 87. Then the Heart of Racing 23, Dudu Barrichello. Nicky Katzberg cycling back round to 4th. TF Sports likely to cycle back round to 1st at some point.
It's Dennis Marshall that you're riding with now in the Kessel Ferrari number 74. That's 10th in class.
Yeah,
37.6 seconds back on the class leader.
That's another car that's been cycling around to a podium position.
A lot of all this depends, and it's true more in LMGT3 than anywhere else on driver pace, because you have an absolutely nominated bronze that you've got to use. Now, largely the teams are perhaps keeping the bronzes out in the night, but if you've got no option, then obviously the car's pace is going to rise and fall depending on who's behind the wheel.
And it's going to depend how much of that time they burned in the morning. I know certainly Darren Young for WRT did, I believe, a quintuple stint.
Right. But equally, it would have been useful to have your bronze driver in the car for those 44 minutes that we had the safety car, because you can do nothing other than just drive around. So the teams try and factor all of this in. It's a shame in a sense, isn't it, that your one contribution or part of your contribution as a bronze is to drive around behind the safety car. Hardly racing, but if you want to be strategic to win, sometimes it's the only way.
Absolutely.
Dennis Marshall lets the traffic go. The LMP2 car there, the Orica, with the Gibson engine goes by. So yeah, 4 retirements. Two of which are Iron Lynx Mercedes, one's a Corvette, one's a Ferrari. So they're all GT cars, LMGT3 cars that have dropped out.
Gaggle of pit stops for LMGT runners. On pit lane now, 23, the second of the Heart of Racing Vantages, Aston Martin. The surviving Vista AF Corsa car, the 21. Plus the 150 Richard Mille of Corsa Ferrari, and the 57 Kessel Racing, the car guy liveried Ferrari.
Ben Tuck you're riding with now, number 77 Ford Mustang, another of the Proton competition fleet, because they've got another Mustang, and they've also got the Orica Gibsons to worry about in LMP2. Right, away from the pit stand now goes the next of the Aston Martins. That's 23 with Eduardo Barrichello behind the wheel of that car. There is your bright yellow car guy Ferrari you were just talking about into the pit lane. And that was the one that was offending the race director earlier on by not staying close enough behind the safety car. But Daniel Serra has brought it in, and he's quick, as we know.
Did they get penalties for that?
I don't think that one did, but Cressoni definitely did.
It's the door change. We did say earlier there was a mirror missing on the left-hand door for the 150 Ferrari. And that is being replaced now. Failing to locate quite properly there. By the way, this mirror on the 296 before the Evo version, which we're looking at here, was a real vulnerability, somewhat beefier nowadays. Longer stop there, 75 seconds on pit lane for the 150, with the replacement of the door going ahead. That will drop them further back down the order. Lidu Wadu it was, and she stays aboard the car, and it was 1 minute and 49 seconds on pit lane.
Nothing as far as the car guy Ferrari is concerned.
Zero NC4 Life said thanks for keeping me updated while I'm at work.
Safety car. The other one that was being looked at was Kubish Mikowski. I think actually Kimura, in fairness, had caught up before
Zero NC4 Life said saluting.
That we had the problems.
Yes.
So it's kind of at the time.
Yes,
he responded and caught up. It's been a long night. He responded and caught up, but the gaps that were penalised, like Mattia Cressoni, came when he was passed around. But that's become academic because his car's out of the race anyway.
10 minutes until the reappearance in the booth of Martin Haven. If you're fond of utterances on this show that will later appear for decades to come on TikTok, he'll be with us in 10 minutes.
I hope someone's told him that, because he's not expected for 3/4 of an hour yet.
Oh, that's right. It was extended, wasn't it?
Yeah. He needs his beauty sleep at his age.
He really needs his beauty sleep.
Yeah.
And heavy cosmetic surgery as well.
Yes, quite.
And I can talk.
We know. Yes, you have been for hours.
It's a skill.
Trust me. Jack Hawksworth is your leader in LMGT3. Nico Muller is your leader in LMP2, and it is Jack Aitken still clear within Hypercar as you go back on board with Ben Tuck. Great to see Ben doing races like this in GT World as well, because for somebody that's come out of UK club racing in Mazda MX-5s to make a career, he's had help from the likes of John Hartshorn, for example, but to make a career as a sports car racer, good on him, because he's a much underrated driver still, but he's highly regarded by those that understand the sport, if you like.
He's one of the very first drivers in his post-professional racing career, taken under the wing of Ollie Gavin and taken through from it's a pretty modest start to being a very highly rated silver driver now. Very much in the Ford camp.
In demand as a good silver, so Ben hustling on and looking to go well as this race continues and see what else they can buy back. He's not a rookie. He's been a Dubai 24 winner and he's raced here before, was here last year, so he knows the circuit. The Mustangs also coming here as a more competitive proposition. Ben Tuck, Seb Prio and Eric Powell, the three drivers of 77. Seb, of course, son of Andy Prio, who is here, and Eric Powell looked good early on in the race.
He did indeed, led as well at Spa before a bit of an error, put the car into the gravel trap and out of the lead of LMGT3. Into the pits comes Ben Tuck, meanwhile, as the Qatar backed the one remaining Iron Lynx AMG, the 62 car on pit lane. Did not get to hear what caused the retirement for the 79.
No, we never got to the bottom of that. This, I think, is the surviving
62.
Iron Lynx car. 62 is still there. Yeah, no, 62 is the surviving Iron Lynx car.
Yes.
So 62 gets back into the race, but from what was a strong team on paper, this is the one survivor. Right, Ben Tuck is in, being tucked in, and clean the grille, make sure there's nothing that's been ingested and it's going to block anything, clean the lights as well, clean the windscreen, and then Ben will do another stint. We've got both Mustangs in as well. The other car, remember, had a penalty earlier on with a clash with Castellacci, but Logan Sargent has brought 88 into the pit lane, another of the former Grand Prix racers that we have within this year's entry.
Yeah, Logan bound for the Ford Hypercar program next season.
What happened?
The driver lineup for that complete with announcements this weekend here at Le Mans. Logan to be joined by Seb Prio and by Mike Rockenfeller, plus
like
Tom Blomqvist, Nick Yelly and Matty Campbell. And
please, Data.
I can report that the beauty sleep for Martin Haven has failed again.
Now we're first because they didn't. What's happening? What is happening to... Please, add your fucking data. Come on.
The WTR Cadillac crew going to work with change of driver.
What the fuck is happening to
this is Ricky Taylor out, Jordan Taylor in.
What the fuck?
What a turnaround for this team.
Changes, there were none.
What form.
Fuck?
Previous appearance here, not one the team were particularly proud of.
Is slow.
But this time, they're in the mix. They're competing with
Cadillac is in the pits.
A league group that includes the other two factory-entered Cadillacs, the Hertz Team Toyota cars. They fill positions 1 and 2.
38 is going to enter.
Both Toyotas in the mix as well. As I speak, the number 7 Toyota goes by Kamui Kobayashi to take the position. Position 6 that the 101 will cede, but I think that's as far as it will drop to 7th place. Nielsen Racing's Orica on pit lane as well. That car.
I don't know who lost the lead, but somebody needs to
brings
do
the car in
something.
and will leave from 9th position in LMP2.
We need to destroy those Cadillacs.
Meantime, picks a position up to 2nd as Jack Hawksworth pits his 78 Lexus. It's the pit stop cycle and the switcheroo that follows.
I think it's the other driver, not the Swiss guy,
58
the
of the 62 cars still circulating, and most of them reliably. Dennis Marshall and the Kessel Racing 74 Ferrari circulates round 2 as the 78 fires up and will be on its way. Pit lane for the race leader meanwhile. 4 minutes to go until the halfway mark. Jack Aitken brings the 38
He's going fast.
down pit lane, and it's going to be Seb Bourdais to get aboard after a stellar stint.
Let's see if it goes
from
to the
Aitken.
pit. I think we need to pit.
And that is the end of a triple stint on the softs.
Let's see. Let's see if it goes into the pits. I don't think it's
one
going
of
to
the most experienced men in this race. is strapped in to the 38.
We are gonna do one
3
more
stints.
lap, so we're gonna get in first place.
37 laps for Jack Aitken,
But
and he brings
next
the
lap we are
38
gonna
car
lose
down pit
the
lane
positions.
in the lead of the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
now
He
he
has
needs to
done
do
an excellent
fast
job
lap.
as Jack, and as we've been saying, since he's made that switch from
Much distance.
sports car, single-seater racing
He
into
needs to
sports
push.
cars, he has looked
Like a
mighty
dog.
impressive,
Push
whether
like
it's
a
been
freaking dog.
in hypercar or in GT3 machinery. So the car 38 drops down, and Jack Aitken's car,
Come on.
having looked so strong in
Cadillac
this
is going
race,
out.
continues. Now you've got Sebastian Bourdais behind the wheel as the American-based French driver, but locally born driver, gets back into the race. So on and out lap, number 38 storms into the race. Sebastian Bourdais still looking for a win in this, and he knows that with every passing year, it's getting harder to do. And as
We
he
have the
rejoins,
South
one of the Genesis
African
goes past.
just behind us.
Bourdais right now has a very good chance of a win here.
This is a massive opportunity for
I don't
Cadillac
like
Hertz Team Jota and
that
everybody involved
we
in
are
it, both crews in the
right
mix here.
there with Sheldon. I don't like it.
Wary, cold tyres, of course, on board.
In fairness, that WTR Cadillac is still capable of a podium, I would offer you.
I think all three of these caddies have got every chance of getting a fine result. We're yet to see, we've been seeing it through the night, Cadillac have executed really well on the soft tyre. We don't yet know how good a race car they've got when the heat gets back into the day, and that could be telling. The question then becomes, who else is around them? Who else could see an uptick? I'm looking at Toyota, I'm looking at BMW.
Yeah, I think this number 20 BMW, you can't rule out. They've not looked the fastest since that opening stint in the height of the temperatures yesterday afternoon, but it's been kept in the mix. They might have had to change the strategy a little bit in terms of laps per stint, but they've kept the car in the mix. That's important.
Yeah, Sheldon van der Linde, by the way, closing in on needing to pit, but he's right back with Ryo Hirakawa in this number 8 Toyota. And
Rio, we need
this is
to
the
put
end
some
of
distance
a
to that
triple
guy.
stint for
We need to
Hirakawa.
put some distance. Come on.
And the
Put in
same
the
for
work.
Sheldon
Come
van der
on,
Linde.
baby.
Difference being Hirakawa on 3 mediums and that
We
rear
need to
right,
get
or
some
front
good
right,
traffic
sorry.
that for
soft.
us is no
It's
problem, but
all
for
soft
him
for
he's going to lose
the
maybe
BMW.
1 or 2 seconds.
Strange, doesn't it? You talk about triple stints. It doesn't seem that long that he just got into the car. So the car makes it the round
Right,
now
now
on
we're gonna
lap
into the pits.
192. And as it does so, we have Ryo Hirakawa aboard number 8 that has consistently looked the quicker of the 2 Toyotas. The other car in the hands still of Kamui Kobayashi, who has relatively recently got in, that much we can confirm. Sheldon van der Linde's BMW then in 3rd spot, as again he comes towards the chicane. And is it a car for the pit lane? Yes, down the pit road comes then the Toyota number 8. Out of 3rd place, Ryo Hirakawa comes onto pit lane.
guys,
And
welcome
they'll
to
be
the
on pit
stream.
lane, as in the words of the
Hope you
prophet
enjoy
John Bon Jovi, we're
listening
halfway
to
there.
the race because I cannot
Thank you so
show
much.
you.
Right,
I'm
the
sorry.
Toyota is heading for its pit box as we get to 4 a.m. here at Le Mans. Right, Toyota stops and
Zero NC for life said we
screen is
enjoy.
cleared, and Ryo Hirakawa will stay behind the wheel of that car. That's
no
number
driver
8,
change.
which did
Hirakawa.
lead.
Now
Brendan
you need
Hartley
to put
led and
belt
then
to
made a
S
mistake at
and
the end of the
go
Mulsanne straight, had to
like
go
a
up the escape
motherfucker.
road and around the roundabout. He was being caught anyway by the Cadillacs, but that rather compounded the misery. And although they've worked hard to keep number 8 in the mix through the night, the Cadillacs have just been the quicker cars.
Oh, they gave him
With
some
thanks, by the
food.
way, to Adam
liquid
Weller,
food.
can confirm that there was a social media post from Iron Links about the 79 car. Hard
Changing
hit
the
on the
model.
Goodyear chicane curb.
Right.
Caused engine damage and an oil leak.
So that is that. It was Lynn Hodenius at the wheel, as you see there, the graphic on the side of the car to show the energy replenishment, which effectively is the fuel going in, but the parlance these days is energy, not fuel. Away goes Hirakawa back into the race, and as he does so, we are
Let's see
now
where we end up.
into the second half of the race. We've done it. We've got there, Graham. 11 hours and 58 minutes and change on the clock.
I feel so much better.
All right.
There is something about it, and I'm sure it's the same with the teams when you're ticking down, not ticking up.
Yep, you're probably right. The next thing to get excited about is going to be daylight starting to come, and that's when the teams traditionally think, oh good, we've done it, we've made it through the night, but then you realise how many hours you've still got to go, because 4 o'clock the finish time, plus the first time the leader crosses the line after you get to 4 p.m.
Just a quick comparison, by the way. Seb Bourdais on his way, of course, after that full service stop with the driver change from Jack Aitken. He's emerged in 3rd place behind the number 12 Caddy and the 20 BMW.
Let's see how
His
much
pit stop for that full service, 1 minute 27 seconds.
How much time they can
Ria
gain
Hirakawa, meanwhile, and that was a delay on pit lane for the Toyota,
right
1 minute and 32 seconds. So they've ceded 5 seconds to the Cadillac.
You need to do that.
But without a driver change.
You need to catch up.
So, at the moment,
we need ketchup and some
with
fries.
Bits and bobs here and there, this is a race that is beginning to gently swing in the direction of Cadillac.
Hey, don't say that. Don't say that.
Thank you to David
Don't
Addison
say that.
and
Don't
also
say
Graham
that.
Goodwin. They've done half the race. Anthony Davidson and I will do the other half. So well done, everybody. We are halfway. It's really tough. With 12 hours of racing to go, 2 full normal WEC races still remaining to say that we are halfway there. We're not. Probably be about halfway there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Second caddy from Hertz Team Jota from the lead is down on pit lane, as is the 20. I'll just stick with you for a short while David briefs Anthony Davidson about the shenanigans overnight, which included an error from Brendan Hartley that gave the opportunity for the chasing caddy to close the gap, and then Cadillac effectively double-teamed the Toyota in sweeping by with pit stop strategy, and since then they've been taking control of this race. Amongst the other dramas overnight,
that's a big fucking problem.
Fantastic run from the Genesis Magma Racing.
I don't know what tactic they used, but
was dented by what looks so potentially to be a terminal problem for the 19 car. Paul-Luc Chatin crawling to a halt on the run down to Indianapolis before finally getting the car restarted. Those 2 cars still running, 12th and 13th. The 12 car back out. No tyre change there for Louis Delatraz. That's going on to a 3rd stint on his softs, and it's been soft tyres throughout the night from Cadillac.
Soft tyres on the number 20 BMW as well. We did query whether or not it would get cool enough for the soft to be an option.
Out of pit lane, by the way, now the BMW number 20, Robin Freins. But with the tyres staying on the number 12 car, that stays out in the lead. So Seb Bourdais, with a full service stop, is now left to chase the team car. Still a Cadillac 1-2, but in the opposite order than we had before this pit stop cycle. Ria Hirakawa, meanwhile, by the way, that was a slow pit stop for them, 1:32, and he's dropped 5 seconds to Seb Bourdais, 4 seconds to BMW. And Robin Freins now aboard that car, and with no tyres taken, what is that, 18 seconds, the new race leader.
Yeah, so he's dropped a fraction away from Louis Delatraz, and it's these fractional gains that may make the difference in the end. Sebastian Bourdais, though, with a fresh set of tyres compared to Louis Delatraz, may well close the 5-second deficit fairly quickly between them. LMP2 leader on pit road. When I went to leave the booth at around midnight, number 30 from Duquesne was the race leader and remains so. Dorian Pan in, having service. Doors open. Looks like that, actually. comes open so far that it looks like the door's off when it's black because it's hard to see, but door remains open. So she too will be topped up with fluid. So good morning to Anthony Davidson.
Good
12
morning.
hours in, 12 hours still to go, Anthony. And the cast of characters who, if you have been having a bit of a kip, you will have seen the Cadillacs, the Toyotas and the BMWs.
Zero
with
NC4 Life said
fringe
Scotland
players,
is 1-0
Alpine
up
also
at halftime.
potentially involved, still
Okay,
are in play.
okay.
Now, the balance of power may have changed a little during the course of the night. Seems that the Cadillac has fared better in the cooler conditions, perhaps,
Scotland.
than the Toyota.
Non mi aspettavo da
But
Scotland.
still, it's going to get hot
Serious.
later.
Cazzo gioca
The
in
sun will come
Scotland a
up, the track
calcio?
temperature will rise, and that balance may change a little as well.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the time difference between, as we were before, the number 8, number 7 Toyotas versus the Cadillacs and the BMW, because they were pretty even on pace as far as I can make out before that moment from Hartley while we were off mic. And that seems to have damaged a bit of their progress, because until that point it was nip and tuck between the 38 and the number 8. So yeah, the Caddies still remain strong, as you say, and I'm surprised to see, just looking through the tyre app, seeing that most of the hypercar runners choosing to go onto the soft compound now. I wasn't sure we were going to see that appear, no matter how cool it got in the night, because
Well, I think the key is it's not been hot all week, and we had one day of sunshine to heat the tarmac up, and that inherent temperature in the ground isn't there. It's dried up most of the puddles in the motorhome park, not all of them by any stretch, but most of them. But that, I did sort of wonder whether we would have that temperature drop. Now, in LMP2, since we are watching them, and that's the graphic that's been on screen for the last couple of minutes, let's talk about the untalkable Inter-Europol competition, first and second. The Duquesne car still in there. Vector Sports number 26 machine currently in the hands of Vladislav Lomko. That has moved into contention as well, crept in during the night. And the number 29 Forza Racing by Panis car, Gray at the wheel of that car at the moment in
you
fifth
can
position.
see him
That seems to be
in
really
the
our
mirror.
lead
You
group
need to
for
catch up
contention.
and
But it's the ominous
surpass him.
sight for everybody else of that number 43 from Inter-Europol that's
Need to
had
get some
2
good
wins
traffic.
and a second place in the last 3
Come
years,
on.
with predominantly
Yes,
the
look at
same
him. He's
driver
right there.
lineup.
Come on.
yeah, they've got this.
You
They've
need
got
to
this
go. You
race
need to go.
sorted,
You need
haven't
to
they?
go.
I mean, they
Come on.
obviously
Go.
weren't fastest in qualifying, but they were there or thereabouts all week. And this is where the work that you've done in the test sessions starts to come to fruition, because you need a car this time in the morning, this time at night, in the dark hours, where you need a car that's nice to drive and consistent, and you can throw any driver in it and it just works.
And their driver lineup is excellent in that car. You've got the owner's son, which is where the team came from, Kuba Śmiechowski, but Kuba is no kind of daddy's karting fantasy anymore, even if he was. I mean, the business, Inter-Europol, this large Polish braking conglomerate, has allowed Kuba to come racing, but boy, if that's where it started, this has become a whole different thing. And the other 2 drivers, Tom Dillman at the wheel now, Nick Yellerly. Well, what do we know about Nick Yellerly? Well, he was just announced yesterday as Ford hypercar driver, so we know that he's no slouch whatsoever in any terms, and he's been earning a very decent living as well in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series, driving prototypes for years. Now, drive-through penalties for full course yellow infringements have arrived, and this is bad news for the Cadillac 101, the Wayne Taylor racing car, because they have a drive-through penalty, and that will take them out of contention. A drive-through penalty as well for car number 2. That is one of our our LMGT3 cars. That is the TF Sport Corvette.
You got the penalty.
Ben
Kawa,
Green.
why?
So that car has picked up a drive-through penalty. Car 69 has also picked up a drive-through penalty. And
How the fuck are they
is
doing
the BMW, the
It was a
Art
full
car,
course
the one that
yellow. Why are you
changes livery every
speeding?
year.
Fuck.
And that is Tony McIntosh Parker Thompson and Dan Harper's car. That's been a really good new driver lineup this season. But the key, the really big story, is that the 4th drive-through penalty that's been announced is car number 8. And that may have put the nail in the coffin for the number 8 car. They're right in the mix in terms of pace, but Ryo Hirakawa will have to serve that penalty. It's just been announced, so he's not serving it this lap. But Anthony, that's going to be really tough to come back from. We've said all this season, last 3 or 4 years, since Hypercar has really gained momentum.
Hirakawa, you had one job and you fucked us.
Yeah, it's mistakes that are going to get you not car performance. Trouble for the 38 car as well. On the dollies, it was topped up with fuel. Sebastian Bull. Hang on, what's happened since David Addison has left?
What have we done?
Cadillac is going in the box. What is happening?
So
this is good for us. Sebastian Bourdais is in the pits. Okay, this is good. This is good for us. This is good.
This is good. What has happened? They can't even get the nose off. Here we go.
Okay. This is
what
good.
has happened to the number 38 Caddy? They're working furiously on the front end of this car. We did hear
long brake
pedal? We did hear the brake pedal was going long. Is this materialized to what we're seeing unfolding right now? We hypothesize at this stage with no information coming through. But yeah, you cannot afford for, well, we were talking about small mistakes from the likes of car 8 and car 101. But this is a whole other level.
Distraught Sebastian Bourdais has only just taken over the car from Jack Aitken. Full service, fresh tyres, out lap, back in. 2 laps, possibly, was this his 3rd? I'm not sure. But already they've dropped back down. In as well as Ferrari's Alessandro Pierguidi. But there'll be stony faces at Toyota as well. And does this bring number 7 into play?
I think with the drive-through, we're gonna go behind the other Toyota, so we're gonna get 4th place. And maybe we are still in the race because the Cadillac is out now. He's out of the race now, for sure.
They're rummaging around for something, aren't they?
Too much time right now.
Is it a stone in the pedal box? That is not unheard of.
What could be loose? I mean, it's not that somebody's dropped something inside the car.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear. I can't believe what we're looking at.
We're waiting to find out from our friends at GM. Meanwhile, driver change for the 51 Ferrari. Alessandro Pierguidi out, James Collado in. And that is full service as well. 4 soft tyres. It's 4 a.m. It's not going to get hot for a while. However, in these short midsummer evenings, night times, it will start to get light.
So Bourdais, as you say, Martin, had only just stepped in the car, really. He'd done 4 laps.
As many as that,
yeah,
okay.
Four laps before coming back in. And look at the hive of activity, not just from the mechanics around the car, but all of the photographers, because this is a big moment in the race, and you'd have to say at this point, this is 38's race that has slipped away.
It really is. I'm afraid in this current climate, if you blink, you're done.
Exactly.
It's hard to imagine coming back. If you lose the lead lap, and this is something that Genesis Magma have been desperate not to do with the travails of their cars, then you're never getting it back unless there's an immediate safety car and you get the pass around. Now, if it was something loose, what's the first thing you'd do? You'd stick in the gravel hoover and you'd just wave it around until you heard a rattly bit of stone rattle down the tube and you go, right, we're done.
And you don't, as a driver, you'd only bring the car in if you physically couldn't press the brake pedal down anymore, or if the throttle was only going halfway because there was debris stuck in between, you know, in between the pedals themselves. That's the only reason you'd bring it in.
Speaking of which, here's Ben Tuck in the 77 Ford. Looks like there's been some debris in the front of that as well. Look, they're pulling stones out from underneath, so he's been off. Fresh nose waiting to go on.
Okay, this is the second car that's in the pit for
stress
something.
testing everything, giving it a woggle. Oh. Car number 8, standby drive-through. What does that mean? Does that mean they are re-examining, having committed to paper the fact that the drive-through has been awarded?
Okay.
They are still working on something in there.
Maybe we don't need to do the drive-through. Come on.
Well,
and if it is,
I think it's going back
how
on.
did Jack Aitken not know
Well,
what's
things are
happened
going.
while the car was stationary?
Things are going back on though, Martin. So I mean, I still don't. I don't think they're convinced that they've found the problem. No, that's back off again.
Yeah. So what's happening is Seb inside pushing the brake pedal and going, no, it's not moving. On the throttle pedal.
Trouble is, these cars are designed in such a way that they make the pedal box infuriatingly difficult for the mechanics to get to, with these tiny holes in the monocoque.
That Hirakawa.
So hard to watch when a team is scrambling against the
Let's hope this
clock.
penalty
It's
gets
not
revoked.
just that you want to make sure the car is
so.
safe.
Come on.
It's that you can physically feel every second ticking away.
And it's strange that the
It's
driver
good for
hasn't
us.
got out, and
Cadillac
there's
get out
not
of the
somebody sort
race.
of down there looking from
It's
the other
good for us.
direction
Come on.
into the pedal box.
Very
If it is the pedal
Upside
box.
down, as we saw
So-
earlier in
There
one of the
is
other cars.
very fast.
So that's what makes me question
Yeah,
whether
it's
it
very
is
fast.
the pedal box, in fact.
That's very good for
We have
us.
4 official retirements from the race so far, so 58 cars still circulating.
Yes, only 4 retirements. You can see
This
them
car
right here,
in the
boys.
pit lane and now off the lead lap and about to drop 2 laps back.
For those about to serve a drive-through penalty, by the way, pit time. Oh yeah, driver Bourdais does. Frustrated.
He's
You can see
angry.
the
He's
frustration.
angry.
Throws
I
his
think
driver
the
into
race is almost
seat
done.
down.
But he knows the race is done.
And it's understandable, that frustration there. But yeah, another time for Bourdais.
Race
Close,
number
but
19.
Close but no cigar here. The local man, born and raised in Le Mans, never won it and has been close so many times.
So who does that bring back into the fray? Well, right now, Cadillac Hertz Team Joe to lead with car number 12 that took the lead during the stops. Louis Delatraz did not have fresh rubber. Behind him, car number 20, Robin Freins for BMW. And number 8 and number 7 for Toyota Racing, ominously in podium striking positions. 83 Ferrari starting to look like it might perhaps have a shot, because they are still relatively incident-free. 101 Cadillac, the Wayne Taylor racing car, that had a little issue just before midnight, but it is still in the top half dozen. Alpine Charles Milesi, the 51 Ferrari of James Calado, not looking quite like it's got the pace, but they're still on the lead lap, and the final car still on the lead lap at the moment, the 36 Alpine of Victor Martin, as Ben Green comes back out, Ben Tuck rather, back out onto pit apron.
Well, we're looking at the pit lane. Just before we started talking about the stressful scenes down at Cadillac, the pit lane loss will be around 25 seconds for a drive-through. That's what you're throwing away by doing that.
Heartbreaking for Sebastian Bourdais, his dad there with him.
0
Just
NC for
head
life
in
said
hands, look at him.
420.
There's nothing now that the driver can do, that the drivers can do, that the team can do. There are now bodies down in the pedal box trying to find, fix, whatever.
He mentioned a long time ago that the brake pedal felt long.
420.
Couldn't stop
Where is
the
the
car.
weed? Come on.
And he couldn't get it. That's why he
Where is
just
it?
about avoided
You need to smoke some.
a penalty by not respecting the director's notes of sticking to the right-hand side of the bollard in the Porsche curves if you were to go off.
Yeah, I think
and
his
at
race
this point,
is done. He's out of the
even if they fix the car,
podium.
How do you pick yourself up?
You don't feel like going back out
Unlucky,
there.
but good for us in the 2
He
years.
will because he's a pro, but,
but you're not
the heart's been ripped out of it.
If you're not fighting for the race win when you've been leading and trading places with the top 3 the whole way through the race, and you've got the car to do it, to get back out there, I've been there myself a few times, and it's just, yeah, like you say, you're a pro, you get on with it, and you go and earn your money, but it's so hard to, you don't want to be out there
Kobayashi need to pit right now.
And that then brings its
we're gonna
own
lose
problems with it.
a little bit more
now,
position
with
there.
car number 12 still in the hunt, this car's already dropped 2 laps. It's out to 15th place. You're starting to get to the situation now. If they lose another lap and drop in between the Peugeots, you're not even the slightest chance of getting a point.
Yes.
Oh no, it's done. It's done. It's done.
And then what's the point? All you're doing is risking accident, injury, damage, and focus drifting maybe to a recalcitrant 38 from a number 12 car that might need all the attention you can throw at it. It's really, really tough. And sometimes the mercy is just going, okay, power steering issue they're investigating, and that's why it's not going to be a quick fix.
Okay, power steering.
You've just got to look at it and go, okay,
Power steering issue is a very big problem.
This car is not going to make it. It's not
You need power
2 o'clock
steering
in the
because
afternoon,
if you
Anthony.
don't have it,
We've
you
got
cannot
11 and a
drive the
half
car.
hours to go.
Impossible.
It's
At
just
350 kilometers
worth
an
it for
hour,
the drivers or the
without
mechanics.
power steering, you're fucked.
So they were the ones within a huge
Kobayashi
chance of winning this race. It's gutting to see them effectively
get
out.
a driver change
Even if they
too,
do
or
get
no?
the car back out, like we say, they're not. Yeah, they're
so.
going to be fighting to get a point or 2 in this race, even if they do.
They're not going to get a point or 2. There's got to be absolute carnage in the first half. And at the moment, they might be our first retirement in hypercar. Toyota number 7 in for service from 4th position. And this is possibly going to drop them into the clutches of the 83 Ferrari, currently being driven by Ye Yifei.
Yeah, so Kobayashi in. He's done his 12 laps in this stint. He managed 13 the previous stint. He's going to stay on these tyres. So they're just going to do fuel only. Driver stays in, and away he goes. So he's got 3 medium tyres that went on in the previous stint, the rear and the left front, and the right front is a soft.
So the right front on the clockwise circuit doing the least work of the 4 tyres.
BMW.
And still pretty punished because it's still having a corner, it's still braking hard, but compared to particularly the left rear, the load level is much lower.
Hirakawa just had a little lock-up mid-corner through Mulsanne. He's pushing on.
He's pushing,
it's moments like that where you're
just don't push yourself too much.
It's a reminder for
you
us
to stay into
commentating
the race. Still have
and fans
12
watching
hours,
on.
basically.
Reminder just how hard these drivers are pushing all the time. He's got the Ferrari in front of him. No, sorry, the BMW in front of him of car 20.
Lots of lift and coast going on. Yeah, the BMW is the car right in front. And do you know what? I'm not sure that car's going back out again. I really don't think
so.
it is. And,
I think they're going to retire.
As team principal, I know it's heartbreaking not to be able to get the car to the finish, but Sam Hignett and the crew are very, very straightforward looking. And Leon Price, I'm sure, will be going, excuse me, will be going, okay, it's done. There's no point. Penalty confirmed for the number 8 Toyota, and suddenly this race has taken a very dramatic turn. 2 of our top 4 cars effectively out of contention. Whether number 8, it won't drop a lap, but it will drop far enough back for it not to be bouncing back up to the top again with fuel stops. And that means that Toyota now are going to have to look at how they can change that
Hirakawa,
dynamic, how they can bring it back into
us.
contention. 12 hours in,
Come
12
on.
hours still to
Why
go,
did
11
you speed
and a half. They've
under
still
the
got time
freaking full
to
course
sit down,
yellow?
have
You
a
are
think,
stupid. Fuck.
and try and do something strategic to keep them
Why?
coming back into
Why?
the lead, and then wait and see what fate deals them in terms of safety cars, full course yellows, that sort of thing.
So Hirakawa, he's on lap 8 out of his probable 12.
Yeah.
Last time around, he did actually manage 13, hence all the lift and coast he's been doing following this BMW. It's a good time. If you're faster, but there's no way by, it's a good time to start doing a lot of lift and coast. And you'll see in front of us the purple lights, pink lights just creeping up on the dashboard. And when they go away, that coincides with the lift point. They're not massive, but they build up through the lap. As the team watches on now, they are trying to work out, inevitably, when is the best time to serve this penalty. So he's coming up to his scheduled pit stop.
Crew. You need to do something,
do you do it the lap before? Serve your drive through the lap before? Just trying to work out strategic when the best lap would be to do that, and it's not a bad time when you're stuck behind another car to serve your penalty.
Well, then they'll be looking at what else would be around them when they come back out onto the track. And at the moment, it's a massive queue of cars. 83 in, this is the Yellow Submarine, last year's winners. Ye Yifei remains at the wheel. Shares this car with Robert Kubica and Phil Hansen.
Hirakawa, you fucked us.
Legal light panels.
Pissed off right now.
Hands
Fuck.
into the air extractors at the back of the wheel arch. That's where a lot of rubber debris collects.
Somebody lost our lead, and then Hirakawa got this fucking speeding penalty drive through. Fuck, it's not
comes
good.
83, still in the hunt, and the best placed of
I think we
the
are gonna
three
lose the
Ferraris.
podium.
Number 50 car still
We're
running,
gonna-
but off the lead lap, it is in fact
We're gonna be
the
for
last
5 and
running hypercar for the
4,
moment,
5 and 6
although
place.
it has been joined on that same lap by the number 38.
But we still have
First in
11
Joe
hours and a
Cadillac.
half, so maybe something
So
can happen to
5
the
laps
first
back
two.
now, the Caddy and the 50 Ferrari.
I'm not
50
saying
Ferrari
anything
continues.
but God, if you want
Cadillac.
to, maybe a little bit of a
We'll wait and
crash,
see.
and a tiny
Tricks that
one.
Tour, BMW number 15 after its troubles.
Come on,
That
a
car
little tiny
is
crash for
also
number 12
down
and number
outside of the top
20.
15,
Come
so
on.
this is gradually allowing the
Just a spin out and
Peugeots
a
to
little
creep up
bump.
towards
Zero NC
point
for life,
scoring
said
territory.
LOL.
Halfway through, they're 13th
God
and 15th
damn, look at the
rather
top
than
speed of the
17th and
hypercar,
18th.
351
Any point they get in
kilometers
those
an hour.
Peugeots
God
will have been
damn.
fought for with blood, sweat and tears, won't it?
They really will. Great shots riding on board with Ye Yifei, fresh out of the pits after that last stop. And they didn't take tyres here. He's been in the car for 2 stints already, so he takes these tyres into its 3rd stint.
Take a look next time we're on board with Ye around the mirror at the top. There
Alright.
are some
Hirakawa is
little
still
instructions
not
that have
doing
been
the
written.
drive-through.
I just noticed on the left-hand side it says gravel mode, and it tells you what you need to do to get the car into gravel mode, which effectively allows it to use its front motor as a traction motor at low speed. You do something with the traction control as well to sort of mitigate against wheel spin, but enough to hopefully crawl you out of a gravel trap if you can. And we talked to the FIA officials and said,
The data
is this a thing?
is
Are you
lagging
allowed
out.
to deploy your
electrical energy?
four-wheel drive? Yeah, and they said, yes, you are, but if you do, you've been allowed to do it as an emergency, and you must call into the pits immediately if you have done that. So if you go off, you employ your gravel mode in the Ferrari, then you have to come back into the pits immediately. It doesn't say you have to go back into the garage, but you have to make a pit
Oh
stop.
no, look at that. Ferna is pulling
So
away
Ria
from Hirakawa.
Toyota number 8.
He's pulling away.
That penalty will need to be served within 3 laps, which is sort of the better part of 20 minutes at Le Mans, but again, the team will wait to try and do it at the least damaging time. So if there's a moderately good gap, sort of 45 seconds behind him, they'll drop them in immediately. If there's lots of GT cars there, they'll try and figure out how long it's going to take for those potentially to be further back or closer, so he'll drop behind them.
Rio's, speaking of dropping behind, Ryo Hirakawa, who we ride on board with now, has dropped back a little bit from the number 20 BMW, so he was properly harassing him before. I don't know what happened, whether it was a bit of traffic or a mistake from Hirakawa somewhere, but those taller tail lights and they had to lift off there because of the GT overtaking the other one. The taller tail lights in the distance, that's the BMW. So yeah, it's gone from being affected by the turbulent air and picking up a bit of front washout to now having to reapply the focus to try and catch the gap.
Maybe that's exactly why he's dropping back, just to preserve the car a little more. No point in really killing those tyres. If he's been going to go for a drive-through.
And if he's, well, that's the thing as well, that's the time as a driver you really got to keep your head as well, because you've been on full attack mode the whole time. And if you're given this sort of negative information, what are we looking at here?
Caddy going by the 83 car. Are we on board with the Cadillac?
What happened?
Have they just put a lap on 83?
No, it's another Ferrari. This is the number 51.
Okay. So that was a position change. So James Collado going by Yei out of the pits a couple of laps ago after that most recent pit stop. So James Collado in the 51 car.
Oh, and yeah, so the last time around, Collado took some tyres on. He put 3 softs on, actually, and he's kept the left rear.
Wayne Taylor Racing Caddy, this is one of those real pinch points, isn't it, in the Porsche curves. That is where we saw contact, the 15 BMW, the tiniest of touches with another car, and the back of the rear wheel arch right there just caught the front of the front wheel arch as they passed, and it pulled the bodywork off.
Car was still not
potentially the splitter of the car that it was passing cut the sidewall of the tyre. Anyway, he ended up with a puncture as well as bodywork damage, and that was again effectively the end of it for the number 15 car.
Yeah, it's funny we say the end of it, because that's all they had to do was change the bodywork and change the tyres, send them back out there, and look where they are, down in P16.
He lost 3 laps getting back in because it happened at the Porsche curves, but it didn't deflate immediately, so he didn't come into the pit lane and then had to do, I think the tyre puncture possibly before Tertre Rouge, but certainly early in the Mulsanne, he was walking.
So yeah, he had to do almost that whole lap, but then I forgot that the rear, the rear of the car, because it took that knock, and it was such a small knock relatively, wasn't it? And it did enough to damage the pickup points, and that's what. So you see the rear end of the Peugeot off here as well. They've got troubles in pit lane.
Yeah, they had to change the engine cover on the BMW as well. So they've got an issue.
A little bit of Scotch tape. Scotch tape fixes everything on hypercar.
The engine cover that's being taped on. It's something ahead of the
webcam is
cover.
back. No, we are green. We are on a grey screen.
The tail section goes on and doesn't. This is exactly mirroring what happened with the BMW. The little locator sockets.
I think we did the drive-through because now we have 58 seconds behind.
A broken piece in, and so they were having to get it with pliers and screwdrivers and dig it out.
All right, now Cadillac need to screw up a pit stop.
And
if they screw up a pit stop or something happens on the car, we have a chance to come back.
The tail section change,
maybe.
Body section change.
Oh,
yes.
Going to be very you know when you're in trouble when the big hammer comes out.
That's not a big hammer, Anthony. You've driven modern cars all your life. That's not a big hammer. That's a gentle persuader.
But look, see, when in doubt, get a hammer out, give it a good old whack, and job done.
As
sometimes it works. Just whack it until it goes.
And gaffer tape.
Really broken.
Gaffer tape went on first, then a massive hammer, job done.
Gaffer tape is the first resort of the amateur. A hammer is always in your locker there. So Théo Pourchaire comes back out, so major delay, not major delay, but a delay there for the 94 car, and that might cost them a position to the sister 93, Stoffel van Dorn, at the wheel of the 93 car.
That was a scheduled stop, by the way, for the 94. It's not like they had to come in because they had a problem.
They've obviously clung on with something flapping and banging, and the driver probably complaining bitterly that something's loose and it's not handling properly, because if all of that is flexing, then suddenly at speed you're either creating a resonance or you're stalling the wing out and you're not getting it to produce downforce enough as you get into the first phase of braking. I mean, there'll be something in there where he was going, it's horrible, make it stop. Battle here in LMGT3.
It's not pitting.
The blue car, Eduardo Barrichello's Heart of Racing, Aston Martin, and right behind it was being illuminated by Simon Mann's number 21 Ferrari.
Oh no, it's 18.
The Ferraris
I thought it was the guy in short position.
Off the boil
6%. We have 18. Yeah, we have 2 laps again.
They
all right.
Just don't quite seem to have been where you expect them to be in the early races of the year in Imola and in Spa.
Yeah, and it's not driver lineup. They've got similar car crews or exactly the same car crews as years gone by when they were competitive. So it is just the car hasn't had the speed right from word go this year, from Imola, Spa, and now here in Le Mans.
But as you can see, Ferrari number 74, that's the black and bronze Kessel Racing Ferrari. Dominic Marshall at the wheel of that car at the moment, currently in 4th position. Nicky Katzberg leading. Now, this is a change in LMGT3 since Anthony and I were enjoying the fireworks and the music and all of the other
Racing is losing positions.
Night,
now
which
it's
are
in 4th
designed
place.
to stop anybody getting any rest. The Corvette at the top of the pile, ahead of the 87 Lexus. The 78 car has dropped out of contention at midnight. Lexus was 1-2.
What happened?
We're seeing a Class 4 position here, are we? Is this Simon Mann on Dudu Barrichello? Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's a good move.
No, it's not. That was another Ferrari pass. So, who was that?
I think it's the other way around,
was that
wasn't
the
it?
57 Kessel Racing car?
I think you had the cars right. It was the car, the yellow and green car, the Ferrari overtaking, getting the overtaking move into the first chicane. Riding on board with Victor Martin, car number 36,
12,
Alpine.
So first place.
And they have been fast the
I think
whole way
he's gonna
through.
pit next lap.
But down there in P9 at the moment.
So we're gonna see where we end up when they pit.
With the car 83 and 101. Well, 101's just pitted. I wonder if that's to serve their drive-through.
You would think it would have to be, wouldn't you? WRT also have a 69 BMW in the pit lane. 38 is back out, and Sebastian Bourdais is in it.
They fixed it.
It's had a good polish.
They fixed it.
But 7 laps down.
All right, they fixed the car. Impressive.
Back there with the car 50 Ferrari.
But now they are like
Miguel Molina at the wheel.
5 laps behind, so they are out of the race.
They
down but not out.
They nearly are back there. The number 51, number 50 Ferraris,
they are out.
Laps behind.
They have laps behind, so there's no chance they come
this
back.
is where it's tough, Martin. This is where it's tough for Bourdais. You've been fighting for a potential race victory. Now you're back out there 7 laps down and just
7 laps,
driving
you're
around.
done.
Yeah.
You're done.
I'm just thinking, what is the point? And that will have been, you know, from absolutely distraught. We saw him head in hands in the back of the garage after the car being wheeled in. This is just after he'd taken it over, getting set, you know, right in the hunt, right in with every chance, getting in to do a triple, maybe a quad stint, really to drive his heart out for this team. And almost the moment he gets in, it's back in the garage, and a long, soul-destroying wait.
I wonder if they were looking for any leakage, but then I thought these cars were, I don't know. With
power steering normally, isn't it?
So, yeah.
I'm sure this is. Bourdais, you saw his dad with him, trying to console him, trying to pick him up, and just absolutely gutting. Well, the car is back out on track. We ride on board with Sebastian Bourdais. And this, how much of an exploratory lap this will be, to feel it, You know, have we cured its ills? What is it that goes wrong on an electric power steering system? The traditional sort that you will have in most of your road cars, if you've got power-assisted steering, it's a hydraulic pump that relieves some of the weight on the rack so that you can actually turn the wheels.
It's almost more, it is a lot more frightening. I've driven both in my time, electric power steering and hydraulic, and I would always prefer, if you're going to have a problem, for it to be hydraulic. At least you can still turn the car. I've had electronic power steering go wrong to the point where it physically turns the steering wheel the other direction.
Wow.
Because electronics can do wacky things, of course, and when it goes wrong, it's so hard to chase. We've seen cars in this championship through corners like Eau Rouge where the electric power steering has failed and sent cars into the barrier. I think Renger van der Zande was one of those drivers who suffered a pretty catastrophic failure a few years ago, and yeah, it's electronic power steering. It's a cheaper way of doing it, but quite often you lack a little bit of feel compared to hydraulic through my experience, and it does have the potential to go wrong with very short notice, and for no one to really understand why.
Hydraulic power steering, it's easier to see a fluid leak than it is to see electrons leaking clearly or malfunctioning. The problem in both cases is if you've got a leaking power steering hose, that's not a service item. That's not something that is laid out in the car so it can be changed quickly or easily. That's something that is fit and forget. That's a lifetime part, effectively. So, but these cars, it will be electronic power steering. And so 38 car is out. We'll wait and see whether he comes back in. Miguel Molina, the other car at the tail of the field, the 50 Ferrari, has also just stopped. So has Marco Sorensen. And Charles Milesi has been in and out of the pits as well. The sister car to this one. There's the Malaysian Corvette right ahead. That car in its first race here, and having a decent time of it as well in LMGT3.
Victor Martin will be probably on his in lap, although he did manage 13 laps in his previous stint. He's got 12 in the bag currently as he chases down the car in front, the 83 Ferrari. And the Alpines have been fast the whole race. I'm racking my brains to why,
because they are pitting
what's happened, and why they're down there in 7th and P9 respectively. But yeah, once again, showing their pace. They've had great straight line speed the whole race, and that's really played to their strengths. As is this the car number 8 schedule stop? Yes. I think they have already, in fact, served their drive-through.
We need to go fast with this pit stop,
they did
because
that's bizarre. They did 9 laps.
They
the
are
previous
almost
stint,
lapping us.
and he's done 3 laps.
They are
this
half a lap behind.
And he's back in.
So has he served the penalty?
No, but it was a drive-through, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, he served the penalty, because we got 50 seconds. He served
This is
it.
the 18th stop for that car. I think he served the penalty. We didn't see it.
Yes, he did. He did.
I think he's done a drive-through, and
He's
we
done
didn't
it.
see it.
Yeah, he's done it. He's done it. Let me tell you, he's done the
So number 8 is in
the
for
penalty. He's
service
done it.
anyway.
Trust me. Now we just need to stay 1 lap in front. Okay, there we go. We are out.
Yeah, so it was definitely a drive-through. It wasn't a stop and go, and you're not even allowed to serve the car anyway.
We're not catching.
Service the car during the stop and go. So it was definitely a drive-through, but I can't work out their
now number 12
strategy, why they
should be
did 9 laps
going
previously.
into the
They've put
pits.
a brand new set of soft
Let's see
tyres
how
on.
much time we can gain.
He's just boxed now with only having done 3 laps, and fuel went in.
Okay, number 1 and number 2, for sure they're going to the pits.
We will carry on.
So, let's see how much time we can
See
gain.
how that plays out. And here is Martin. So he
and
was on that in
Irakawa,
lap before.
you guys
as
need
predicted.
to push the fuck out of this car.
So our Toyota doing immediately.
Oh, I can see light
what we
in the
thought they
stream.
might look at doing.
I can see light.
Once
I can
everything
see
was
light.
reset and trying to put themselves on an offset strategy.
Light is coming. The night
there's
is
only
ending.
one way of finding out, and time will be our friend there.
It was a fun night to watch. Very fun night to
Victor
watch.
Martin, not a known name, particularly well known in sports car racing circles. He's been a single-seater driver for much of his career. I think he's been a good addition to this team. He certainly looks to be quick. The 24-year-old French rookie came up through Formula 4, Formula 3, Formula Renault Euro Cup, and
there we go.
Williams test driver a couple of seasons ago.
Let's see how much time we can gain.
Raced in Formula 2.
We're gonna still be behind,
seasons,
but maybe we are in 1 minute.
To Formula 1 has decided that a racing career is preferable. Norman Nardo waiting to take over the lead Cadillac from Louis Delatraz. How long's Delatraz
Driver
been
change for Cadillac.
You would think at this time of day, triple stint.
Yeah, he's on a triple.
So Genesis Magma Racing have been getting a lot out of their drivers. The last full set of driver changes, Mathieu Jaminet had done a quad stint. Baby Driver, a quintuple stint. He did very nearly 5 full stints. As a result of a little anomaly just before the safety car, he then did not quite a full stint, but did 4 stints after that, Mathieu Jobert. So you're young, you're fit, you can get in. We'll be back tomorrow. Just keep going round.
Go and earn your stripes, son. And we'll see you when we've had our old man sleep.
And I tell you what,
They're out already.
Talk about old man sleeps. Luckily for us, where we're sleeping in our little caravans, we are right in front of the stage. So we enjoyed all of the music last night and all of the fireworks and everything else.
So we're talking of that car, I'm looking back at it now, car number 17, Genesis. So yeah, Jobert steps in after Lotterer.
At about 10 o'clock last night.
And he did, it would have been the safety car. So
it was just before midnight.
He had done 16 laps and he came in and he did 5 only, and then stayed in the car. They put another new set of tyres on him and he did a full 12 lap stint, then another 12 lap stint, then another 12 lap stint, and then finally handed over to his teammate Durrani. Wow, that is some effort.
The short stint was because he came in with a slow puncture. So that has been the drama for that car. They were on mediums as well, sort of 11:30 last night, just before the safety car, but had that slow puncture, and then used that opportunity. Since you're here, we're going to put the soft tyres on. So that was when they changed to softs, when it was sort of, they migrated when they were forced in for that puncture. So that sort of worked, and then they stayed on the softs. They had a nose change on the number 17 car as well. But other than that, it's been pretty fault-free. Nicky Katsberg, you saw ducking to get under the fuel rig because he's a Dutch height. And that's had some contact. Door mirror. Where we're going, we don't need door mirrors. The 33 car. Ben Keating was in that car. Nicky Katsberg has just been in it. That car stopping from the lead of LMGT3. Where did they start on the grid? So far back that they were getting blue flags waved at them at the start because the leaders were closing in. I mean, they were a long way back in qualifying. Ben Keating not feeling at his best in qualifying and pretty stiff. He damaged his elbow quite badly in a cycling accident. Missed the first 2 races of our season, missed a lot of the IMSA season, but he was saying actually after the first stints that he did, the elbow felt much better than it had even 2 or 3 days ago when he started driving in free practice and qualifying. So that's good news, but of course, you know, it's taking its toll physically.
So running on board with Mattia Drudi, race leader currently in LMGT3, as you can see on the left-hand side panel. And they are fighting the car 33. We just seen pit, so that's why 33's dropped back to P4. heading down over the crest through the right kink before the Mulsanne corner. Down through the gears.
Come back, guys. Give me 1 second.
Hear the V8 naturally aspirated rumbling away under us. You accelerate up through the gears. You hear the gear cuts each time. Nice, short, sharp, crisp gear changes in that car. Sounds great. Overtaken on the right-hand side by one of the works Ferraris in hypercar. You see the speed difference around 45 kilometers an hour at this point on the track between the hypercars and the GTs. Your eyes firmly in the mirrors at all times in these cars. Through Indianapolis we go now. Picks up the rumble strip on the right-hand curb before slowing it right down on the ABS. You could just see the car lurching around as he was really hard on the brakes. At the top of your screen you got the graphics of throttle position in green all the way to the right-hand side, showing you the drivers flat out before the Porsche curves. A P2 car nips past into Europol, and then on the brakes, back onto the throttle, balance the car, change direction. Look at the throttle graphic at the top, lifts off, half throttle, back on it again momentarily before braking into this long right-hander. Balance the car once again, all on throttle here, no brakes needed for karting corner. And then flat through the right-left kink, but I saw the flashing lights behind, so he couldn't commit to the left kink. And that's where you need the experience of someone like Judy to see that there's a car coming. In the slow speed corners, you really get to see how the GTs actually hardly lose any time at all compared to the hypercars. So that's why there's a requirement, a necessity for the hypercars to get past in the straight line before that final couple of corners. Then back into turn one we go, into the Dunlop chicane, straight line the braking, grab the curb on the left and all of it on the right as well, and run the car right out to the white line on the exit. That is how it should be taken. Plummets down the hill, this roller coaster ride, much more severe, this drop in elevation than what the camera suggests. The cambered corner of the left, up and over the crest to the right. Watch out for the curb on the left, that can drag the car towards the barrier. Tête Rouge comes at you, sneak a bit of curb on the right and all of it on the left to maximize the run back onto the Mulsanne straight. And another Ferrari comes past, that's the car number 83 this time around. You really have to have your eyes everywhere. Look into the braking zone, apex, check the mirror, watch out for hypercar overtaking. LMP2 car catches you a bit slower, let them by. You have to judge the speed difference between the two different categories that are overtaking you. Monster the curb on the right. Use all of the track on the exit of that first chicane. Back over to the right-hand side before where we first started riding on board with Judy, actually, towards the second chicane. There goes another LMP2 car. You see how they pass you so, not as quickly as the hypercars, but it's still enough. It must be around about a 15 kilometer an hour difference, I'd have to say.
And that far along the straight towards the braking episode, you're already up nearly VMAX for both cars. So that's the indication of how close the top speed is. They will come past you pretty quickly further on. And your constant companion as a GT3 driver, blue flags, blue lights all the way. I mean, there's barely been a corner where they're not showing him the blue. There was another LMP2 car going by there, the number 3 DKR engineering car. That car's now dragged itself back towards the tail of LMP2, about 23 laps behind the leaders, where the LMP2 class leader is only 11 laps behind. So a massive deficit early on for DKR, the number 3 car. Still in Pro-Am, and it is still earning Pro-Am points. I think that they don't count to the ELMS Championship. And again, lights flashing as the caddy goes by.
Yeah, great actually riding on board for that length of time. It really gives you an idea of the rhythm that a driver gets into, where they're looking, where they're getting overtaken in GTs, and just how the driver's balancing the car, and just this epic racetrack, which has really, it's got everything. It's got the slow speed corners, the tricky curbs, the high speed sections. And now we ride on board with the number 87 Lexus.
Yeah, Petru Umbrarescu in 6th position. He's in that Ferrari sandwich. Simon Mann, the 21 car, has crept further forward. It was behind the 87 car. As one of the P2 goes by, that's the Romain Dumas limited car. And so in front of him, he's got Dennis Marshall. And behind him, he's got Conrad Larsen. Now again, Conrad Larsen, possibly not a name that a lot of the viewers will know unless they do watch European Le Mans Series, but he has spent a lot of time racing Ferraris in ELMS and absolutely knows this car inside out. So the 57 car you just saw right behind Umbrarescu, and those 3 cars are covered by 1.3 seconds. So they are running nose to tail. Now the hypercar has got in the way and broken that up a fraction, but that 3-car battle, the Ferrari's the 2nd set of lights. There it is. That's Dennis Marshall. There's Petru Umbrarescu with the green highlights, and right behind him, Dennis Larsen. So as that continues, 50 Ferrari in the last running car in hypercar. 1 minute and 42 seconds at the end of the previous lap behind Sebastian Bourdais' very much delayed 38 Caddy. We ride on board with Umbrarescu. 50 Ferrari, they're doing all the right things. Fuel only, no tyre change, driver stays in, keeping going. And they did the same with the 51 car as well a moment or 2 ago. But again, like the 38 car, it's just out of dogged determination to see the finish more than anything else. And Anthony, the light is starting to come into the sky, isn't it? For the drivers out there now, we're starting to see that transition. Where are we now? 3 minutes to 5 in the morning, where the roseate fingers of dawn are starting to creep in. In the trees, it'll be less noticeable, but as you come through the more open sections here, you can definitely see in the sky that the black of night is receding.
Yes, and it's a nice part of the race, this one, where as soon as you start seeing that twilight coming your way, as the morning comes, it's you realize that, I'd say from a driving point of view, the hardest part of the race is complete.
I can remember dawn arriving in my early days here working in the pit lane and thinking, oh yes, nearly, it's Sunday, it's nearly daytime, we're kind of almost there. And then you realize there's still another 9 hours to go, so, or 10 hours to go, so it's quite a long while still.
It's where you need, I mean, you always need a lot of concentration, but it's you rely much more on your senses in the dark, and just it always feels like you're taking more of a risk when it's nighttime to get the laps in, and it's just somehow it's much harder to judge things like your braking zones, and I just always found that it was a really enjoyable part of the race for that reason, but also the most risky part of the race, for mistakes were literally just around every corner waiting for you. And but yeah, as soon as you start seeing more of the track as the daylight comes, you'll often see the fastest lap times produced. And yeah, we're in that happy hour zone where the track is nice and cool, but you've got more visibility. The lap times really tumble.
And the other factor here is, as you get towards Mulsanne corner here, you know as the sun is setting that as you turn right at Mulsanne corner, you start to head towards Onard, you are driving straight into the low sun. That doesn't happen in the morning because the opposite, the sun rising, really only as you come over the Dunlop Bridge do you get that in your eyes for any period of time. Then you're down through the S's, and that's less of a factor.
Tetra Rouge is the hardest corner on the track when the sun's rising, and particularly when you're in this end of your stint and you've got flies and grime all over your windscreen.
No tyres left, and
yeah, that's a tough one. But and this part of the track that we're on now is where, when the sun's setting, as we saw earlier on in the race, you have it's not quite as much of a challenge as Tetra Rouge with a rising sun, but yeah, it's still very difficult into... oh, I was wondering why he ran wide there.
That's the pass for position.
Nice pass.
That's Conrad Larson dive bombing him in the second element of Indianapolis.
Wow, that was right on the limit, wasn't it, from the Ferrari? Good
that
move.
was very good.
Yep.
And well predicted by Ambarescu. Yeah, we're going to see a replay of that one. Watch this for a dive bomb.
Yeah, that was good from the outside.
Late on the brakes.
Not from the inside.
And yeah, and expected almost
Very
by
good.
the Lexus, but who hangs on to the back of him.
Look at the
at
red
least through the Porsche
and
curves.
the distance.
At least temporarily.
The light is coming up.
Lost
the
a
light
little
is
bit of time
coming.
actually in that second phase of the Porsche curve. You see the Ferrari just pulling a gap, and probably because his eyes were a bit looking in the mirror for the Cadillac bearing down on him. Oh, and the Ferrari having to make, well, basically drive completely off the track because that wasn't expected. The Cadillac coming through on the inside of karting corner, and a whole stream of LMP2s and hypercars coming past these guys now.
And that was the race leading number 12 caddy, Norman Nato, taking no prisoners whatsoever there. Conrad Larson in that Kessel Racing Ferrari. That's the Takeshi Kimura guy's car, the bright yellow car. Conrad Larson, just 20 years old, born May the 11th, 2006, Anthony. I know. Second Le Mans for him.
It's disgusting. That's what it is.
Finished 8th in 2024, but lots of time behind the wheel of Ferraris. And the third driver in that car, also very experienced in GT racing, Daniel Serra. He's been a teammate of Ben Keating before and a variety of different cars. Daniel Serra, he's raced in Aston Martins and Corvettes and now in the Ferrari. Mattia Drudi and Eduardo Barrichello are our LMGT3 leaders, running first and second on the road. TF Sports, number 33 Corvette, Ben Keating's teammate Johnny Edgar now at the wheel of that car. It was Johnny that took over when we saw the car being handed over by Nicky Katzberg. And Ferrari's Simon Mann in fourth place for Vista AF Corsa, ahead of Kessel Racing's Dennis Marshall and Kessel Racing's Conrad Larson. So we've got 2 Astons, the 33 Corvette, and then 3 Ferraris. And the Lexuses that looked so strong early on, 87, we've just seen Petru and Barescu being shuffled back to 7th, and 78 being driven by Tom van Rompuy, that's down in 9th place. Now, I wonder whether, as the track heats up and the day heats up, then their performance will return to where it was at the beginning of the race, where they were rattling around first and second, second and first and second. The drop in temperature has had an effect in hypercar, definitely among varying different cars. It does seem to have had that effect as well, whether it's just drivers maybe not being quite as sharp in the darkness, or whether the cooler temperatures have affected the different chassis in LMGT3 differently. Certainly the Ferraris are coming very much to the fore in LMGT3 at the moment.
Back on board with Robin Freins in car 20, and he's got the Cadillac of Hertz Team Jota number 12 just in front. This is a great fight between these two. Is it boiling down to this, Martin? Number 20 versus number 12.
That's an early call, actually, to say if something is boiling down to a decision at this stage.
Well, I mean, yes, they've been
11 hours still to go.
They've been really even in speed, haven't they, the BMW and Cadillac, right from qualifying through to this point here. I mean, yeah, like, if forgetting reliability or any anything happening out of the ordinary, this fight between the two very evenly matched cars continues to this halfway point in the race. So Robin Freins giving it his everything to try and close this gap now, but Norman Nato doing an equally impressive job. 2.1 seconds separates the two cars. Freins attacking that final couple of corners very well. Past the pit complex on the right. Through turn 1, late apex. get that curb on the left, just on the brink of front locking there. I could see that. Keep the car as straight as you can on the exit. And it's funny, actually, having done the lap, that whole lap riding on board with Judy in the number 27 Aston Martin GT car, now on the hypercar, you can see how much faster things come at you. And also the rougher ride as well. You see the car is so much more stiffly sprung. It just takes the energy away from you, both mentally and physically, through your stint in those cars.
I read a little quote actually from a designer, just reading a technical thing yesterday, said, you know, these are 1,000-kilo high downforce cars with minimum damper travel. These things, they're not a single-seater roller skate, but in terms of the visible compliance of a GT car, they are very much more stiffly sprung vehicles indeed. So Kamui Kobayashi handing over to Mike Conway. Could it be that after 3 years away from the top step of the podium, Toyota now have a car to get them back up there? Well, yes, they do. It's definitely had that potential in the first half of the race, and particularly when the track temperatures were high. Toyota, it has the feel of a car that is softer, gentler on its tyres than quite a lot of the hypercar rivals. It's been able, historically, the Toyota chassis, to make a softer tyre work for longer than its rivals, which tends to show that it's a pretty kind car. Robert Kubica taking over from Ye Yifei in the 83 Ferrari. This is a battle for position. Conway's car coming in from 6th, Ye's coming in from 7th, or Kubica's as it is now, coming in from 7th. And this team don't remember a time last year, I don't remember much from last year, don't remember a time last year when they were sort of this far back. Was that a fresh tyre going on? Yes, okay, I can see the pattern now and the stickers on it. So full set of stickers for Robert Kubica, but they're not out of the equation. They're not driving the narrative. That's the number 12 Caddy and the number 20 and the number 8 car, which remains in 3rd, and Anthony must have served the drive-through without us seeing it.
I believe that this, because of the strange pit stop sequence and strategy from that car, from Hirakawa, I would imagine they did serve that penalty without us noticing, or without the cameras picking it up.
Yes,
so yeah,
I saw
Hirakawa
that.
did that 9-lap stint.
I was watching the onboard.
On his soft tyres, came in, and then only did 3 laps, came in again, and has completed 7 laps without any other tyre changes.
Yeah. That first stop.
So I'm still waiting to see what they do in this next stint. How many laps? He's on 7 laps at the moment.
Plus 3 that he did beforehand, so that will have been a drive. You don't come in after 3 laps. That will have been the drive-through being served then. So he's 10 laps into this stint, isn't he? So,
but also a short
couple.
But also that shorter stint of just 9 laps. None of it really tallies up with what they've been doing before that as well. But then looking at the 101 Cadillac, who also had the drive-through penalty, they had done a 5-lap stint, came in, and then only 7 laps, and now they've done 9 laps as well. So yeah, is that...
So they came in also, they came in a lap before the number 8. Remember, we talked about when 4 cars were handed a drive-through, and then there was a, oh no, hold on, over the number 8 car, and then, oh no, as you were, you have got a penalty. So by that stage, I feel 101 had committed to its drive-through, and then a lap later, the number 8 came in and did the same. So although we didn't see it on camera, or if we did, Anthony and I were looking at something else. Apologies at home for those of you with matchsticks that work better than ours to keep your eyelids open. It had, I mean, by this stage, it must have served. It was such a long time ago, relatively. So riding on board again with our 2nd place car, Robin Freins. And what an opportunity for this crew. You know, BMW won't get the 1-2 that they had last time out, but nevertheless, you know, with the wind up, with their tails up and the wind behind them, number 20 crew, having won BMW's first World Endurance Championship race.
Irakawa, we need to push.
They're in a position where they're driving this along.
Still
between
believe
them
that we
and the
can,
number 12 Cadillac and then
we can
Brake
get
Toyota.
second place.
We're starting to whittle down the contenders, aren't we?
But
well, that's what I said. Is it boiling down to these two? It certainly seems that way at the moment. But don't discount the Toyotas. They're still quick enough in this race as Sean Gallel gets the famous neck stretch because you feel the G-force in these cars.
Yeah.
We have 36% fuel.
Really.
So we need to enter before the first two, so we're going to lose a lot of position.
And it feels so good as well.
Well, a lot of time.
Actually, do you know what? When he's finished with Sean, if he could just pop up here briefly. A week sleeping in a caravan has not done my neck any favours whatsoever. Anyway, enough of my first world problems. This is always the way at Le Mans. It's okay, Bentley, I'm sorry for 1927. It's never a cataclysm that takes the entire team out in one go. It just isn't. But gradually, one by one, people hit problems, and then the number of candidates is just reduced and reduced and reduced. Saw the sun rising in the east there. And the number 8 Toyota riding the curbs. And that's another factor of this car, Anthony. It does seem to have good compliance over the curbs, and that's a must in these cars.
Well, that's
every centimetre that you take is going to save you a fraction of a second.
That's why it won in Imola.
Yeah.
It's so good over those aggressive curbs, and I'd say Imola is the circuit on the calendar in the World Endurance Championship where you need to hammer the car over the curbs constantly through the laps. And this track has a mixture of, like I said before, a mixture of many different speed of corner, but also types of curbs. So there, Tetra Rouge, for example, quite flat curbs on the exit, but there's a subtle slope to the apex curb, which the GT cars can take. The hypercars struggle to take. LMP2s, they're actually I always found the stiffest cars out there, so they were the ones that I've always found that you needed to respect the curbs the most, actually.
How funny, because I was just thinking about when we headed into virtual Le Mans in lockdown, and we had all of these sim teams and all of these real-life drivers, and I can particularly remember, because the top category then in virtual Le Mans in 2020 was LMP2. I can remember all the LMP2 drivers being horrified with the brutality that the sim racers attack the curbs. So you can't go over the curbs like that. Oh, you have to.
Exactly.
You can't.
You cannot.
You have to. So they had to
We tried
unlearn
before in the
everything that they
simulator
knew
right
about an
there,
LMP2
and we
car,
were
which was
spinning out like
touch
crazy.
the curbs, because to get the most out of the car in the sim, you absolutely had to smash the living daylights out of it over every curve. Otherwise, you were driving around obstacles that didn't need to be obstacles.
It's true, the sim racers, I'm sure there'll be many watching and listening to this race, because they do it a lot online. E-gamers in general, just basically they just find cheats around everything for the lap time. They'll drive the car virtually just the fastest way around the track.
Yeah, and they'll discover what the game physics will put up with, and what, in the same way that real drivers discover what real physics, you know, what the dampers in an LMP2 car will really put up with and really won't. And that was the other thing, is that like the sim racers going, yeah, okay, well, we're running these spring pressures and so on at spring race, and all the real life engineers are going, you what now?
The
That's
ultimate
going to roll
one
so much that you're going to be taking the paint off the roof in the corners. No, you need this, that, and the other. So yeah, it was a very interesting meeting of utterly different worlds.
The ultimate one that I've heard before, I was back in the day when, during lockdown, when you're trying to do all the e-gaming stuff, and one of the gamers, I said, how are you getting through the Montreal hairpin? How are you getting through that so quickly and all? So well, I discovered a a little technique that really helps to rotate the car. If you just go down through the gears and you just snick it into reverse momentarily and then back into first gear, it really helps. You did what? It's that kind of thing that an e-gamer will find, where a real driver just won't ever think to do that.
First of all, a real gearbox would never put up with that, whereas a sim box will allow you to do pretty much anything. In the same way that, you know, Max Verstappen and Lando Norris were racing milk floats driven by elephants and all the other things that were going on there, you know, in the heart of lockdown. There were some great stories, weren't there? I'm trying to remember who it was.
Come on, Yarkawa. Push, push, push.
Girlfriend had to call them on their Twitch stream while they're in the middle of a game.
Oh, it was Leclerc, wasn't it?
Was it Leclerc? Yes, in Monaco. Because he was on the sim rig. His girlfriend was locked out of the apartment. He wasn't answering the doorbell, wasn't answering his phone. So she had to get on the Twitch stream that he was using to prove that it was him there and shouted him to come and let her in. Ah, deep joy. Well, at least we've avoided Class A drug references temporarily, so there's always that, isn't there?
You're improving.
I'm improving with age. A little flurry of pit stops in hypercar with the Peugeot number 94 and BMW number 15 having received service. Marty Jakobsen in 94 back out. Kevin Magnussen back out in car number 15. And again, you know, talking about our Genesis
Guys,
stationary, is that 19?
Yep.
Danny Honkadea. Now, they had to do a little reset on the car earlier. That's a really dangerous position to be in.
Yeah, especially with no lights on. You got the flashing green lights at the front, but looks like they're power cycling the car. But yeah, that is...
This is the second time this car has come to a grinding halt. Now... Oh, did we just hear it fire up?
Well, yeah, I think they're power cycling it.
Double yellows at Marshall Post 5.
Oh, that is very fortunate. That's not a place. Anthony, there are some
Marshall
places...
Post 5 is now clear. Marshall Post 5 is now clear.
Some places you don't want to be stationary in the dark. And the S is, I think, quite high up. Porsche curves higher still.
Let's have a listen to this one.
He's already dead stick there. He's just rolling. EV drive. Oh, right. So he's driving himself out of the way on pure electric power at that stage.
He did have combustion, and then it went to EV.
Yeah.
Well, it's good he still had enough battery remaining that he could start the car.
Get well off the racing line as well. And actually, yes, that's a really valid point, isn't it? Because you think, oh yeah, you know, I've still got a battery alternative, but in fact, yeah, is the starter battery separate from the EV power?
No, it's the hybrid main battery pack that starts the car.
Okay. All right. So yeah, just before that was happening, I was thinking about the parallels between Kevin Magnussen, started on pole, that car was in the hunt, then it wasn't, they're still grinding it out, and this man, Sebastian Bourdais, from being in contention for the win, jumping in the car, full of vim and vigour, ready to go, being rested, right, let's go and get this win, straight back in, power steering issue. They changed the control unit on the electric power steering, and he's back out, and it seems to be working fine now. And this will be, I guarantee, well, that's never failed before. And it always, because things that do fail regularly get updated and upgraded and improved and are serviceable. Things that never fail, they just don't. They're just built into the car, and that's where it stays. Conrad Larson right behind Lilou Wadou now, our other female driver in the race. And Lilou back in the number 150 Ferrari. Conrad Larson, the young Dane, giving chase. There they are, nose to tail. 150 is the Richard Mille racing team, run by AF Corsa. And Kessel Racing's car guy Ferrari, the 57 car, that's the second set of lights. Hypercar coming by them, breezing by the perfect place for the hypercar driver to catch any battle down the straight.
Yeah, it's where it's ideal. It's ideal for everyone, really. It's safest place to do it and least affected with lap time. But yeah, so it's 3 Ferraris in a row. In that, actually, just as I say that, Alessio Rovera has found his way past the number 87 because he's on an out lap. But it was the 3 Ferraris all travelling around in the same piece of racetrack together. So similar, or exactly the same percentage of fuel remaining for these two that we see on screen.
And you can just see there, actually, watching the speeds at the very top. Lila Wadu's Ferrari hitting the same speed, but a fraction earlier, Konrad Larsen, because he's in the turbulent air, and although that's not great for grip, laminar airflow, the solid wall of air that Lila Wadu is hitting, is very fractionally slowing her car's acceleration. So he's just towing up a fraction behind her, and that allows the car to stay in touch through the corners. So there's Lilu, that car number 150, those are the Brazilian colours that we've seen on that car in the daylight, and the bright yellow car guy Takeshi Kimura colours on the car behind of Konrad Larsen. 101 in and out of the pits. So we're back into a regular cycle of hypercar pit stops. There was Robert Kubica before taking over the 83 car, having a bit of a limber up.
Yeah, so it's Jordan Taylor at the wheel of the 101 Cadillac.
So much respect for all of these guys in the pit lane. This is the hardest 40 hours they will do in an entire year, because they are in here crack of dawn on Saturday. They're still packing up, 8, 10 o'clock at night on Sunday, and in between they don't leave. They do not leave the garage. So see the 78 Lexus there, the yellow liveried car with Adrian David making his first Le Mans start and his first in an LMGT3 car. Convert to the team this year, coming up from European Le Mans Series with some really strong race performances in LMP2 behind him. Adrian David has become very quickly a super fast LMGT3 driver. 22 United Autosports car. You can see on the fuel gantry the red, white and blue of United Autosports. That's their traditional livery. This car a very different coloured car, racing for diabetes. That's the reason for the different livery on the car. And a fresh set of Goodyear Eagles going on. Don't look much different. Unlike the Michelin, they don't have a different look in coat to the outside, but the stickers on them that tells the team and the tyre manufacturer what they are and what they do, very clearly evident. So service done for them. Edex Sport are in and gone as well, and Edex Sport have not quite sure what the reason was. Don't know why they have dropped down to 10th place from what was a long time lead in LMGT3, waiting for the 50 Ferrari to come in as well, and Miguel Molina arrives on cue.
Yeah, that was also the pole car, wasn't it, that has dropped down.
Yep.
In LMP2, driver change going on here in the hypercar category, down at Ferrari.
Nick Nielsen taking over from Miguel Molina. And again, their woes were early in the race. They knew they were consigned to grinding it out. This was not their year. And gradually, the fickle finger of fate has just touched one car and another and gone, it's not you. It's not you. But that's how it feels, isn't it? And we've just seen it happen to the 83 car. It was early on, it happened to the number 15 BMW. That incident, it's not your year. With the 50 Ferrari, it's not your year. Now then, driver change at Alpine as well for 35. Charles Milesi has done triple stint, quad stint potentially.
Well, that's Felix da Costa in, yes, after Milesi's quadruple.
Yeah, it felt like a long time he was in the car. And again, little design details you could do on this because it's not a spec formula. Look at those rear lights, the Alpine logo, beautifully incorporated. That's what this is all about, is even if you're using the same architecture of chassis as somebody else, you have your own powertrain development and you can make the car look the way you want it. And we talked to Ben Sayre earlier on yesterday evening about Ford's progress. They're coming in with chassis provider Orica, so that part of it will be vaguely in common with cars like the Genesis, but with a normally aspirated Ford V8. You know, it's going to be a Ford. It's going to look like a Ford as well. What Ford it's going to look like, not necessarily any Ford, in the same way that the Toyota isn't any Toyota, but it's got that family visage, the current generation of Toyota road car, the sort of sharp, angular light clusters and all that kind of stuff. And so those styling cues are no question, they're going to be very evident in the new Ford when it comes. And maybe it'll have a Ford name as well. Maybe we'll see a Capri out there racing, or
a pickup truck.
F100, all right, okay, yeah, maybe not.
That would be quite cool.
Years ago, I can remember walking down the pit lane with Jeremy Shaw when we were working together, and I said, that driver with his back to us just up there, who do you think that is? And I went, I don't know. I said, wait till he turns around. And when Nico Prost turned round, Jeremy, having never seen him before, went, oh, right, he's a Prost. And Jean Alesi's son there, Giuliano, in that mugshot, there's no question at all you're looking at very late Formula 3000, early Formula 1 Tyrrell vintage Jean Alesi. There was no denying that was his son, was there? No question at all about it. Really has the family look, as in fact does young Master Patrese as well. He looks exactly like his dad.
Well, there's a driver change just happened here down at Toyota. You would have seen Buemi taking over now from Hirakawa, back behind the wheel, and Buemi was absolute dynamite at the beginning of this race.
You can tell the daylight is starting to arrive now everywhere. Things are getting a little easier to see out of the car, and that sort of darkness into pool of light as you come past the pit area is going to be less and less noticeable every time.
So you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, the TF Sport number 33 Corvette back in the lead as they've cycled through these pit stops. And there's a great race going on here, isn't there? Number 33 versus 27. The heart of racing with we were riding on board with earlier on for that full lap and a half with Judy still at the wheel. Johnny Edgar is in car 33.
Dennis Marshall in third for Kessel Racing, but those three cars all owe a pit stop to the number 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Johnny Adam at the wheel of that car, that's done 19 stops now, as has the Team Qatar by Iron Links number 62 Mercedes, and that's the car we're looking at with Giuliano Alesi under pressure from Alessio Rovera. Rovera's Ferrari has done 18 stops as well, so there are a couple of cars there that have done 19, but most of them still on the same stop. You can see the purple back to the Qatar Racing Mercedes, illuminated. In fact, Rover is so close that actually the Ferrari's headlights have started to melt the paint on the back of the Mercedes.
Yeah, I've just seen, while we watched this battle, the Heart of Racing 27 car is over there, and that's the reason why, because 33 has pitted. I just thought, that's a bit close on track. They've overtaken one another, but no, they're separated by different fuel strategies. As speaking of fuel strategies, car 12, our race leader in the hypercar category, peels off into the pits.
So is the 20 car from second place. Number 8 just leaving as he came in, and Sebastian Buemi taking over the number 8 Toyota. Stand by for a 5-stint superhero effort from Buemi.
So Nato is going to stay in here, and they're not going to change tyres, because last time when he jumped in, they put a brand new set of softs on. So it'll be fuel only for our race leader.
And he is doing some of the heavy lifting at this stage, because as you saw there from the time graphics, he's done less than 3 hours in the car, whereas I can't remember which of his two teammates it was, is well over the 4.5 hour mark now. Lots of debris being pulled out of the cooling ducts of the Alpine of Victor Martin. Also in and out is Andre Lotterer. Stoffel van Dorn's Peugeot on pit road as well. As number 12 rejoins the race. Now, there was a 5.6 margin over the number 20 BMW, and that may have shrunk a fraction because the BMW 3 seconds quicker in the pit lane than Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. So 1 minute 16 stop for number 8 Toyota and the number 20 BMW, and a 1 minute 19 stop for the Cadillac.
I've just worked out, Martin, it's taken me this long for my brain to wake up after the nap earlier on. Worked out finally what car 8 did and 101 did and their drive-through penalties. So Hirakawa did his 9 laps, and I can see he came in to do a pit stop, but that was the drive-through. So he did the 9 laps, came in, served his drive-through penalty, and then he did 3 laps after that. Now it says 3 laps, but it's only obviously 1 flying lap.
Flying lap, in lap.
Exactly. And that's taken him up to his total of the 12 to 13 standard stint length. Then came in again, did a standard pit stop, because obviously you're not allowed to, in a drive-through, you're not allowed to stop and do a pit stop. So that was just the drive-through. So that explains what I'm seeing on the screen from what looks very out of the ordinary compared to your kind of regular 12, 13 lap stints. So then Hirakawa finished things off just now with that handover to Buemi with one final 12 lap stint. He's out the car, Buemi's taken over, and Cadillac did with the 101 exactly the same technique.
Ryo Hirakawa has done some very decent heavy lifting in that car, hasn't he? Again, impressed with the crew of both of these Genesis cars. Genesis Magma Racing, their first time at Le Mans ever. Only their 3rd race ever as a team. Orica built chassis, same as Ford will use, but as with Ford, Genesis developing their own power unit. It's essentially 2 of their 4-cylinder turbocharged Hyundai Rally engines on a common crankshaft, which makes it seem like it's something that you could probably knock up at home over a long weekend. I'm sensing there's more to it than that. But essentially the architecture of the engine is predominantly that of the rally car. Now then, this is an unexpectedly longer stop. So just examining the brakes while they have the opportunity to do so. But that's not necessarily why they're stopped. The right-hand door is open. So I'm not quite sure what we're waiting for with number 19.
Well, that's the car that had to do the power cycle, and it's clearly they're looking at the car from a telemetry point of view.
They've got a cable plugged in. You can see the mechanic holding it in there.
The umbilical cord plugged in, so they're either doing a data transfer to try to get to the bottom of this electronic glitch.
They're not doing their data uploads over the air, like in posh electric cars.
Now that's the next step, yeah.
It is the next step. Do you know, I was looking at yellow flags and blue flags, particularly blue flags, and I was thinking, with all the electronics we're using, we can't be far away from those illuminated panels being informed by clever electronics of what is coming towards them, so that if you've got a hypercar that's just ahead of an LMP2 car, it doesn't get a blue flag. But if you've got an LMP2 car just ahead of a hypercar, it does.
Speaking of flags, you see the yellow flags just popping up on our graphics. And on our timing screens, you can see at Marshall Post 28, it's cleared now, but there was that yellow flag, Marshall Post 28, on the exit of Arnage.
An access panel that's refusing to fit back into its orifice. Yeah, there you go. Tap it in. That's the final little click there where it actually drops into position. Then that self-tapper will hold it in place.
That was mere moments away from a hammer coming out, I feel, with Peugeot's trick. Oh, no.
Oh. That started and then immediately unstarted. This is really frustrating for the team and Danny Honkadea, and I'm sensing dollies.
Yeah, that's
not being thrown out of the pram by the driver, but being put under the car by the crew. The dolly wheels so that they can swivel it round. No, hang on a minute. No, it's going. As you were, it's not. Oh, what have they not done this time? So the data cable gets hooked back up. It will have had fuel when it arrived, so that's being tidied up.
No, there's clearly some kind of
cycling through something, aren't they? This is shades of the 51 Ferrari 3 years ago in its last couple of pit stops, isn't it? Where it's starting, it's not starting. Okay, and then now we're going to go through the checklist. Okay, so it's this, and it's that, and it's that.
This reminds me of many a team's first year in the World Endurance Championship with the hypercar category. Do you remember we used to see the Porsches stop on track quite often, BMWs power cycling the car, they'd get going again.
All sorts of fun stuff happening in the illuminated panel just in front of the rear wheels. All sorts of messages I've not seen before. Well, there, click, start, go, gone. As if the electronics are going, yeah, of course, what's the problem? Actually, yes. And this is so often the issue with a modern car. If it's not upside down, on fire, or missing wheels, it's an electronic issue, and that has definitely been the little bugbear for this number 19 car.
22 United Autosport came in to serve their stop.
Yeah. Sometimes motor racing can be very, very exciting. Sometimes it can be bitterly, bitterly frustrating.
Yeah, especially when it's electronics. You know, this hypercar category, particularly with the hybrid systems, can really be infuriating for the drivers and the teams, because it's just something you can't see, but it's a car stopper. Back on board with Robin Freins, pop to the inside of the GT before Tetra Rouge get back onto the racing line, and that's how it's done.
3.9 seconds off the race lead.
So he's dropped a little bit actually from Nato. Nato's done a great job in just eking out that extra second or so.
He has indeed. It's now out to 4.2 seconds. And this will yo-yo in traffic. It'll go up, it'll come down, this gap, depending on who hits what car when.
And Nato does have that one stint advantage less on his tyres compared to Freins.
And that's why his last stop was longer. 1 minute 30 stop for Mike Conway in Toyota number 7. Has he just got in there, or did he take over from Kamui a little bit beforehand? It was a fresh set of tyres for number 7 Toyota. Car number 51 from 5th position in the pits for James Calado. And this is our lead battle. Cadillac's sole remaining untroubled car, Norman Nato, in the 12, ahead of BMW's remaining untroubled number 20.
So Freins doing a good job actually now knowing what we know about the difference of tyre age, to be hanging on to the back of car 12. And thumbs up down in the BMW garage, but the Cadillac 38 back in the garage.
And Bourdais out of the car. Now, they changed the control unit for the electric power steering previously. That obviously has not been how you say, a fix. But nobody's looking very much at the front of the car. There's lots of peering going into the back, and the engine cover is off. In fact, almost every removable panel is off the car. Whatever ails the number 38 now you start to think this might be the end of the road for it.
There's just a lack of urgency around the car, isn't there?
Yeah.
And that's understandable, as they've now dropped, where are they? Nine laps down, and all kinds of wires being plugged into the car. This looks like more diagnostics happening rather than a fix.
This is post-mortem already, isn't it? This is not, we're in a hurry to get back out. That is done. That may be our first, and so far only, hypercar retirement. I'm going to hold off on the marker of doom. So far it has struck off the number 13 Autosport Corvette, the 61 Iron Lynx Mercedes of the unfortunate Martin Berry, 54 Ferrari rather, Francesco Castellacci getting contact from behind and off in the gravel in the S's, and a second Mercedes fell by the wayside. Number 79 car from Iron Lynx, Lynn Hodanius at the wheel. That car has gone as well, hors de combat. So 4 cars retired, all in LMGT3. Meanwhile, this battle between the 007 Aston and the 35 Alpine, battle of the top speeds. And Tom Gamble at the wheel of the Aston, not featuring as a front-running car in the way, Anthony, I think that we perhaps suspected that they might, if there was a track we thought that should really play to the strengths of the Aston Martin, this should be it.
Yeah, I really thought they would have a more competitive. I mean, it's funny as how we've shifted our expectation of that team. If it was last year, we'd be saying, wow, an Aston Martin inside the top 10, currently running P9, and the other one's still going. This has been a great event, but it shows what we've become accustomed to expecting from that team. And we thought, based on their performance in Spa, that this circuit would suit their car even more, but it seems to just be, not even quite achieving the speed they had at the last World Endurance Championship race.
I have to say, ditto our thoughts for Peugeot, which just shows how little we really understand of this whole thing.
Well, I mean, it's way more disappointing for them. I'd say their fall from where they were in Spa has been a lot greater than Aston Martin's Valkyrie. So, that has been a miserable time for them. They've just been plumb last the whole time through every practice session, qualifying, faces like thunder in the garage by all the team and drivers. I mean, that is as hard as it is for car 38. I would take what's happened with car 38 every time over what Peugeot have had to endure this week, this because at least you've been in the fight and you've had a fast car, and okay, this year wasn't your year, but at least it's been fun.
Right now, and I think for a while, Sebastian Bourdais will definitely argue you on that.
No.
On board with the 83 car, just to the left-hand side of the Robert Kubica banner, there is how you engage gravel mode. See the details there of it?
Yeah, the whole list of...
for the driver, that's excellent.
And that's not obviously there for when you're driving around at these speeds. That's when the car, that's a survival mechanism. That's get the car back and start studying. You're told this stuff before getting in the car, but you have the real essential items of information plastered all around the cockpit.
Yeah. Multi-13, race 3 on, full clutch, pull clutch, engage first gear, ice on, put 15% throttle and slowly release clutch together.
So this is Kubica closing in on
position, isn't it?
Yeah, this is closing in on Jordan Taylor, and Kubica's got the tyre advantage at this stage, so it will be just a matter of time. He's got 2 stints younger, fresher tyres here.
Well, he only took over, how many, 8 laps ago, 9 laps ago? He's fresh into the car, the tyres are fresh on the car.
So the Kubica, he's coming towards the end of his first stint, where he had 3 soft tyres, both fronts and right rear, and the left rear, the tyre that does the most work, is medium.
Whereas Jordan is getting towards the end of he's sort of in a triple although with stops, because they had that drive-through penalty to serve. So that's a sort of, quote, a stop, although it wasn't. And we must remember that later, because he's on 19 stops, as is the number 8 Toyota. In both cases, it was because of a drive-through penalty for full course yellow infringement. So number 8 Toyota a little further up the road than 101. You'd have to say at this stage, maybe down... Actually, you'd have to say at this stage, any car that's on the lead lap could still end up on the podium. That goes down to 9th place, Victor Martin. He's still on the lead lap. 007, Harry Tingle in the pit lane and back out again now. Actually might still be on the lead lap, depending on how the pit stop cycles end up in another 10 and a quarter hours, because that's how many we've got to go. And it is daylight now, pretty much, isn't it?
Yeah, the cameras always make it look a little bit lighter than what the human eye detects, but yeah, it's well, 5:45 in the morning.
Well, and in the middle of June, I mean, if you were at home, you know the birds would be tweeting and it would be light outside, and you'd be going, for goodness sake, why am I awake this early? Well, this weekend of the year, we know why. Any other weekend of the year, we're going, oh, like, you know, go back to sleep, birds, for goodness sake. Here we are.
You just get new windows, mate. Like, it's single glazing for you, is it? Or what?
Do you sleep with them? Do you sleep with them nailed shut then? Do you?
Yeah, of course I do.
Of course you do. What, for aerodynamic efficiency? House is quicker if the windows are wound up tight.
You don't know me that well yet, do you?
I have a driver's net as well. Now then, talking about Ferraris, look at this. 1, 2, 3. The Kessel Racing Ferrari just carved straight by the 74 car. Has 74 just come out of the pits? No.
Is that the same Ferrari that did the dive bomb into the Indianapolis turn 10?
So 57, the car, the bright yellow car, still with Conrad Larson at the wheel, the 20-year-old Dane, whoosh, straight through, and he's gone by Dustin Plattner. Now, there has been a change of driver in that 74 car, and Dustin Plattner is their lower graded driver, isn't he? He's their bronze driver, and so perhaps not quite so much of a surprise that the 74 car has gone by. Conrad Larson, I think, bear with caller, I think he's probably up to gold status by now. Is he only a silver? Let's have a look. 77, 74. I'm looking at this fabulous tome created by Shea Adam over many, 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 many hours, which gives me chapter and verse on everybody. Dustin Plattner is their bronze, 40-year-old American. Doesn't say where from. USA, that's a bit vague. That's a bit vague. Shea's in the room, so I'm raising her up and then running her over with the bus in the same sentence. So she'll be joining us in a little while, I think, up and down the pit lane. Harry Tingle, 007 Aston Martin, still on the outlap. The only car that has been in the pit lane recently and left, because the 38 car is shown as parked, not yet as R. But I'm afraid first non-LMGT3 retirement looks pretty certain to be that 38 car. Meanwhile, this mass of arguing, squabbling Ferraris, Lila Wadu would be the next target for Conrad Larson. In LMP2, this is an Alpine catching the... Is that 183? It is, isn't it?
Whoa, round it goes.
Round it goes.
Well avoided.
I'm looking to see who was at the wheel of 183. It was Mathieu Vaxivière. It was, yes, there's the bright yellow of Vaxivière's helmet.
Oh dear, that's not the kind of... it's not what you'd expect from Vaxivière.
Not what you've been hired for, son.
An out of character mistake. Used to be, ironically, with the Alpine right behind him, he used to be a works Alpine driver for Hypercar. So that was Felix da Costa in car 35, right behind him.
Was he was Rebellion as well before that, wasn't he? I'm trying to think, that you were driving at that stage, so you probably weren't paying any attention. I mean, not
less
you weren't paying any
attention than normal, you mean?
but not paying attention to necessarily who was in what other car. Sorry, that I pushed you under a bus there almost as it was reversing off Shea. Marco Sorensen, by the way, 009 Aston, under investigation for passing under double yellow flags. As away goes the number 7 Toyota. Mike Conway stays in, no tyres there, just fuel service.
Yes, he was in the car last stint round. He took over from Kobayashi, and hence still on those soft tyres that were on in his previous stop. So that was fuel only. And car 7 and 8 trading places now every time they do the cycle through their pit stops.
And in comes the Ferrari Tango. Lilo Adu just ahead of Conrad Larson.
That was a good fight, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They've been pretty much nose to tail this entire stint, the two of them.
You're now super aware of Conrad Larson, aren't you?
I am.
Now, it's not a regular season entry, the 57 car, but next time you see his name on the entry list, you'll be going, oh, yeah, God, what's it, doesn't he? Oh, and this, yeah, no, exactly. That one dive bomb, that got a proper tick in Anthony's book. That's the sort of thing, those are the little nuggets that stay in your memory. Takeshi Kimura takes over, Mr. Car Guy. So he takes over from Conrad Larson, as we said, Brazil's Daniel Serra.
Just explain what Car Guy is again, for those that don't know.
I don't know what they do, but it is his company, and they're based in Japan, just outside the Fuji Speedway, aren't they? Are they? I mean, I don't know if it's a race team or a tuning team. This is where we need Graham Goodwin, or Japan expert Anthony Davidson, who's getting Wikipedia out.
Exactly, yeah, standby caller.
So it's very easy to be smug when somebody else is doing the talking and you're, now then, change on pit lane, and out goes the Car Guy car in front of 150, the Richard Mille car. Now, both are being operated, all Ferraris are being operated by AF Corsa, the blanket operation of everything in Ferrari world, because AF Corsa are predominantly responsible for operating the hypercars as well. The scars of battle on these cars, there's even a tear-off being torn off the headlights on the Cadillac. That's the sort of attention to detail we're looking at. Why are we cleaning the headlights? For exactly the same reason they keep them clean on your road car, because they do help you see. Ditto windscreens. Look at the mass of rubber on that radiator grille. That's why you have that mesh to stop the radiator itself clogging up with muck.
Yeah, it's so important to keep all of the aerodynamic parts of the car and the radiators clear of any rubber pickup. It can cause overheating, and obviously if it's on the aerodynamic flick-ups, you can really start to take away downforce and cause more drag as well.
Good battle here for 6th position in LMGT3 as we ride on board with Timo Boguslavski on fresh tyres and fresh in to the 91 Manthey Porsche. Ben Green is the target. That's his tail lights in front. So Ben Green on stint number 2 in the TF Sport Corvette. Now, this is not the 33 car. This is car number 2. So this is, again, a Le Mans only entry, and this is the car being run for its Malaysian driver, predominantly Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim, with Lorcan Hannafin and Ben Green in the car. So this is the, you know, we've got a red and black Corvette. You and I, Anthony, being of a certain history of endurance racing, know that all Corvettes are historically yellow and black. There's a red and black Racing Team Turkey Corvette, and there is the blue Corvette just in front of us, car number 2, which Ben Green is driving at the moment, and that car is currently in 6th position, but it is our target.
I like how aggressively Boguslavski whacks the upshift paddle on there with right hand side. You see his hands just, it's funny, so I like seeing different drivers' techniques and just the aggression he's got going on here. Look, it's just as he approaches Porsche curves, he stays
Toyota hypercar driver always does that. Always looks like he.
Oh, it's Kamui, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, Kamui does that. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, just an instinctive thing that they do, but
no subtlety in it. It's all like
no.
Whack, whack, whack. So on board with Timo Boguslavski, tyre advantage over Ben Green.
Toyota comes flying by before that final chicane, and we peel off into the pits. Does Boguslavski into that tricky chicane, left-right chicane, and then you've got the pit lane speed limit at you here, 60 kph, slow it down before the line.
That's not a Goodyear blimp. That's just that's actually a barrage balloon. The Le Mans 24-hour barrage balloon. So 62 in the pit lane. This is the Qatar, Team Qatar by Iron Lynx, the remaining Mercedes now. Hello, hello. Some Hardy fans. There used to be always pictures of fans fast asleep across seats in the grandstand. When I first came here, Anthony, when I were a lad, in the olden days, with the old building, there was a concrete ledge above the first floor, or on the first floor, above the garages over the pit lane. And I can remember seeing people, fans, asleep on that, lying down on a concrete ledge about a third of the width of a mattress. How they didn't stir in their sleep, roll off and plummet onto the, and nobody ever did. But I mean, Anthony looked at me askance there as I mentioned that, and that was exactly my thinking as well. You can see here a combination of watching with bleary eyes and dead to the world, sound deadening headphones on as well. That's how my journey at Le Mans, not with noise cancelling headphones, but just lying asleep in a field.
Look at that. Yeah. I mean, that is some... I've seen some dedicated fans, but my goodness.
They got their position sort of 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock on Saturday morning, and they're still there.
And that young lad to the left looks like he's got his binoculars out as well. Look at that, it's great. Great sight.
Got a head torch on. Won't need that anymore, so that can go back in the rucksack.
Brilliant.
You can actually
stuff.
see where you're going if you need a wee now. Antonio Felix da Costa in traffic. It's okay. It's prosaic, but you know you need these things. Parting LMP2 car and Felix da Costa, 6th position, still on the lead lap, and just 1 second behind Mike Conway. That's the set of lights that's immediately closest to us. Conway pulls out from Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz goes straight by the, trying to figure out what light cluster that is from behind. Is that a Ferrari? No, that was a Lexus, I think. So that's the target. And Anthony, I mean, you know Antonio really well, having been his teammate and everything, but being in this position, there's nothing a driver needs more than to see the car in front coming closer to put you up to 11 and nudging 12 on the aggressive-ometer.
Absolutely, it more than spurs you on when you're in the fight and you know you're quick and you're catching the car in front. It's somehow, although you always try to drive to your 100%, your maximum, somehow gives you this extra speed that you can just start to just dig even deeper to catch that car in front, and you know you're putting them under pressure by doing that, and you're waiting and looking for any small signs of weakness, any mistakes that creep in from the car in front. But obviously Conway, a hardened pro himself, that's not likely to happen.
Well, Antonio is catching 1.6 seconds 2 laps ago, only 0.4 quicker on the last lap. But look at that, over the last 3 laps, he's caught over 4 seconds.
Yeah, so Conway's out there, still on his same set of tyres from before. We watched Conway's pit stop, didn't we? And Da Costa's coming to the end of his first stint.
No, I'm not reading that correctly. Da Costa is catching Conway. That's what we heard first. Antonio Felix da Costa catching Mike Conway in the Toyota, but as the graphic changed that we were just looking at, what it showed was that the third car in that shot, the Ferrari of James Calado, is catching them both at a faster rate than Antonio Felix da Costa has caught Mike Conway. So Conway is going to be the stopper in the bottle here. There's the Toyota, there's the Alpine, pause, there's the Ferrari. And Conway is under pressure here. Da Costa knows sees he's getting closer to Conway, so there's the spur, but behind, the same is spurring on James Calado in that 51 Ferrari. You just saw it at the bottom of the shot, and he's so much closer now in that shot than he was coming out of Arnage. He's reeling in them both at a prodigious rate. He's right with them now.
And it's surprising what Calado's doing here, because he's on the oldest tyres of the lot. So there's no reason why Calado should really be catching these two as he is. But Conway, it looks like he's just, since he's started this second stint, looks like he's just struggling for speed to get back up to speed.
Going by the McLaren of Antares Al. Neither of the Garage 59 McLarens has had much in the way of good fortune. Antares Al, number 10 car down in 17th, number 58 car, their other car, Alexander West, down in 19th position. But look at this, battle is joined. What the perfect time, arrive and drive now for the Ferrari driver, James Calado. He's coming right up behind these guys with greater speed and arrives behind Antonio Felix da Costa on the exit of Tertre Rouge.
It's not Calado, it's the Genesis.
Is that the Genesis?
Yeah, it's the Genesis.
Oh, yes, you're right. Calado's 7.5 seconds back. So that's, well, hang on a minute. So that's the number 17 Genesis.
Yeah, and that
Andre Lotterer.
Lotterer, he took new tyres in that in his last stint as well. So, but you know,
the old boy is flying. He's going to start unlapping himself from these guys.
He is.
By the way,
flying.
that number 17 Genesis, 11th overall, but the 83 Ferrari ahead doesn't score manufacturer's points, so they are in a points-paying position for Genesis in their first race at Le Mans.
That was a really unfortunate place for da Costa to catch that GT car, the BMW. Conway just slipped through, and da Costa thought about it but couldn't, and once again Conway gets through into the braking zone, and da Costa has to sit there again. So you see how you can lose so much time, and Conway once again pulls away. So da Costa clearly has got the speed as the fastest lap set by Norman Nato, flying up in front of a 326.
You know what? The thing with these guys, I mean, first of all, this is a 2-goal lead. You're 10 seconds up the road, but with 10 hours to go, you're not relinquishing anything. This is either this car's going to win or it's going to break, but we're going to drive the wheels off it, because that's what you have to do to win. I can remember back in the days of Group C when Mazda won, every pit stop, there was no pit lane speed limit at this stage, every pit stop, the 3 drivers had the engine on, in gear, lots of revs before it was ever dropped off the air jacks, and they took off from the pit lane every stop as if it was the start of a Formula 1 Grand Prix, and it was either going to win or break, and in the end it didn't break. But that's I feel where Cadillac is. If Norman Nato is banging in these laps, you talked about happy hour, cool track temperatures, cool air temperatures. You know, if you've got a good tyre under you, you can see much more. You can see the debris and all of that, but you're making those judgments even better than in the night time. This is often where the fastest laps of the race will happen. And Nato's, he's in a very happy place right now in that car, isn't he?
He really is, but you know, all the drivers will be pushing to their 100%. and Da Costa's showing that as well as we focus in on him. But I'm really impressed by Genesis and Lotterer keeping up with that trio right now as well.
Catching up this trio, because these are cars that have got a lot of race miles under them, that are really well developed, whose teams absolutely understand them. And Lotterer, again, I'm not going to say in the autumn of his career, but certainly not in the first flush of youth. With no disrespect, he is absolutely flying. And boy, isn't he enjoying this journey with Genesis Magma Racing as well. Confirmation, as we suspected, if you're investigating a driver for passing under double yellows, the chances are that there's lots of video evidence to support it, and there is a drive-through heading the way of 009 Aston Martin. Marco Sorensen earned it, and I'm afraid is going to have to serve it. And that's probably double-waved yellows when we saw that lurid spin for Mathieu Vaxivière. There have just been a couple of incidents in the last hour or so. That might have been one of them. 101, where Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac has just left the pit lane, and they have put in their magic bullet, Philippe Albuquerque. I'm now trying to remember what... Oh, the Taylor Torpedo. That was the nickname I was looking for. He's known as the Taylor Torpedo. Not because they launch him and he hits things, but because he's so fast. 44, the Felbermeyer family LMP2 car, having fewer woes in the race than it did at any other time, which is probably the way you'd prefer it. They're not in the points yet, or not in the top 10 yet, but they are in the LMP2 Pro-Am battle. They're currently in 6th place. Conway under pressure now.
Da Costa's going to do this. Sent it down the inside. No, Conway hangs on round the outside. That was close. I thought the extra speed that this Alpine's got in the straight line was going to see Da Costa through, but Conway, nice and aggressive, gave him room on the inside, but hung it round the outside to claim the right part of the track for turn 10, Indianapolis. But Da Costa's giving him massive pressure right now.
So they go around Lorenzo Fluxer in the number 44 car, and Andre Lotterer gets held up behind the LMP2 car as they come into the Porsche curves. But more trouble is the Qatar by Iron Lynx Mercedes in front of Mike Conway, and that's going to hold him up as well. A chance for Antonio Felix da Costa, maybe as they get to the Ford chicane. Not quite close enough.
Hurts Da Costa a little bit more there because Conway could get back onto the racing line. Da Costa had to stay on the marbles on the inside, so that he's into the pits, and we're robbed of that nice fight that was going on there for a while. But
for a moment or two.
Yeah.
When is the Toyota due in? Because you can bet that fight has not left Antonio Felix da Costa. He'll be staying in anyway.
Another 5 laps. We have to wait.
009. This is not its drive-through, so this is a regular stop, although there is still a drive-through to be served by Marco Sorensen. So he stays in.
For Jordan Taylor, there's got to be no better feeling in the world than seeing the sun start to come up and knowing you still have a shot at an overall win at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. How is the number 101 Cadillac?
Yeah, I think it's okay. I mean, we're kind of out of sequence a little bit with the strategy and pit stop, so I don't know, depending on the timing, we're bouncing around in the top 5, top 8. Yeah, it's hard to say. So I think track position is pretty important around here. It's tough to follow other cars, so 10 hours to go, you know, it's a long way to go. A lot can still happen, so we'll just kind of keep clicking off the laps, executing the pits, and yeah, we'll see where we are, you know, with 2 to 3 hours to go.
You've won this race in class before. Is it a lot harder to sleep when you have a shot at the overall win?
It's all relative. I think when you have a shot to win at Le Mans in any class, it's pretty special. So it's nice to make it through the night, you know, with the car in one piece and in contention. And yeah, now we can kind of focus on working the race from the end and yeah, hopefully racing for the win, you know, in about 10 hours.
Good luck.
Thank you.
to be right on board with Victor Martin. Down towards the second chicane now. And he's just popped his drinks bottle tube onto the right-hand side, just attaching it to the headrest. So that means he must be due in a few laps. That's a good place to do it. Down towards that chicane, a nice straight line. I'm just looking at, yep, he's on lap 12. Last time around, last stint he did 12 laps as well. So I think we saw one of the Toyota drivers do that earlier on as well, and they were directly into the pit. So yes, you have to get the preparations on. You're reminded by your engineer as well to disconnect drinks tube. Last thing you want to do is get out of the car and everything's still connected, radio still connected, drinks. It does happen, but at least you got a nice long lap here at Le Mans to get all those things done. And you have to remember as well as driver to loosen his seat belts before unbuckling the seat belts before handing over to the next driver, just so it makes the driver change easier for the crew that help the drivers rotate around. Fresh set of tyres going on for car 8. The soft tyres still. And I wonder when we're going to get to the point where you start seeing the crossover onto the mediums once again.
I would think that's going to be a good 2 or 3 hours.
Should imagine.
You've got to get, all right, the sun's creeping above the tree line, but you've got to get that heat of the sun into the tarmac to start bringing that overnight low temperature up. So there's always that time delay. Where are we now? 6:10, I think 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning, maybe before the tarmac temperature comes up. I mean, the air temperature's only 14 degrees at the moment, so yeah, the earth temperature will be largely the same.
It was 27, wasn't it, the last time? Well, before sunset.
Yep.
I remember seeing 27 degrees when they were all on medium and hard tyres. So it just goes to show what that temperature change does to the team's strategy.
And it's not so much the air temperature, it's the effect the sun has on the tarmac, heating the tarmac, and obviously at night, not. So that's when the air temperature, the chill air allows the heat to rise out of the tarmac, and that cools down. The earth fluctuates a little less, but tarmac, because of the color of it and the oily consistency of it as well, does get heated up more quickly. Driver change in the Alpine garage, so that was Victor Martin completing his stints.
Jules Gounon in.
So another driver who had a brief single-seater career. That was by design, not by accident. I can remember seeing Jules making his debut in the Spa 24 Hours a number of years ago.
Is our race leader.
Yeah.
Norman Nato out. Slap to Will Stevens. Go on, son. Get in there.
Go and get them. There's that. I mean, and this was actually the feeling in the 38 car, wasn't it? You know, we're in this.
Yeah,
Go
absolutely.
on, get in. And now, boom, that's gone.
It's always good. You see that, the driver that gets out so fired up, still full of all that adrenaline and energy, and you want to pass that on to your teammate getting out, wake up, get into there.
Yeah.
And not that they need it, but it's a nice way to... It's just that team game between the driver crew. I used to love that. Just, you know, that last thing you do with your teammate that night, that slap, just say, you know, go get him like I was. It's passing on the baton.
There you go. All the spirit of the departure from the pit lane for Will Stevens. This could be huge for Cadillac, couldn't it? Really could be, but they're not the only dog in the fight. Here's really, you know, one of 3 who we think are circling the carcass, and this is the number 20 car from BMW.
Wasn't the cleanest of stops though. Look, unhappy scenes down at BMW, and I saw some sparks flying from the left front. I wonder what that was all about with the lollipop man.
Yeah, I don't know. René Rast at the wheel.
I hope that was you know, enough fuel went in and the wheels are on properly. It's just when you see a bit of upset with the team of mechanics like that.
and also looking at the pit wall and remonstrating with somebody on the pit wall.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a worry. René Rast just taking that car over from Robin Freins. Driver change as well at the 93 Peugeot team. Stoffel van Dorn walks stiffly away from the car. There's not that ebullience in this driver lineup. They knew early on they were going to grind this out just to finish the race with no prospect realistically of anything else.
Yeah, they're taking part, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's all they're doing at Peugeot.
And actually Peugeot as a program is currently treading water. They are waiting for the 27 season to start and a brand new car. This development of their original concept has not had enough latitude in it to be able to really transform their fortunes. There have been a couple of brief moments where there's been a spark of excellence, but that's been too little and too seldom to really lift their spirits. 74 in the pit lane. And this is one of our fleet of Kessel Racing Ferraris. Daniel Blattner stays in the car. The bronze-graded driver now came in the darkness, but dark through into light. And this makes so much sense. You give your bronze driver every opportunity to perform to his best. Don't stick him in the middle of the night, in the dark, in the rain.
Yeah, we used to do that.
Ice. No. That's what you've got the platinums and the golds for.
Yeah, we used to do that similar kind of thing when I did LMP2, and that was even with a silver driver. You wouldn't want them to be driving, and they didn't want to drive through the night. As I said before, you know, that's... Oh, we've got a car off. Number 62. Where is that? In the final chicane?
Yeah, it's the final bit of the final chicane, so he's literally just run out wide and smoking from the left rear. That's going to be a very long way back. He's got a left rear puncture.
Is that the reason why he went off, or is that
cause or effect?
Yeah.
It's Giuliano Alessi. Now, we talked about the punch on the number 15 BMW. That could not be worse. Now, it actually looks like there's still air in the tyre, but that is tyre rub. It's chassis again, isn't it? It's exactly what we saw from the 61 car when they parked it. There is a failure in the left rear suspension. There's air in the tyre, but the wheel is not still in the same place. And I don't know what took out the 79 Mercedes, but I'm suggesting that this is not the first time we've seen an AMG Mercedes with this left rear failure. It is the hardest work corner of the car.
Exactly the same. The wheel wobbling around all over the place.
Yeah. Remember that? We saw it coming down into
Arnage.
into Arnage out of Indianapolis. And as soon as Martin Berry touched the wheel, despite the fact that the road was straight and the next corner was right, he was steering hard left on opposite lock to catch the slide. And
I mean, this...
And they retired the car on the spot.
Don't really like seeing the car getting driven out. A puncture, that's one thing. You can keep the car in a straight line with a puncture, but with a wheel wobbling around, suspension failure or whatever down the Mulsanne straight, it's uncomfortable to watch, I think.
And he's not really going at a pedestrian speed either. Look at this, he's trying to stay out of the way, but he's actually really going still very quickly.
I know, I think that's a different load of cars. They're much further back.
Slow zone 9 deployed. Slow zone 9 deployed. All cars must bear completely to the right at MP 35.
Right, that is entirely separately. That's in the Porsche curves.
Totally to the right in the last corner at MP 35 and MP 1. We are marshals cleaning the track at MP 35. All cars bear totally to the right. All cars bear totally to the right. Slow down at MP 35. Marshals exposed, cleaning the track.
So that is the gravel that was dragged back on by the Mercedes.
All cars bear totally to the right.
So race director, there you can see the marshals getting out there and sweeping. And that's why this is vigorously waved yellows and the slow zone leading up to it. So nobody is coming through here quickly.
All cars bear totally to the right.
Well, they are trying to, but you've got to make that apex.
All cars bear totally to the right.
But of course, the race director is doing everything possible to underline. And this is, the drivers aren't hearing this, but the pit walls are. And so it now, right, stay to the right. There are people in the track. That's what it's about.
The problem is, that final corner, you can still spin the car when you're on an 80 kph pit, when you're on this speed limit, the full course yellow button. That's what you do when you're in the slow zone. You slow down for that portion of the track, you hit the full course yellow button on the steering wheel, that slows you down, or you slow down and it caps you. And another car on the gravel.
Porsche curves and into the gravel, and it back out. And that's the Forestier Racing by TDS car, by Panis car.
All cars bear totally to the right in the last corner. All cars bear totally to...
And that's irrelevant in terms of where the slow zone is. He was catching a 3-wide LMGT3 battle and is again now. But that bright yellow car guy Ferrari was in a multi-car battle.
So what I like about the full course yellow button is it caps the car to 80 kilometers an hour. So it's not like a virtual safety car in F1 where you stick to a delta, so you can therefore go faster or slower.
All cars to bear totally to the right at MP35.
And the reason why there's such urgency in the race director's voice there is because you know that you can still spin.
Cleaning the track at MP35. All marshals must bear completely to the right.
So there you saw, actually that was the car guy Ferrari getting onto the dirt in the battle with 150, and that's the battle that we saw before the last round of pit stops. But the 57 car, the car guy Ferrari, just drifting out onto the dirt and then moving even further left as it ran out of grip. But Forestier Racing by Panis dodge that bullet through the gravel trap, came out the other side onto terra firma. Seemingly no damage done, so that was a get out of jail free card. And when things like that happen, but they don't trip you up, you go, ooh, okay, all right, maybe this is our time. Esteban Masson at the wheel of that 29 car did a really good job to just not panic, straight across the gravel, get it onto the tarmac on the far side and rejoin the race. Back with Malte Jakobsen at the wheel of the 94 Peugeot, which is now in 13th place.
We will be removing slow zone 9 at 6:23.
Just gonna say, did everyone...
30 seconds to remove slow zone 9.
Has everyone had a lap through the slow zone? Because otherwise, in a pretty...
20 seconds to remove slow zone 9.
In a pretty short-lived zone, then you can lose a lot of time that way.
Oh, that's very uncomfortable from the AF Corsa team, releasing 183.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Slow zone 9 has been removed. Slow zone 9 has been removed.
It feels like that was 2 or 3 minutes of slow zone. So pretty much a lap for everybody.
Yeah, the hypercar runners at least are all on the same time separation between them. So they all had a lap through it, and now it's obviously been removed. I wonder if it was the right thing to do. Maybe just the cars alone would have swept the stones away. Look at that.
Yeah.
Unsafe release.
Yeah, and that car was trying to come around the CrowdStrike Racing by APR car that incidentally leads in Pro-Am. So that car number 183, we saw the spin earlier on from Mathieu Vaxivière. They've just put Francois Perrodo in the car, but they released him a fraction ambitiously right into the path of the number 7 Toyota, and that will definitely be reported by the ACO officials in the pit lane and examined. So both Genesis Magma Racing cars are still going. Number 19 just completing its outlap, Danny Hunkadea. That was him we just saw coming out of the final corner, the now cleaned final corner. That car down in 15th place. But 17, Andre Lotterer still circulating quickly in 11th place overall. For the manufacturer, though, 10th place, because the 83 Ferrari, Phil Hansen at the wheel in 8th place. It's a private entry. It does not score manufacturer's points. So right now, everybody behind that 8th place car picks up effectively 1 place for manufacturer's points. And so Gounon, Tincknell, Lotterer, Sorensen, everybody else closer to the points. But Andre in a points-paying position, not for drivers, but for the manufacturers. 62 makes it back to the pit lane, and I wonder whether it will reappear.
Shake of the head by the driver.
Body language of the driver there.
About to get in, but I think you might not be getting in at all.
I think that's Abdullah Al Khalifa. And I think you're right. I mean, we've seen certainly 1, if not 2. There's the big groove that the bodywork has worn in the tyre. Certainly 1, if not both, of the previous AMG retirements have been.
Hey, it broke going over the left curve, didn't it?
Didn't it, though? That real angle, not as the designer intended. Spun through the gravel. Yeah. So that's an upper suspension arm of some kind that is braking and allowing the wheel just to pitch away from the car. And I'm afraid for Iron Lynx, this has absolutely been a Le Mans to forget. And I think that is it done. When at Hampton 61, it was on-the-spot retirement. Okay, we have a chassis problem, we are out. And I sense that this might be the 3rd Mercedes to retire. So Giuliano Alesi on his debut. Again, Dad's helmet livery there, isn't it? Look at that. It's a chrome version of the old man's bone dome, but, well, a sad way to end any Le Mans, but especially your debut. You'd at least hope to get to the finish, wouldn't you, in your first ever Le Mans, to have that full experience, you know, the crowd at the end and finishing the race. I'm afraid for the entire Iron Lynx flotilla, that is not to be the case.
That slow zone that was caused by that failure has now had a knock-on effect that other drivers are getting pinged potentially for misdemeanors under going too quickly, basically speeding under the slow zone. So car 83, the Robert Kubica number 83 Ferrari car, under investigation, as is the number 27 LMGT3 car Aston Martin, currently being driven by Ian James. They're under investigation too for procedures under the slow zone.
And that's probably more germane because they are cycling in and out of the lead, both Heart of Racing Astons, 23 and 27. Ian James has just pitted. Now, that's not for a penalty, that's for service. The 83 car, Phil Hansen at the wheel, as you said, we were notified a moment or 2 ago. There you go, under the Goodyear Bridge, into the rising sun, sweeping down through the S's. So you do get these sort of little glimpses, but you're not heading... The real view always of the sunset is that canal of trees heading up to Indianapolis, where there's basically this dark wall of green and the ball of the sun sitting right in front of you. There's Ian James, standard service, in and out. Both these Heart of Racing Astons really looking like contenders from the very beginning. More under investigation. Daniel Blattner in the 74 Lexus, and 37 Ian Aguilera. So Ian Aguilera in the 37 LMP2 car, CLX Motorsport, that he shares with Adrian Comeniel and Theodor Jensen. And that car is currently in 6th in LMP2 in the hands of Aguilera. Service for 007, the Aston of Harry Tincknell. See, still with the soft tyre on. the white sidewall. The S just to confirm to everybody when it's stationary that it is the soft tyre. So the Aston remains on the soft, and again, it's going to be an hour or two probably before the need to move onto a medium.
Yeah, they took those tyres last time around, so fuel stop only for the Valkyrie. Ticknell stays on board.
Away he goes to that fabulous sounding Cosworth designed Aston Martin, normally aspirated V12.
Yeah, I was up with some guests earlier on, overlooking the pit lane. First time they've ever been to Le Mans, first time they've seen these cars in the World Endurance Championship, and the Valkyrie came past actually during the warm-up, and the Valkyrie came past, and you should have seen their faces light up.
Well, we were like kids in the candy shop, weren't we, in Qatar, in the prologue, the first time that the car was out on track. It's such a great sound. Cadillac Hertz Team Jota leading narrowly from the number 21 BMW M Team WRT car, with Toyota number 8 in third place. Still on the lead lap, the number 101 Cadillac from Wayne Taylor Racing, number 7 Toyota, number 35 Alpine, number 51 and 83 Ferraris, and the 36 Alpine. First car off the lead lap, the 007 Aston, the better of the two Genesis Magma Racing cars. 11th place overall in hypercar, but in 10th and scoring manufacturers' points. Duquesne still lead as they cycle back to the front of LMP2, ahead of the pair of Interpol cars. A gravelly moment, a narrowly avoided disaster for Forestier Racing by Panis. Proton Competition's number 9 car, which was nothing but trouble in practice and qualifying, seems to have tidied his act up and is in 5th place currently. TF Sport lead in LMGT3 from the two Heart of Racing Aston Martins, the 21 and 74 Ferraris, with the Acodis Challenge fading through the night time. Mantai's number 1 car, which had its woes as well, starting to climb back up the order. That is still a potential contender. We've just seen drama for the 62 Mercedes. The last running car is the 92 Benz Manthey Porsche, and the final 4 cars, the 2 Mercedes from Iron Lynx, the 54 AF Corsa Ferrari, and a 13 Autosport Corvette, all posted as retirements. And I sense that the 62 car will follow it into retirement as well. It has not left the pit lane. Now, there is a full course yellow. Was it just to recover that bollard?
It was at the first chicane, down at Marshall Post 11.
But a full course yellow?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess they needed people properly on the track, and that is how it happened.
So it's in the first chicane, and they've been knocked all over the place. But again, double-waved yellows, yes. Slow zone, yes. There must be something else that we've got a full course yellow for.
And another thing that Da Costa's had to avoid this race. And the hand goes up saying,
Mamma mia.
What's going on?
Right, we go back to green. I wonder if there were a number of things totted up on the housekeeping list for race control that they went, okay, we're going to go full course yellow. You marshals will do that. You marshals will do that. You marshals will do that. And they tidy up a few outstanding items. It was brief, and we are back to green.
Here we are in the Peugeot Lions Hospitality in the heart of the village of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and I have the honor to welcome the CEO of Peugeot, Alain Favet. Thank you very much for welcoming us here. It's a big weekend, a monumental weekend for you. It's a 100-year anniversary of the very first participation of Peugeot here in Le Mans. So how does a century of endurance racing shapes Peugeot as we know it today?
Well, you know, I think for us it's symbolic, very much, this centenary. The fact that for 100 years we've been able to participate in this race. 100 years ago was the first time. And to demonstrate that Peugeots are designed to last. I mean, that's one of the things we want to demonstrate, and the endurance race is obviously the best way to demonstrate that Peugeots are really built to last.
And also this weekend, the 9X8 is carrying a color, something very special for Peugeot as well, which has been part of the competition and performance spirit of Peugeot, which is the colors of the GTI. So red, white, and black, and we can see this on the new 208 first electric car and also on the 9X8. So this is visible, but how do we transfer all the engineering that comes from this race into road cars?
Well, you know, it's the same team. It's the same team of Peugeot Sport developing both the 9X8 in our offices in Versailles, in France. In the morning, they work on the 9X8, and in the afternoon, they might work on the 208 GTI. And it's the same team with the same know-how to develop, to fine-tune the car, to make it the best possible here on the track in Le Mans for the 9X8 or on the road for the 208 GTI. And I can tell you that really the 208 is absolutely top in terms of hot hatch, and we're very much looking forward to launch it now for real.
Well, the 208, 205, 6, 7, 8 GTI has always been the top in terms of hot hatch. This one in particular, I heard numbers, 281 brake horsepower, 0 to 62 miles per hour in 5.5 seconds, sorry. But also what is very important for electric and for EVs, it's the range. And we have reached 235 miles. How do you manage to satisfy the performance for the people that are expecting that level of performance in GTI and also the range of a car?
Well, I think, you know, the important thing is the driving pleasure. You know, the pleasure you get when you sit in this car, when you drive it, you feel the acceleration you just talked about, you have this torque present from the first millisecond you drive the car. It's just impressive. And then, of course, you try to combine this with the best possible range, and I think with 375 kilometers of range, we are really at a good range, a usable range. There are very few people who drive more than 375 kilometers every day. So I think clearly the objective of this car is not to beat the world record of range. That's not what it's here for. It's to be the best hot hatch in the market, and that's what it is.
It looks actually very nice, and I can't wait to drive it. One last question. The 9X8 has been performing stronger and stronger after Imola and Spa. What can we expect this weekend?
Well, I wish I knew. I think what we want, you know, is both cars to be there after the 24 hours, and hopefully, you know, as close as possible to the podium. We think, as you say, the car has been improving race after race, and we hope to see it on the track this weekend.
We hope so as well. Congratulations on the century of racing in Le Mans. We're all very proud in France. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, we've just heard that the number 101 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac is being examined for full course yellow infringements. There might be a drive-through coming their way. They've already had one. They served a drive-through penalty just over 3 hours ago at 3:24. Ricky Taylor earned it, passed it on to brother Jordan to serve. See, can't beat racing with family, can you? Car got hit in the rear, not too much damage for them though, and Felipe Albuquerque is on the lead lap in 4th position. No official notification yet that 38 has been retired, but it is back in the garage to continue investigation into that power steering issue, and is now dropped way down the order, 25 laps off the lead. That car's not coming back out for any meaningful purpose. Meanwhile, meaningful purpose being served by Johnny Edgar. The yellow 33 Corvette, the only yellow Corvette in the race, is in the lead in LMGT3, ahead of Hadjen David in the Lexus number 78, cycling back up to the top of the pile through the pit stop cycles. The reason it keeps plunging down, as we see Lexus versus Ferrari action.
They touched, and that's what sent off. Is that the...
That's Takeshi Kimura in the car guys Ferrari. This is 87. This is the other Lexus.
So, you know, round the outside he goes. That was a good move, but wasn't seen, and bang, there's the contact, and off the track, the car guys.
Yeah.
87 runs wide. Johnny Adam.
Well, he's just got out of the 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin, and that now in the hands of Gray Newell. So Johnny looking hot and sweaty after a long stint in the car. That Kessel Racing Ferrari just been taken over by Takeshi Kimura. That was his outlap, as it was for the 87 Lexus. Clement Schmidt in that car. And I don't think he was before, was he? I think he's just taken that over as well. So 2 drivers on their outlaps. And that perhaps goes a little way to explaining why there was the slight clumsiness between them. Clement Schmidt had just taken over from Petru Umbrorescu, because when we were riding on board Vit relatively recently, it was Petru at the wheel. So all sorts. There's still how many cars? There's still 9 cars on the 10 cars on the lead lap in LMGT3. Oh, Brendan Hartley on the pit wall, catching up with the fortunes of Toyota number 8. And the fortunes of Toyota number 8 are that despite a drive-through penalty, Seb is still in 3rd place. Sebastian Buemi.
They're not completely down and out here.
They really aren't.
And that gap now down to 41 seconds for Buemi. So let's keep an eye on that, see how they get on. These next couple of stints for, well, all of the top 3 runners, absolutely critical. This is where a lot of time could be won or lost in this inevitable changeover back to the medium and hard tyres later on. Still at 9 hours and 19 minutes to go. I think that's what Brendan Hartley was nodding along to down at the pit wall at Toyota.
Either that or they got the banging tunes on.
They're saying,
the stage
okay,
started up again, just because we're not trying to sleep.
They're probably saying to him, okay, like, no more locking up, no more going wide, because I think there's a little bit of time was lost there. We weren't on mic at that stage, but I heard that Hartley had a bit of a slip up and lost some time. So as long as you just keep this thing on track, pointing in the right direction, it is fast enough to worry the 2 out in front of the BMW and the Cadillac.
It's fast enough to lead, it's fast enough to win. It absolutely is. We saw that when they took the car out of the pit stop cycles very early on, and it was running in free air a lot. The number 8 car just stayed in the lead and continued to build and build and build. So that drive-through penalty has brought them back. Also the safety car, which negated all of that fuel offset, put everybody basically back onto plan A, and so they're now sort of working on the largely the same fuel cycle as everybody else. The mechanics working on not much energy.
Conserving their energy.
Their ometers are down into probably single digits at this time of day.
But that's, you know, when a team is relaxed, it means the car's working well. And as I always said, when the driver's busy, it's good news for the mechanics. They can rest. If the mechanics are busy, then the driver's resting, and that's not a good scene.
The good news for the teams there is that the mechanics can be fed while they're in the garage. The bad news for the commentary team is that we can't be. I was just thinking, we last ate Anthony at 6:30 last night. It's now 6:30 this morning, 6:42 in the morning.
I didn't.
Oh, when have you eaten?
I managed to squeeze in some brekkie before getting back on the mic, you know.
From where? Oh, what, did you have a bar of something?
No, cereal in the caravan. Come on.
Right, okay. Well, I'm
Get with the
surprised you
programme.
didn't have the walkout. There's more to that story, but this is probably neither the time nor the place. Now then, drive-through penalties have been awarded to, deep breath, 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin in the lead battle there. Car number 74, the Kessel Racing Ferrari, that is the 3rd and 4th place cars currently in LMGT3. Car number 37 has also been awarded a penalty. That's Ian Aguilera, 4th in LMP2. And car number 83, the Ferrari of Phil Hansen, that car currently in 8th place. So they have all been awarded penalties. No notification yet about 101, the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, the car that currently runs 4th in Hypercar. Gilles Duquesne chatting to the crew in the garage. You can see what the air temperature is like, because in the garage, the doors are open, obviously, front and rear, so you're in a wind tunnel. They've all got their coats on and zipped up to their ears. So the air temperature, although the sun's up, it ain't doing much about temperatures yet.
We can't really tell, because we've been too lazy to turn off our air conditioning in the commentary box. It's absolutely freezing in it.
Well, it's not absolutely freezing, but we'd actually we have got 2 air conditioning units built into the commentary position, which were doing absolutely nothing to stop it being an absolute sweatbox. So thanks to our friends at Champion RV, who came in here and went, this is insanely hot. How are you surviving this? And we went, we're not, we're dripping. They have brought us a portable air conditioning unit. So hopefully once the heat of the sun arrives, then we will we'll be able to take our fleeces off, but we won't be quite as wringing wet as we were earlier on. Usually what we hear from the pit lane is it's too cold, or it's raining, or it's too hot. Shea Adam just in our ears, they're saying it's perfect out here now. Well, she is in a fireproof suit, so that certainly doesn't hurt. At least not for another couple of hours until the sun gets down onto the concrete and it really starts to swelter. 15 BMW. Well, they're not giving up. This car was very much in the hunt early on, wasn't it? Started on pole position, very much in the top six, in the battle for victory potentially, and then tiniest of contact with an LMP2 car cost them a lot of time, damage, puncture early on in the lap, and by the time they recovered it to the garage or it got driven back in, they were down 3 laps, and that's where they remain. They are the penultimate running car. They're actually 5 laps off the lead now. 3 laps, 2.5 laps behind them. Further back is the number 50 Ferrari, Nick Nielsen, in that red factory car that won 2 years ago. He and his teammates still plodding round the number 38 Cadillac in the garage and showing no sign of returning. However, until Cadillac officially retire the car, the marker of doom is held in abeyance. Here's our LMP2 leader, the number 30 Duqueine engineering car, and that is Julien Andlauer at the wheel now. Now that's the car behind it is not for position. Number 24 car, Nielsen Racing's Jack Doohan, though, with a hurry-up. First time he's raced anything in the dawn, you would think.
And he's done a great job, hasn't he? He just stepped in. It's like he's been here the whole time driving these LMP2 cars, and they're not the easiest of cars to adapt to, especially when you come from something with a huge amount of downforce and speed like an F1 car. So, yeah, I've been really impressed actually with the job that Jack's been doing.
And he's been not racing in WEC, he's been racing in the ELMS this season, which is where LMP2 cars ply their trade predominantly. And he has, you know, they've had 2 races in the ELMS, and we've had 2 races in World Endurance, so this is the 3rd race basically of the season for everybody in these categories in terms of the cars they're driving now. And he's one of 2 very recent Formula 1 refugees, isn't he? Because in the Ford LMGT3 field, we've got Logan Sargent, late of Williams. So Logan, very much as part of building him up to speed in endurance racing to join the hypercar program, has been dropped into the LMGT3s for a season just to kind of get a feel, and that's a real trouble for AO by TF. Currently 3rd place in LMP2 in Pro-Am, and Dane Cameron off in the Porsche curves and has just tagged the barrier. Is that the very beginning? Oh, and he's not alone, or is it a chicane? I thought that was the beginning of the Porsche curve. So the DKR car is there.
This one's at Mulsanne, Marshall Post 20.
Oh, is it? Okay.
And then that other moment for car number 3 was the first chicane.
And that is cleared, but the AO by TF car, that is firmly in the barriers and not showing much sign of movement. Now, this might bring out a safety car or a virtual safety car leading to safety car, because that is looking to all the world like it's going to need a crane.
Prepare slow zone 5 at 6:49.
Oh, bit of rear locking, send him onto the gravel.
Slow zone 5.
Ah.
Ding.
All started with the rear lock in on the braking going into the corner.
To deploy slow zone 5. 15 seconds to deploy slow zone 5. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Slow zone 5 deployed. Slow zone 5 deployed.
It looks like they were just getting ready for a driver change as well.
I was just looking to see how many laps he'd done on those tyres.
At MP20, we have marshals deployed at MP20. We have recovery vehicles working on driver's right and driver's left, MP20.
Not excessive number of laps, 19 laps.
And you're just seeing the replay of the spin mid-corner to the exit. I don't know if that was an out lap. I think it might have been for number 3.
Picking up the throttle just a fraction ambitiously there.
But John Ferrano, yeah, I can't see.
21 laps on the tyres, so I'm not sure if he had just stopped or not.
That looked like a late call as well from the... It looked like the number 87 had to make avoiding action there from Clement Schmidt as he caught the Corvette.
We have recovery vehicles working on driver's left, MP20. All cars to bear right. All cars to bear right, MP20.
Yeah, the Corvette in front, the Racing Team Turkey car. That was the car that set the fastest lap in qualifying. It was then disallowed for an infringement. So there was a bit of that going on in qualifying. But Peter Dempsey has been very quick in that car. Graded as bronze, but certainly I don't think he's likely to keep that grading next year. That's largely because of his recent lack of results, because he's been back in motor racing for the first time in a number of years. Slow zone still there as service for the 36 Alpine. Jules Gounon at the wheel.
Team manager car 99, please make sure your driver shakes off as much gravel as possible off the track before he joins the track.
Nowhere to do that, unfortunately, unless he bounces along the grass, because on the exit of Mulsanne corner, where he had just about got to, then you're on to the run down to Indianapolis. But the point well taken.
Yeah, just to at least move off the racing line, basically, and a few hard stops helps to just get the initial gravel out of the all the side pods and ducting below. It's going to get actually towed away.
All drivers to bear totally to the right at MP20. We need to clean the gravel on the driver's left. All drivers bear totally to the right at MP20. Marshals will be cleaning the track on driver's left.
Service for Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota. And this is a service that they needed to take at this stage. They're not trying to jump out of sync with anybody else. In fact, he's managed to squeeze how many laps out? A dozen laps again that stint?
Yeah, exactly. It's saying 11 on the page at the moment, but I think he might have just done 12 there as per usual. But they're just, I think, 1 lap. There used to be 4 laps earlier than everybody else. I think that's come down, thanks to the drive-through, that's come down to just the 1 lap, stopping before the others. So I'm expecting to see, we haven't seen the energy graphics for a while, but I'm expecting to see the others in on this lap.
All drivers bear totally to the right at MP20. All drivers bear totally to the right at MP20.
So there is or was the lead car, number 33, with the driver change going on.
Oh, okay. Was that just a double stint for Johnny Edgar? I think now that it's daylight, I'm assuming they have not. I didn't quite see who got in. Was it a gold helmet?
I didn't see. We picked it up.
Katzberg is back in. I was going to say, I'm assuming they will have put Ben Keating back in, but it may be because Ben is a pretty mighty bronze that he has already done.
Totally to the right at MP20. We have marshals exposed. Marshals cleaning the track at MP20. All drivers bear totally to the right.
Well, let's get down to the pit lane and hear from Shea Adam. Good morning, Shea.
Good morning, my friends. There was a bit of drama on the pit stop for the number 33 TF Corvette. The last time they came in was the first time we have had an LMGT3 car pit and leave retaining the lead. This time they do also
also retained the lead, but they had a very slow right front tire change. The wheel nut came out of the wheel when it was already preset to go in. Everybody stayed nice and calm, but they lost about double the amount of time, I would say, that they should have been stopped in the pit box for a simple tire change. So the lead, yes, they have it, but it is still possible to lose it, and they are very much aware. I'm going to keep my eyes open for Johnny Edgar, make sure he doesn't run out of the back of the garage too quickly. But maybe it's just that they're keeping their powder dry and doing double stints with the pro drivers to try and make sure that both of them are fresh for the end of this race.
Yeah, that's not a bad point either. At this stage, everybody's starting to feel the fatigue. You try and sort of triple, quad, quintuple stint if you're Mathieu Chabert during the night when it's a little cooler, but certainly once the heat of the day starts to rise, then cockpit temperatures climb as well. So, yeah, back in with Nicky Catsburg. Again, not quite sure where bronze drivers are in LMGT3 in terms of the minimum permissible drive time. If you don't do the minimum number of minutes, hours and minutes in the car, then you don't score points. Driver change here as well. So Julian Anlauer out and Richard Verschoor in.
Slow zone 5 in 14 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Slow zone 5 removed. Slow zone 5 removed.
I think the race director has done more commentary than us in the last hour.
Now I know what it's like working with me, trying to get a word in edgeways. In seriousness, obviously, they are very much important messages because there's only one overriding concern for the race director, and that is that everybody who comes here goes home safely. Drivers, marshals, officials, fans, everybody. Beyond that, everything else is secondary. So I 100% understand the need to keep knocking that message in. Stay to the right, because there are humans in the track, and you're driving a ton of fast-moving equipment. So 100% go with that. Back to a fully green track once more. Still not confirmed that the 38 Cadillac Hers Team Jota car has been retired. They are, quote, still investigating at a distance from the breakfast table, I'm assuming, since there didn't seem to be anybody near there. And that is now down to 44th overall, having dropped behind the TF Sport Corvette number 2.
It's Johnny Edgar's second time at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. For Johnny Edgar, how different is it this time than it was last year?
Yeah, it's been a lot easier for me. I have 1 year of experience with the team and with the car, and also this track is quite a difficult one. And even though you get a lot of track time because it's such a long lap, I felt like before the race last year I actually hadn't done a lot of laps, so I've been much more comfortable this year. And I think we've also improved some things on the car, so it's been a bit of a better weekend all around so far.
Nicky Catsburg in the car with you, as well as Ben Keating. It feels like a very solid lineup, and you did have a pit stop where you retained the lead. How critical is it to stay calm when you actually have a shot at the win?
Yeah, there's still a very long time to go, but it's looking quite good at the moment. We managed to get Ben's drive time done really early, which helped a lot for strategy, and I was impressed Ben managed to do it. I wouldn't want to do that much drive time in such a short time, and he's just coming back obviously from the injury, and he hasn't drove this car since Bahrain last year, so it's quite amazing that he managed to get it all done. And I feel like that's one of the main reasons we're where we are at the moment, because that really helped us when the safety car came and bunched everyone back up.
Adrenaline can be a powerful drug. We'll let you get some rest before you have to jump back in the car. Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you.
And there is Rocky rejoining the track. And confirmation, incidentally, as a clean nose goes on, that we saw the unsafe, or what we suspected would be judged an unsafe release of car number 183, the Pro-Am AF Corsa car and Francois Perraudot at the wheel of the car now, having just taken it over and being released into the path of number 7 Toyota. That has now been pinned for an unsafe release and will have 5 seconds added to its pit stop. And finally, very, very, very finally, car 101, the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac that it was in 4th and is now down to 7th, having just stopped, will have a drive-through penalty. It's not the end of their race. Number 8 Toyota in 3rd has served a drive-through.
But they already, 101 served a drive-through already for the slow zone infringement. This is for full course yellow infringement, so another drive-through penalty for 101. That's just added at least 50 seconds to their overall race time.
Yeah, you can't make mistakes. And unfortunately, that's not the first, it is the second, as you say. And another mistake from John Farano, looping the number 3 car around. Farano has been having a bit of a nightmare in this car throughout the race.
Yeah, really not easy cars to drive to. After that spin in the first chicane, he's now had a spin at turn 2.
He's got a lot of time in these cars, does a lot of racing over the last few years in the European Le Mans Series. IMSA champion as well.
And off there through Exeter Tetra Rouge in the recovery
he's struggling
phase.
on these tyres for some reason.
As the race rolled into the darkness, the parties continued and the fireworks started to blare, but the fireworks on the racetrack just continued to go round and round. A little bit too much as we wound up in a safety car train. But as soon as that lifted, we went back to green and it was fast and furious straight away. The number 8 Toyota of Brendan Hartley going around the outside of Cadillac number 12 from Will Stevens and takes the lead. But not long would it be just those 2 cars as the battle was joined by the 38 Cadillac as well. The number 8 Toyota trying to fend off both of the Cadillac attacks, fighting long into the night, but eventually it wound up with the Cadillac 1-2 as a result of their work in the pits. The number 12 came in and did a bottle only for Louis Delatrez, leaving him aboard the card for another stint. Back further in the field, there was drama for the number 25 LMP2 car with Trulli aboard. It got into the gravel, and that ultimately resulted in a full course yellow. During that full course yellow, the number 19 Genesis Magma had some issues down the back of Mulsanne, managed to get going once again, but that did delay the number 19. People doing everything they could to try and fend off the fatigue, and fatigue was not something seen in the Hertz Team Joda Cadillac pit box, but the car was. The number 8 came in for its regularly scheduled pit stop exactly at halfway. We wait to see how that strategy will work out. Meanwhile, for the number 38 Cadillac, Sebastian Bourdais bringing the car in with power steering issues. The crew went to work, but ultimately lost 7 laps. It resulted in the car ultimately coming back into the pit box and eventually leading it to be virtually retired. The driver getting out of the car completely dejected, with thoughts of a win disappearing into the distance. Meanwhile, the sister car continues to lead as the driver change took place. Norman Nato taking over just before we got to that beautiful sunrise time. And a very significant moment in the LMGT3 category when the number 33 TF Sport Corvette came in from the lead and left in the lead once again as the sun begins to peak over the horizon on Sunday morning.
9th and 10th place battle in LMGT3. And that green and black Lexus being driven by Clement Schmidt now, that has spent lots of time in the lead of this class. There are still, how many? 13 cars in LMGT3 on the lead lap. This is a race that is long from done.
Oh, that was really close on the brakes there. I thought that the 2 cars almost touched as Clement Schmidt really putting the car in front, the Corvette, under pressure. got the slipstream, a slight advantage gained here. Look, we've said the straight line speed of the Lexus has been strong all weekend, and it's proving that case once again down towards Indianapolis, but I don't think he's quite going to be close enough, because the Corvette's picking up a slipstream as well by the McLaren in front of him. And are they both going to work their way through? Yes, they do. Just about skin of the teeth job there for Schmidt.
Not sure which of the two McLarens that is, but both of them with their bronze drivers in, Alexander West and Antares Au. I kind of questioned earlier on when we went from Nicky Katzberg to Johnny Edgar and back to Nicky Katzberg. I sort of thought, okay, Ben Keating will get in now, it's daylight and so on. No, Ben Keating's done his 6 hours minimum in the first 8 hours of the race.
Wow, okay, so...
you know, and that's what he does normally. If he's got to do 2 hours 45, bang, at the start, 2 hours 45. Thank you very much, everybody. And so he's done his minimum drive time. So now for that 33 Corvette, there is no bronze driver time that needs to be taken. They are now being pro drivers all the way to the finish.
And they're leading the pack, so that is looking strong for them.
And behind them, Ian James, bronze driver in the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Gray Newell, bronze driver in the 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Francois Heriot in 5th place, bronze driver in the 21 Ferrari. Dustin Blattner, bronze driver in 6th position in the Kessel Racing Ferrari. Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim, bronze driver in the number TF spot. You see where I'm going with this? They put Ben Keating in, not at the start, which he very often does, but they put, I can't remember who started it, Johnny Edgar, I think, at the start to get safely through the first stint, figuring that the chances of a safety car were highest in the dark. That's when they put Ben in. He basically got in early on and drove his socks off.
And a car that didn't even make it through to Hyperpole.
Yeah.
So, yeah, really a great race run for them. And when it all flushes out at the end and you got your pro drivers in and the bronze driver time is done, that's where we usually see some great battles unfold in the LMGT3 category. It's only until that point that it all kind of seems to make sense.
Yeah.
But, I mean, 33 already being there, that's very impressive.
Well, I thought that Johnny Edgar had started the car. He didn't. Just reading a quote from Johnny saying he didn't get in until Ben had finished his driving time. So 8 hours into the race before he even got behind the wheel. So, yeah, so that was well into the early hours this morning, because that was just after the safety car, and that came out literally as we were wandering off to bed at midnight. To bed rather than to sleep, because the joy of having the stage, the fireworks, everything else, making sure that nobody gets quite the rest that you imagine. Racing Team Turkey, Peter Dempsey with just 4 laps on those tyres, so fresh rubber on for him, but Clement Schmidt behind in that green highlighted car. And again, quicker machinery coming by. 32 BMW. BMW hasn't been a factor, has it, here in LMGT3, and I'm slightly surprised by that. I thought they'd be more in the hunt, but they just have not. The 32 car, Sean Gelael, 12th and 2 spots behind Tony McIntosh in the 69 car.
Yeah, they've really struggled for speed, and Sean Gelael now back behind the wheel, but it's not quite as bad as, say, Peugeot in hypercar, but they definitely don't have the same speed that their hypercar equivalent has down at WRT BMW, running right at the front. So yeah, it's hard to know where they're lacking the speed. Under immediate attack once again after claiming that position, the Ferrari right behind, having a look to see if they can get that position back. So straight line speed doesn't look particularly strong for the BMW.
Well, Sean Gelael, silver driver. Custodio Toledo in that Brazilian livery car is a bronze. So again, He is the gentleman driver in the car, if you like. Sean Gillel, the more pro driver, silver graded, so more experience, better results. I mean, Sean Gillel raced for several years in Formula 2, didn't he? So he's got that sort of racing driver heritage. And
he never did a complete season in F2, and I think that's why there'd be some confusion there. People thinking, well, how can you be a silver driver when you've competed in F2? But if you don't complete a whole season, I think that's where you can be graded or classified as a silver.
Battle on pit road between Ferrari and Toyota, and the Toyota came out in front and lasted inches in front. Antonio Giovinazzi into the car, Nick de Vries into the car, and Giovi strikes immediately.
Well, Giovinazzi's been in the car already.
Oh, has he? Yeah. Okay, hadn't spotted that.
So that's brand new tyres for the car number 7 versus the... so de Vries has just jumped in and Giovinazzi's on his second set. I wondered why Giovinazzi made it look so easy down inside. It looked like a tyre warm-up thing. So that's the difference. Brand new tyres for de Vries and no tyre blankets in the World Endurance Championship. But he'll be coming back to get him later on, because de Vries's tyres will take about a good lap to warm up, and then he'll be firing on all cylinders and threatening the Ferrari once again. But that could be... It's a position that obviously de Vries didn't want to lose just then. It's just the way it's worked out in the cycling of pit stop strategies. There's that car, 29.
Chasing Harry King, the car ahead of him. There goes the 51 Ferrari, and there goes the 7 Toyota. Oh. Spinning wheels furiously.
Was it an unsafe release? I don't think it is. I know. We saw some confusion down in pit road from, I think it was one of the Toyota mechanics, wasn't it? He was shouting at someone, and I wondered what it was all about. It was a late call, but I think it was the right call. I don't think that was an unsafe release.
The voice of former Toyota driver Anthony Davidson.
Do you think I have any allegiance left with the team? Don't forget, they kicked me out of my seat, so...
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I'm not one to bear grudges, though.
No, we'll wait and see what the stewards make of that. It's down to them. Harry King just being passed by the number 19 from Genesis Magma Racing. And look at this queue of LMP2 cars as well. Second in that queue is CLX Motorsports' Adrian Clomenil. He's taken over from Ian Aguilera, and he is this for position? Who's in front? United Autosports 22 car. Is that what we're looking at there? It is. It's this unique one-off livery, dark blue, light blue, on the first of those 2 cars. So ununited. We're over halfway through the race, and I'm still struggling to remember that is a United Autosport car. And it is in this one-off charity livery, racing against dementia. But still, it just throws me every time I see it. Every time I look at it, I go, what's that car again?
You should be happy. Of all people, Martin, you should be happy. Their cars look the same. I can't tell them apart. Finally, you get a car that's different, and you're complaining.
It was too different. I'm like Goldilocks. It's too hot. It's too cold. It's too soft. It's too hot. As if 2 drive-throughs aren't enough, Philippe Albuquerque under investigation for a slow zone infringement.
You gotta be kidding.
It sounds like the Taylor Torpedo has been rudderless. That car 101 still in 4th place. Have they done a second drive-through?
They have.
They've served that already. 2 drive-throughs, it's still in 4th place, and potentially a 3rd coming their way. 2 earned by the same driver in the same stint. Oh dear. And you can't say, well, this isn't how it happens in IMSA, because although he races a lot in IMSA, Philippe Albuquerque has raced a lot in ACO rules racing. Battle joined. Adrian Clomenil right behind the 22 car of Mikkel Jensen. Jensen for United Autosports.
And Jensen, of course, up until very recently, has been a Works Peugeot driver in the hypercar class, and he's under threat here into the second chicane. Can't get it done there either. Meanwhile, we see pop up on our screen that car 87 does in fact get a drive-through penalty for that collision, that contact down at Karting Corner.
Well, that's where the stewards are leaning very heavily on their driver advisor, Peter Dumbreck, because he'll have looked at that with the same eyes that you have as a professional racing driver, going, okay, it's sort of 6s and 7s. Could anybody have made more space to avoid it? And they're coming down on Clement Schmidt could have left more racing room. Therefore, although both drivers are bronzes and both are on an out lap, Clement Schmidt didn't leave enough room to survive. It's their thinking. So there we go. So
Isn't Schmidt the silver?
Oh, he's a silver driver, you're right. But they were both on an out lap. So again, should have left more room. Oh, Clement Neal all over on the run. The Indianapolis, I can't remember a time until the last sort of 7 or 8 years where Indianapolis was one of the most likely overtaking points on the track. It used to be one of the most, I mean, still is, because the speed of approach has not slowed. It's still a fearsome corner, but there is room to overtake now that they've sort of opened up the right-left element. It's more survivable.
Particularly if there's a headwind. I think like there is today, it certainly was that way yesterday. There's a headwind towards Indianapolis. That obviously causes more of an impact with the car, the leading car punching a bigger hole through the air, and the car behind picks up therefore more of a slipstream. But look at this now. We said before, didn't we, once De Vries got those new tyres up to temperature, he would be right on the back of Giovinazzi's Ferrari, and exactly that is happening.
Look at the top speeds, 248, just under 150 miles an hour for these cars, sweeping into the Porsche curves.
Now, where is De Vries faster? Well, is he fast enough on the straights to be able to overtake the Ferrari? The Ferrari hasn't seemed that fast in a straight line, and that's, I think, been their biggest weakness here. But that combination of brand new soft tyres for De Vries and potentially higher top speed as well, he's got to clear this car as quickly as possible. That's what Mike Conway will know, watching on from the pit wall, having handed the car over. He'll know that moments like this through traffic can really help.
Ross Gunn fresh out of the pits in the 007 Aston Martin on very cold tyres, just struggling there into the Dunlop chicane to get the car slowed down. What has he gone out on, Ross Gunn? Let's see. Looks like brand new softs still on 007.
Right then, a little bit further back than what De Vries would have wanted coming out of Tetra Rouge, but into the toe of the Ferrari. Look, that's exactly what we were talking about before. Look at the closing speed. The Ferrari just cannot. It's almost defenseless in a straight line. There's nothing he can do. Just watches the Toyota come right alongside him into the first chicane, and De Vries slips by.
Yeah, that was about as easy as it comes with a top speed advantage at Le Mans. You've got all the aces in your hand.
Now Giovinazzi in the slipstream, coming back at De Vries down towards the second chicane. He's going to come. No, he just couldn't quite do it. Bit of a late defensive move by De Vries there. I think Giovinazzi realising, even if I were to get past here, I just haven't got the tyres to. It's inevitable that De Vries would come back past again.
Andre Lotra, unseen by us at the moment, has gone by Ross Gunn in 10th place overall, 9th in the manufacturer's standings now, because the 83 Ferrari does not score manufacturer's points. So 007 Aston still in the manufacturer's points. And Nick De Vries, 0 laps, or half a lap on his time, but we don't do fractions. Still that left rear harder tyre on the Ferrari, so they've got 3 softs and a medium. They had 3 mediums and a hard in the heat of the day, protecting the left rear that does so much work here. And Arjen Klomenil still all over the back of Mikkel Jensen. And Mikkel Jensen almost became a commentator this weekend, didn't he? Because on the test day on Sunday, or was it in free practice? In free practice, Laurens Vanthoor actually did a session in that number 22 car because Jensen had a sore wrist and there was a little bit of a question mark over whether or not he'd be fit to drive. So we almost lost Laurens Vanthoor from our commentary lineup, but we might well have gained Mikkel Jensen.
Jensen putting up a mighty impressive defensive drive here. He is taking that car, he's making it as wide as he possibly can, right up to the white line on the run down to the Porsche curves. And yeah, really sticking to all the right parts of the track to stop that attack from behind. So we go back on board with Giovinazzi, car 51, briefly, as he sees De Vries disappear down the road with that stint fresher tyres. Look at this through this first chicane. Absolutely nose to tail between these two. And yeah.
There's a good job from Adrian Clomenil in that CLX Motorsport car. He's a silver driver. Mexico's Ian Aguilera is a silver driver. Theodor Jensen, their third driver, is a silver driver. There is no silver cup here, so this is for outright honours, but he's up against platinum Mikkel Jensen. Yes, with a tyre advantage, but he's really got his teeth into this, hasn't he? Adrian Clomenil absolutely not giving this one away. Mikkel Jensen's having to fight hard to keep his nose in front of the CLX car.
Look at that.
And he sends it down the inside. Jensen unfazed. I've got the grip on the racing line. Just enough to hold on. This is brilliant racing.
This is fantastic racing between these two. You can see that level of respect is there. But Jensen is really a tough customer when it comes to being overtaken. And now he's forcing him right to the side of the... Now it's roles reversed. He's got the racing line, and we're finally through. Perseverance pays off.
And the other factor in that CLX Motorsport team, not are they all just silver drivers, all three are 19 years old. Hugues de Schonack was horrified to discover that the total age of the driver lineup in that Oreca is less than his age.
Clemens Schmidt, fresh out of the 87 Lexus. It seems like the Lexus this year, Clemens, is able to battle a lot better on the track. Are you enjoying your stints more than your first Le Mans?
Yeah, I mean, I think the team made a mega job over the last 3 years to improve the car. And of course, Toyota with lightening up the car quite some margin. And yeah, I have to say, so far it's quite good race for the sister car. We are a bit unlucky at the moment.
It is a season-long championship, though, and you guys are well in the points. How much do you start thinking about that?
At the moment, it's only counting Le Mans.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Great battle in LMP2, decided pretty firmly now. There's a little bit of clear space between the 37 CLX Motorsport car of Adrian Clomenil in 8th place, and now down to 9th place is the number 22 United Autosports car. That car being driven by Mikkel Jensen.
Great heli shots there through the Porsche curves. And look how the LMP2s can really hold their own against the hypercars in that section of the track.
There's the CLX team.
They're pleased with their work.
Yeah, they should be. CLX Pure Racing was Pure Racing for the last number of seasons. Really starting to get plenty of experience in the well, both Michelin Le Mans Cup, they have run LMP3 cars, and now in European Le Mans Series as well. So not regulars in the World Endurance Championship, because we don't have room for LMP2s anymore, but here at Le Mans having their first taste. And those three drivers, I think all three drivers in that CLX car are Le Mans rookies. My eyes are deceiving me at the moment, trying to find it. Yeah, they are all Le Mans rookies. So, yeah, having an outstanding race. 36 Alpine, where are we now? This is Jules Gounon in 9th place, being chased, not actually in this shot, by André Lotterer, but he in turn chasing the car that was in shot there, the yellow 83 Ferrari of Phil Hansen, just 1.8 seconds apart at the beginning of this lap. And with the advantage in pace, Gounon 2:28.8 last lap, 2:29.8 last lap for Hansen. So Gounon coming with a rate of approach that is going to be tough to battle for Hansen.
Especially when we know how fast that Alpine's been all week on the straights here at Le Mans. So I think this is inevitable. This pass will happen. Last year's winners, of course, Car 83, just haven't had the pace at all. None of the Ferraris had the pace at all, but they've put a clean enough race together. But Toyota seem to have that speed advantage over the Ferraris. It's been pretty close between them, Imola and Spa, and then actually in Spa it was more the BMWs and the Cadillacs that sort of came to the fore, and that's the way, and the Alpine as well, we can't forget them, and that's the way that it's continued on into, just rolled over into this race.
Well, there is the operational nerve centre of AF Course's 83 team. You just saw Philippe Signot, the man in charge of the Alpine programme, the man who basically persuaded Alpine to come to Hypercar, having run Oreca-built chassis as Alpine cars in LMP2 over a number of years. And Senior Tech Alpine hugely successful in LMP2, winning at Le Mans and winning titles, and persuading eventually, after lots, I'm sure lots and lots of careful negotiation, Alpine to commit to this Hypercar program. And in its first year, the car proved fast but very fragile here at Le Mans, both cars expiring smokily early in the race, just into the evening hours. Engine was redesigned and come back, and this is now a very fine hypercar. It is its last Le Mans, unfortunately. Alpine have confirmed the program will go no further, and there will not be privateer Alpine's run, and so it's now or never, really. 5 seconds added to the pit stop of car number 17. That's the Genesis Magmo racing car of André Lotterer, and a drive-through confirmed, a third drive-through confirmed for the 101 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac.
Yeah, that's what a disaster.
They're really determined not to win this one, aren't they?
And the officials, the stewards really don't like a car like Lotterer coming out the pits and cutting that first Dunlop chicane. They see it as at this corner coming up here, they see it as a huge advantage in a way you can mitigate the losses of having a colder tyre on your outlap. It really does save quite a lot of time, so they come down pretty hard on any driver that does that, and that's what they've done with car number 17, André Lotterer.
Down in the pit lane is Shea Adam. Good morning, Shea.
Good morning, gents. Just looking around in the pit boxes and not seeing something that I normally do, which is people eating breakfast. So I thought that would make you a little bit happy that at least you're not getting a warm breakfast. I'm not getting one, but neither are the crews either. It seems as if the frequency of the pit stops this year has really paused people's ability to sleep, and rather than take food, they're more interested in getting more of a nap. So, I mean, we would all take naps too, don't get me wrong on that, but at least I'm not being bombarded with the smell of bacon in the morning as per usual at Le Mans.
Well, I don't mind being bombarded with the smell of bacon, but my next meal is going to be lunch. Because by the time I'm off air at 10 a.m, catering will be shut. So I'll be heading towards 20 hours without food. Anyway,
you're really not enjoying your stints, are you?
First world problem. First world problems.
It's like that for the drivers. Though. You look at your stint times before the race here at Le Mans, or any endurance test for that matter, and you look at it and you think, you either got a good one, you can get dealt a good hand or a bad hand with that one, and you think, oh, this is, when I get to that stage in the race, it's going to be really tough. I'm going to have to dig deep. I'm going to have to make sure that I've done everything possible to rest enough. Even if you can't sleep, just resting is good for the body and helps the concentration levels, and making sure that you stay on top of your hydration, your nutrition. And it's just, yeah, my first year or two that I did this race, I messed things up pretty badly. And you learn from those mistakes, and you have to learn your own body in the way that you perform at your best to get the best out of yourself in the car. And everybody's unique in that regard and has their own system, how they get through it. That was close.
That was close. That's the 44 Felbermeyer car being passed by the AO by TF car, and PJ Hyatt back at the wheel of that. Drive-through penalty has been handed to John Ferrano, and a hold on a drive-through penalty for the 87 Lexus, at the wheel of which currently is Jose Maria Lopez. That doesn't mean it's been rescinded, it just means bear with caller. Still going is the number 15 BMW that had that puncture and lost 3 laps early on. Also being informed by Cadillac, and it has happened, that Earl Bamber taking the 38 car back out for Hertz Team Jota. Slipping through the chicane, the 88 Ford that had problems, sort of, it feels like on lap 1 of the race, certainly very, very early on. And the Fords again, major disappointment. Really nowhere. That's it. Just nowhere. And I'm really surprised by that.
Buemi at it again. Look, fastest lap of the race. Now into the 25s as we are quickly approaching happy hour.
He's had his Weetabix.
He definitely has been. He's done this a few times. You know, he's won this race 4 times before, of course, in the past, and he's been brilliant, I must say. This entire race, and I don't think that the slow zones, the full course yellow, somehow they lost around 10 seconds. Did car 8? I was watching the times. Went from 40 seconds back up to 50 or 49 seconds behind race leader, but he's been chipping away at this, and he's brought it back down to 40.5 seconds. So Buemi doing a cracking job. He was brilliant at the start of the race. He's doing the same thing again now. Absolutely flying in car 8, reeling themselves back into this race. As Conway in car 7. We look at this fight here with Da Costa, not Conway. He's given up the car, only to Nick de Vries, who's on the attack. Now closing in on the back of car 35, Antonio Felix da Costa, who's been out there a while. And on lap 11 of this stint, da Costa actually took new tyres last time around. He's been in the car. This is his 3rd stint.
He didn't have fresh tyres when he got in, though, did he?
He did. He took fresh tyres, got in.
Okay.
Then he did another stint of 12 laps, and now he's... Wow, they've been kind to him.
They are being kind to him. They're probably feeding him as well. I've actually just had 2 offers of food, so thank you very much to Sam Collins at TF Sport, who offered to bring breakfast. I'm not quite sure when I'd eat it. And also to Adrian, our producer, one of our producers, who's come and said, I'll go and get you some food. But again, I don't know when I'd eat it.
Great job, Seb. You're an animal, mate. Box this lap, driver change, drink, and disconnect, drink. Driver change for Brendan.
Another really strong run from this number 8 Toyota crew. They are indefatigable, aren't they? Number 7 not out of the hunt either, still in 5th position, still 3 minutes covering the top 5 cars, and we still have 7, 8, I think, on the lead lap by the time, although Philip Albuquerque, having just done his drive-through, might possibly be about to drop off that lead lap, depending on where he comes out. Regarding Will Stevens, the Toyota full of vim and vigour, hassling the Alpine, and this is de Vries chasing da Costa.
And when you see your teammate, so Brendan's just about to get in the car, when you see your teammate having set the fastest lap and that nice message from his engineer, he picked up on what I had been watching in the lap times as well. You're an animal, mate. Keep it up. Yeah. And that, just moments like that can really inspire the next driver getting in even more. Just, you know, yes, you're in this proper fight. It's tough this stage of the race to physically pick yourself up and just mentally be there too, because you're tired, you've been driving for hours on end and haven't had the sleep that you'd like, of course, and you start to feel how tough this motor race is at this point in the race. And just knowing that when you're really in the fight, that you're coming back and you're catching the cars in front, that does wonders for the motivation. So you can see Brendan here waving at the camera, the team buoyed up by this. Just the efforts of even just a few laps that are shiny from another driver. Just a few shiny laps from a driver that can really go a long way to spur on the rest of the team.
Shea Adam in the pit lane has a gift.
I have a gift in the form of Mikkel Jensen. Mikkel, you've just jumped out of the LMP2 car. Next year, when you get out of your first stint at Le Mans, well, this wasn't your first stint, but when you get out of a car at Le Mans, it's going to be the top class car. Are you savoring this final experience of LMP2 for the time being?
Yeah, I like the LMP2 cars. They're great fun. You know, I've raced them in America now for 6 years straight. Did my first Le Mans in a car, so also a bit emotional to be back for my 7th Le Mans with the LMP2 car this time. But obviously, being in the top class, it was what drives me to do this. Been there the last 3 years with Peugeot and next year with McLaren. So yeah, we have a lot of people in this team, engineers, mechanics, also United Autosport, the team behind going into the project next year. So it's also a lot of preparation looking into 2027.
You've got some great teammates for this week as well with Gregoire and Rasmus. What's it been like between the three of you?
It's been good fun. You know, United is a family. I was racing against Gregoire in Daytona. He was in the other car. I'm doing the full season against Rasmus in the other car. But we have all been with United, so I think it's just shuffling up the lineup a little bit, putting together a package for Le Mans. But it's also been rough, you know, to put 3 drivers together here. It never worked before. Engineering crew, not really the one that's always here. But I think we're also trying to prepare the future, so it's a bit of everything that we got here.
That's so exciting when you get to come into a big race like this that you love, in a car that you love, with the crew that you love, and know that it's building for something bigger. How hard is it to keep the focus on what you're doing right here and now?
It's not that hard, you know. You look at it one race at a time anyway. You know, we started testing already for next year, but this is Le Mans in LMP2 this year, and there haven't been any thoughts about McLaren this weekend because we focus on this race entirely. And this is how it has to be. So let's hope we can manage to get the car in a little bit better position than it is right now.
We were a little nervous that there was a chance you were going to be in the broadcast booth with Anton Martin instead of behind the wheel of the car when Lawrence was testing the car at test day. How glad are you to be behind the wheel instead of behind the mic?
It's certainly better to be, sorry for you. It's certainly better to be behind the wheel.
Good luck the rest of the way, my friend.
Thank you.
Shea gets to see Mikkel Jensen anyway. Flurry of pit stops. Number 8 Toyota, Brendan Hartley taking over from Sebastian Buemi. And like Buemi, inheriting a used set of tyres from the previous driver. Part of the reason for that, Anthony, will be that they'll be hot. He doesn't have to deal with being fresh into the car, feeling his way around it, and also trying to nurse the tyres. So that sort of helps with getting him back up to speed, and it's exactly what happened to Buemi. So he's come and gone. In the pits now, number 20 BMW for René Rast from 2nd place. Antonio Felix da Costa there finishing his service. He remains in the car. Jules Gounon has just left. There's the number 20 car coming in. So basically all of Hypercar in the pits.
Is it looking okay for a triple on soft?
Yes, I'm still able to do 6.9, so I think so.
So still early in the morning, 7:30 Central European summertime, and yeah, Antonio Fuoco has just taken on soft tyres, and he's looking to do a triple. We are looking at the release of the number 7 Toyota into the path of, I forget who it was, 183.
No, it was the 51 Ferrari.
Oh, 51 Ferrari, that's right. We're not looking at it, the steward's looking at it. It was
close, wasn't it?
Close.
Very close. I think it was just about okay, but it depends whether Giovinazzi had to step on the anchors or not to slow down. And that's the one thing that the stewards would be able to see, and we don't have here in the commentary box. So it looked to me like the Toyota just about got away without the Ferrari having to take any evasive action. But if he did remain in a straight line and press the brake pedal, then you could argue that was most certainly an unsafe release. So not out the water yet for Toyota car 7.
Car has just gone through, shot the green and black Lexus, car number 87. Jose Maria Lopez will have to serve the penalty. That was earned by Clement Schmidt after contact with Takeshi Kimura and the car guy Ferrari. That's the car right ahead of us now as we ride on board with the number 20 car and Sheldon van der Linde at the wheel. Now then, long-time viewer, first-time caller says, morning, can your strategy tool, that's no way to refer to Anthony Davidson, work out where the cycle will end with Toyota versus the 12 and the 20, as in who will lead on the pit stop cycle when the checkered flag comes out?
Well, they're
Karun, if I could answer that, I wouldn't be sitting here. I'd have won the lottery and I'd be on an island somewhere.
It's super easy. Now it's super easy because of the fact it's just one lap in it. So the Toyota is now just lapping. They're all doing 12 laps each stint, and because of the drive-through, it means that they're now on the same strategy. There's just one lap in it, one lap difference. So that's why you're seeing the car 12 come in now, and we've just seen Brendan Hartley swap over in car 8. The only real difference is that I think Stevens is going to stay in because. Yes, so we've just had that confirmed by Shea down in the pits that Will Stevens due to stay in.
Tyres are 20 laps old. Sheldon van der Linde's car, the BMW number 20, on 32-lap-old tyres, but only 6 laps into his tyres, Brendan Hartley.
But the car and tyres, so fuel and tyres, they're on the same strategy, so kind of ignore the driver change sequence here.
And this is all because of the midnight safety car, sort of resetting everything because everybody fueled and nobody has broken that pattern, because now there's not 2018 hypercars in a solid lump.
Exactly, that went some way to bring them all back together, and then that drive-through penalty for the car number 8 then meant that they had to they're now completely, as I look at the it's not a strategy tool, it's literally just shows the tyre allocation and the laps that they've done. I can see that they're all on, they're all tied with each other now. So Stevens stays in and actually just hindered slightly by that LMP2 car on the pit lane exit. Car number 38, still the, I guess this is just a run through to see whether they have genuinely fixed the problem or not, and they might as well carry on running the car, but they are down in P57, 39 laps behind.
The only car that is behind them is that Team Qatar Iron Lynx Mercedes that had the wheel fall off. Certainly it had a dramatic camber change. I'm sure they won't want fall off to be the phrase that's associated with it, but it didn't look good. Mighty 38 heads back out on track. Obamba at the wheel, and the Kiwi, I'm afraid, with not much in prospect other than just grinding out lots of laps. In LMP2, though, this could be different. 43, Nick Yellerly leading, just announced yesterday as a Ford hypercar driver. Yesterday, I mean Friday, because it's now Sunday, although it feels like Saturday still. And into Europol's 343, their other car, Richard de Geras stays in as that receives service. And that car has not been signed by lots of people with a Sharpie. That's just tyre debris. That's another reason why you have tear-offs on the windscreen. And one thing a windscreen wiper, no matter how good it is, will not shift off glass. That is a rubber smear from tyres. Those are not coming off. What are we seeing here? Into Mulsanne corner. The Valkyrie just taking a bit of curb. Does he make it?
No, it's the LMP2
running wide. Oh, it was the LMP2 car, the number 9 car running wide. I was watching the wrong car there. Anthony, as ever, watching the right one.
Well, the graphic that said LMP2 when it first came on the replay was a slight giveaway.
Not necessarily, because graphics don't necessarily relate to what you're seeing, just what they happen to be thinking about at the time. But you're right, it was Harry King in the Proton competition car. And again, that car, more trouble than it was worth all the way through practice and qualifying. However, and this is devoutly to be wished by everybody, if you're going to have problems, that's the time to have them, not on Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It looked like it was a proper rough ride for them, wasn't it? All the way through the practice sessions. Had many times the car was pointing in the wrong direction and through gravel traps and in barriers, and you thought, wow, this is going to be a long old 24 hours for these guys. But look at them, up in P4, sorry, at this point, P21 overall in the running.
What are you saying? I'm not getting any breakfast.
P1 overall, though. This man here, Will Stevens, in car 12, 48 seconds in front of car 8. Yi Yifei down at car 83, Ferrari.
Now, is he filling the kettle or is he topping up his isotonic drinks bottle?
I should imagine the latter.
I imagine the latter as well. Well, I don't know. Maybe he fancies a brew. He's got a big bag of something there, hasn't he? He's obviously mixing it all up. Very often, a team will have a physio, Jota certainly will have, who pre-preps all that stuff and looks after the drivers. Shea Adams saying we have to. Oh, they have to. Oh, Jota have to, not as in we, the TV team, have to. Okay, she is deafening on the talkback. I'm definitely going to have to turn that down a little bit in my ears. Again, first world problems. Strategy tools. Karun Chandok, who was our interrogator with regard to how's this going to work out in 8 hours.
Because, oh, it was him, was it?
Because,
thanks, Karun.
Because I did actually say it was, but
did you?
Yeah. But because of course, what everybody knows about Le Mans is 8 hours out, you can definitely predict who's going to win it. Anyway,
but Karun likes to know these kind of details.
Well,
Martin.
work it out for yourself, Karun. You've got all the. If you've got FIA WC Plus, you've literally got more information at your fingertips than we have in the booth, and he's done the world feed commentary enough to know that. So he's just winding you up. I won't read the last phrase of his message. I'll show that to you later off air. Yeah, it's, you know, one thing, and Anthony, I hate to go back to this, but we always go back to this. One thing that we know about Le Mans, and Yi Yifei will be in exactly the same boat as is Robert Kubica, it ain't over. Even on the last lap, even when you know who's going to win, you don't know who's going to win. This place is horrible like that. It's wonderful in all sorts of ways, but it can be really horrible.
You're telling me that.
I'm not. I know we always come back to it, and it's
10 years ago.
I know. Well, it could be 100 years ago.
10 years ago.
Still won't have felt any better, will it? Now then, back in orange, and car number 17. This is Mathis Jobert now at the wheel of the Genesis Magma racing car, and he has now slipped behind 007 Aston of Ross Gunn. This has been an ongoing tussle between the newest of the cars and the second newest of the cars. Of course, we are anticipating the arrival of McLaren and Ford into the hypercar class next year, and a brand new car from Peugeot as well will be debuted in 2027. So although the name over the garage door will be familiar, Peugeot will have a very different piece of equipment to start learning again. Their advantage, perhaps, over McLaren and Ford will be that it will be an extant racing team that has data, has knowledge, that will then be transferring it to the new machine, whereas McLaren and Ford's programs will have to accumulate that the same way that Aston Martin have, the same way that these guys at Genesis Magma Racing currently are doing.
I've been impressed with what Genesis have managed to do, and the fact they've still got both cars running. They've had their problems, of course, but they are still in this race, and I think that has to be their mission, wasn't it? Getting through, see both cars take the checkered flag. That is really, I think that would be a job well done. Even if it spends some time in the garage, or like we saw on track doing power cycles, just getting them through to the end is what's important for this team, because the more laps you put on this machinery, the more you're going to learn.
It's data. It's all data collection. It's figuring out what works on the tyre, what doesn't work on the tyre, learning about Le Mans. You know, you can do all the simulations you like, but it's not on this track. It's not relevant.
Good job, Brendan. Gap to the leader, 47.9. Gap behind, 4.2.
There's such experienced race engineers at Toyota, aren't there? They're so phlegmatic, nothing phases them, and that constant reassurance of the driver. You talked about it earlier, just giving them that confidence. You're right where you need to be, you're doing everything right. You know, the car's working well, the team's appreciating it. They know they've got a really, really good chance.
They do, but Will Stevens is pumping in some pretty decent lap times as well out in front, and so that gap's gone up from, after that last round of pit stops, the gap's gone up now to, I think you mentioned, 48.5 seconds. Currently, it was down at 41 when Buemi brought it in, so I don't know what happened during Brendan's couple of sighting laps as he jumped in the car.
Now, he took on older tyres as well, did he? So
he has.
They're pretty much on a parallel in terms of tyre life, aren't they? They're only one lap offset.
Exactly,
so,
that's what I meant. So forget the driver difference there. They didn't change the tyres during that, so the tyre and the fuel strategy is exactly the same, give or take one lap between the Will Stevens number 12 car and the number 8 Toyota, as we now see this sister car number 7 come into the pit box.
Also behind them in the pits is the number 51 Ferrari, so the man in the turquoise suit there is going to have to be very careful about releasing this car, because they're already under investigation from the last pit stop when it was released close to the 51 car. Okay, well, that may not happen, because this will be a fuel-only stop for Nick de Vries, whereas Ferrari's 51 car going full service, fuel, tyres and driver change as well. And it's the tyre critical element that's going to put them longer on the pit road. 83 is in as well. Phil Hansen is out, and Ye Fei is in, so he was actually filling his drinks bottle ready to go into the car to begin what undoubtedly is going to be a triple stint. Now then, they were on mediums, softs and one left rear medium. Let's see if they remain there again. Ooh. No, they're not. It was the factory car, it was the red car. So they're on medium. Oh, right, okay, I wondered why he'd moved on so quickly. There's a very different bit of choreography going. So that's 4 mediums, yeah, all 4 mediums there. So, again, going a different way to the other Ferraris. They're playing their own game. They don't just follow along with what everybody else is doing.
That was so odd. He just undid it and then disappeared off to the next. And the mechanic holding one wheel thought, why haven't you taken it off?
Multitasking. I mean, it's clearly what they've rehearsed. I just hadn't spotted it before.
But they've rehearsed it, but it didn't look like they had rehearsed it because he just waited. It's like he'd forgotten what to do.
He's standing there with the tire going, oh, hang on a minute, that's me. That's my cue. In his ear, Paris are going, you may change the tyre. Martin, change the tyre. Martin!
I'm pretty sure he went to put it on, but realised that the wheel was still there.
Yeah, but that's his job, is to take it off as well. So you have to be wheel on and offable.
So Sheldon, we are in the same pace than the toy, same pace as the toy. Time of weather, we are having small wind, Tete Rouge tailwind, like us all weekend long, about 10 kph. I have a question for you. How it is running 4 curves?
A good amount of information coming to show Amanda Linda's way, keeping him up to date on the wind direction. We did question the wind direction. It's good to have tailwind into Tete Rouge.
Yeah, we're gaining a lot of time at 4.2, and it doesn't feel harsh on the car, so I'm happy to keep it.
42. I don't know what he means by 42, but he seems happy with the car anyway, and he's now got the knowledge of where the wind direction's coming. So, like I suspected, you got a headwind. That means a headwind towards Indianapolis if there's a tailwind to Tete Rouge. And that might be why we're seeing a few more overtakes into Indianapolis today compared to previous years. There's another yellow flag just briefly popped up. That is down. Oh, there we are. Oh, it's car 14 in the barrier.
Ooh.
Beached in the gravel. Kevin Estre.
Oh. And that car second and battling for the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am. No amount of selecting reverse is getting you out of there. Crowd strike by APR. Alex Quinn leading in Pro-Am.
Oh, he hit the curb on the inside. Just a moment of misjudgment. All crossed up into the barrier.
Not the first, not the last, but wow, that changed ends almost on him very quickly, didn't it? That was a good save.
Car in the gravel, driver's right. Car in the gravel, driver's right at MP25.
Tried everything he could to keep that car out of the barrier, but it was just that clip in the right-hand curb. We spoke about curbs earlier on in these cars, didn't they? They are the most violent ones of all. I always felt you can't take the same amount as the GT cars, definitely. Even the hypercars feel take more. But that curb at such speed, yeah, just a lapse of concentration, and you can easily end up in the barrier. So really critical part of the track is Indianapolis. High-speed entry, slow-speed left-hander.
And again, everything he's ever driven, GTE Pro, hypercar, he will have been able to take that curb. And that's instinct and repetition and forgetting that this car won't take it.
I would say...
Or just a slight miscalculation.
Yeah, I would say even in a hypercar, you would usually not veer onto that one. But amazing how it reacted.
Yes. We will deploy slow zone 6 at 7:57:30.
It really whipped off the curb.
Seconds.
In
30 seconds to deploy slow zone 6.
In the hands of a bronze, that was going in backwards. That's his razor reflexes catching that and actually mitigating the damage.
To deploy slow zone 6.
But once you're in that gravel, you're waiting for the crane.
15 seconds to deploy slow zone 6. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Slow zone 6 has been deployed. Slow zone 6 has been deployed.
I'm just watching the cars that have just been caught in that. There's a whole stream of hypercars and GTs that have just joined that
We have
slow zone.
vehicles and marshals on track, drivers right at Marshal Post 25. We have marshals exposed and recovery vehicles at Marshal Post 25. All cars to bear totally to the left. All cars to bear totally to the left at Marshal Post 25.
And this was the number 38 that went off in Mulsanne. That's what they're instructed to do. It was Earl Bamber at the wheel, big smoky lockup, and then had to, we instructed to do turn left, go opposite way round the roundabout, and then rejoin the circuit. They say it's the safest way to do that.
I was just looking at the front wheels to say, is that steering? I don't think that was steering. As he slowed right down, it did look like he was able to steer it left a little bit, and he's got back to the garage. When he locked up like that, I think he didn't have steering control. I think he just had both feet on the middle pedal, make it stop.
Would explain why it's immediately back in the garage, and we know that they have had the power steering issues.
It's been in twice and quite lengthily to have that power steering sorted. I'm not sure it's as sorted as a driver needs at the sort of speeds here.
Team manager car 14, please ask your driver to shake off the gravel before joining the track. Please ask your driver to shake off as much gravel off the track before joining the track.
Well, there's a green flag exiting the slow zone, and back up to speed. The battle between the 51 Ferrari Antonio Giovinazzi and the Alpine behind of Antonio Felix da Costa. Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim under investigation, number 2 Corvette for slow zone infringements. That won't help their lot much in LMGC3. With Antonio Felix da Costa during that brief slow zone. Pit stop for 007 Aston Martin Ross Gunn. That drops them back down to 10th and puts Ye Yifei in the AF Corse Ferrari back up to 9th. A pit stop also for the 94 Persian.
Please ask your driver to shake off as much gravel as possible before rejoining the track.
'94 Peugeot also making a stop. Marty Ackerson staying at the wheel. So let's hear a little bit more from Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. Shea Adam, what's the story with the 38?
It is officially day done for the mighty 38 Hertz Team Jota. The garage door is coming down right now. You can actually hear the clacking in the background. But yes, whatever was plaguing the car earlier within the power steering, they thought they had fixed it, and no. So they have decided not to use this car as a test bed for the sister car, and now all hands on deck will be focusing on the number 12.
All right, well, tough way to end the race, but I think Earl Bamber may have been fairly monosyllabic in his summing up of that incident. That did look like massive, get this thing stopped because it's not going around any corners. That's unfortunate, but the marker of doom.
Slow zone 6 in 22 seconds. 20 seconds to remove slow zone 6. 15 seconds to remove slow zone 6. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Slow zone 6 removed. Slow zone 6 removed.
I was just having a look to see who was affected, who was in the slow zone. So you got the 007 Aston Martin was in the slow zone as it was released. Number 43 LMP2 car as well. Car 7 just approaches Mulsanne corner, and on the exit we'll have a clear track. It's a green sector now, so I don't think the front running hypercars, I think it was pretty even between all of them. They were all affected in the same way. And Estre comes back into the pits and explaining to his mechanics and engineers around him the feeling of that car on the brake pedal, and the fact he just touched that curb was pretty clear to see.
We just ran at the back of the paddock into the support paddock to show you something important, because standing on the podium at the 24 Hours of Le Mans or being stuck in your garage with a broken car often stands into how to keep alive those incredible machinery, and that is down to fluids. Thank you for welcoming us, Julien Play, Director of Research and Development at Motul. Julien, 24 hours, it's the ultimate stress test for engines in Le Mans. So Motul are bringing fluids, any kind of fluids that work in the car, but one particular one where you excel, it's fluids for lubrication and engines.
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you, Bruce. I mean, the 24 Hours of Le Mans is a crazy race, 5,500 kilometers at least, you know, racing straight for 24 hours. This is the ultimate stress test. This is a real condition laboratory for us. Validation of our fluids in the application, the cars, engines, transmission, driveline. So it's crazy. I mean, for us, it's the ultimate performance test that can validate the fluids.
How long ago do you prepare the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and once the race is started, it's over?
Well, you're right. I mean, it doesn't start on the 13th of June. We start at least a year behind, you know, with the teams working on the validation, on dyno test first, physical and chemical characteristics of the fluid. Then we go for real-life test on the track, and the ultimate test is, you know, qualifying, testing on a Wednesday and Thursday before the race, and then, you know, we're in real-life conditions, and fingers crossed, it's going to go all well for the race on Saturday.
We're going to go a little bit more technical, because I see here there are samples of the fluids that are coming out of the car and being tested all through the week. And for this, I'd like to speak to Chiprasong Prasit, who's technical responsible here at Motul. And behind we've got some tools. What are you actually doing during the week? Why are there so many samples?
Hello, Bruce. Yeah, we got so many samples because we have to test and analyze all the samples for the teams to make sure everything is right and everything is in line before the start of the race. And then we can fine-tune and adjust with the teams any final detail that would be required depending on the results.
Okay, let's say, for me to understand, if in the samples you see something that's wrong, what is it going to be? Is it that the oil is too burnt, and how can they do adjustments?
Well, of course you would expect some metallic wear. That's something we would check, of course, first. But then other pollutants could be found, for instance, water, glycol, so coolant, but also fuel. And fuel dilution is a big concern here at Le Mans during 24 hours of race. And then sand and dust also could be found because on some part of the tracks it's very dusty and you could get sand, as strange as it sounds.
Okay, so you're basically saving a potential result for a team by telling them the information if there is something coming into the fluids and to the oil, and you can see they can protect the car better to save from having sand and things like this. So without you, it could be a completely different result.
Yes, indeed. You have to look at oil analysis we are performing here, just like blood analysis. So the idea is really to check and control over the time what is happening on the different levels of elements so that we can really foresee any trouble.
Well, excellent. Thank you so much. And it's still a long race to go, and we hope to see all the cars at the end of the race. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So do we.
But yeah, so that was really the first of our expected front run. I mean, not expected of our front runners who hit problems. Number 15 BMW, that puncture basically took them out completely. Yeah. You know, fate intervened. Okay, it's not your year. They lost 3 laps there. Car's still going as quickly as it was, but they've lost 3 laps, and those are never coming back. What else? Midnight safety car. Now that sort of reset everything, because early in the race, Toyota number 8 and number 7 both did a sort of half-stop, short fuel strategy to get themselves into clear air. Worked better for the number 8 car. They were out front leading, as you know, kept building an advantage. The problem there, of course, is the moment a safety car arrives, that advantage goes, and also everybody fueled. So all of that fuel offset bump, that's gone, and the only offset we've got now between the top 3, number 12 Cadillac, Hertz Team Toyota, the number 8 Toyota and the 20 BMW, has been earned by drivers soft shoeing their way round. So the number 12 Cadillac has earned 2 laps, and the number 20 BMW has earned 1 lap compared to where the 8 and 7 Toyota are on fuel. So what we're seeing now is what we were seeing in the daylight yesterday, that the Cadillac can keep its pace up but save fuel, which the Toyotas can't. So they are maxed out on pace. They're doing 12 laps. They're certainly not reduced to 11, but they've not been able to creep out a 13 lap. And since the safety car, Cadillac have twice managed to creep up a 13-lap stint, and once for the number 20 BMW. In terms of outright pace, nothing to choose. And Toyota still, despite a drive-through for the number 8 car and an issue for the number 7, are still very much in the hunt. Ferrari, which looked to be out of it, after penalty even for the 51 car, that car is just relentlessly coming back into it, and we've still got the top 9 cars in Hypercar, top 10 cars on the lead lap, because Ross Gunn's 007 Aston is on the lead lap. Cars that have taken themselves out, 101, 3 drive-through penalties, 2 earned in the last hour by Philippe Albuquerque alone. So the Taylor Torpedo has hold them below the waterline. I'm afraid they've really taken themselves out. That car was running smoothly, had plenty of pace, and they've just tossed it away with 3 unneeded penalties. No penalty is necessary, but you know, if you get 1, and it was a full course yellow infringement and then a yellow flag infringement and another yellow flag infringement, I think was the other one. So it's all driver error that, as you know, needs to be avoided. No one's perfect. You can't be perfect in a race of this duration with this amount of traffic, but you've got to be as close to damn near perfect as possible, and that's really undone them. And Alpine, hard to tell really. You can see here how close the car is on pace, right behind the 51 Ferrari. This battle between Da Costa and Giovinazzi for 5th place. But they've not, since the safety car, been in the position where they've been able to jump into the top 3 at any stage, no matter how the fuel cycle goes. So it sort of looks as though it's just a little out of reach.
Yeah, I think at the moment what we're seeing is the top 3 running away a bit from the rest of the field. Obviously, there's quite a gap now to the 4th place. And I always had the gut feeling that it was going to be around those 3 brands at least. It seems to be that way. One thing I could see from a Toyota is that they're still quite safe on taking the curbs, especially in the 4th chicanes. I don't know if they absolutely have to do that or that's a choice at the moment to be safe on the car, but there's definitely some lap time in there. But I've also noticed they're not able to go as long as the Cadillac and the BMW, which could be a price to pay at the end. But it's interesting to see, and then I think now the sun's back up, the track's going to get warm again, and things are going to get more and more important, the sprint to the finish line, I'd say.
And actually, in a number of our classes, it does seem that performance has varied in Hypercar and in LMGT3 with the overnight low temperature. Alpine seems to have gone off the boil a little bit. Who's in 15? It's Raffaele. Okay, that's not another stick to beat your brother with.
Well,
so
I was looking at that.
I know you were. I know you were. Anybody, if you haven't, by the way, listened to / watched the Vanthoor character assassination / podcast, you need to, because if you've got siblings and you think your sibling rivalry is in there, then theirs is in there too as well. Very good fun, and I'm sure there's going to be a Le Mans debrief of exceptional quality coming. Of course, then you'll be racing next year, and so then be careful. Be careful what you say this year, because it might come back.
We still have to debrief the Detroit drama we had last race in IMSA, where my little brother hit me and destroyed my wing, and I had to come in the pit lane.
There's an episode in a bit coming, isn't there?
No, I mean it's an extremely rare position to be in. To have, I think, 2 brothers racing that close and against each other in the top class in Le Mans. But in the end, you know, once we're on track, it's like another competitor. Okay, you take maybe a little bit care about each other. I prefer not to know sometimes if he's in a car. I don't know about him, but I think it's more stressful for our parents and family than it is for us. But
yeah, I think you're probably right there, actually.
I always remember the two Schumacher brothers fighting each other seemingly harder than anyone else.
Well, that's what we always did. Like two little brothers. You rather break a leg than lose from your brother, right? Until we had one big coming together at the 24 Hours of Nürburgring, and that was kind of stupid. So after that, we decided to be a bit more smarter and try and help each other, which 90% of the time works now. But we'll see. We're racing each other as well almost every weekend, so it's natural at one point we're going to find each other and we'll have to battle each other hard as well. So it's funny. But yeah, obviously, if there's a moment to give him a little bit of shit, I take that opportunity as well.
Apologies for the language.
Podcast language.
Podcast language. Not easy when it's not your native tongue as well, in a foreign language. It's and also.
Well,
you learn your English from mechanics. Yeah, you were going to say it, weren't you? Yeah. Mechanics teach a racing driver their English, and yeah.
Well, I think in the case of Lawrence Andries, they probably learned English before they got to English racing mechanics, and you know, before they learned some of the more Anglo-Saxon racing terminology. Understeer, oversteer, they probably understood, but it was the adjectives that you use that are very much part of the lexicon.
A few expletives thrown around down at the car we're watching, car 101. I mean, 3 drive-through penalties.
Well, if you want to sum up the 101 Wayne Taylor weekend here at Le Mans, or race here at Le Mans, the weekend's been good, but in the race, it's the eye roll emoji. That's literally it.
Yeah.
They've got pace. They've still got pace. They've got a great driver lineup. They know what they're doing, and they've given it away.
Well, it's been self-inflicted, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really.
I was happy, surprised to see their pace, because they've, I think, been struggling a little bit in IMSA compared to the other Cadillac teams. But here they seem to be strong. But like you say, it's a long race, and those mistakes in hindsight will be painful to accept, that those, in the end, little things, you cannot really call them, but they are. It is pretty much thrown away a good result.
Yeah, there's such silly mistakes. You kick yourself afterwards, don't you? Because you try to push it to the limit of each slow zone or full course yellow. You try to react as quickly and as close to the line as possible. You know you're playing with fire, don't you? And to do it once, yeah, you kick yourself, but for it to happen 3 times is...
you always have a discussion pre-race from what do we do, like how close you go to the limit, but I'm always also the opinion, like, how much is it worth it? You maybe gain half a second, but what's the penalty for it if you do it wrong one time? So.
Absolutely.
Good job, Brennan. Keep pushing, keep doing what you're doing. Box this lap or fuel. Box this lap for fuel only.
It was a good job. He's brought that gap down from 47.5 seconds to 40.
Yep.
So back to where Buemi was pre-full course yellow or slow zone, which seemed to somehow, I think they must have got caught out with it more or affected by it more than the others around them. Yeah.
Well, Sheldon van der Linde also closing in a little on the number 12 Cadillac, in 3rd place in the number 20 BMW. So he's still only just under 7 seconds behind Hartley. So that gap is closing to the leader as well. And Albuquerque still trying to get by Gounon here.
Fresh out of the RD Limited LMP2 machine is Tristan Vautier. Tristan, when you're driving and the name over the door is Romain Dumas, it makes it a little more special to come to Le Mans, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's very cool for us because we started this RD Limited LMP2 adventure all together with Fred, 2 years ago for Asian Le Mans, and we were hoping to get a slot for the 24 hours. It didn't come last year, it came this year, so very grateful to be here. partnered with Fred and Romain, who is kind of quite a legend around this place. So it's a special lineup, and yeah, very happy to kind of close the loop on that RD thing. I don't mean it's the end, but I mean kind of coming to Le Mans is a way of closing the loop, and yeah, very happy to be here.
It is the first trip to Le Mans for the team, definitely not the last. But what is the thing that you will leave with from this race, feeling satisfied?
To be fair, we are going to leave with a lot of things to learn and improve upon. You know, we are not where we wanted to be. We're lacking a bit of speed, and we were hoping to fight for the top 5 or the podium. We're not there at the moment, so you know, grateful to be here, and we'll learn what we can and take it for the future.
Still a long way to go. Keep your head up, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you.
Number 20 BMW in 3rd place on its most recent pit stop, 1 minute 35. And for comparison, Will Stevens and Brendan Hartley, 1 minute 15, 1 minute 16 each. So the 20 BMW lost 20 seconds on its last stop for, I don't know why. Did they?
Do you remember we saw the?
Did they take tyres?
Do you remember we saw the mechanics kind of arguing to the pit wall? It looked like something was going on. I mentioned when René Rast took over. I wonder if it was in that moment they lost time in the pits.
Yeah, I don't know. Rast seemed to be sitting in the car a long while, didn't he? That wasn't the odd tyre change pit stop, was it? Drive-through penalty being handed to Mikkel Jensen. Car number 20, Michael Jensen, car number 25, the other Jensen. There are too many darn Danes in this race. And also to car number 2, that's Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim in number 2 Corvette. In fact, he's already in the pit lane, so he is serving that the moment it is notified. Out goes number 8. Brendan Hartley stays in. Yeah, fuel only, and that's why he's up to speed immediately in the Dunlop curve. So I will answer my own question. Number 20, Sheldon van der Linde, did not take tyres. He's a 32 laps old.
Oh, watch out for this one. That serrated curb does some potential damage to the underside of that Cadillac 101. Right, Philippe Albuquerque comes in and it just tried to take avoiding action to send it through the gravel, but that curve just bit hard.
Will the real Albuquerque please stand up, because his evil twin is not helping here. Again, that's an uncharacteristic error.
But that's, in my opinion, one of the most difficult parts as a driver in a 24-hour race, because the controlling of your emotions, because it happens to everyone at one point that you make a mistake, a bigger one or a small one. And it's so important then to try and not react to that, to keep cool, to see the bigger picture. But you will, the worst thing is to try and go and make that up, because you will do the next mistake and the next mistake and the next mistake. And that's what's tough about this race, and especially now in the morning when you maybe didn't have much sleep yet, and it's hard to control.
Trying to make up for lost time because of previous errors, it doesn't really work like that. You have to just blueprint what you know you can do and accept the errors. You'll never get it back. You can't make up for that time.
You can only do that in normal driving, where you're not at 100% all the time. Here, you're at 100% all the time. There is no 101%. You can't be that. And actually, that puts me in mind of Alessandro Pierguidi. Was it last year? He got a penalty, and then coming into the pit lane, spun it into the gravel as well. Just that 100% focus had just gone, and one mistake leads to another.
Habsburg jumps here. In. Yeah, so it's Felix da Costa out and Ferdinand Habsburg in. Habsburg was very pleased with his efforts in qualifying. He was the first driver to see that car through to the hyperpark. We watched this live, didn't we? As da Costa had to take avoiding action of the car 43, who was making an overtake on a GT car. And there was some good driving all round. Watch this. This is how Da Costa saw it. Whoa, here he goes. Just gave enough room. Not easy. It's not easy to navigate.
Did he do that with one hand? I think he was doing buttons at the same time. If I looked at it.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, he wasn't flipping the bird out of the window anyway, so there's that. Right, number 20 back in the pit lane. Yeah, 1 minute 35 last stop for Sheldon van der Linde. Checking under the car, digging all the muck out of those air vents.
So the last stop they did take tyres. So yeah, going to keep that set on this time around. So they're out of sync with car 12 and car 8 in that regard.
But 135, that's a... Okay, well, 30 Hapsburg, 134, driver change, 133, the last, 134, the last stop for Ye Yifei. So it's not that much out of kilter. Dorian Pan waiting to take over the LMP2 leading number 30 car from Duquesne.
Yeah, they've been exceptional, haven't they, the whole way through this week. A really rapid driver lineup. Dorian, of course, one of the stars in that car.
I think the unknown there was Richard Verschoor, a rookie here at Le Mans. Julian Landauer, okay, I think we know that box is very much ticked. And Dorian Pan has really come on in pace over the last couple of seasons as well. But
look at the size of her seat insert as well.
That's literally like you and me sharing a car, isn't it? You know, I'm 6 foot sort of 4-ish and you're not quite. So there would be quite a disparity there as well. Yeah, I'm the height of a clothes prop and you're the height of a racing driver. So it's very similar. I think Dorian probably gives away a couple of inches to you as well, doesn't she?
Yeah, I think she makes me look like a giant. But no, really, it's funny. She did the business in F1 Academy and wrapping up the championship, but I always felt like she looks more at home in an LMP2 car and in the World Endurance Championship in general. And that's really translated through this time. Again, Will Stevens out of the lead car.
Yeah. In gets Louis Delatraz. He has slotted into this team so well, hasn't he?
He really has, yeah. And he had the speed in Spa, but you could tell just it was a little rough around the edges as he was sort of relearning his trade. But here at Le Mans, he's been absolutely brilliant.
That's when he's probably had a few more hours in the car since then, hasn't he? I don't know when their last endurance test will have been. Just checking things out from the far end of the pit lane.
And he would have seen through his beady eyes, through his binoculars, that they've changed from softs to mediums on the lead car.
Well, he may not have done, but as they come past here, they'll definitely see that. So, yeah, leaders onto a medium tyre. Unfortunately, on our weather graphic, we don't get track temperature anymore.
You need to pump the pedal even more, but I think it's the vibration that's making it worse. But just follow him.
That was Will on the radio to Louis Delatraz. So they're getting pad knockoff, it sounds like, pumping the pedal because the pistons aren't closing up on the caliper immediately when you go for the brake pedal. And that's a kind of scary feeling for a driver when you push the pedal and nothing happens. That's the same issue Shea Adam reports from Hertz Team Jota, that remember when Sebastian Bourdais ran off track and he said there was a long brake pedal. He was talking about that on the radio. That sounds fairly familiar to the team, so they will be keeping a weather eye on that. Now, obviously, Will Stevens was still keeping the car in the lead, building that advantage, and dealing with that issue at the same time. We'll have to, trouble for the Genesis Magna. Is that number 17, not 19? So that's not the car that stopped before, but a similar issue perhaps for Mathis Jobert. And he has...
It doesn't look...
Well, he's on the outside of the S's. The other car stopped on the inside and had to roll down the hill.
Looks like some kind of suspension issue, maybe. He tried to re-go, but you see it was quite...
Bumping up and down. Yeah, is that a breakage then as he hit a curb? Let's take a look.
Oof. Yeah. Oh, that made it clatter, didn't it? Yep, that has broken the car. I reckon he took too much of that right curb.
That's always the big discussion, you know, because taking those curbs makes you gain so much lap time, but it might end up being this as a result if you do it too often or too early in the race.
Wow, broken right front suspension. That is not coming back home.
No, that's the end of that car's race, unfortunately. That wheel is held on only by the wheel tether. There's literally nothing else attaching that to the car.
And that's what I said before. I thought you could clearly see that the Toyotas are way more conservative still, especially in the Ford chicane compared to the others. So there might be a moment where they say, okay, now unleash it, and then there's still lap time to come from them, I think.
That is a very good point. Very good point, because I did notice when Hartley, we were on board with him pretty recently, and he went through the second chicane on the Mulsanne Straight and didn't touch one curb. And it just looked a bit almost out of place. That you expect them to be riding more curbs than that, but it was very clear that he was being super careful there.
Even the last chicane, when I saw they were really driving around, and then only in the last two chicanes, that's half a second by not taking any curbs. But maybe their car also doesn't allow to do it in general. This we don't know, but in general, Toyota, I always thought they're quite smart on these things about staying calm and playing the long game. So
yeah, I mean, when I was there, we were always told to avoid those curbs, but we would give it an absolute thrashing in around places like Portimao and Sebring. You know, we'd really, they knew what the suspension was built to do. The R&D that goes into it is vigorous, but oh, so you go. Speaking of curbs, that was
technically still didn't take it.
Yeah, they're so good at avoiding curbs, they're not even going off the track. But yeah, so we were often talking about how to avoid, but that was for the whole race. It wasn't like, and at one point you then start smashing them. But that was amazing how riding on board with. Who was it? Was it Jobert?
Jobert.
Yeah. I mean, you could hear it the moment he went right over, and they're in that slow zone now through the Dunlop curves.
And we're waiting now for a rescue vehicle. You see the marshals walking back over the gravel trap. They've just been to check, or they've started off to go to check with the driver. I think they've probably been advised to step away. Now, can we rescue the car under slow zone, or are we going to end up going virtual safety car? They will do it under slow zone if they can.
An interesting fact, though, about the failure of Genesis, you'd say it's the first year, but the suspension failure is part of the...
Antonio Felix da Costa was one of the drivers with the most interesting strategy to make it through a 24-hour race. You cut out sugar and caffeine in the run-up to the race, so I have to know, did it work when you were about to get in the car and had a nice big cup of coffee?
I always do that, to be fair, but it did. My first triple stint, like going into the night, was much harder than my 3 a.m. one, so that coffee really paid off, and I think I'm gonna have to double down on that into when I go back in the car at the end.
How long of a break do you have now until the final stint?
I'm not so sure, but maybe about 3 hours. I think Ferdy's going to finish the race, so we'll cycle through one more time with Charles, myself, and then Ferdy at the end.
Now that you've had caffeine, do you think you'll actually be able to sleep?
Absolutely. I'm so tired.
Well, thanks for taking a few minutes to talk to us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
So Hawksworth hopping the curbs, Robichon right behind in the 27 Harder Racing Aston Martin. Johnny Adam back in the wheel of the 23 car in 4th place as we ride with Sheldon van der Linde, currently lying in 3rd, having recently taken over the BMW. And Brendan Hartley in 2nd, Louis Delatraz, the leader, under investigation for slow zone speeds at 8:30, so that current slow zone coming under the Dunlop Bridge. Somewhere a little bit too fast, potentially. Flashing of lights. This is the... Oh, that's the BMW. Yeah, trying to get by.
Putting car on number 8 under pressure. There's a slightly different tyre strategy going on here. So Sheldon van der Linde took new tyres last time around, and Hartley has just started... He's just started his 3rd stint, but didn't change tyres. So they're going to be very long in the tooth by the end of this stint for Brendan.
Oh, you've got Sheldon on newer tyres, have you? I've got him on 32 lap old tyres compared to 36 for Brendan.
Yeah, so Hartley took over from Buemi. He took over Buemi's old tyres already, and Hartley's starting he's starting another stint, and so this is van der Linde behind on, he has, just 13 lap old tyres.
Okay.
Whereas Brendan's have done 35 laps.
It will be important for Brendan to try and keep him behind.
And that's probably why he went off in the chicane earlier on.
Yeah, because if he can keep him behind and he prevents him from making the gap on the new tires, that will be beneficial for him in a couple of hours. So.
Yeah. Anything you can do to blunt that new tyre edge of the following car is absolutely crucial. And as always, I mean, you know, you've raced enough in the States. There's 2 critical rules in America, or 2 critical words: track and position. Never give it up.
Yep.
Never. Now,
especially at this phase in the race, you like in the beginning you wouldn't care much about track position as long as you're in the top 5-6, but now it's like you're counting to the end, so you need to keep all those things in mind.
yeah, because there's only 7.5 hours to go. Only an hour and a half plus a full wet race. Well, we've just seen that the Genesis had been removed. It's no longer there, so I'm not... presumably the rescue vehicle is still trundling around with the car dangling on the crane. But we will end the slow zone in 20 seconds. So we're out of it already with Sheldon van der Linde. And you just saw Andreas Roos, the head of BMW Motorsport, watching from Team WRT. This battle for second place on the road.
That means that after the fourth place cars, they will gain that slow zone on the top three.
Yeah, tires are getting a bit digital.
Copy, mate. We're going to fight through it for the rest of the stint. I think with more temp in as they come, it should get better. Do your best.
Tyres are getting a bit digital. Is that like he's gone postal?
It just means that he's got that on or off feeling from the tyre. You either have the grip or it completely snaps away from you, and it's a horrible feeling. It takes away a bit of confidence from the driver, and hence him just running wide in that chicane a couple of laps before. You think you're going to have the grip, you turn in, it's completely nothing. So that feeling of all or nothing from the tyre, the driver describes it as a digital feeling, on or off. But then the engineer's saying, hopefully, stick with it. Hopefully, as the track temp starts to come up, as temperatures rise, it might be a bit easier for you in that regard. But it's going to be tough for him. Remember, he already took over from Buemi's double-stinted tyre, and it's never easy. I don't know what you thought about it, Lauren. When taking over someone else's tyres, you could tell the driver didn't treat them the same way you might have treated them, and
normally you always try to avoid that, right?
Yeah.
We did, at least. We never did that because
I hated that as a driver, taking over someone else's tyres.
It's the worst.
Oh, what have you done to these things? I never would have done that.
If you have to go with a triple, you know exactly how you treated them.
Exactly.
You know what to expect, and if you're taking them from somebody else, you have no idea what happened to the tires before, and it's a very frustrating thing to not know, and makes it more difficult to drive as well.
Yeah.
Surprised that they did that, actually, because normally you always keep the tire with drivers.
I'm really surprised they did that too. And I thought it was bizarre at the time, and now they're in this situation where the driver is doing a double stint. I'm surprised that Buemi didn't do. He didn't. I suppose. So Buemi jumped in after Hirakawa. They were already doing it then, by the way.
That's the problem. Maybe at one point they had to offset that, and then there's no way back because you want to triple the tires, obviously. And
I wonder if it was the drive-through that Hirakawa had to do. He did a drive-through, then he eventually pitted, but then Buemi jumped in without any tyre change.
But quite often that's been a factor over the last couple of years, so that when you put a driver in who's not been in the car, particularly here for 2 or 3 or 4 hours, they don't go out with stone cold tyres as well. They carry on with hot tyres, and that was how we started to mitigate against that new driver cold tyre problem.
I'd rather have the cold tires than somebody else's old tires, to be honest.
Well, I think we have here 2 drivers who don't like somebody else's second-hand tyre.
Selfish, basically. That's what yeah.
Well, no, but it's inheriting something that's inherently flawed.
I don't know if it's just in our heads as well, because I remember I handed over some tyres once to somebody else in that way, and I knew I had definitely looked after them. I didn't have one lockout. I was really happy with the work that I'd done, almost underdrove a bit, thinking, you know, for the greater good of the team, I would hand over my tyres to the next. And they moaned about how I treated them. Maybe it's just in our heads.
That's from a driver point of view, that's the first excuse you can use in the drawer, right? Well, it's you used my tires. It wasn't me.
Big boys did it. Some kid from a school you don't know. Yeah,
exactly. Lots of finger pointing everywhere.
Because, as with everything else, it's never the driver's fault.
Obviously.
Obviously. But yeah, Toyota's still really in the hunt here, aren't they? You know, they've got enough pace. They've not got so much they can run away, but they've got enough to stay in the fight. And right now, 8 hours to go, 7 hours to go, that's all you ask. All you ask is that when we get to lunchtime, with 2 or 3 hours left, we're in it. Not just we're on the lead lap, but 3 minutes back, but we're in that 30, 60 seconds where it's all going to happen, and at some stage it's all going to kick off. To be honest, it's hard to imagine the pressure ramping up, because these things are being driven absolutely flat out from the moment the race starts to the moment it finishes. But nevertheless, it's maybe driver intensity is going to get even more extreme as we get closer to the final denouement. Battle here between 2 underperforming cars, really. 007, 009 Aston Martins we thought would be better after pole position, although the race didn't work for them. 94 and 93 Peugeot, we thought they'd be better. Here's the 94 car, Malte Jakobsen going by the 00. Is that 009? Yes, it was, Alex Riberas.
Yeah, just out-dragged him on the run down towards the Porsche curves, and nothing that the Aston could do to hold on to position there, but holding on to position in front of Van der Linde is car number 8 still, so Van der Linde's got to find a way past and use these tyres. He's losing lap time in not getting past the Toyota here.
You're fine, man. You're flying. 7 seconds, you reduce the gap with all the sequence. You're doing a good job.
Yeah, but he needs to get by the Toyota, because he's now on that strategy where he needs to exploit his new tires, and now he's stuck in that famous dirty air and overheating them, and it's not ideal, but still 7 hours to go, so you cannot go and do a crazy move neither, but he's quite close now this time.
Yeah, just nipped through on the inside, getting past the GT and then the LMP2 car, the Inter Europol, through turn 1, and it's a little bit more of a high risk move. It was needed to try and keep as close as he can to Hartley through this sequence of corners. The left, the cambered left, turn 5. You can really see that fighting the BMW for all it's worth in the turbulent air from the back of the Toyota.
And the reason the BMW is behind, remember I said there was a question about why it was a 1 minute 35 stop. Was there an issue? We have an answer from BMW, no. I have an answer from sim racer Michi Hoyer, who was watching. He said, yes, they dropped the car, the front left was not tight, and it had to go back up, and they had to do the wheel again. So BMW say, no, there was no issue. The Mark 1 human eyeball, watching it on the TV, says, yes, there was an issue, and that's why it dropped behind the Toyota, and now, with those fresh tyres on, Van der Linde can't get by.
Yeah, sometimes it's in the smallest details which can have a huge consequence, and often it's not, and sometimes this 1-2 seconds can put you in this situation, and then...
Yeah, it's a whole team effort, isn't it? Everyone needs to pull their weight. Full course yellow.
Now, we had one about an hour ago, and we didn't see one particular incident would have caused it. We saw them retrieving some bollards from one of the chicanes on the Mulsanne, but there must have been other things going on, other bits of tidying up that needed doing. And of course, this sort of effectively hurts nobody, but because everybody has to come down to 80 kilometers an hour for the same period. The problem is, if you're coming into the Ford chicane when it's released, and you're going to be coming down to 60 Ks anyway, that's one thing. But if you're coming out of Tertre Rouge when it's released, you're going onto the Mulsanne at 80 Ks, not 180 Ks. And so where it comes in and where it's released particularly can actually gain you or lose you time compared to your rivals. In the pit lane, and the pits are not closed under full course yellow, is the number 23 car, Johnny Adam. He's in from 3rd place. And because nobody's going quickly, he will come back out without losing a position. Now, that is a material gain that you can't possibly make yourself. Good. Look at the cars coming down the straight. They would have gone by him. Now, that's not for position, but that's an indication of how fast his rivals are going, as he's doing 60 kilometers an hour in the pit lane, instead of them doing 260 to 300 kilometers an hour. They're only doing 80, so they're losing time on him effectively compared to how little he lost when they were in the pits. So that could be a game changer for 23. Also in the pits, Chan Ju Fen in the 91 Manthey DK Engineering Porsche. That car, which struggled early on, is in 5th place ahead of Kessel Racing's Lorenzo Patrese in the 74 Ferrari. But it's still TF Sport that lead in LMGT3, Duquesne that lead in LMP2, and overall it is still Louis Delatraz ahead for car number 12, Cadillac Hertz Team Jota.
So I think the 007 Aston Martin of Tom Gamble, who had Ross Gunn at the wheel before the driver change, would have benefited from that pit stop a little bit under the full course yellow. So they would have gained some time there.
Well, they were in. Loic Duval has taken over the 94 Peugeot. 19 is in as well, the remaining Genesis. Paul-Luc Chatin at the wheel. So they have all come and gone. 29, Forestier Racing by Panish. Remember, we saw that car off in the Dunlop curves, in the Porsche curves. That car with Ollie Gray at the wheel back out on track, and still looking to the top 6 in LMP2. LMP2 Pro-Am led by CrowdStrike Racing by APR. Alex Quinn at the wheel of car number 4. The flags of many nations fluttering in the breeze above the grandstand on what is a beautiful Sunday morning here at Le Mans.
Well, we're here in the Casa Ferrari. What a beautiful place in the heart of the circuit of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, actually within the Bugatti circuit. And we are with Alessandra Todeschini, your head of endurance program. Tell us a little bit more about this place and about the Hyper Club.
I would say Casa Ferrari is like a brand identity of Ferrari. It's, I would describe it as the state of the art of the hospitality. And we go with this Casa Ferrari all around the world. But I would say the Casa Ferrari at Le Mans is the most special one. At least to me, is the most special one that we put on place. And the idea has come when we have returned in 2023 back to the to the main category, to the category of front grid, and we were very excited, obviously, to do it. And we decided to create an exclusive program of clients that we can name as our big supporters of the project. And the project, as you know, has proved very successful from the beginning. And so I would say that also these clients, together with our 499P, our team, our official drivers, they're a little bit of protagonists of these victories that have appeared and have come back to back over the past 3 years. So to speak, this Hyper Club, it started with that idea and has very much development around the fact that it should be a once-in-a-lifetime experience for our clients. So this is a little bit a secret of the experience, and around that then we provide a lot of other rides. So something that also it's outside the Le Mans experience. So there are people that they follow us during the whole year. They follow the championship, they come to our Finale Mondiale. The Finale Mondiale Ferrari is our big end-of-season celebration. We are providing also to this specific edition, the edition that has started in 2026, the opportunity also of attending the 18th celebration of Ferrari, the anniversary next year. And last but not least, they are also the kind of special owners of 100th of one of the chassis that 2027 will see on track.
Is winning 3 times in a row put more pressure on your shoulders, or does it give you more confidence?
Honestly, I think we do not have anything left to demonstrate to anybody. So be what it be, I think we are fine, we are happy. It would be great to write again history, but I think that we can also live with that. 3 in a row, it's okay. It's more than enough, I would say. So I am not the person that we say, if you ask this to my colleagues in the technical rooms at the pits, they would say, no way, we have to win again. But I can be happy with 3 times in a row, honestly, personally, and I think so we can live. But we will struggle for that. We will give you a tough time.
We're sure about that. Thank you so much for your time, and have a great weekend. Fingers crossed for the 499P.
Yes, finger crossed for everybody, and I hope that we can provide a great show all together.
The first thing that's going to happen now, after Louis Delétraz takes the penalty, in he comes, and Brendan Hartley goes into the lead, is Hartley will concede that lead at the next stop, because we've just heard they're going to do a tyre change. Delétraz is not necessarily going to do a tyre change. He's on relatively new tyres. What about the number 20 BMW of Sheldon van der Linde? Here is the change. Hartley and van der Linde go by. Number 12 Cadillac drops to 3rd. There was a slower car coming out in front of him as well, so that won't help.
Where is that? Is that it just coming through?
That could be the 3rd car in shot. I think there was another car behind them, and then there were 2 cars coming out of the pit lane. So I think it was an LMP2 car, might have been James Allen in the AO by TF car. Now that's a Genesis behind them.
So now he's 12.8 seconds behind. See the graphics on the left-hand side on the screen. 12.8 seconds behind. A tyre stop, though, different to the car number 8 of around 20 seconds. Wow, it's going to be close.
Okay, Louis, so we're going to exit the pit lane P3 around 10 seconds behind the leaders. 10 seconds, it's not over yet, it's not over. Now it's time to push and recover that.
Well,
but again, this is Lawrence's rule now. Don't over push, just drive. We've got 7 hours.
Well, there's a time and place for it, and they've gone from leading fairly comfortably to now being a little bit on the back foot. So it's time to recover that, and you have to turn the wick up slightly. And Hartley's really helping their core. So now if you're caddy number 12, you'll be praying that Hartley keeps the BMW 20 at bay.
Because he's stopping Sheldon van der Linde exploiting what is still a newer tyre.
Exactly.
Hartley's also going to lose the lead at the next stops because they're going to do a tyre change. You've already heard them planning that. And if they don't do it now, then they'll lose even more time in the next stint. So that puts the BMW in the lead. So you're absolutely right. The longer Hartley holds up the BMW, the better it is for the Cadillac behind.
But I generally also think that Hartley and Toyota have good pace, because if I look correctly before, even though Hartley's on old tires and Delatraz was on new, he was closing the gap to him. So it looks like the Toyota also just has the pace, which...
It has had all race, hasn't it? It really has. And it was only when Hartley had that moment where he lost a lot of time, it set them back. But lap time-wise, they're right there.
Hey, Philippe, let's put pressure on the people ahead. Let's put pressure on the people ahead. Louis got to drive through, so he's behind us now. Let's go put pressure on the cars ahead.
There you go.
I saw that, and I know why you got to drive through. I think I know why.
Yep, copy. Let's go focus forward, put pressure on the cars ahead.
He technically did the same thing, so maybe...
yeah, exactly so.
The master of the drive-through penalties.
Catching the Vector Sport car just in the wrong place, the number 20 BMW. So Sheldon van der Linde losing a second or so to Brendan Hartley. So he's going to have to make that up again.
Yeah, Albuquerque thinking, I know why he got the penalty, because he did exactly what I did.
Yeah. 3
times before.
Actually, in fairness, Philippe did 2 different things to gain a penalty. But you're right, the first one was also yellow flag infringement. He got held up, by the way, Albuquerque, by the battling LMP2 cars that are still battling in front of him. The number 9 car, the yellow machine, that is Proton Competitions. Jonas Reed, and I think it was Pietro Fittipaldi in the Vector Sport car. I think 101 has cleared them now, but that's part of playing the team game. If you can't win, and again we think back to the last race where Kevin Magnussen knew he wasn't in a winning car at the number 15, but he was flipping well going to protect the number 20 car like his life depended on it, and did so. And this now is the role that Felipe Albuquerque can try and take on, is close on these guys and just try and put pressure on them so it distracts them from getting maximum speed out of the car. But that little traffic separation half a lap ago has given Brendan Hartley fresh air that Sheldon van der Linde did not want him to have. He's now not got to worry about van der Linde having a lunge until he catches the next bit of traffic and gets held up.
Track limit for Brendan Hartley though on the last lap.
Yeah, you've got to watch out for those. Yeah. But I wonder if they're going to do... Yeah, they'll probably do a driver change, won't they, at the end of this stint for Hartley, because that set of tyres now, that set of soft tyres been on since Buemi, took them 4 stints ago.
So Brendan will take him... the way that they've run it so far, you would think Brendan will take new mediums and do that stint and then hand the car over.
That's what I would imagine
to Rio,
yeah. But this set, yeah. I mean, a quadrupled set of soft tyres, that's something I didn't think we'd be seeing.
And he's still holding the lead. And Philippe Albuquerque probably knows why Louis Delatraz, trouble-free export car spinning out the final corner. Albuquerque knows why his teammate got a penalty, because I think I might have done that as well, and that's what the stewards think as well.
I wonder if there's something wrong with the systems, because doing that so many times...
That's not an Albuquerque thing. That would be like you doing 3 penalties in 2 stints. We'd be going, okay, that's not a Vanthoor thing, that he's too good for that. And
I wonder if it's a full course yellow button problem with the car not being held to 80 kph properly
or
on
the
that
release,
car.
or...
And sometimes, if it's on that section, when it goes down the hill after Dunlop curve, sometimes the car's limiter, the elevation change plays around with the speed. Yeah. And I wonder if they're just going over it ever so slightly because of the downhill or the uphill.
Well, that happens with cruise control in a normal car. If you're set at 50 k's in town, but you're going down a steep hill, the car's picking up speed unless it's clever enough to retard the transmission, and not always happening.
They're obviously playing with the margins there as well. It's like a pit lane speed limiter, and if you're doing full course yellow at 80 kilometers an hour, and you can do 0.2 of a kilometer an hour quicker over a whole lap, that's I'm not that good at math, but it's worth some lap time, and maybe they've gone a little bit too far, and they're close to the edge.
Going to see this car loop around on the exit of the final corner. Oh, a little bit wide in the penultimate corner, and it's as easy done as that.
Job van Uyten at the wheel. Just taking a fraction too much. Did he just touch that sausage curb?
He was offline in the penultimate corner. He just understeered a bit too wide, didn't take enough curb on the left, and then that made him understeer too much mid-corner in the final corner. Got offline, got on power, on the marbles, and it's round on you. Got it going again now, though.
Back up to speed, no damage done. But this car was in right at the front of the field, currently in 8th place. I'm not sure what other travails it's had over the course of the night, but that car has certainly dropped out of really front-running contention. In LMP2, it's still Duquesne's number 30 car that leads from the pair of Inter Europol cars. So Inter Europol's 34 car over the last 4 years at Le Mans, first, second, first, and they're currently in a podium position again. It's been 3 years since Toyota has won this race. Brendan Hartley currently leading from Sheldon van der Linde, and again, that separation, now he's got it. Van der Linde is not closing that gap enough.
Start seeing the track limit lights pop up on timing screens a bit more now the last couple of laps. Felipe Albuquerque won, Fred Makowiecki, Brendan Hartley.
I think daylight, and they can see what they're looking at with track limits again, and maybe a rotation of stewards looking into things as well. I don't know, or well, I suppose it's marshals and cameras looking on track for the infringements.
Yeah, and the cameras are backed up by a crew of officials who are working at the remote system in the FIA's headquarters outside Geneva. So it's not all being done in race control because there's just not enough room for all the people. So a lot of that track limits monitoring is being done remotely, but in the same way that the TV pictures are the same wherever you're watching them around the world, so are the security camera pictures. So they've still got the same information they would have if they were in the race control building here. They're just not. So there's an awful lot of eyes on that, on the track limits. And you're right, once we get into daylight and the cameras give them a better view, then those tend to be a little bit more seen.
It's become better the last couple of years. I remember 5 years ago, Le Mans, you would get the call on the radio, well, it's night, and karting, the track limit didn't exist anymore. Nowadays, it does exist even at night.
Well, and now we're going to get to the stage where we're going to end up with circuits using GPS fencing, so that if your car verges into this little area, then you don't even have to see it. The data grasses you up to the plods. You've got no argument. Same with speeding. The FIA's live data in their truck here, ping instantly speeding in the pit lane. You don't have to have a radar gun. I mean, as we know, it's not fallible, is it? Car 101, drive-through confirmed, full course yellow speeds. And I do suspect that you're right about there's something about the limiter, particularly on that car, that is not working, because you don't do that 3 times in a row. You just don't.
What you are doing is amazing, mate. You are pulling the gap and you are keeping in the pace, the split trim with the aero wash. Great job.
And the other thing we're noticing, of course, is that not only is he pulling away from the number 12 Hurst Team Joe Takagi, but where's 101? Where's Felipe Albuquerque? They said, pull the pressure on him. Can't stay with them.
I find it more impressive what the Toyota is doing on those tires.
Yeah.
He's actually pulling the gap.
Yeah, that is the impressive part here, because, yeah, it's not so much Vanthoor putting the pressure on anymore. Sorry, Van der Linde putting the pressure on anymore to Brendan Hartley. And the 101 continues to drop back on a quadruple stinted set of tyres. Hartley is really continuing to lap quickly. Last lap around 3:27 versus a 3:28.6 from Sheldon Van der Linde. So yeah, the gap we have to keep monitoring as well is the Cadillac of Louis Delatraz, car number 12. It's hovering around the 15-second mark. And there is the 101 caddy that was told to put the pressure on the two in front, but doesn't seem that he can do anything about it.
Putting pressure on himself more than anything. Track limits on the last lap. 3:28.3 his last lap. 3:27.7 Brendan Hartley's last lap. 3:28.6 is the car of Sheldon Van der Linde in second place. So that 101 car not closing at all. It's not on the same lap. It's not full position, but the team were hoping that 101 could put a bit of pressure on Van der Linde and or Hartley. That's not the case. If the number 8 Toyota team end up winning this, they will have done it, I was going to say, without the fastest car. Until Dries Vanthoor set the fastest lap of the race 7 laps ago, it had been the number 8 car that had the fastest race lap, but it has not looked like the fastest car at any stage in the week leading up to the race.
Hartley is going to box this lap to take on new tyres. We heard the message from the engineer last time around. Do you think mediums? He replied, yes, I do. So that means that Van der Linde's got to try on this next lap to use the free air in front, although he pretty much does have free air now thanks to that traffic. He's got 1 lap of free air.
Sheldon, how do you feel the tires? Can do one stint more? Question?
Yes. Yes.
Copy.
So there is car 8 coming into the pits as expected. Hits that 60 kph speed limit and eyes to the end of the pit lane for where he'll pull into his pit box. And there is car 20 that's freed now, finally, and going to try everything he can to see if he can get some kind of overcut process whilst the Toyota's in the pits taking those new tyres. So yeah, it's quite interesting. It's slight different variation between car 8 strategy 20 and 12 regarding when they're putting tyres on, but the fuel stints are now pretty much even, give or take 1 or 2 laps from the Toyota that's slightly offset.
And that is having been reset at midnight by the safety car. A couple of times the caddies put in a 13-lap stint, and once the number 20 has put in a 13-lap stint as well. So that's the slight offset.
So you're absolutely right, Mark. It's going to be Hartley staying in the car, isn't it? And the tyres are just about to be swapped over now. After the fuel's done, you can then change the tyres. Only 4 mechanics allowed over that white line pit lane at one time.
And yellow sidewall, bright yellow sidewalls, confirmation, A, that they're clean tyres, unlike the rest of the car, and B, that he is onto the medium. So the team seeing track temperature coming up enough either now or in the next hour and a half when these tyres are on
everybody's
the car,
awake.
that they will be required. And again, it was interesting, you know, to Sheldon Van der Linde. Sheldon, can you do another stint on these tyres question? The answer almost always is, if I have to, yes. Is that what we need to do? Would it be better if we stop and change? I mean, you've got to parlay the drop in performance as the tyre gets too old and the track temperature starts to climb a bit more versus track position.
So Brendan's gone through the first couple of critical corners when you're sent out there on a set of brand new cold tyres, and I can't imagine what that's like, Laurent, to cope with. I always had tyre warmers back in my day. What's it like these days?
I like it. It's definitely a challenge, and I mean, it's okay at the moment. If you're doing Daytona at night at 2 degrees, you're really scared at one point. But it's a challenge, and you can make a difference. Although now the new tires of Michelin with the famous pattern on it, the warm-up procedure is a lot easier and straightforward. But they're big cars and they're heavy cars, and they don't allow a lot of slip like a GT car. So once it goes, it's hard to come back, and that's the difficult part on the cold tires. But I like the challenge of it.
And we've gone away from now, like Martin was saying earlier on, from just putting one side of new tyres on. That was to relieve the difficulties a few years ago, I guess, when the tyres were harder to warm up. And now we see, like, we're seeing drivers coming in like Car 20 now, they're putting just all four tyres on, and they're coping much better. Is that because the tyres' warm-up quality's improved?
I think so, yeah. I think it has improved, and also Le Mans, you have a bit of time to get the temperature in there. You have the first sector and then the chicanes. It's less, I would say, critical as you would go out on a track like Daytona, where you're straight in the infield and you have to go on the banking and all of that. But yeah, there's used to be different strategies played in the past, indeed, with even changing front axle or rear axles. It's all to play with.
Yeah, you'd often only fresh tyre one side or one end of the car, so that at least there was some temperature. These tyres, though, have been redesigned by Michelin specifically to be used without tyre blankets, whereas the tyres that we used previously had been designed to be preheated, and so they didn't have that fast warm-up quality built into them. And that's one of the big things that's changed this year. And actually the drivers, Michelin was saying before the race, drivers are responding to the soft tyres really quick warm-up. They're saying the medium's not so good. Now, whether the medium's not so good as the soft, or whether it's not so good as last year's medium, the jury's still out a little bit. I think it probably still does warm up quicker than last year's medium, but the soft is sort of almost on immediately.
It does, and the main difference between what we call soft, medium, hard compared to if you look at Formula 1. Formula 1, I feel like, Anthony maybe knows this better, but is more also a grip factor and a speed factor. Here it's purely a temperature window. All the tires now, they have the same balance. They have plus minus the same amount of grip and performance, but they're all made for different temperatures on the track. And that's where you see now that Toyota going from a soft to the medium, because the sun's coming out, the track's coming up, and the medium works better.
We should really call it. It's the wrong terminology, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cold warm up. Yeah.
But if you go on the medium and it's the track temp is too cold, obviously your warm-up will be not good because it takes too long to get into the window. But if you continue to drive on the soft, you will cliff over the other side where the tire is too hot, and you will lose grip as well. So it's very important to understand that, and it's very difficult, to be honest, to understand that part of the tire, because if you get it wrong, you lose 3 stints worth driving on the wrong tire.
It's always a massive commitment, isn't it, on particularly this track, such a long circuit, where you have to get it right. You have to get your tyre choice right. That's why they do so many laps in free practice and go through the different tyre options, the hard, medium and soft, because you've got to know at this point, at this temperature, to swap onto the medium tyre, and it has to work. Otherwise, like you say, you're stuck with it for a long time.
Well, and the other thing is, it's not, is it going to work now? It's, is it still going to be working efficiently in an hour or an hour and a half or nearly 2 hours by the time you get to the end of a triple or a quad stint? So you're predicting where the track's going to be based on where the track is now and experience and everything else.
Yeah, sometimes you need to bite the pill for one stint in order to be good at the next 3 stints, but it's a difficult process, but it's super important.
Another full course yellow coming in again. 3rd time that we've seen one of these, or 4th or 5th time, and not entirely sure what incident has brought it on. And very few incidents here, because the track is so long, require a full course yellow. So what often is the case is there will be several areas of gravel or debris or something, and they've sort of reached a critical mass, and the race director goes, okay, full course yellow now, Marshall's Post, you clear that, you clear that, you clear that, you clear that, we'll tidy the whole track up in 1 or 2 minutes, boom, everybody's back to green flag racing. So nobody's off, nobody's in the gravel, but this is all a legacy of all of those little incidents sort of adding up to...
And normally it stays fair play for everyone, but obviously, like you mentioned before, if you get the slow zone while you're in a slow corner, you don't lose anything. If you get the slow zone in the middle of the straight line, you do lose a couple of seconds compared to the other ones. So there's always a bit of gain and loss in this, but again, it's rarely that you get on the bad side every time. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you gain.
Yeah, I can remember Michael Andretti one time being questioned when his car had ended up winning under full course or because of a late yellow, and he went, okay, everybody knows you lose far more of these than you gain, so I'm taking it. I'm not, don't make me feel guilty.
Yeah, exactly.
So lots of gravel cleanup going on here, and again, it's not a safety car queue, so there's not often a big gap between cars, but when there is a car coming, you know it's coming slowly. It's only coming at maximum of 80 kilometers an hour, 50 miles an hour, so there is plenty of time for the driver to see that there are people working trackside and for the track workers to hear and see that there is a car coming. So they're not being deafened by other cars and caught out by a slower car. So they'll clear the track, come back, do some more cleaning and blowing. And again, constant radio contact with the clerk of the course and the local officials wherever you are. So WEC brings in the race director and its own team, but it's the local officials that will coordinate all the work on the track in association with the race director.
And don't forget, all of the marshals here are volunteers.
Yeah.
Coming from all over the world, and tremendous respect for that. I wouldn't want to run around on the track, even if they're only doing 80 kilometers an hour, because I know how crazy race car drivers can be.
I'm sensing a new podcast episode with Lawrence and Dries Vanthoor, both operating as corner workers or marshals. That's
not a good idea.
That's a good step forward. Yeah, over 2,000, nearly 2,100 officials in the Orange Army here, and that's just trackside workers, never mind all the other officials.
Okay, the BMW didn't change tires, stayed out on soft. I'll get back to you with the gaps one out of the SUI. But its third stint soft, they kept the driver after that.
Third stint though, so now we got the confirmation.
Yes, and so Brendan's tyres had been on for 11 laps of Buemi, plus 12, plus 12, plus 12, so 24, 36, 47 laps old tyres they were when they came off, whereas in the BMW, Sheldon has had those on now for 24 laps. And in fact, he
still
would
a
have
reasonable
come in,
difference, to be honest. So
yeah.
Still impressive that the Toyota was able to keep that pace and pull that gap.
So they've just stopped the BMW and didn't change because they'd only double stinted the tyres. So they know that these only have to last another 30 minutes. And so the track temperature's not going to go out of the window.
Full course yellow in 25 seconds.
So you can see there that the tyres, they're just now starting their third stint.
We will remove full course yellow in less than 15 seconds.
And we have AI Lisa
10,
back again.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
Well, back to green flag running. And wherever you are around the world, thank you for joining us for this 94th Le Mans 24 Hours. We have 6 hours and 45 minutes of racing still to go. So in 3/4 of an hour, we'd be ready to start a full World Endurance Championship race. Lots and lots and lots could still happen. Car number 12, Hers Team Jota. From the pit lane, back into the race lead, Louis Delatraz ahead of Sheldon van der Linde and Brendan Hartley. Hartley now on a fresh set of medium tyres. His rivals in the Cadillac and the BMW still on softs. No. Yes. Oh no, number 12, has that gone to mediums already, Anthony?
Car 12 had already
gone to mediums. All right, so they've already made that migration. White flag being shown to Louis Delatraz, which means there's a car on cold tyres out of the pits ahead of him. Nick de Vries in 4th place for Toyota. In 5th place is car number 51, Alessandro Pierguidi for Ferrari AF Corsa. And in 6th position is Ferdi Habsburg in the 35 Alpine, and that car fresh out of the pits this lap as well.
So that was the very slow-moving car 15 on the run-up towards Indianapolis that we just saw. There it is.
Yeah, not quite sure why Dries van Tor is going quite so slowly.
It's been a very busy 24 hours of Le Mans for Ian James, not only driving in the number 23 Heart of Racing LMGT3 that started on the pole position, but team manager for Heart of Racing. I want to start off with that cap first. Did you ever expect that with almost a quarter of the race to go, all 4 cars would be running around and well within contention?
Well, I don't want to jinx it right now, but I'm really happy to see that. All 4 cars still circulating, and the GT cars are really at the sharp end. So yeah, exciting.
How were your stints out there in the night?
I think it was good. To be honest, a little bit of traffic issues now and again, but in general, no big issues. So yeah, very happy with it.
Considering that the Valkyrie, the hypercar, was brand new at the start of last season, how impressed are you to have 2 cars right there, almost both in the top 10?
Well, I think, building an LMH car is a totally different proposition to the LMDHs that have been arriving. So the progress we've made year one to year 2 is great, and hopefully we'll continue that next year.
What is the ultimate expectation for Heart of Racing as far as Le Mans is concerned?
We're here to win it. Obviously we're having fun here. We're enjoying it. We've got Seattle Children's Hospital on all the 4 of the cars. But, ultimately we want to be in the winner's circle, and we'll keep doing it till we make it.
That's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you, Ian. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
So Cadillac Hers Team Jota stopped from the lead. Now, we're hearing that from our guys in team radio that they were talking about an issue with the steering wheel when they stopped.
Last time, yeah. So yeah, he just had a blank screen, didn't he? He had some lights on the side of the dashboard, but the actual dashboard itself was completely off, and you could see the blinking rear lights just indicating that it's still in full course yellow mode.
So careful, you might not be able to switch speed limiter on. You might have to do it from the control panel. Please try and select speed limiter from the control panel.
I mean, honestly, at this stage, just come in at tick over, because you are so far back, it doesn't matter. Now it's just finishing the race.
It sounds familiar. We had that in the beginning in the Porsche as well, and we had the backup mode that all the buttons were on the center console when the steering wheel would freeze, and we had like a cheat code on the left side with which button was actually doing which if you went to mode B, and it's a stupid little thing, but these cars nowadays, they're so much software driven. Like, all these things need to be developed and working, and if it's a small thing like one button releasing the full course yellow doesn't work, which sounds like the most stupid thing not to work, but it can ruin your whole race.
Yeah, 100%. And everything, I mean, it's not just the sophisticated systems. Even in a road car, the most likely reason for a road car being stopped at the side of the road is an electronic glitch somewhere. It happens with your phone, it happens with your laptop. Of course it's going to happen with a racing car, because they get treated a lot worse than most phones and laptops. Well, there is the 15 back in the garage.
Okay, Brendan, it's a Track limit, turn 3, third call. We need you back in the car again later, so please mind them.
Well, that's a confirmation there that it resets when the driver changes.
No, it doesn't reset the whole race.
It doesn't reset.
If you change driver.
It doesn't reset for Brendan.
No.
So he will still have those. So the next time he does it, he'll run into a penalty. Yeah. So that was the message there. We're going to need you to drive again, so you're going to have to be cautious. I was looking there just at Louis Delatraz on his outlap, and a couple of times picking up the shot, I thought, is he meandering a bit off track? 51 is in the pit lane, Alessandro Pierguidi. Is it possible, this car's still on the lead lap, 2 minutes off the lead, is it possible that Ferrari could get a fourth in a row? And the answer is yes, it is. All it needs is a safety car. Now, they're far enough away from the lead group now that if there was a safety car, they'd be in a different safety car queue. But they're stopping behind those guys. If the dice fell that they need, and the were closer, they'd end up potentially in the same safety car queue. And if we went virtual safety car to safety car, then suddenly everybody's back on the same fuel strategy. They're all in the same bunch. There's your brother. He's always front and centre. I think he chooses that chair deliberately so he can sit down there and watch. But yeah, a very frustrating race for the crew of the 15 BMW. Yet another. When it's not your day, it's really not your day at this track, is it?
No, I saw him briefly this morning because we woke up at the same time, and obviously he wasn't happy at that point. I guess he's even less happy now. Because yeah, you don't. That's the issue from a driver point of view. Not every year you're in contention for a victory, and you know when that chance was there and you didn't grab it, you don't know if it will be there next year or the year after. So it hurts even more when you know you maybe did have a chance.
And that's the Sebastian Bourdais thing. 19th Le Mans in the fight, and then the car goes west on him. You know, the same thing I can remember when Alain Moniz, Laurent Aiello, those guys won in the Porsche in '98. Sitting beside him, sobbing, despite having finished second, was Bob Wollek. His best and he figured probably last chance to win Le Mans, and the sister car won it. And that's all part of it as well, isn't it? It's sometimes it's the right car in the right year, just the wrong number on it.
Yeah, it's the same way that the number 38 will be looking at the car 12 right now, thinking we were as far, we had the same equipment, we were leading at times, we were super quick, but it hit our car and not yours yet.
And that's from a driver point of view, because assume now that your sister car wins Le Mans and the brand you work for the team to win Le Mans, it's the biggest celebration, the biggest achievement, for example, for BMW in this case. But then you are like, you need to have a smile on your face as well, because your team won, your manufacturer won, everybody won, but you're inside, you're kind of like fuming, but you can't really show it neither, because that would be kind of rude in a way. But we're all, for a big part, very egoistic, because we're athletes and we want to win. If not, we would not be in this position. But it's, yeah, it's not an easy pill to swallow at that point.
Well, we saw at the end of the last race when Kevin Magnussen held off the chasing pack in the number 20 car one. Kevin Magnussen said, I've never been so excited and so happy to be second in my life. And it looked like he was the man in the winning car, not the man who had held on to second place and defended the leading number 20 car.
But that was a 6 hours of Spa, not the 24 hours of Le Mans. But also, I bet he wouldn't say that in this race if he would have been in that position.
But also he finished second, not 12 laps back or whatever. So there's that as well. Oh, blimey, that was
a weird shot, wasn't it?
Wasn't it really? That kind of made my head buzz. I don't know what Kamui Kobayashi is making of this. But I think the good news is that in the Toyota garage, they're probably not listening to us. They're just getting the pictures. But I know outside the big BMW megastructure, they are listening to us. Say hello to everybody in the BMW. And who knows, the party that was going on last night when the fireworks were going might be redoubled shortly after 4 o'clock this afternoon. They're certainly in a position for BMW to claim its second ever win at Le Mans. That would be impressive.
Yeah, it would be impressive. As we watch Habsburg through the final couple of corners of this lap, and the Alpines running P7, P8. I mean, it's solid, but I think many, myself included, expected a little bit more from Alpine for this event.
So just seeing from the timing screen.
Alpine.
Sorry, just seeing from the timing screen, the number 15 BMW, still a quote with Dries van Tor at the wheel, although we know he isn't, is in the garage and hasn't left, or in the pit lane and hasn't left. Also in the pit lane is the second Genesis, car number 19. So that car, the sister car, stopped out on track, and car number 19 is now in the pit lane. So Shea Adam has beavered off to find out what the issue with the 19 is. If she keeps walking uphill, eventually she'll get to BMW Team WRT, and she might find out what the problem with the number 15 is. But that car came in with those, with the speed limiter not releasing, but it is not on the pit apron as the Toyota comes to a halt. This is number 7. Nick de Vries out, Kamui Kobayashi in, and they know there's a really realistic chance of a double podium here for Le Mans for Toyota.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been rapid the whole way through. Car 7 hasn't really had the luck of car 8 through the whole race, but they are within striking distance still, with 6.5 hours to go.
Medium tyres on the apron, yellow sidewalls marking them out. And again, Michelin have chosen the colours. White for cold, snow, yellow for hot and sunny, red, hot for the highest temperatures.
Okay. Loud and clear. Second gear and tyre 4.
And so Kobayashi takes the wheel of the car number 7, and he has the sister car now in front on track. Pierre Guidi behind in car 51.
We talked about the number 15 BMW, and when it's not your day, it's not your day. The same probably applies to the number 50 Ferrari. Antonio Fuoco lapping as quickly as he can, but the team manager of the car has been called to race control, and the LMP3 car, last year's winner, LMP2 car, last year's winner, nearly running into the back of the Toyota. Drive-through penalty for another of our GT3 cars, the 58 Garage 59 car, I know, has been handed a drive-through penalty. Who is at the wheel of that at the moment? Is it? Oh dear.
And here is number 50. Oh yeah, you just see, like you say, some cars like they're destined to have the bad luck through the race, and 50 has been that car from Ferrari's lineup.
Which is tough on them, but for the crew of 51, okay, if they're continuing to get bad luck, maybe it hasn't noticed us yet. And that's sort of probably what you're thinking with 38 and 101. Not that if it can happen to them, it can happen to us, but maybe Lady Luck is looking at them with a frown on her face and not at us, because no racing drivers are superstitious or any of that stuff.
Not at all.
Fuoco right behind another red and white car, and that is the car that is third still in LMP2 Pro Am, the AO by TF car, that matte red and white car. And it is currently James Allen driving that, chasing Ben Barnicoat. There's about 3/4 of a lap of separation between them and 183. The AF Corsa car that's second in Pro Am, and there is at least a lap, nearly 2, to the CrowdStrike Racing by APR Pro-Am leader, Alex Quinn at the wheel of the number 4 machine, and that is leading in LMP2 Pro-Am and has been for a long while, as has the overall lead. Flip-flop between Inter Europol's 43, 343 and the 30 car of Duquesne in LMP2, and at the moment Inter Europol with the slight advantage. Let's hear from the number 8 Toyota team then.
Okay, Brendan, you have about a second pace per lap on BMW 20 and more on the Cadillac.
Yeah, so when Hartley changed those tyres onto the new set of mediums he's currently on now, he's done 7 laps on them. I took the time down. I noted the time between car 8 and 20. It was 24 seconds. And he's chipped away at that. He's brought it down to 23. But now, obviously, coming up to the back of car 12 and needs to get past Delatraz as quickly as possible to make best use of these fresh tyres that he's on, as was the case for Van der Linde when he was stuck behind Buemi, when he was on his 4 stinted tyres.
And Brendan really piling the pressure on the caddy, and that's helping Kamui Kobayashi behind in number 7.
Override's available if you need it.
So he's got all the tools in the locker, Brendan Hartley. He's got fresher tyres, perhaps more appropriate tyres for the growing track temperature and override. What does that mean? It means you can ignore lift and coast for a bit. You're on your fuel target, maybe saved a little bit as well in the opening few laps of this by sitting in the slipstream of the Cadillac, which means if you get close, you can just ignore that and carry a little bit more speed into that critical braking phase.
You see the Cadillac's really strong through the Porsche curve, so and that's where Hartley, despite being on better tyres at this stage, just seems like he finds it hard to keep up in that turbulent air through the high-speed corners. But that's where the Cadillac's been strong all race, all week in fact. But now bottled up behind the LMP2 cars. This might give Hartley a chance that he needs.
Oh, really is. It's absolutely stopped the Cadillac dead.
Maybe around the curb still.
Yeah. Yeah, no need to smash the car to pieces yet.
Guys, we are so bad over the 17. If we have anything we can change the settings or options, have a look.
Please. No. No.
I think that's out of Arnage.
No.
He's talking about. He feels like the car's being held potentially by the TC there, the traction control. He's putting his foot down to accelerate, and the car's saying, no, you don't. So he's asking, is there anything we can do to just give me a bit more speed here?
I did notice something very strange, and I initially thought he was just being super cautious, but that surprised me. When he was going to Indy 1, he was behind the traffic, and you have these 2 small kinks, and you could hear him initially thought that he was lifting off, which doesn't make any sense because there wasn't really a risk. It seems like he was super careful with traffic, so maybe there's something with the shift or something automatically looking at, I don't know, there's a lot of tools now. I was surprised by that.
I thought he was hesitant in the traffic.
Which doesn't really make sense that much, right?
Yeah, well, hopefully if we stay on board, we'll get to that part of the track again, and in free air, we need to have another listen to see if that's just something that is just happening. I can't believe they would have it doing that all the time.
Nowadays, the engineers try to be really smart with automatic fuel saving and stuff, so maybe he's mentioning something about that.
Well, we saw that. That was in traffic, wasn't it? Louis Delatraz, gold-rated driver. Brendan Hartley, platinum-rated driver. 3-time Le Mans winner. 2017 with Porsche, 2020 and 2022 with this same crew. 2 different crews in the number 8 car. Sebastian Buemi shared both of them. Kaz Nakajima one, and Ryo Hirakawa the other. And a 4-time World Endurance Champion. So Hartley with all the experience, and the tools on his side. Now then, down.
What they should have told Delatraz in that situation, though, is that, well, the car behind you is on 10-lap fresher tyres.
Yep.
So almost a whole stint worth. So that's why he's putting you under so much pressure now, just to give your driver a little bit more confidence again, rather than just accepting the fact that, yeah, you seem to be a bit slower at this stage.
Delatraz, also a Le Mans winner, won last year in LMP2, 2 years ago in LMP2 rather. Down in the pit lane, Shea Adams. Shea, you've been beavering away. What have you found out?
Well, first off, you should never second-guess yourself, Martin. It was last year with the AO by TF that Louis Delatraz won in LMP2 Pro-Am, so you did get that right. For Genesis, the Magma team has been so open with us, and a big thank you to all of them. Basically, the reason that the 19 came into the garage was that they were nursing a slew of problems that had manifested over the course of running, and let's keep in mind this is still a fairly new program, so kudos for them for even continuing to be around there. But ultimately they had to go back into the garage to address one major issue, was that their transponder fell off as they were coming into the pit lane, and you kind of need that to run around on the racetrack. The FIA is not accustomed to letting cars run around without those, so they realized at this point in time we need to do some work anyway. We might as well take advantage and try and fix some of the little issues that have been hanging on throughout the course of the race and that have been manifesting. So they took the opportunity, but one thing they did not do was a brake change. I just watched the number 58 McLaren from Garage 59. They did a brake change, and while I was thinking about brake changes, they changed the caliper on the right front of Kevin Estra's machine after he had that off.
Push the Cadillac to the limit and make him spin. Come on, make him spin.
Put his hands on the brake rotor to try and move it back. It had come dislodged, and he realized that he didn't have a tool to adequately put it back into place, so he used his hands. Ow. Lots of work like that going on down here, Mark.
Yeah, I hope he had gloves on at least, because those things, although they look black and probably cold, when you're within a foot of them, you can feel the heat radiating off them. That's like picking up a hot ring off your gas stove.
Yeah, they can easily get up to 500 or 600 degrees Celsius. Really, yeah. Brave to go anywhere near them without gloves.
Alle 4 di notte ero un po' confuso perché l'avevo tornato un attimo a dormire lì col coso in mano.
What's going on with BMW? BMW's total feedback on that is 2 words: electrical issue. Yeah, that much we gathered. The question is whether or not you're trying to fix it or whether you've given up on that. So anyway, there we go. We'll wait and see patiently for that to come back out. Sheldon van der Linde leading in the other BMW, car number 20, from Louis Delatraz and Brendan Hartley. And then Kamui Kobayashi still in the hunt. And notice how the Ferraris are just creeping a little less far away. They're still over 3 minutes away, Pierre Guidi and Ye Yifei, but they're only about 6 or 7 seconds from each other. So again, it's not going to take much to compress the leading cars. And we've still got 6 hours and 20 minutes of racing to go, and Brendan Hartley really looking to pile the pressure on Louis Delatraz. And this is sort of the opposite now of what Hartley was doing to van der Linde, except he's got the move done and he goes around the outside, and that's a really big move from Brendan Hartley, key to get by the number 12 Cadillac, and he's managed to do so.
Yeah, that was really critical that he had he almost spent too long behind.
Now we're in front of the Cadillac. Let's go. Good, very good.
Can't get disheartened by this at this stage. The team, I'm sure they've told him already, or maybe he's worked it out himself. The fact that Toyota just has more grip simply through those that set of tyres that went on that has 10 laps less life on them compared to the tyres he's on.
Abbiamo un ritmo migliore.
And there he is down at Cadillac right now. But now Hartley's unleashed. We've got to start watching and monitoring that gap to van der Linde.
Push like a
great opportunity still for Louis Delatraz, as Shea was confirming, winner here last year in LMP2. I'd forgotten that LMP2 Pro-Am, because in my head, as soon as I was saying that, I thought, hang on a minute, Into Europol won in LMP2 last year, and he wasn't one of those drivers, but they won overall LMP2, not LMP2 Pro-Am. So you got two Le Mans winners racing each other, and you're absolutely right. You know, the gap came down initially to Hartley because he got held up in traffic, and he can't let his head drop now. He has been lapping
Why my
very
brain is like
quickly.
this?
This car is still really in the hunt for the win. Huge amount of mileage still to be covered.
Comunque perché loro sono al 50% di fuel.
Yeah, so that was
Però
a
se
great
riusciamo a
job
pushare almeno
by
tipo
Hartley
10
there.
secondi.
And this was the
Eccolo,
overtake. Ducks to the
eccolo.
outside.
This is the pass.
Nothing that Delatraz could do. Picked up the toe
Yo,
from
on
the
the
GT in front of him
outside
as
he
well.
went
That
like
probably
a
helped
crazy
to
man.
just
Let's
cement
go.
the move that he
We
had
have the
planned.
pace to do very good. We need to. Look at the move in the Porsche curve. Let's
TF
go.
Sport number 2 Corvette.
That was the view.
Let's go, Brendan. Nice one, mate.
That's a critical move. It's one of those moves that is made in the race where you think, if it wasn't for that, it wouldn't have put us there, and then that means that we wouldn't have had that gap to that car at this pit stop. It's just, that was a key point, pivotal point in the race.
And he's been released, Lawrence, into clear air, and so now he can use the speed of those more suitable, slightly fresher tyres, and he's already starting to gap the Cadillac.
Yeah, and I'm obviously not often in this position, but I like the radio chemistry on their car. And that's so important because you're in that car sitting alone, although you have 100 people behind you in the box and at home. But you're alone, and you need somebody who gives you confidence and confirmation and gives you a good feeling, and that's what your engineer... I always find your engineer needs to be technically very good, but humanly he needs to be at least the same amount of capacity to give you confidence, to give you the right information when you need it. And from my feeling, you can hear that chemistry in the number 8 car is very good, and that plays a big role in success.
And of course, he's dealing with 3 different drivers, and he's got to know each one how much or how little, you know, carrot and how much or how little stick. Come on, Brendan, you know you've got the speed in you, all that kind of stuff, all the arm around the shoulder, and that's part of what makes good engineers really good, is that they don't just relate to one driver, they relate to all 3 drivers.
Part engineer and part mental coach in the end.
Very little bit engineer and a very large bit mental coach, particularly in a race like this. And by the way, for just €49, if you go to plus.fiawc.com, you can sign up and then watch all the races of the season live and uninterrupted in your own time. So you can listen to all this stuff later when you're on your transatlantic to your next IMSA race. Handy plug there. Well, that was well engineered in, wasn't it?
Nicely segued. Nicely segued. So yeah, Brendan Hartley, you can tell that the whole team is energized by the performance of this car. They've had, what, 3 years of misery at this place, and they're really back in the hunt here. But the others will not go down without a fight, and although it looks like all hope is lost for car 12, it's not. We have to remember that they were level pegging the lap times of Toyota when they were on the same tyre age. So that it will come back around, it will flip back around next load of pit stops.
Brendan, when you can, driver default 715 on off for the onboard camera. Only when you can, driver default 715 on off.
Yeah, copy that. Don't you dare turn our cameras off, that's not the deal.
I'm watching the camera.
Upset fans the world over if you do that.
Please don't do that. That's me. I'm upset.
Actually, for something else. Why would they onboard camera?
You're talking to me right now.
Well, often from what we used to do, when we were on standby, we always watch the onboard constantly, like the hour before you get in the car to see. You can see a little bit how the car is handling. You can see how the traffic is handling, how your teammate is handling traffic, and it I always felt kind of gets you ready. You know, it's like a warm up in a way. Maybe it's because of that, or it's a secret code for.
Yes, because in FIA rules, all radio traffic must be in English, not scrambled and not coded. So they'll accept. Okay, this is the setting on the wheel that you need to run through to program things. But yeah, you can't multi-21.
The camera is very clearly working, so actually, it's no need for a reset, maybe. But
Well,
maybe you still know the code words from back in the day, but
I've never heard that one before. I'm racking my brain. Yeah, never heard that before. But yeah, we used to do what you say, Lauren. You're looking at the onboard video. You're kind of hanging on there every word the driver when they're reporting back how the car is feeling. You're just trying to get yourself into the zone of being on the track and trying to visualize it all by the onboard camera is really the only things you have to go by before getting in and trying to replicate what your teammates just been doing. And yeah, Brendan looked like in this, after taking the wheel, after Buemi, 1 or 2 laps, it looked like he is just getting himself back up to speed. That was that kink, by the way, no lift there that time around on the inside of the, I think that was the CrowdStrike LMP2 car.
It was.
And yeah, but once Brendan found his groove and he had that message about the diff mode as well, that he was happy to stay in, he's really come on strong and has not looked back at all.
Quick little shimmy there as he turned into that. Whoa!
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that tiny little, and not even acknowledging in his head that it happened. That's just instinct. He's just catching that tiny little moment. He is the fastest man on the track. Last time around, 3:26.2. The leader, 3:27.1, and behind him, Louis Delétraz, 3:27.4. So getting by quickly enough to be able to utilize that speed again in 6 hours, that might have a massive impact on where the car is relative to its rivals. And for this driver, Dorian Pan, in the Duqueine number 30 LMP2 car, again back in the lead. I think I might be wrong, I think she's handed over this car in the lead every time she's handed it over. They've been up and down a little bit with the 2 Inter-Europol cars. 43 has just stopped out of 3rd place, but this is very much the benchmark at the moment in this race in the LMP2 category. So this is the car they're all going to have to beat if they want to be on the top step of the podium.
And coming back to the 2 leaders, best lap for car 20, best lap of the race for car 8. So they're clearly unleashing and pushing, and the 8's trying to close the gap. The 20 is probably reacting, but looks like 8 has a couple tenths over them, but they're starting to heat up, I feel like.
New fastest race lap, 3:25.421 for Brendan Hartley on this most recent lap, the first in clear air from behind the Cadillac. And there you can see just not quite how to do it between the exit of Indianapolis and Arnage.
Which car was that? I know it was a P2 car, but
it's a green P2
like
car.
29. Looked like the Forestier Racing by Panis car. Green and black, black and green, one of them. It is, it's Forestier Racing, I think.
Yeah, they've had a bit of a rough ride, haven't they? They had strong qualifying.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It's that. That was the leader. That was Dorian Pan.
Dorian Pan?
Yes, it was.
That's why I questioned.
Yeah, Forestier Racing is greener, isn't it?
Well, we saw Hartley have that sort of moment through the same corner before, but
it always is a tricky corner, right? Indianapolis.
Always. Oh yeah,
it's my least favorite corner of the track, Indy 1, because you need so much commitment, but then the gain is very little. So it's not my favorite corner, so I'm never the quickest one there. But
when you get it right, I think everyone feels the same about that corner, by the way. I think when you get it right, it feels it. But you're not quite sure how you did it so well. But you know, to go faster, you need to take maximum risk, because you're turning and braking at the same time, not just through the right, but into the left as well. And it's so easy. You saw Kevin Estre touch the curb earlier on and go off. Dorian Pan's had a moment through the gravel. It's so easily done. I've seen the most experienced drivers come a cropper at that corner.
Kevin always puts time on me in Indy 1. Over 10 years that we've driven together, it's never been my corner. But I'm always like, yeah, I'll take it back somewhere else. But yeah, like you say, it's a high-risk corner for little reward. So.
Yeah, it really is. But I mean, it feels, the flow is nice of the corner. But when you're pushing it to the absolute limit, I mean, it's a very intimidating corner. And it's one of those places where, if they were to take away the gravel trap on the exit and just have a tarmac runoff area, it would completely change the challenge of that sequence of corners.
I mean, I fully understand the terms of safety and improving the track and so on. But if I can choose, I'll take the Porsche corners from 10, 15 years ago, because you have, as a driver point of view, yes, it's not safe, and we also have amateur drivers here in this race, but from an adrenaline point of view and an excitement point of view, when there's no room for error, everything gets more excited, you know. But
I think it's what makes the difference between the good and the great. You know, there's that risk-reward thing that we're talking about, and picking your battles around the track, or where you carry the speed, where you don't. And you know, these very tricky curbs in the Ford chicane, for example, here as we look at it, there's a flow to it. There's a right way and a very wrong way to tackle these corners, and and you need that on a racetrack.
Just watching Nico Müller there in the 43 car from 343 rather, from Inter Europol, second place, and closing down the race leader Dorian Pan. Driver change, Brendan Hartley out of Toyota number 8.
So that was 12 laps in the bag for him, and Sheldon van der Linde also has completed 12 laps.
There we go. We have the baby Irakawa going.
So is he going to squeeze 13 out of this?
Now he's going to push like a crazy man.
He's done that. They've done that once. The BMW has a 1-lap offset to the Toyota, and the Cadillac has a 2-lap offset.
Sheldon van der Linde, by the way, 36 lap-old tyres he's currently on.
Oh, brake change.
That's a surprise.
Rear Hirakawa in the car. Wheel has come off, and a tray of tools has gone out. Hypercar brake changes. This is a thing, or is it a rotor?
You know, we need to make a repair on the front left quickly here.
A repair?
Well, that was a new disc going on.
That's unusual to see do brake change. So.
What the fuck happened? What did he break?
No sweat. We got the pace. 6 hours left.
Wow.
100,
no sweat. Okay.
Mental coaching, but
I'm trusting you. I'm trusting you.
Hands up, drivers in the room. Who is happy with only one new brake on the front of their car?
I think it's not an entire new brake. That would be surprising. I think it's just a repair, or maybe of cooling or whatever.
It looked like a brake rotor going on. They took the cooling shroud off.
Yeah.
And of course, because it's also regenning in the hybrid system, there's a lot going on there. So it may have been a little bit, he said repair rather than brake replacement. So maybe the old rotor went back on, and there was something else inside that needed just a whatever.
They did put one new tire on that side.
Looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, one new tire went on. I suppose you might as well, if you got the whole, if you had to take the tire off in the first, you might as well stick a new one on in its replacement. But wow, it just with 6 hours to go, a usual World Endurance Championship race.
I was just about to bet some money on the number 8, but I mean, not betting money, but make a bet on the number 8 because they were looking strong. But I mean, it's still long to go, but they have to catch that up.
That's hurt them big. So we just have to remember the gap was 20. He got it down to 22 seconds between 8 and car 20. So after it all shakes out after the next round of pit stops, we'll take another look at that time. But I mean, that was what, a minute they spent there?
Yeah. 2 minutes 12 was the last pit stop.
Track limit number 2, track limit number 2. Karting, you can use it again,
So 1 minute.
Don't use it again, because you might need to be in the car in the next 6 hours. Save that one for...
It sounded like you use it again, you're not in the car anymore, pretty much. Like if you're not driving again and you have 5 track limits left, you might as well use them up, right?
They're telling the driver to use the track limit. I've never heard that. Oh, what's this?
This is the number 9 car.
Extreme brand advertising. Product placement to the max.
This is Jonas Reed, Christian Reed's son. And in the pit lane is the car from the race lead, number 20, Sheldon van der Linde in the BMW.
So they went a lap longer again as a Toyota?
They did. They squeezed 13 laps out of it that time around.
Oh, so they've now got a 2-lap offset as well, have they? because Toyota only did 12. They had 1 lap in hand. Caddy had 2 laps in hand. So if they've squeezed 13 out and kept the lead, despite Brendan setting fastest race laps, this is good. And who's going very slowly? I know who's going very slowly.
Yeah, it's looking good for our race winners from the last World Endurance Championship race in Spa.
Now, where's he going to be able to wiggle the car enough to get rid of that hoarding, or is he just going to have to stop by a marshal's post? Because that is tragically slow.
I mean, there's two ways. Either you stop and hope it falls over, or you just go flat out and hope it flies away. But the second one is maybe a bit more risky. But
yeah, especially because you can't see. We can see there's a bit of windscreen at the top, but drivers are looking through the bit of windscreen at the bottom, and that's the one that's covered by the hoarding.
Back in a couple of years ago when we were doing IMSA, the RSR, you had a lot of tracks with grass next to the track. The trick was to go drive super close behind another car, so the turbulent air would suck the grass from the radiator away. But it's obviously a little bit more difficult with a big...
Right, how did this happen then?
Oh,
no.
Yeah.
Straight off, and that is so unlucky to pick up that branding.
And the final corner, because, of course, if it hadn't been, he'd have gone into the pits.
It's already been chipped off already, isn't it? It's
bosh.
Yeah, maybe don't put advertising hoardings there next year.
Or maybe stay on the grey stuff as a driver, you know?
It's easier not to put the branding there.
I'm sorry, that's professional branding. You're not driving like a professional.
Put it somewhere else. Put it somewhere else.
Well,
like a bit of a gravel trap.
Everything is
this is overheating now,
isn't it?
Disaster.
Yeah. Oh no, broken left front suspension.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
Dragging that tyre along.
The left front suspension has totally collapsed. I wonder if that's why he was off in the chicane in the first place. And the hoarding is entirely immaterial. And where he went off, he couldn't have turned right to get into the pit lane, especially with the broken left front.
Those
curbs, probably not turning right at all.
This might become interesting if we get a safety car now. Then the loss of the Toyotas may be already gone if they catch the same queue.
Yep. Well, the lead six cars within 3 minutes, but the Toyotas 2 minutes behind Louis Delatraz. So that would put them into a separate safety car queue. And that could be a very... But if we go into safety cars, then we will blend them all together and bring them all back together, as long as they don't drop out of queues to do fueling. Well, double yellows have been removed, so Jonas Reed has got what remains of that car to a place of safety. And Nicky Katzberg, we're riding on board with, leading in LMGT3. Mattia Drudi, the pole sitter, in second in the Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Majan David, really been impressed with his conversion from LMP3 and LMP2 to LMGT3. The young French driver in third place ahead of Anchan Duverne. And Duverne, incredibly for a driver who's done so much in Porsche GT cars, making his debut here as well. So you've got 2 debutants running third and fourth at the moment. Johnny Adam, former GTE Pro race winner for Aston Martin here in 5th place. And then in 6th position, Simon Mann, that 21 Ferrari that was struggling for pace all the way through practice. Again, as the race comes in, they are looking strong. But look at this, Katzberger's only just stopped and has come back out in the lead. This is his out lap, and he is still in front. This is the 3rd or 4th consecutive stop for the 33 car where they have not lost the lead. Ben Keating started the race, their bronze driver in this car, did his 6 hours minimum drive time in the first 8 hours of the race. And from here on in, or from midnight on in, basically, it's been pro driver, pro driver, pro driver.
Yeah, it's looking really good, actually, isn't it, for the car 33? They've cycled through, like you say, they've got through the bronze driver of Ben Keating. He's played his part, and now you're down to the pros to see it through these next 6 hours. But a 37-second lead over the next nearest car. That's a comfortable place to be. But, as we know with this place, never count your chickens and all that. Just got to keep things safe, and I think now they're in a position where you don't have to be hammering the curbs all the time. And I'm convinced that's what just did the damage to that P2 car that ended up going off in the final couple of corners as well. The curbs strike again.
Just under 6 hours to go. We're at 3/4 distance with 18 hours completed at Le Mans. Cadillac, BMW and Toyota battling for victory, but are Ferrari and Alpine still dark horses? We will have to wait and see. We've got a full world endurance race to sort it all out. Brendan Hartley's number 8 Toyota, the fastest car in the race, as they have migrated onto the medium tyre as the daylight arrives and track temperatures start to rise. In LMP2, it is still the number 30 car from Duquesne, but after a gravel trapping moment for Dorian Pan, their lead is now just 10 seconds over Inter Europol's best car, with the second Inter Europol car in 3rd place. Leading in Pro-Am, CrowdStrike by Algarve Pro, Alex Quinn, 8th overall, and the 2nd and 3rd cars are 3 or 4 laps behind him. TF Sport continue to lead in LMGT3 from Heart of Racing, with a Codis ASP's Lexus in 3rd place. The number 91 Manthey DK Engineering Porsche hovering around the top half dozen as well. But right now, that race is Corvettes to lose. They continue to lead. They've got pro drivers only remaining, and they do not concede the lead during the pit stops. At a halt, in comes the Cadillac. So this is our race leader. Louis Delatraz has completed his current stints in the car. He is out, and in gets Norman Nato. And so another driver change for the lead Cadillac. Their sister car, number 38, out with recurrent electrical power steering issues, and car number 101, the Wayne Taylor Racing car, not 1, not 2, not 3, but count them 4 drive-through penalties, and that has taken them out of the hunt, although they are still lapping quickly in 8th place. But it is now starting to boil down predominantly to the number 12, to the number 20 BMW, and the numbers 8 and 7. Toyota have 2 dogs in this fight. Cadillac and BMW, 1 car each. But for Hertz Team Jota, that was a clean stop. Drama in LMP2 just now for Jonas Reed, and we saw him coming across the grass and picking up an advertising hoarding. What we couldn't see from that angle, but learned later, is that the left front suspension was broken, and that's why he didn't make the corner, and that's also why he didn't make it back to the pit lane. That car is actually still shown as moving unbelievably. That's not steering left particularly well. The good news is that you have to turn right here a lot to get back to the pit lane. So Jonas Reed has got that car back underway as the marshals remove the hoarding so he can actually see where he's going, but that car going very slowly. So welcome back to the booth to Michelle Gatting. Are you feeling refreshed after a few hours sleep?
Absolutely, thank you very much. I did have probably the best sleep I've ever had in Le Mans, you know, of all the years I've been here. So I'm fresh, I'm ready. What about you, Martin?
I'm hungry. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. I last had food at 6 o'clock yesterday evening, and I'm on here for another short while. Oh, and that's trouble for the DK Engineering car. That's the car that was in 4th in LMGT3, Anchan Juven. The Porsche Pro is off the road and in the barriers on the Mulsanne. And he's shaking his head, and that looks to me as though that might have been driver error, but with whom and where?
Ooh,
that's a big one.
Oh, it looks like he definitely had a contact. Oh.
We have a big crash, big crash.
Porsche 91 of the GT3.
Steering went, oh shit.
Missing front tire. Nose in the wall. Oh damn.
Wow. Yeah, they're done.
Steering.
They are done.
Both the Porsche.
We are under safety car. We are under safety car.
Safety car.
That's good for us because we get bunched together. We get bunched together, and oh yeah, this is perfect. Thank you. Thank you. This is perfect.
He hit those tires, and he's carried them a long way. Look at this.
Ooh,
steering went. Yeah, it
shit.
looks like he was just not able to.
Oh shit!
That's a plane.
No!
We're happy
Come
to
on,
see
let me
that
see.
Aitken is okay. That was a
Oh.
massive hit. Let's see from the inside here. He's just trying to turn.
And he only just avoided the wall on the inside, so at that stage he's fighting the car all the way as well. And that is a really hard end to the race for the 91 crew. There's Chan, he's out of the car.
GG.
Not the way he would have hoped to finish his debut at the Le Mans 24 Hours. And that's bitterly disappointing for the DK Engineering crew. They were looking really good after a tough build-up to the race, in the hunt for a podium finish, and that ends instantly.
Yeah, looking back at all the success that Manthey had over the years here at Le Mans, it was definitely not their year. What a shame for the whole team. But once again, happy to see that Aitken is okay after that massive hit.
Lovely guy, super competitive in both a real race car and on a sim car. But unfortunately, no finish here even now. That's absolutely wiped out the front of the car. And the 92 car was in trouble very early on. Last year's winners in LMGT3. 92, Richie Leitz at the wheel. Did the final stint last year to take the checker. They're down in 18th. It has not been Manthey's year. And there's not many years you can say that, Michel. You've worked with the team. You know how good they are.
Car 9 may be overtaken. Car 9 may be overtaken.
All right, that's the yellow prototype, the LMP2 car with the broken wheels. So if you're behind him,
Overtaken. Car 9 may be overtaken.
yeah, join the safety car queue.
Car 9 may be overtaken. Car 9 may be overtaken.
So with the safety car out, the pit lane remains open, but you will be held as the safety car queue passes at the end. So great opportunity here for the race leaders in LMP2 for the driver change. So Dorian Pan taken out. This is not going to be a very quick fix because the tyre wall needs sorting, and getting in is Julian Andlauer into that car.
Car 50, we need you to close the gap. Car 50, we need you to close the gap.
Why was car number 50 off track? Let's take a look. Oh, this is
Again.
not good viewing, is it?
No, it's definitely something that Manthey, together with Porsche, will be investigating under the race. As we heard Guven saying on the radio, steering just failed. It's not something we often see on the Porsches nowadays, that they have power steering issues, or in general steering issues. But I can confirm it's not the nicest feeling.
A lot of people in mechanical means at the exit of the first chicane. We have a lot of people on track at the exit of the first chicane. At MP11, bear totally to the right and stay on the right. At MP11, bear totally to the right and stay on the right all the way down to the exit of the chicane, please.
Yeah, we have both Toyotas number 7 and 8 in for a regular pit stop.
And this closes our field right up. And so also the fuel offset that the number 20 BMW and the number 12 Cadillac had earned over both Toyotas, that doesn't exist, because now everybody will fuel, everybody will be reset. And again, working on the brake on the left front corner of the number 8 Toyota. So again, Ryo Hirakawa having to wait in the pit lane. And this puts the number 7 car out in front of them. Is this what loses the number 8 car the race?
It could look like, I mean, it looks like they're only working on the left side. Now 3 mechanics looking, okay, it's already fixed. But it looked like, not an issue, but taking a bit longer than probably expected.
Well, they told him to wait before because they had to work on a fix, and they have had to work on a fix again. So they were checking the repair. And now, of course, it's stasis because the safety car queue is on its way. One of 3 safety cars. We always have to remind ourselves and viewers, 3 safety cars because of the length of the circuit. And so once the queue has passed and the final car has gone by, then the pit entry light, pit exit light goes green.
When we filmed a piece with Michelin about 12 hours ago, the room that I'm currently standing in was full of brand new tires. But Philippe Tremont, the technical director for Michelin Motorsport, that's changed overnight. And you guys have been studying the data as to how the tires have been responding to the track. What have you seen with how they are holding up under the extreme loads from downforce from the hypercars?
Yeah, first of all, the good news was that we used so far all the specifications, the soft, the medium, the hard. It was a new tire line, just to remind everyone. So it was the first time at Le Mans, and for us, we needed to, all we made on computation, on simulation, on machine test, was the day of the reality was today. So at least we saw our tire on every condition. So we saw that yesterday the hard and the medium were the good option since the weather was quite hot and the track temperature was quite elevated. Then with the nights and the temperature going down, we use the medium specification, and during the end of the night, everyone used the cold spec. Now the temperature are heating up again, so we are using the medium spec, and the hard should come in a couple of hours, should come back. So in terms of solicitation, once again, Le Mans is the highest track of the championship. So once again, you don't have any surrogated data to validate it. So far it went very well because once again we introduce sustainable materials in those tires with a 50% ratio. So it's quite a kind of revolution for us. And the idea was to perform as well or even better than the previous tire line. And what we did see is that in terms of durability, we have a majority of triple stints compared to double stint. So that's already a big change compared to last year. So we really improved the durability of the tire line. And we even had some teams, Ferrari, Toyota, Genesis, that made some 4 stints. So that was really, so far, a great achievement. But let's wait for the end of the race to have the full vision of what happened.
Well, and you mentioned the fact that it is getting to the point in time where we will see the hard compound tires again, the temperature heating up. When do you look at the data and see and tell the teams now is the right time?
Well, actually, this choice remains the choice of the team, for sure. But what we saw so far is that we are now clear about the transition temperature between the different specifications. So between cold and medium is around 25 degrees Celsius. So I talk about the track temp. And for medium to hard, it's about 45. But the point is that you have to anticipate when you go for a triple stint or a quadruple stint, you have to anticipate what will be the temperature evolution. So sometimes it's better to anticipate that it's getting hot, so you start with the hard, even if it's not fully the right temp for him. Or either you know that the temperature will decrease, so you have to anticipate and to take a medium or a cold, because you know that the condition in 2 hours will be the right one for this specification. So that's really depend on when you are during the race and what is the strategy. We saw some teams trying to use a mixed combination, but actually it didn't bring a huge advantage. And currently they are more and more using the same choice for all the position of the car.
Ultimately, the most important part of any car is the bit that touches the ground, and for Michelin, that's their tires, learning every mile, every kilometer, every step of the way throughout this entire 24 hours.
So time to say welcome back after a bit of kip to Graham Goodwin. You've never looked less fresh.
Thanks, mate.
And welcome to the booth as well to the boss of ProDrives, David Richards. And David, celebrating something of an anniversary here at Le Mans.
Yeah, 25 years for us at Le Mans, so it's seems like yesterday.
Man and boy.
Exactly right. It came in short trousers first time.
And in the mix here, David, for a bit more silverware by the look of things.
Well, it's GT3's always been strong, Aston Martin for many, many years, and this year's looking reasonable. I don't know how this. Well, we just missed that pitting under safety car by the looks of it, but. It's helped a little bit.
Yeah, let's wait and see if the number 23 car, which is running in 4th place, Johnny Adam bringing that car in, see if that's held at pit exit.
I don't think it should be now.
Maybe, yeah, the next safety car is away yet, so we'll wait and see. But under safety car, gives us time to chat to David about triumphs of the past. First came here, of course, with the glorious 550 Maranello.
Well, that was a strange one. That was. Oh, we're going to do a replay of this. Well, straight on. Wow.
Yeah, you'd have felt that.
Yeah. It just, as Martin was saying, it just shows how the safety's improved these days in the cars, and you know, an accident like that, and he just gets up and walks away.
It's no more pleasant of you here.
No.
Days for the Peugeot. So 550 Maranello, and glories with those cars, and some big names aboard those cars, including, and Davidson, of course, is just
yes, of course,
for breakfast.
Well, he's no, Anthony's had a go in there, and we've had a wonderful range of drivers over the years. You know, look back over 25 years, and lots of people have passed through our doors. And but that Maranello was a strange one, because we went and bought a second-hand car down the Fulham Road in London, and brought it back 4 months later. It was sitting here at Le Mans.
Am I remembering correctly, David, a story where we went racing at Silverstone, and they wanted to look over the car and brought in another road car to make sure the measurements were right, and they were perfect?
I don't remember that, but it sounds very likely.
The drive shaft was not looking that bad actually now. It's a bit fluctuating, and it can be affected by turn 22 exit curb. Be careful with turn 22 exit. I tried to avoid it. Yes, so currently the situation looks okay. It's not perfect, but it's not a disaster. Okay.
So from the 550 Maranellos, the start of a very interesting and long-lived relationship. We'll wait for a moment.
And Kamui, the plan is now to do now a triple stint for you. So this would be 4 stints in a row with you. And then Nick would jump in with 3 stints, and then we finish with you at the end. This is similar to what we did last year. This is okay for you?
Yeah, this is only one more important. I do my best.
So everybody taking the opportunity under this safety car to just reprogram, just reset. About to say, as we look at the Valkyrie, not a car that's in your orbit, but it's this manufacturer, David, that's been part of a huge part of the story over the last quarter of a century.
It has. It's been a really important part of ProDrive's partnership with Aston, and the successes we've had together. I still think that Valkyrie is the prettiest and best sounding car on the track.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. But you've had your pretty cars, and they're really great sounding cars.
We've had some good ones. The Lola Aston, I think, was with that lovely V12 sound, was one of the iconic ones, and many people see that at the Classic Le Mans in a couple of weeks' time as well. So
indeed. Well, your garages were as below the seat that I occupied in the media centre, and when one of those things fired up, it did feel as if there'd been some kind of intervention, should we put it that way. Glorious looking thing. Some great years as well, and some great results here. I mean, off the top of your head, do you know the stats for ProDrive?
Not precisely. I think we've had over the 25 years. I think we've had 8 class wins. I think so. It's been pretty good.
So GT1, GT Pro, GT Am, and now here in LMGT3, battling away.
Well, it's second at the moment, as you can see, but it's. The Corvette seems to have the slight legs on us at the moment. It was the Toyota, sorry, the Lexus in the night time we were concerned about because they could do an extra lap to us. They were doing one more lap, which was.
We're back into the morning. I'm sure you'll be checking in with the team soon. This new era, if you like, with the heart of racing. It's an extraordinary effort. You guys part, of course, of the LMGT3 efforts with this car.
Yep.
Are we going to see a ProDrive branded effort at any point again, do we think?
No, I don't see that. We partner with the big manufacturers. We have a great relationship with Aston Martin, and I'd like to think that will continue for many years to come as well. And we'll be back here, who knows, maybe with a hypercar at one point in the future.
That would be nice to think about it. In now, of course, with the current version of the Vantage. I'll ask an outline question. I'm not expecting a fulsome answer. Are there plans for what comes next?
Well, there are plans. I've been talking about it yesterday, but yeah, these things take some time to come to fruition, and you've got to look at the product cycle and various other aspects, the technical regulations, and we'll announce them in due course, I'm sure.
Look for a couple of memories over those 25 years. I mean, from my point of view, multiple pole positions, Thomas Enger taking the fight to the rest, Darren Turner and the guys in the DPR9s, Colin McRae in the Ferrari here as well, before we got to the prototypes, which included, of course, father of Max Verstappen, Jos Verstappen, as part of your... what are your particular memories?
You know, there's one memory that always stands out to me, and I always say to people, if I want to cheer myself up on a dull, dismal day back in the office, I can sort of pull up on YouTube that last 2 laps of the 2017 race with Johnny Adam driving, and the commentary, the enthusiasm. I don't know who was the commentator that time, but
it might have been Toby Moody.
It could have been, yes. It sounded a bit like him, and it was just extraordinary to see that. And look, watching the faces of the people in the pits, in the garage, it was just, and my family were there and everything added to it. So it's a very special day that was.
I completely agree with you. It's one of those days when you realise just how many British people come to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and the fact that it was happening in the glorious GT Pro Class against the mighty Corvettes somehow made that more special. I think that, by the way, for the 21st century, is in most people's top 10 of iconic moments.
But I think the great thing about that, you know, was before the start, how everyone lines up on the grid there. We went across and everyone shook hands with the Corvette team before the start of the race, and it was that lovely sporting spirit between the Americans and the British that stands out to me.
We've still got an awful lot of people who've been through the hands of ProDrive that have come into and through the sport. George Howard Chappell, one of them. And was such a big part of the story for so long. And do remember one story, if I remember correctly, in trouble for the 50 Ferrari. Wow. Now that is drama.
That is big drama.
Has been in trouble overnight, but Miguel Molina is stationary just before Tertre Rouge, the stadium in the background, and that is big news. So we're listening what's going on with the number 50 car.
Okay, let's do another power cycle, P1. Then 0, wait 10 seconds, slow, and then back to P1, and then back to P2.
So trying a power cycle, something we've come to get used to these days with these highly technical cars, David.
Well, the electronics have taken such an important part in this now, haven't they? They're so complex, these cars.
This was a winning car, remember, a winning crew from just 2 years ago.
Team manager, car 50, can you please tell us what's the next step? Otherwise, I will proceed with pushing the car to the next gap.
So Eduardo Freitas concerned with, of course, the safety and indeed the safety of this process. He's got marshals at various places. Let's have another listen to what's going on with Miguel Molina.
I'm back. M2K error. Okay, now it's doing everything. Hypersetting, go to P1, go to P0 now.
I'm sending marshals
on track. Looks like he's out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just before we had the safety car, it looked like they already had an issue in the first chicane. They were stopping on the side, quickly on the road, so...
Here we go.
Let's have a look. car was already 8 laps down, wasn't it, after its travails last night?
50 is currently being pushed to a safe opening. Car 50 is currently being pushed to the opening
to the side.
at MP5 on driver's right.
Fairness to Molyneux, who does the right thing, doesn't he? He gets off the circuit, gets out of everybody's way as best he can.
Well, one thing I would say, if there is a possibility of a full power reset, with the safety car currently being out, it's relatively safe for him to get back on track. Let's listen once more to the number 50 car. We'll get back to it with David Richards.
So if they do that, that means you will switch off the car, okay, and you will the car, and his DNF for us is finished, okay. He's game over then. Yeah.
That's so sad, isn't it?
It is sad. Don't like to see winning cars ending their race in a place of safety, if you like, behind the barriers. But it doesn't look like it's going to be Ferrari's year. The best of their cars.
Dejected Ferrari fans out there.
Yeah. It's basically one bullet left in the gun for them.
Yeah, and heartbreaking to see the disappointed, sad Ferrari fans out there.
Yeah.
It's always tough to see when a car is getting pulled back behind the fence. It's a lot of work and homework for the whole team in general for such a race. So yeah, it's heartbreaking to see.
David, you've been a competitor for your whole professional life, and you've seen both sides of the emotion, the elation, but the desolation as well when things go wrong.
Yeah, and when they go wrong in the 23rd hour, that's when you sort of, your head in your hands and you think, wow, do I really want to come back here next year?
Well, I can remember, I think it was Darren Turner at the wheel of the glorious DBR9 had a water leak very late in the race.
I remember that, yes.
And that was when it looked like Aston Martin might break through against Corvette. I was about to talk about the George Howard Chapel era, that glorious rivalry with Corvette.
Yeah,
just
it was
so special. It built up, I think.
Doug Feehan.
Yes, indeed.
He was a lovely character.
The scenes that got the crowd whipped up on race morning with the two crews pushing the cars to their position.
Okay, guys, I'm safe. I will disconnect everything, okay?
You should leave the car in neutral, I think. I see.
No, yeah, because
you're
downhill.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I can ask if they can put something.
Yeah, if they can stop it, because you're supposed to be in neutral.
Can you put something in the rear tire to not move? Okay, I put neutral.
Molyneux wanting something behind the car to stop it rolling, so a handy-sized beer can or stone or something, but there you can see the emotion that goes back to what David Richards was talking about. They've come this far, even 8 laps down, they never stopped trying, did they?
They did not. Races don't stop.
But you can imagine how tired everybody is there as well, and their frustration. It's just so painful.
And presumably, David, once the car retires, then you really feel tired. You know, as long as it's still going, you can just about combat that.
It does keep you going, doesn't it?
Yeah, but then as soon as it's, that tiredness floods over you.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's it just soaks in then, and of course the opposite. If you're sort of up front, the adrenaline keeps you going, and then you probably keep going all through the night partying afterwards.
There's the voice of experience. Yeah.
Well, we should talk about the present and the future for ProDrive. I mean, an organisation under your stewardship that has been involved in pretty much everything in motorsport: rallying, rally raid, touring cars, Formula One, sports cars in both prototype and GT. What's going on nowadays behind the closed doors?
Well, there's a new project actually, which they're actually at RAF Wittering in the next week, running the car for the world land speed record for hydrogen.
Oh wow!
Which we're doing with JCB.
Oh, I didn't realise you guys were.
Yeah, so we're the technical partner for that. And
what's the target?
Well, we've certainly got to beat the diesel record, which was the last record set by JCB. And
diesel max, yep.
Correct, and that was 20 years ago. And we'll see where we get to.
So that's hydrogen for a land speed record. That's technology that I know PFE and the ACO have got their BDIs on.
Yeah.
Is that something that might interest you in the future?
It could well be. You know, I think we've got to have an open mind to all these new technologies, and motorsport has always been a great place to experiment and demonstrate technology, and I'm up for that. So,
in these days of things being more spec, being more controlled, in the era of balance of performance, etc., does it still hold the technical appeal it always did to you?
Well, it's different, isn't it? I think and here's the dilemma that motorsport governing bodies, and I head up the governing body in the UK, it's become a media and entertainment environment, and where you want to capture the imagination of the people who come to watch physically here or watch it on television with you, and you only do that by having equal competition. And so I think the balance of performance has been the making of sports car racing. Personally, I think it's actually taken it to a new level and a level of interest, but it doesn't give you that technology side, although I think the ACO do a fantastic job of making the different technologies, all of them, compete on the same track.
Your trajectory with the involvement with GT and then in prototype racing has tracked that era of rule sets under the stewardship principally of the ACO in mixed class racing and Stefan Mattel in GT racing, and you've been great at actually finding the opportunities to put wonderful cars into fantastic international racing. It has been an era of depth and of popularity.
But I think that's they've got this fine balance, and there'll always be those that are unhappy with it at some point in time. And we've sort of, we've had our occasions, I must admit. But overall, you look outside here today, look at the crowds here. I've got a friend of mine come over to the first time here at Le Mans. I can't believe it all. Just can't believe the scale of what we're seeing here. And I turned the clock back the first time I came here, and it was over 25 years ago, and it was a very different affair.
May you still be coming back, and may your boys and girls Pro Drive still be bringing...
I hope so. I very much hope so. I want to take my grandchildren here, and sort of they're watching it on television at home. They're probably watching us now.
Excellent stuff. Well, the 27 and the 23 still very much in contention.
Graham,
yes?
Just before you do finish with David, you are aware, I'm sure, that you are sitting next to a race winner.
We were talking about it on the way over.
Yes, Pomeroy Trophy. David was a class winner earlier on in the year. And I say this enviously because I didn't win my class and David did. But to get the Rothmans Escort out, David, was a wonderful sight, and I bet you had some good fun.
We did have good fun with that. It's and I've got to decide what to take next year now.
Those that don't know, David, of course, very successful rally co-driver before his days of stewardship.
Well, that was the winning car. That was our World Championship winning car.
Yeah, we have got a World Championship in the World Champion in the room with us, and that's always a
long time ago.
Doesn't matter. You're always a world champion. You're always a world champion. You're always the president of something you've been a president of, and you're always, and this is very pertinent, a winner at Le Mans 24 Hours. And could Heart of Racing team with their two Pro Drive
We're still in with a chance.
I think you are with a very good chance, and this hasn't hurt those chances on the safety car right now. Gloriously filthy race cars circulating behind a safety car at 10:32 in the morning. For now, David Richards, more power to Pro Drive moving forward. Let there be another 25 years.
Yeah, well, we'll wonder about that. Let's finish this race first of all. Thanks a lot.
No problem.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to go to Pro Drive a few months ago. There was a BRDC visit to Pro Drive, and apart from the fact it looks a bit like a hospital, it is so clean. The scale of it, not only in terms of engineering, but simulators. There's a clothing empire that it has now, as well as all the engineering plus this sort of heritage department. It really is very impressive. Right, Graham Goodwin has a pit stop. Michelle Gatting and David Addison with you. We've got 5.5 hours and counting still to go. So we have the clock ticking on down, and now we can kind of reset a little bit, because not only are we in daylight, but it's another hot day at Le Mans, Michelle.
Hot day, temperatures increasing, and we're going to see some tendencies that we saw already yesterday with quite a behavior change in how the cars are acting out there. We heard, I remember yesterday, Phil Hansen really struggling with how the car was handling in the beginning of the race. He thought he had an issue, but yeah, we saw that there was no further issue on the 83 Ferrari hypercar. It was basically just the high temperatures that really made the car act different out there. And it's, yeah, the cars are more used now, more worn out, so that's also going to play a role.
Indeed. We were saying last night there are kind of cool cars and hot cars, and it looked like the Cadillac was a cool car because it worked in the cooler temperatures. Maybe the number 20 BMW, we speculated, might be a hot car. And what do we find in the lead now with just over 5 hours, 25 minutes to go, but the number 20 BMW, Robin Frins at the wheel. We ought to just catch up, though, Graham, on one or two of the dramas of last night, because significantly, 38 Cadillac, and that was all to do, I gather, with power steering.
Yeah, power steering put the car in the garage pretty much out of nowhere, and from there on it struggled forward, having lost laps. We'll wait for race control to tell us what's going on here, or will we? Maybe not. He's inevitably going to interrupt me when I start speaking again. They eventually gave up the ghost, gave up the fight just a little while ago. The car that led the race is out. We've also lost the number 17 Genesis. That, I think, was a lost wheel for that car.
Okay.
That was the suspension failure they had with Matthias Schubert.
And I can also see, and I don't have an explanation for you because I'm not caught up with the notes, that we've also lost the 77 Mustang. So we're 55 cars, sorry, 54 cars, because of course the 91 has gone, is effectively the end of the Porsche Challenge. 92 cars still running, but laps down
well,
after that very early
six
problem
cars
for
out.
the 92 with broken
7
toe link. Not a banner day for Porsche, I'm afraid. The 2026 24 Hours of Le Mans. There are only 2 representatives.
All right.
One out and one way down the order. But still, there's a lot here to ponder.
And 7 on the lead lap.
Yeah, and in particular, once we do get
I hope when the safety car goes out, we
it's
don't
again, as we saw
bunch
after the safety
together
car earlier in the
the
race.
groups.
It's a brand new
we
race,
lose a lap,
and it's a
but
brand
we
new
need
race
to
with the
gain
track
a
in a
lap.
very different condition. What we saw overnight with the Cadillacs really doing very well on the soft tyres and the cooler temperatures. How much punch are they going to have?
All right, they are almost done with the repairs.
Car going to have
Very
more than
good.
one car
So
down in 8th
5
place now.
to
How
10
are they going
minutes
to cope
and
with the rising temperatures? We
full
expect the
course yellow
temperatures
safety car is
to raise
gone.
30 degrees
Come on.
today.
Come on, Kobayashi and Irakawa, let's go.
108th is the WTR car, isn't it, Ricky Taylor? And that's the one that's, for now, just dropped off that lead lap. 92 comes into the pit lane, as you see, which is the Ben Manthey Porsche. Ricard Leeds at the wheel of it, 16th in class. Tough race for this car after that broken tolling earlier on.
Yeah,
so,
very early on.
Yeah, they've been trying to fight back. And equally, they know that you can buy back places as the race continues. So, yeah, it's tough, Michelle, but keep plugging away.
Yeah, and it looks like he's...
Stall, which is rare. Leeds fires it up again.
Yeah, what we see with the Porsche after quite a lot of hours of racing is that the clutch is starting to struggle a little bit. It's quite a common issue. For sure, it's not only the Porsche that has this issue. And here we just see that he's going to stop at the red light. But what you will always see from Manthey is clean, fast pit stops from the mechanic. No matter how many laps they are off the lead, you will always see those guys fighting till the very end, making clean, fast pit stops.
This is your top 3 in reverse order. So 3rd in LMGT3, Augusto Farfus is BMW, Mathieu Drudy 2nd, and Nick Katzberg for TF Sport leading the way. And seeing that they've used the minimum drive time Ben Keating has to do, then they can now keep bouncing between Nick Katzberg and Johnny Edgar all the way through to the end. So that car that was taking the lead and then on the next cycle of pit stops dropping back and then reasserting itself is now absolutely a genuine contender with Mathieu Drudy doing the chasing.
Yep, brand new race, 5 hours, 21 minutes.
Safety car B, be advised, we have trucks moving on the right-hand side after the first chicane. Cars following safety car B, please be advised. We have trucks on the track side after the first chicane on driver's left.
And there is the incident zone, which is almost finished. You can see the circuit vehicles now slowly making their way off track to the next access point, but all the information coming from race control. And this is another
the repair was
aspect. I know
pretty
we've touched on
fast.
safety over the course
Look
of
at
the
that, like
weekend,
nothing
but,
happened
you go
right
back
there.
many years.
Big
race
crash
control
and nothing
barely
happened.
had any information. You know, now you've got this television feed, you've got more cameras than even we've got, you've got all the onboard, you've got the CCTV circuit cameras. There is so much more information available, plus the radio communications to be able to run all of this safely and to repair a barrier and keep a race going and be able to tell the drivers to keep to one side of the circuit illustrates how far we've come, and that's one of the best things about the advances in the safety.
Yeah, the one time I can tell you that I was in race control here, it was impressive back then. It was 10 years ago, and it was a moment that actually a lot of our viewers will be familiar with. So it's been toured around race control by then steward Tim Mayer. And at the moment when, famously, Yannick Dalmas, we're under red flag in a night practice session, slid the then Audi safety car to test the grip levels, one-handed, because he had his radio in his other hand, by the way.
Yes.
To feed back to race control. Even then, the scale of the access they had to information with various IT-based sources and an awful lot of cameras was impressive, and the only thing that's happened since is the technology's improved dramatically, and in particular, David, the technology and the ability to see clearly overnight. That's something that you and I saw through to 4 o'clock. The trophy is now it's Tom.
Yeah, it's Mr. Le Mans looking at the trophy that he has won 9 times.
Yeah.
You think you've got bored of looking at it by now, wouldn't you?
Oh, I don't think that will ever happen.
Right, so you just a few minutes ago saw 15 sitting in the garage yet again. The car that started on pole position but now is 23 laps down. It was way out of contention effectively when it lost 1 lap, never mind anymore. But a tough race for one BMW, but 20 still leads the way.
To the pit lane, information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane. The next time safety car crosses the start-finish, we will be entering the last lap with the 3 safety cars. We are about to start the last lap with the 3 safety cars.
And then they can start that merge process. Then we can start to think about pass around. So as we were saying in that first safety car period yesterday, it makes it a much longer process, but it does help people's races. They don't get compromised because of their track position relative to the overall race leader.
Yeah, absolutely. And the process indeed does take long, which is very normal around here. So for the drivers that are in the car, you know when you're having a safety car period here in Le Mans, that it is going to be, I would say, minimum 45 minutes. So you have a little time to rest, probably speak a bit with the engineers on the radios as well.
Brendan Hartley, as you see, the man that's done the fastest lap of the race. That was done on lap 286. We're on 296 now.
The last lap with the 3 safety cars.
And this is your race order. BMW leads Cadillac ahead of the 2 Toyotas, 7 now ahead of 8, having been the less favoured car, it seemed, earlier on in the race, but they chipped away. Kobayashi up to 3rd, Hirakawa 4th. Best of the Ferraris is 5th. Yeah, Yifei at the wheel of 83, last year's winning car. James Calado in 51 is 6th. Then you've got Alpine, Cadillac, Alpine and Aston Martin to round out the top 10. You're riding with Robin Frins, and he is currently the race leader.
Yeah, in LMP2, Duquesne team cycled back to the lead ahead of the 2 Inter-Europol competition cars. They've been in good position for hour after hour after hour. Vector Sport still in the hunt in 4th place. And then Forestier Racing by Panis round out the top 5. Silex Motorsports treble of teenagers, 6th place.
We have walked up the pit lane into a very special place. This is the nerve center of the race. Building a victory doesn't work only in the team. It's many actors that are helping to build a reliability, electronics, data, and here we're in a data center. We're at Bosch Motorsport, and next to me is the president of Bosch Motorsport Technologies, Johannes Jörg Ruger. Am I right? That's correct. Excellent. Le Mans is the future of your technology. This is where you're proving, it's a proving ground for it. How do you use Le Mans?
Well, basically a 24-hour race, of course, is the ultimate test of technology in order to prove the robustness of the system. And here we're not talking about, easy systems. We are talking about complex systems like the hybrid system we are applying here in the LMDH series. And this is the perfect possibility to prove the performance of such systems. And what is reliant here and what is proving performance here is ready to go for mass production later on.
So you transfer that technology into everyday cars, the people that drive every day. How do you do that? How do you extract that data and make it more robust or reliable?
But you can imagine in 24 hours, of course, we can collect a lot of data points. And that data we collect continuously, basically during the race with all the different vehicles. We can use basically in order to improve the performance of our system, the safety as well, and that all flows into the development we are applying later on for road legal cars.
All right, now just to answer my curiosity, what kind of data are you doing here, and who are you helping over there, and how are you helping the teams to go to the end of the race?
Well, basically we collect all the data. I mean, you can see on the screen that we know where the teams are. We are collecting data from our system. We know whether our systems are still, I mean, alive and ready to go, and that, of course, including the situation where maybe the system does not perform according to specification or our expectations, we can use to further improve the technology later on.
And I can see here there is a fantastic energy. It's the Le Mans spirit. How does the people that come to work here, are they enthusiastic, and how does it reflect onto the Bosch family?
Well, of course, people who are working here are very enthusiastic, so it's the ultimate stress test, not just for technology, but also to people, and particularly to the trackside team we have here. Very concentrated on supporting our customers, very concentrated on making success possible for our customers. And that is a kind of dedication, relying on each other is a kind of dedication that we also can use later on, which sets us apart from our competitors, which we can use and do use for road legal car development and mobility of the future.
Excellent. It does bring people together, it brings the spirit up, and it's fantastic also for a company to be there and enjoy that moment and get the people together. Thank you so much for your time, and let's enjoy the end of the race. And I heard there was 100% reliability, so well done on that.
Thank you very much.
We don't want anything else. So I want you as a fighter like you've never been. Kobe?
What a great instruction. I want you like an animal. I want you like a fighter like you've never been. Great for a driver to hear that, eh?
Yeah, I mean, and with 5 hours to go, it's early to really tell the drivers to go all in. But I mean, the message is clear, I guess, for all of us, that we have to see Norman Nato at his very best. And we know he can fight like an absolute animal. So I would not want to be in the way of that Cadillac right now. And we have number 36 coming in for driver change. We have Victor Matans jumping in, doing a driver change with Fred.
And getting that done because they know they're coming toward the end of this safety car period, so they want to be doing it under green flag. They've left it as long as possible. But yeah, Victor Martins, another former single-seater racer who got to Formula 2 level and did a good job in single-seaters. He had kind of alternate years of success. Some years he was an absolute gun, and other years he seemed to struggle a bit, but he was a Formula Renault Euro Cup champion. He was a FIA Formula 3 champion, and he was on both the Alpine and Williams Driver Academy programs for Formula 1 duties. So a lot of experience, but eventually he sort of had to accept that he wasn't going to get into F1 and sports cars beckoned. And he's going to the garage now. This is not great news because, as we were saying, this was the car that was not on the lead lap, but had been surviving up there.
Yeah,
so
but
Fred
now they're
Makovici,
definitely also going to lose a lap.
yeah, exactly. Fred Makovici, Jules Goun on the other two drivers of that car. Quick reminder about what sidewalls of tyres you're looking for. A white is soft, a yellow is medium, a red is hard. So what do they need to do to have that in the garage? Well, the first thing is you've got to plug a laptop in, and that'll tell you whatever error codes have sprung up. And then how long can it take to fix it?
Yeah, that's the question. But that's a real shame. We were just talking about that both Alpine seem much more reliable than what we have seen before.
Yeah, we jinxed it, haven't we?
Yeah, we jinxed it. But you said it, huh?
Oh, that's true, but you didn't correct me.
No,
so you're equally to blame.
Yeah, exactly.
Equally to blame.
It's our fault now.
Yeah. It's just as in the race, you lose as a team here.
Yeah, absolutely.
On standby for the merging, on standby for the merging. Start the merging, start the merging.
And what that means, if you didn't see the earlier safety car period, is that the other two safety car trains are now released. They can't race, they can't overtake, but what they can do is catch up with the first one. So we get one line.
Request to all, once you've overtaken your safety car, let's queue up behind safety car A as soon as possible.
Right, just while this merge goes on, let's head to the pit lane. Bruce Joanny is wide awake and he's got news. Bruce, morning.
Good morning. Yeah, fresh. Have a few hours of sleep, which is luxury here in Le Mans. I just had a little word with the people at Toyota about the number 8 to try to understand what's going on. So basically, they had to change the drum. They had a first attempt at it, didn't quite work, and then used a safety car, which is very lucky for them, as you said, because they are still in the lead lap. They changed the drum. The problem is fixed. It shouldn't be a problem anymore. So he's head down until the end of the race now.
Okay, Bruce, thanks for that. So 8 having dropped back into 4th place, having had the drum changed.
That is the cover over the braking system. We usually call it the biscuits, I think.
Let's have everyone pick up the pace together behind safety car A.
And the Alpine concerns are still there, and all the pressure is on that guy with the laptop and seeing what error code comes up and what they can do about it. But this is looking longer and longer. Oh no, maybe not. Thumbs up. Bit of sweeping being done, you saw there. The car
It's
drops
not
down.
looking good for Alpine right now. Not looking good.
On the ground. Passing of intermediate one at MP6, that will.
It's a shame. I mean,
if you are eligible for the pass around, it's this passing on intermediate one that will define your eligibility or not for the pass around. Please take that into consideration.
Right, so race director Eduardo Freitas putting the onus on the teams. We're not going to tell you if you can do the pass around. You've got to work it out for yourselves, and the teams will be fully on top of that, because if they can gain back some time, they will do so.
Yeah, and it could be very considerable indeed. Said this before with the safety car.
I think we have the safety car in front of the first group, and us, we are catching up to them. So we're gonna lose every delay that we have, and we are gonna be back into the race, baby. Let's go.
They came into it as the championship leaders, did they?
Let's go, let's go. We are back in. We are back in.
This 3rd round of the championship.
Totoya for the win.
So BMW leads the way. It was good yesterday in the hot conditions at the race start, and Robin Frijns into the lead. The car, after a great start by Rene Rast, getting the lead on the opening lap, and BMW then still under safety car conditions here. Right, let's get to the pit lane. Bruce has news, I think, about the Alpine. Is it good news or is it bad news, Bruce?
Well, there were 2 problems. First problem is a battery issue that they were trying to fix, but at the same time they had the front anti-roll bar that was broken. So they used that pit stop to replace the front anti-roll bar as well. So they fixed the battery problem, maybe. For sure, the front anti-roll bar is now replaced.
Excellent. Good intel. Thanks, Bruce. So, sort of 2 for the price of 1 pit stop for the Alpine, and it's back on the pit apron, ready to rejoin. That was pretty quick work all round.
Not bad going, and the other Alpine we could see from the heli-telly, just sitting ahead of the race leader. That will get the pass around. It's all about whether or not you're ahead of your class leader, and the 35 is the biggest winner here, because it will regain, if you like, almost a full lap. And from being in a position where it could have lost a lap to the BMW, the 20 car, this is the red light. It'll wait for the passage of the next safety car crew. Oh, sorry, but now they're merging. It will be the full safety car train. That's not far away, so they're not going to lose very much time here either in this. See cars passing by there. So merge is almost complete. That light will go green very shortly.
Although if you're in the car, it seems like an eternity, waiting and waiting and waiting. And Michelle, you were saying last night, you're sitting there thinking sometimes, have they forgotten about me?
Let's close those gaps. Let's queue up behind safety car A, please, and start thinking if you're eligible for the pass around. Let's queue up behind safety car A, please. Car 59, if you can push a little bit, we would be grateful.
I don't think Eduardo Freitas means check if you're eligible for the pass around. It's eligible, but never mind. We know what he means. Green light does go on at the end of the pit lane. Out has gone the BMW, and so now the barrier repair's almost done. Of course, that Ferrari needed moving under these safety car conditions, and now the pass around is being prepared for. Cars there getting out of the queue, and not quite sure what all that was about, because we're not ready to have pass around yet, unless that was purely a look at the circuit, or to get out of a queue and get some cool air.
It did look a bit odd, I have to say.
Okay. Last warning, check your eligibility, please. This is the last warning. Check your eligibility, please.
This is a further reinforcement that it's on the teams. There is the race leader with the 35 Alpine just ahead, and anybody in front of that car is going to be a winner here. We'll pass around the safety car under the instructions of race control, under the control of the safety car light system, and regain the lap.
Prepare for pass around. Prepare for pass around.
So the teams are ready. They will work out if they are eligible.
All cars not eligible to their left. All cars not eligible to their left. Let's start the pass around. Start the pass around.
Right, so those that can overtake the safety car will now do so.
Start the pass around.
So yeah, Yaffe is the first one to go. It's good news for them. And there you can see also 51 Ferrari, James Calado, and there's going to be quite a lot benefiting this time from the pass around.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes, I mean, as a hypercar, if you end up, because on this pass around lap, you know, they really have to push to catch the queue again. And if you're a hypercar that ends up behind an LMGT3, that poor LMGT3 is pushing for his dear life to catch the queue. But obviously there is quite some difference in speed. So it can be frustrating for especially the hypercars if they end up behind an LMGT3 car.
So just to clarify what we're achieving with this process, it is taking time, but it's about fairness. It's born of experience down through the decades and decades of this race, and in particular in the modern era with 4 classes here. In this instance, it will just be the hypercars, LMP2s as single class and LMGT3. It's
pass around is concluded. Pass around is concluded. Let's pick up the pace to catch the line behind safety car A, please. I know it's 13 kilometers and I know it's difficult. Let's do our best.
If you're trapped behind the safety car with your leader behind you in your class, you've lost a lap, effectively. And this process is designed to stop that from happening.
Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier on, isn't it? Just to give people a chance, because you don't want to be compromised by your track position relative to the positioning of the race leader and the safety car. But what we now need to be mindful of is, and you just heard Eduardo Freitas telling the drivers to
Mr.
do
Kobayashi
their best
and Mr. Irakawa, they need to push like motherfuckers.
Because we had a couple of drivers
and we can get the win.
really
but the BMW is looking very good.
For creating gaps, because
and the Cadillac, they are fast. But yesterday, with the high temperature in the track, they had a lot of problems. They were slower than us.
Yeah, exactly. That was.
So I think we have a chance if the temperature keep rising.
Eduardo Freitas was not too happy with him.
No, and the reason for that, by the way, is because when we go back to green, you can't overtake before the line. And if you've got a huge gap, and it was a substantial gap, it does mean, looking at a replay here,
that was number 50 Ferrari, wasn't it, in the night, being squeezed towards the grass. And for that, Nicholas Nielsen got a reprimand. He was deemed to be at fault for that.
I think he did a great job avoiding, but it was not a big hit, but apparently it created big issues for our number 50.
It did. That was the beginning of the end, wasn't it? They started to tumble down the order from that. And we've heard this morning that the car is now out of the race. So they had to get access to the seat, driver out, and it was we thought it was a leaking extinguisher that was the initial problem, but now it's lost all power and has been declared a retirement. So that gives us 53 in real terms, because Anshin Guven's Porsche is out of the race. It's not been declared a retirement yet. There's the replay of 50 Ferrari parking, but we know that the Manthey car has gone as well, and there, desolation for AF Corsa. Marshall spring into action, push that car out of the way. The pass around is concluded. That means we're not getting too far away now from getting the race back underway. BMW leads Cadillac, leads Toyota, leads Ferrari, leads Ferrari. That is the top 6. And that's over 5 hours of the race to go.
And while we're waiting for this pass round to be completed, or rather the train to catch up the safety car crew, good moment to remind people who's not in the race anymore. We saw the retirement of the 50 car, one of 3 hypercars no longer running and declared retirements. Genesis Magma Racing number 17 out in the about breakfast time. Suspension failure and lost wheel for that car after real heroics overnight from Genesis Magma Racing. The 19 though still running strongly. And then the 38 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car that led the race, hit power steering trouble, and that became a gremlin they could not solve, and that was they finally gave up the ghost again in the early morning this morning. Everybody else that's out the race is LMGT3, 13 Autosport, the first retirement with systems issues for the Canadian entered Corvette. Iron Lynx 61, failure at the front of the car after some accident damage earlier in the race. Francesco Castellacci clashed with one of the Mustangs and lost a wheel at Don Lopez's. And Lindo Dinius and the 79 car, that was, can anybody remind me what the issue was for that car? I'm struggling to remember, but that car has gone as well. So 2 of the 3 AMGs. Sebastian Priaulx, gearbox failure for the 77 Proton Mustang, and the most recent retirement, and in fact actually not the most recent retirement, the 50 was the most recent, but the car that's brought out this safety car was a substantial impact with the barriers from Anshik Guven in the Monti DK Racing number 91 Porsche. Big impact, big damage, game over.
And that's not a Guven-esque thing to do, is he? We said earlier on in the race, he's a Porsche specialist, DTM champion. He's been a one-mate Porsche champion repeatedly. So for him to do something, I wonder whether it was all down to him or whether there was something with the car that pitched him off. Hard to know, but
absolutely. It was definitely not a mistake with him. It was clearly the car didn't turn, and that's what he said on the radio. What the deeper issue was, we're going to know later on for sure, but I don't think there was much Arntzen could have done there. He was just a passenger.
Now you're looking within the traffic at your race lead situation. 3 LMGT3 cars, and then you've got the hypercar leaders, the overall race leaders. So you've got Robin Frins with Norman Nato right up behind him. Robin will want to get on with the job and try and clear that traffic as soon as he possibly can when we go green. But Norman Nato has just been told by the team, drive like an animal. And
looking forward to see that.
Drive like a fighter, like you've never driven before. This is going to be quite something. And to hear that from the team, to give you permission to throw caution to the wind, they've nothing to lose. So, yeah, let's go. This is going to be quite something.
A big advantage, by the way, to those lead two. They are together. It's going to be pressure for the BMW driver, but just 3 GT3 cars ahead of them. And then they've got a full, clear lap. Way further back in the queue are the chasing Toyotas. So behind the safety car, it is 10 seconds back. And of course, that's at this speed. But they will not be able to overtake anybody in front of them until the start-finish line.
Yeah, it won't take them long to clear that traffic, you're right, but the gap will go up initially before Kamui Kobayashi in the better placed 7 is going to be able to make some progress and start to catch up. The grandstands have never really been empty overnight, but they are getting very full once again now because it's glorious weather once more here, and everybody knows there's a big fight on as Vincent Voss stares at his phone and looks at the data. Andreas Roos with him from BMW and Motorsport. This is Robin Frins's view as he weaves his way down the Mulsanne. Let's listen to number 7's radio traffic. It is 3rd, Kamui Kobayashi at the wheel.
Kamui, in your first stint, we had 33, so that's pretty similar. 33 track temperature in your first stint.
Very copy.
But obviously,
just a little bit difficult warm up front. After front warm up, it's okay.
Yes, copy. And from here on, obviously, it will just go up the temperature.
Sure. And prefer the interrupt to run for me.
Copy 2-1, and I'm gonna remind you also on the beeper for the restart. The back markers are now catching our cue here, so I think.
Right, so Kobayashi gets all the information he needs.
Safety car, as requested by the drivers, is picking up the pace.
And the safety car, as you hear, starts to speed up. Weaving goes on to get the tire temperatures and pressures back up to an operating level. And we're getting closer to getting the race underway. As Graham was making the point, these are, by necessity these days, longer safety car periods. So they're a bit rarer. You know, we have full course yellows in operation, which are quicker to deploy and quicker to deactivate and go back to race conditions. But when it's barrier repairs and it's going to be a long period like that, you do need the safety car to have one pack as well, rather than cars continuously streaming past. Let us eavesdrop next on the 2nd place Cadillac.
Yeah, keep saving for now. We're planning to warm up the brakes. Exit Mulsanne. Exit Mulsanne only. Keep saving.
So even under the safety car, Michelle, a lot for drivers to have to do and think about and process.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's very normal that all the hypercars and LMGT3 has a fuel-saving mode on the safety car. So, but besides that, they still want to keep the temperatures up in tires and brake. And normally towards the end of the lap, all drivers will be reminded to change their settings, different mode, which means they will go into full power mode and not in energy and fuel safe mode anymore.
So we await the rear of the queue to join the long train, and we're almost there now. It's pretty much one line coming out of Mulsanne corner, so if he's happy, the race director will give the indication that the lights can be extinguished, and maybe we can go racing at the end of this lap. We are less than 5 hours away from a checkered flag. Let's listen again to number 12. Norman Nato at the wheel of the Cadillac.
Okay, so the restart is going to happen at the finish line, potentially next lap, at the finish line, potentially next lap. And remember, it's no overtaking before finish line. No overtaking before finish line.
However many races you've done.
Next lap is now?
No, the one after.
However many races you've done, still remind a driver when they can or can't overtake. Safety car in this time, so we are ready to go. And now the safety car process comes to an end. The race leader is Robin Frijns. There behind him is Norman Nato. The same message applies, of course, to Frijns. He can't overtake the traffic until he's gone over the timing line, and then we will be in business.
Gentle reminder to all drivers, no overtaking before the line. Please, no overtaking before the line. Let's keep that line as compact as possible.
Hope the Jota engineer has revised his advice, because
well, yeah, but don't forget that's a slightly delayed message.
7 hypercars on the lead lap as we're going back to green shortly, and it's 6 LMP2s. I think only 2 GT3s now.
Right, safety car will peel in this time. Everybody gets ready. Kamui Kobayashi will, as we've been saying, see the gap slightly extend until he can clear the traffic, but he's going to be on his toes and he can get past quite a lot of it relatively swiftly, I would have thought, as they come now down towards the chicane. Robin Frijns, then the race leader in BMW number 20.
Safety car in the pits. Safety car
so
in
the Corvette number 33 is leading the pack.
It is indeed, as they come now up towards the timing line. So Robin Frijns ready to pull the pin. It's the 4th car in the queue we're looking at. We go back racing out of the green flag, then Frijns storms away, and he's going to have Norman Nato right up behind him. This for the lead of Le Mans. Remember, the BMW just ahead of the Cadillac as they go up through the Dunlop corner. They've cleared all but one of the back markers in the case there of the Cadillac, and that means that Norman Nato is slightly impeded behind Nick Katzberg, who had to turn in to take the line for the corner. And this is an absolute free ride for Robin Frijns. He's being able to build a little bit more of a gap, not a huge one, but a slightly greater gap. So the BMW continues to lead, and now that he's got through the GT3 traffic, the LM GT3 traffic, so Norman Nato can try to do something about this gap. But the first part of the restart is advantage Robin Frijns.
Yeah, so now we get to the Mulsanne. We'll see whether or not the straight line speed of the Caddy is there. Meantime, the 2 Toyotas, line astern, making their way through the traffic. Not quite as easy a run for them, but they're on the case.
Yeah, now they've got the part of the racetrack where progress can be made. Look, the first part of the Mulsanne down to the Daytona chicane. So you've got Kobayashi clearing some of the traffic. Behind him is Hirakawa in the sister car. And again, dive out of the dropper. You've got the GT3 cars going side by side right ahead of the first of the Toyotas. That's got to try to squeeze up the inside of the Oreca as well. And now, slightly compromised there. Kobayashi has been caught by Hirakawa.
Stupid LMP2. Go fuck yourself.
Goes to
Move.
whatever bit of clear racetrack he can find. The 2 Toyotas hunting as a pack. They've cleared LMGT3. They've
The 2
cleared
Japanese need to
Oreca.
push now.
There was a slight delay
We
to
lost
the process,
a lot of
but now
freaking time.
they have been able to clear the traffic, and the 2 Toyotas are on the march.
So they've finally cleared traffic between the 2 chicanes. Drive-through penalties, meanwhile, for cars 26 and 32. We'll come back to that. Yellow flags at
Ok, ora c'è un
8:29
po' di
this morning.
traffico, perfetto. Adesso dobbiamo pushare,
Yeah,
siamo indietro, siamo
26 is
20
in,
secondi.
of course, LMP2, 32 is the
7
WRT,
secondi.
LMGT3 BMW. So now we look for this lead battle, and Norman Nato is definitely coming back at the lead of Robin Frijns. Frijns may have been able to get away slightly on the resumption, but now the gap is coming down and down and down. The Toyotas still needing to gobble up quite a lot of clear track space. There they are in the background, look, coming towards us. But as far as the race lead is concerned, a little bit quicker in that middle sector was Norman Nato, and we're heading towards a part of the circuit where the Cadillac has always looked strong. Here for 3rd and 4th, Kobayashi and Hirakawa on their way now on towards the right that approaches Indianapolis. But we really need to have a look at this lead battle, don't we? Because Norman Nato getting a little bit nearer. I can't think necessarily the Toyotas are going to squabble amongst themselves, but these two very definitely are. You can see as they come up towards Arnage, the gap reduced again under braking.
Absolutely, and Norman Nato has one advantage. It's there in the background, rear gunner in the shape of the number 101 Cadillac WTR car. Ricky Taylor, a lap down, looking to get to terms, but he will be handy.
You want to keep it behind or what?
If you can, yes.
Friends checking what the team's strategy is, so they're not relying on pit stops to keep the lead of this. They need Robin to get out his elbows and make that BMW as wide as possible. So on lap 300 of the race, BMW versus Cadillac, it is still Robin Frijns ahead of Norman Nato here as they again head towards the chicane, and so evenly matched. BOP has worked brilliantly this weekend to give us a really competitive race, and BMW is going to lead, but Norman Nato throwing the car at the curbs, comes through the chicane. You can see the huge amount of effort and energy that's put in, and a big bite of curb in that third part of it. Over the line goes Frijns, over the line goes Nato, and 300 laps in the book. It's 9/10 of a second between the top two.
Yeah, BMW have not won the 24 Hours of Le Mans this century. 1999, their one and only win here. Cadillac have never won the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Chasing them, probably the team that wants it most in a funny sort of way. They've been regular winners of the modern era, both in hypercar, prior to that in LMP1. They are on the chase. Behind them, the winners for the last 3 years, Ferrari, and then Alpine.
Getting a replay here of the resumption of the race. This was how Norman Nato saw it, and just frustratingly stuck behind the Corvette. BMW quite like that, and Cadillac did not. However, it's nothing Nick Catsburg did wrong. He had to take the line for the corner. He couldn't just disappear, and that is part of having to read the traffic at Le Mans.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they could have hoped that the two GM cars would actually have helped each other, but like you said, there was nothing Catsburg could have done to get out of the way there. But as we've seen it before in the race, that it's really difficult to close this gap. It's always going between 9/10s down to 6/10s, but getting really close in those cars, it's extremely difficult, and that's what Norman Nato is right now, let's say, struggling a little bit with.
Just a quick look at those pit stop times. You can see how the BMW has spent less time in the pits. It has done 24 pit stops to the 27 of Norman Nato. So the longer you're on track rather than in the pits, the better your chances, because you're going much faster.
Nicky Catsburg, by the way, you're absolutely right, did need to turn in, but he's also, remember, in his own lead battle. He wants to win Le Mans for Corvettes with the number 33 car, and he's just 2 seconds ahead. In fact, a closing gap to the first of the two Heart of Racing cars with Eduardo Barrichello. And the second one, Mattia Drudi, 2 seconds back, 10 seconds further back, Dudu Barrichello, with the two Lexus closing in fast too. LMGT3 is shaping up to be an absolute war in the last 4 hours of this race.
Although number 62 Mercedes, which is last in the classification now, is under investigation for a possible pit stop infringement. This part of the circuit would just suggest that Robin Frijns is getting away ever so slightly, but I'm not necessarily convinced that's a pattern all the way around the lap, because as we saw on the restart lap, it's been a bit elasticated, this lead battle. Frijns BMW, Nato in the Cadillac, and straight away up towards Indianapolis, the gap shrinks once again. In the first sector, Frijns was just under 400ths quicker. In the second sector, Norman Nato was just under a 10th quicker. So you're talking tiny fractions here. And right now, there's nothing that Frijns needs to worry about in terms of traffic, because he's very much the first person on the road. But what that doesn't help him do is use the traffic to try and sort of delay the Cadillac, because there's nobody he's going to encounter until we get through some more pit stops. So this now is a pure race on a clear track.
Yeah, exactly. And when they will start catching that traffic, that's when you're going to see the difference, who is more aggressive in the traffic. And here we have the leader of LMP2, the Duquesne number 30, who has basically been dominating the race so far in LMP2. But keep in mind, 43 is actually quite close behind. Only 1.8 seconds.
And the 43 for Inter-Europol competition, right behind that, similar gap. Remember, Inter-Europol competition, 2 wins and a second place in the last 3 years. They'll be looking to add to that tally. All sorts of records could be made here. History to be written.
Doesn't all feel slow on board an LMGT3 car compared to a hypercar, although Nick Catsburg, we know, is absolutely not slow, and he's absolutely storming along, but just you have to do a bit of a reset in your brain, don't you, when you've been riding on board with the hypercars. That Corvette, though, now, which was leading by 1.7 seconds, trying to build that gap. Here are the leaders, and again, on this part of the circuit, it just does look slightly as though the BMW may be extending, but I don't think it's a pattern.
Yeah, it looks like they're really both pushing on big time here.
Pushing on as well. Kavumi Kobayashi, second fastest lap of the race. 3:25.524 compared to Brendan Hartley's 3:25.421 on lap 286.
There you can see the number of overtakes that we have had. Some of that, of course, is down to traffic, but fascinating numbers. Over 1,150 overtakes for the lead car. The gap is down, coming towards the chicane. Look, a little bit nearer comes Norman Nato. He's been told to fight like never before, and he's doing so, but was he just a fraction wide in the mid part of the chicane there?
Yeah, it shows that he's pushing, you know, he's really trying everything. And what we're starting to see now also in LMP2 is that we see some best lap times from Richard Generert is doing the best lap of the car, and the same with Julian Andlauer, meaning that the cars in LMP2 are also pushing on. Andlauer is perhaps feeling a little bit of pressure from his competitor in P2, and now we will start to see those green lap times with 4 hours and 45 minutes to go.
For the overall win, the big number we should be looking at is the gap between the lead pair and Kamui Kobayashi, and that is the number that's coming down the fastest of the lead group. When he cleared the traffic, 9 seconds. Now 5.8 and pushing hard.
And it's 4 hours 45 minutes to go, so what is a two-way battle could become a 3, and actually it's not only 8, 7 is lapping quicker than the leaders as well. So both Toyotas last time through were faster than Frins and Nato, so we could be building up for a 4, never mind 3-way argument over the race lead as we get closer and closer to the end of what has been, as predicted, an absolutely epic and wide open Le Mans. No one manufacturer has dominated. It has had a pendulum swing between different manufacturers at different stages of this all-dry race. You're riding on board with Ryo Hirakawa. He is in 4th place. Let's have a listen in.
Okay, feedback on turn 18. Ryo Kamui was braking 20 meters later there, but they still are carrying this top speed issue, so there's a little bit of a difference in speed going into the corner.
They've also cleared the 101 Cadillac now, so this is now about pace.
What's this top speed issue they're talking about? Something from earlier on in the morning. So maybe, although 7 has just done its best lap of the race, it may not necessarily be a totally healthy car.
Well, the other thing is it's going to make it difficult to pass if top speed is the issue. Means the best opportunities are in the riskiest places, but meantime, Robin Frins trying to get away. It's not working. He's gapping, if at all, by the odd 10th here and there. 9/10 the gap.
There's no real pattern, is he? He's not being able to build sector by sector by sector. That's what we were saying. This is Ye Yifei, who is best of the rest in 5th place, and his lap times are decent, but they're not on the pace of the top 3-4 cars. So they need, as a team, others now to have some misfortune. And it could well happen, of course.
It could indeed. Last lap completed, lap 302. Robin Frins, 3:26.6. Norman Nato, 9/10 back, 3:26.6. But in 3rd place, the gap coming down again, 3:25.7 from Kamui Kobayashi. If this continues for much longer,
the Japanese are pushing. We need to push more.
It is going to be a 3 or even a 4.
But they're doing great.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're also going to have a battle for 5th pretty soon as well, because James
Kobayashi,
Corrado
let's
is
go.
catching Ye Yifei. He's just taken a second out of the margin, and he's 3.8 seconds back. So
Hirakawa, my boy, come on.
Satellite Ferrari
Come on.
for 5th place. There is still a lot to look forward to in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. But we see you can close the gap, but then when you reach the 1 second, it's getting very difficult for those cars to close the gap. But what we also saw early on in the race is Toyota with their new car is that they are really, really good in this, what we call dirty air. So they've definitely made an improvement with their downforce package. And it looks like they are probably one of the best cars driving close in traffic, and here we are on board with the Toyota. So let's see if Kamui Kobayashi is able to close down that gap. And now we see the Cadillac getting very close to the BMW.
Absolutely, I was going to say that the lead gap has certainly come down, hasn't it? So Norman Nato continues to charge, but the Toyotas looking ever more menacing. Remember, lapping round about a second a lap quicker, getting there, or certainly Kobayashi is. Over the brow of the Mulsanne, the Cadillac briefly hidden then, just the wrong side of the hump in the road, down towards Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, Kobayashi's dropped Ryo Hirakawa at this spell and is looking to bridge the gap between himself and the 2 leaders.
But don't forget that even though he's dropped him, Hirakawa's last lap was still quicker than either of the top 2. So the pace of the 4th placed car, the second Toyota, is good. It's just not as good as the Toyota ahead.
Quick LMP2 update, by the way. Julian Landauer's pace is beginning to gap Richard de Geus for second place. The Decane Team number 30 car pushing on here. 4 hours 41 minutes to go. Under a second the gap for the lead, but this pair are being caught. It's now 4 seconds back to Kamui Kobayashi, and we can see visually that Toyota towing up to the back of this pair, just about to appear there. There he is. 1, 2, 3.
Come on, Kobayashi and Hirakawa, come on. Push, push.
Personal best sectors in 6th place as he's trying to close on Ye Yifei. So there's still a lot that he's going to shake out of this lead sextet as the Toyota technicians crunch their numbers. They know they've got 2 quick cars now. We were always saying over the course of the start of the race and through the night, they seem to have a far stronger race car than a qualifying car, and that is being born out, isn't it? As here they come toward the end
don't
of the
lag,
lap. Remember,
Stream,
number 8
don't
started
lag.
15th on the grid, number 7 was 14th on the grid, and now we've got them running within the top 4, both cars in the top 4. Here, bouncing over the curb is Robin Frins, and he's under attack still from Norman Nato. End of lap 303.
Into the race, and we came here in a very strategic place because where it matters it's in strategy. The heat is coming up again now, and the tires are absolutely key. I'm at Goodyear in the support tent with Stefan Bickley, his endurance project manager. Stephen, now within 19 hours the temperature is rising, and you have a lot of work, as we can see at the back. You have 2 different types of tires. You've got LMP2s, which are prototypes with high downforce, tires that are being pressed to the ground, and you have LMGT3, which are cars which are heavier but that are using a lot of curb. How do you manage everything?
Well, yes, well, welcome to the operations. So, yeah, for both team here fitting the tyres, but Goodyear also has dedicated engineers embedded with each car within the pit lane. These engineers really work with the teams, almost like part of the team. And when the tyres come off, they look at the appearance, they work with the engineers, they look at the data, and they advise, you know, even to some level, car setup based on how to get the most from the tyres.
Yeah, the angle of the tires to the ground, and I see them taking temperatures inside, middle, outside. So yeah, that's super interesting. One last question. Now it's a last push for the teams, and some teams, they really need extra performance. So what can you give them? What can your engineers tell them to get the extra seconds with that heat as well?
Yes. Well, I think the teams have their strategies. I don't think they're going to change. We've seen quite a few variations in this race. So they started off just doing 3 stints, most of the teams, in both P2 and in the GT3 category. And then in the evening, when it was a little bit cooler, they started doing 4 stints. One team even did 5 stints, which I think was around about 761 kilometers. But yeah, I think in the heat of the day, they'll go a little bit more aggressive, so back down to 3 stints to finish the race.
Yeah, so probably shorter, but I've never heard about 5 stints in Le Mans, which is absolutely amazing. Anyways, thank you very much for welcoming us here, and well, let's enjoy the end of the race.
Thank you.
Right, so there's your BMW in the lead of the race, Robin Frins. And on this lap, really, for the first time since the restart, that's a gap, but it is going up, isn't it?
So the gap to the leader is coming out, and that's come courtesy last time of the lap in the 325s for BMW's Robin Frins. Norman Nato seems a little lost in this point, under attack from the rear and unable to stick with the rear of the BMW in front.
Right, so Kobayashi getting closer to Norman Nato. Like I say, his eyes on 2nd and 3rd. We're going to get interrupted, of course, by the next round of pit stops, but Kobayashi is leaving nothing on the table. In fairness, nor is Norman Nato. Here you are with now 19 hours and 23 minutes of this race completed, looking at sports car drivers at the top of their game, tired maybe in relatively tired cars, but absolutely flat out. Any millimetre that can be shaved over a curb, for example, they will take. This is a flat out sprint, not only to the checkered flag, but to win Le Mans.
And Kobayashi, another 3:25.1 on that lap with a little bit of traffic as well. Blistering pace.
Kobayashi is flying, he's flying, he's feeling good, he's feeling
better lap
good.
by Robin Prince, so it was a slow lap by Nato. Some of that was the traffic of the BMW, but
He's feeling very good, and we have the same fuel like the Cadillac. So we are in the pace for getting P2.
No,
Come on.
absolutely, and we've reversed the roles a little bit now because Norman Nato seems to have lost a little bit the pace to Robin Frijns, but Kobayashi has now closed the gap down to 1.1 seconds. So let's see if the Toyota can really get close and maybe can take an advantage in the traffic, making the move on the Cadillac.
That's exactly what he's got, because it was traffic all the way through the first chicane, and that has given, I think, Kobayashi the edge he needs to get underneath the rear of the Caddy.
It was Gianmarco Lavorato in the Mustang, wrong part of the racetrack, wrong time. Now the Toyota is just about in the slipstream. They're coming down towards chicane 2. A battle for position, of course, would help Robin Prince to get away a little bit more, but he's got less energy in the tank, of course, in that BMW, so he owes us a pit stop. 33% net left for Nato and Kobayashi, only 14 for Robin Prince, as now the battle is on for second place. They're coming down the remainder of the Mulsanne Straight, the gap down and down in the first sector.
Kobayashi is sniffing his butt, sniffing his butt.
Nato knows that he's on borrowed time. He knows that he's going to be in a fight, and this could all get very exciting indeed around Indianapolis.
We have him, he's right there, he's right there.
Robin Prince up towards the traffic, and he's going to clear the 2 Oricas, I think, before Indianapolis, but maybe not quite so fortunate. We'll be here, Nato and Kobayashi. It's game on for second place, and getting ever closer is that Toyota, and they aren't going to get through before Indianapolis. So, traffic up the road. Nato's heart sinks because he's got a Toyota right on his shoulder, and he's got 2 back markers that he's got to clear as well.
Yeah, and it could be a problem now for Nato catching those LMP2s in front. No, he will manage to get them after Anarch, so he should be all right. But
Friends getting away, yeah.
Friends is getting away, but Kamui Kobayashi is definitely getting closer.
And Nato on the lights to say to the United Autosports car, I'm coming, please get out of the way. He cannot afford any delay here, and he gets to the outside. Actually, at that part of the circuit, you think he just pulls away a little bit more from the Toyota. He's cleared 1, and Kobayashi has not, so slight advantage back towards the Cadillac, but he's got to catch up past the second of those LMP2 Oricas before the end of the lap round.
Yeah, P2 car quick through here. The hypercar just a little bit quicker. It's about 10s at this stage, and if anything, it's advantage in that little battle to Norman Nato. Kobayashi unable to clear the United Autosports car. Now what can he do? Now he's past it. But Nato will not clear the second Orica before the end of this lap, and it's back to where we were just a lap ago.
And it's a slow part of the circuit, of course, and it's narrow through that chicane, so he's got to bide his time, and only now can Norman Nato think about clearing the slower car
right here.
on the run up towards the double curve. He does so on the inside line.
We're going to lose a little bit of time here.
Past as well before he gets to the chicane
No,
itself.
he got the overtake, nice. We're still there, we're still there.
Third. Robin Prince now all of a sudden is 4.4 seconds up the road, but as I say, there's a pit stop looming for the race leading car for second. It is all eyes on Kobayashi. He has hunted down that Cadillac in second place. He's dropped his teammate to the tune of 3.3 seconds, and as they come towards Tête Rouge and onto the Mulsanne Straight, now on lap 306 with 4.5 hours to go for second place, Kobayashi is absolutely flat chat, and behind him Hirakawa, although I've just said he's dropped his teammate by 3 seconds, Hirakawa has done that car's best lap of the race, so don't rule out number 8 for gaining places. It might not be doing it in as spectacular a fashion as number 7 is, but 8 is still a very quick car as well.
As we came on to the Mulsanne, it was Ryo Hirakawa starting to deal with those 2 LMP2 cars. Let's have a listen into Kobayashi.
Kamui, Norman Nato has 1 track limit.
So the information there to try and force him to use more. Kobayashi then now perhaps in the slipstream as they go towards the second chicane. We've seen some really bold overtakes by Kobayashi in this race, and another one is in the post, isn't it, as they come down now towards the Michelin chicane. Not quite near enough there. and even with some late braking, it's not worth the risk. But it might be at the end of Mulsanne Straight. If he gets a good exit out of this chicane, Michelle, then a move might be possible.
Yeah, we can see the Cadillac is struggling a little bit on the rear here. Kobayashi, though, seems extremely calm behind the steering wheel. I don't think we're going to see any risky move
He's keeping
from
it
Kobayashi with the experience he
He's
has
just
here
staying
in 24
behind
hours
him.
of Le Mans. He's definitely using the slipstream, getting closer.
Safe because they have the same fuel, so they have to pit in the same time at the same time. So he can stay behind him because in the pit stop probably the Cadillac is gonna change the tire and we are not. So we are gonna be faster in the pit, I think.
I was saying it was a bit elasticated, and it is. It stretches ever so slightly in favour of Norman Nato in the Cadillac as they sweep now through that very fast right and then down through the gears and on the brakes into Indianapolis corner, into which the Toyota does close. Another short straight down towards Arnage. Kobayashi still edging closer as they get into the corner. Let's listen in.
And we will box with the Cadillac together.
Right, so we're expecting the two of them in, and the battle will
I just
continue in the
said
pit
so.
lane. Let's quickly go to the pit lane. Bruce Ioanni has news for us. Go for it, Bruce.
Yeah, more than news. I'm next to Julian Lower's team at Verschoor, and Richard, how is it going just now for Julien? He's about to come in as well. How do you manage the end of the race with that heat?
Yeah, it's actually good for us, I hope. We struggled a bit in the night, but Julian and also Dorian have been doing an amazing job for us. So we are in the mix, we're in the fight, we're looking quick, so it's very tight.
Yeah. Can you manage that?
At the moment it's only 1.8, so it's going quick.
Okay, thank you very much, good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. Good to hear then from
Bruce Wayne, it's Batman right there.
Driver Richard Descroll,
Leader the pits.
Julian Andlau, leaders in. And we're expecting second and
All right,
third
leaders in,
well.
so
Remember,
we're gonna gain
number 8 Toyota, Ria Hirakawa, quickest lap of the
second
race,
place.
3:25.041. So all eyes have been on 7. Getting a replay of Robin Frins. He locked up.
Oh, a
big
little
time,
bit
but
of
he's
locked
lost
up.
the gravel as he
Oh.
comes into the pit lane. That shows you how intense the battle is. Robin Frins then makes a mistake as he comes into the pit lane.
Big mistake.
Straight through the gravel. Carries
Big
on,
mistake.
but wow, Robin Frins pit in, and they have to clear that gravel out, so that's going to be another factor to this pit stop. And like I was saying, Ria Hirakawa now fastest lap of the race, and that was on lap 306. So fascinating stuff, this, the way the two Toyotas are just getting stronger and stronger and stronger. They're going to keep Robin Frins in the car, and the BMW then that's
3:25.04.
spectacular arrival
It's
to the pit lane.
fast as fuck, this
now
man.
that car
Oh my
is
God.
released. So BMW for the moment loses its lead, but we know that we've got the Toyota and the Cadillac still to come. Anthony Davidson rejoins for, what have we got left? Just under 4.5 hours. This is the longest sprint race ever, but what a battle for the lead, hey?
Absolutely brilliant. I'm loving this. You got, I was enjoying already Nato putting the pressure on the lead car, but he slipped back. But Kobayashi really senses an opportunity here, doesn't he? Fastest lap of the race. I've been watching. I've been watching and listening. Yeah, you're pointing at the fastest lap. I've been lurking in the commentary, but I couldn't pull myself away. I wasn't on mic, but I've been here.
Well, it's more Hirakawa now kind of joining in as well. We've been watching Kobayashi and saying great things, and now Hirakawa kind of released in number 8, going even quicker than Kobayashi, who now gets stuck in the traffic. Look, as they get down towards Mulsanne. I know it's a perennial problem of Le Mans, but you can almost hear Kobayashi yelling into his helmet, oh no, get out of the way, because just when he's trying to plan, just when he wants to try to think about a move, there's another pesky slower car in the way.
Well, what works against you quite often in traffic can then be your friend, so patience is key here, and Kobayashi knows that. But Nato has driven a brilliant race. Right now, he is taking the full brunt of the pressure of the car number 7 Toyota, but Hirakawa's not out yet either. So, yeah, this really is. Out of these 4 in front, it's anyone's.
I think one of the highlights of the morning for Michelle and I was the radio message from Jota to Norman Nato, and his engineer said, I want you like an animal. I mean, what a great message to get.
Well, we heard Buemi, he was called an animal, wasn't he, from his engineer earlier on as well, and he really did put in a great stint. Look at this, we're in the traffic. So Nato gets through, and Kobayashi thinks, I'll have a bit of that as well, thank you very much, but the GT was overtaking the other one, and this is what it looked like on board.
Or heart in mouth.
It is heart in mouth, and I particularly me from my 2012 crash backbreaking is that I wince more than anyone because I know what can happen there.
Yeah, and what we saw was actually the Porsche Manthey car. It slowed down to let the BMW LMGT3 pass because he's laps down. So it was a bit of a mess going on there, and the BMW had to avoid the Porsche that let him pass. And that was what we saw.
I was waiting to see if the Cadillac was in this time. It's not. Another lap done. Kobayashi stays out with Hirakawa in the background. Yeah, so your third place Toyota, number 8, should be in the pits this time. So Ryo Hirakawa, having done the fastest lap of the race last time through in third place, is in the pits. So number 8 to pit lane, and number 20 Robin Frijns stayed at the wheel of the number 20 BMW. That is back on track.
Yeah, so thanks to that safety car period, they were able to squeeze 18 laps out of it.
Let's see where we end up.
Well, Frijns was able to squeeze 18 laps.
We should be just a little bit behind the BMW after the pit stop.
So number 8 Toyota arrived at its pit stand. Toyota splitting the cars rather than having both in on the same lap.
Change the tires, I think. It's going to be only fuel.
Behind the wheel, and no suggestion that they're going to change tires.
No, but they all took a brand new set of mediums thanks to that safety car period. So tyre-wise, at least, they're all on the same strategy. They're a little bit offset or out of sync by a lap or two here or there. So I thought it was both cars coming in. I thought it was the 7 and the number 12 coming in, but it was the number 8. Hirakawa has done one less lap now than Kobayashi, because they've offset the Toyotas.
Yeah. Indeed so, and you've got 7 still in that big battle for...
Oh, we are in front of the BMW. Perfect, like I said, we are just in front.
Should put number 20 BMW back ahead. This is the part of the race now where strategists earn their
oh my
money.
God, I should be a racing engineer.
Nobody.
I should be there.
A tenth of a second. Let's listen to Kamui Kobayashi.
Okay, Kamui, we box this lap, press pit confirm. You get a gel, you get a drink.
Oh, luxury. It's like lunchtime for him. A gel and a drink when he comes into the pit.
Lunchtime.
With us as well in the booth. We've just been talking about what a fabulous race this is. It's epic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's panning out now, right? It's that safety car is good for the show to put everybody together, and now it's literally a sprint to the end. I just spoke to Louis Deletraz, and he's like, it's like sprint racing. And LMP2 it was a little bit more relaxed, but here it's just flat out all the time. So everybody's pushing.
It's somewhere halfway in between an LMP2 ELMS race, the European Le Mans Series, and a typical 6-hour World Endurance Championship race. So, but these drivers are just going to, when they're feeling at their absolute most tired, they have to give it 100% right now. It's too close not to.
Yeah, and you get this chance to win this race. Like I said before, you don't get it every year, so whenever you can grasp that opportunity, you give it all.
And if you can force another car into a mistake or a mechanical issue, you'll do it. And Robert Kubica, last year's winner, 6th, has just done 83 Ferraris, fastest lap of the race. So this is your lead fight. The surviving Jota run Hertz-backed Cadillac, and behind is the Toyota of Kamui Kobayashi. Actually, that is a gap that has stretched a little bit, partly due to the traffic, but we expect them in this time.
Sleeping.
And then we'll see where they blend back in relative to the BMW of Robin Frijns. 4 hours and 23 minutes on the clock. We're
2
getting to the
days,
point,
I
really,
think
where
I
we need somebody to
slept
go and hide the checkered
4
flag.
hours.
It's too good a battle this to stop at 24 hours.
That's a good point. I've taken a note of the Robin Frijns BMW because they're slightly out of sync there. 1 minute 13 behind the race leader Norman Nato. So let's remember
there
that.
There we go. Norman Nato and Kobayashi are going into the pits.
The BMW will be in again before the others.
Right, well, 12 and 7 should be in together. They are. So this gets you to the end of lap 308, and the leading 2 into the pit lane. Drivers have done their bit. Now the pit crew battle starts. And again, you could have a place change here if one team makes a small error and loses a fraction of time, loses a few seconds. Let's see.
Absolutely, and I wonder what Toyota do here. They've also got the option, perhaps, to slightly short fuel the car, to jump them in the pits, and we've seen, well, the BMW number 20 do exactly that in Spa last time out.
Yeah, Adam Hardy, who's the engineer over both of those Toyotas, has had some great strategy calls in his time for BMW. Let's see what Cadillac and Toyota come up with. It looks like fuel only.
I suspect it would just be fuel only. Now, you want to minimise the amount of tyres that go on your car here, because you want to try and eke out for as long as you can that extra juice from the tyres, because it's another extra 20-25 seconds to change all 4 wheels.
That's what Toyota was doing in the night. Was
Come on, don't lose connection right now. I need... Bitch, come on. Refresh.
Oh, unfortunately.
A stream lag.
okay, back on track. You also need to see where they are in terms of track position.
Where are we?
To
Where are we? Come
the
on.
BMW.
Let me see the information.
So yeah, fuel only for driver as well as car. We had Kobayashi being offered that drink and the gel just to give him a bit of liquid and spice him up.
Well, car 8, we just saw, is that car 8 jumped car 7?
Looks like it, yeah, having pitted a lap earlier.
Where are the cars?
And
Come
remember,
on.
Hirakawa's lap before his in lap was the fastest lap of the race. So we had one real quality effort, didn't he, to try and jump on the pit stops. And I think it has worked, you're right.
It's that combination of, he was obviously on it, but also the luck of the draw in the traffic as well probably went against the two that just came in. So they lost time on their in-lap compared to Hirakawa's in-lap.
So 8 ahead of 7 now on the pit stops. It has largely been number 8 ahead during the course of the race. Now we're getting to the crunch point. It's gone back ahead. So interesting to see the inter-Nissan battle between the Toyotas as you have there going rather wide over the curb. Norman Nato, he's back in animal mode.
Fascinated to see what's going to happen here with team principal Kamui Kobayashi at the wheel, let's not forget, of car 7 versus his young understudy, Ryo Hirakawa, who he helped get the drive in the first place.
You reckon he has a radio button to the other car? Please swap position.
I don't know, maybe. Yeah. Or his lights, instead of just flashing normally, he says boss on it every time it mirrored.
Keep your job button. So Kamui Kobayashi, as you rightly say, player manager, but wants to be a Le Mans winner as well. And Ryo Hirakawa, for the moment, is ahead. Now there is the BMW, and so the Toyotas are ahead of the BMW. That is 4th in the queue. So remember, it was Robin Fritz ahead, and now he's 4th. So the Cadillac and both Toyotas ahead of the BMW after that last round of stops.
Wow, that is a turn up for the books. I wasn't quite expecting that, and maybe Robin Freins wasn't either. So we talked about traffic
me too.
before.
I thought the BMW was going to go in front, but we are in front now, so that's
with the
good
others,
for us.
Had
more
traffic. But I'm just looking through the tyre. No, they've all kept the same tyres there.
Yeah. There wasn't that much to choose in the pit stop times. Hirakawa's was, say, 3-4 seconds quicker than others, but there was no significant time loss for the BMW.
Yeah, apparently we're hearing he had a longer pit stop than the others. So I don't know what happened there down in the...
Still interesting to see that on the top speed metrics, you can see that the BMW is clearly saving more fuel than the Toyota, again. Hence why they go a lap longer, so that might play a role in the end of the race and strategy somehow.
Oh, it always will. I mean, it all boils down to that final stint where you see who has to do a splash, and if so, how long is it compared to the others. And there's so much time to win or lose in the pits. And look at the entry to the Porsche curve. It's not a nice place to have a snap of oversteer, but it also shows you how hard the drivers are pushing the limits right now.
And the tyre drivers, aren't they, now as well? So, you know, these little dramas are exacerbated.
Whereas like the GT, the Porsche, the Manthey Porsche, that caused the safety car because of just pushing too hard and a lapse of concentration when you're feeling it so tired, and just got onto the marbles, went over the curb, and the front end was never going to turn from there, and you kept your foot down like normal. So you're in this kind of like robotic state of mind where you're just sort of joining the dots up on autopilot, and when something goes slightly wrong, your feet do the same thing you usually were, but the eyes are kind of a little bit delayed from what's been going on before. So I think that's what resulted in the crash with the Porsche. But selfishly, I'm kind of glad that the safety car did come out, because we've got this epic showdown now.
And the top 4 are all covered by 5.7 seconds. So now we need to keep an eye to see whether Robin Fritz can stay with them. Remember, he is a lap ahead of 12 and 7 in terms of the stint. But we'll see whether the BMW is able to match that pace. A 3:28 was the time last lap through. We need a flying lap after a pit stop for Nato and also for Kobayashi. Double yellow briefly was out at Marshall's post 31. LMP2 is still lively, as we expected. It's being led by Julian Andlauer, but he's only 1.3 seconds up the road from the 2 into Europol cars. You can see there, Rachet de Geras ahead of Nick Yellerly, and then behind in 4th place, it is Theo Jensen. So there's your leading quartet, absolutely is one. What we're seeing in Hypercar is being matched by LMP2 almost.
Well, yeah, but this is what the safety car has created. It bunches up all of the survivors of the Le Mans 24 hours up to this point and naturally they're the ones that have got the fastest race car and race conditions, and the drivers that can, you know, they're survivors. And Inter Europol as a team are really a force to be reckoned with this race here in Le Mans. It was not always that way, but in recent times they've won this race, and they've been right at the sharp end, and now putting massive pressure on the car 30 from the Duquesne team with Julian Andlauer at the wheel.
Yeah, you're right. They've chipped away, haven't they, and learned not only about Le Mans, but learned through European Le Mans and Asian Le Mans as well. And Lawrence, this LMP2 battle really coming alive this year because of some of the star names. We talked about it at the start of the race, but the Julian Andlauer in the entry, Kevin Estre in LMP2. You know, no wonder it's a mega battle.
Yeah, it's there's a high class of drivers in that category, and it's a very different. A bit of a different type of racing compared to the hypercars. I think it's more pure racing. You don't have all the software, you don't have the balance of performance, which plays a role as well. So you're always trying to be the best and the quickest the whole race long, and there's some high names. There's some good young drivers as well in there, which have a bright future ahead.
Sure.
But it's funny to see Julia as well doing obviously a very good job in those cars. So it's an interesting race.
It's a big tick, isn't it, for LMP2, you know, that it can not only be invited every year to Le Mans, but it can have such a strong European Le Mans series, it can have such a strong Asian Le Mans series as well, and it's a great place for teams, for drivers to come and experience sports car racing, whether if you're an AM in LMP2, that's as far as you want to get, or whether you want to use it as a career driver to move on up into hypercar. And this is your LMGT3 leader, Nick Katzberg, then in the Corvette, Eduardo Barrichello 7.3 seconds back in the Heart of Racing team Aston Martin. That's the Barrichello Grey Newell Johnny Adam car. Could Johnny Adam be on for a third Le Mans class win? Don't bet against it, because that car is lapping well, and Johnny, with all of his experience, if he takes it over again before the end, will probably have a go back at Johnny Edgar. So we've got 3 brilliant battles with 4.25 hours.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. I mean, Nicky Katzberg doing a phenomenal job as always. I have to say, one of, if not the best GT3 drivers on the planet right now, and I love watching him drive. I love watching him race wheel to wheel with other competitors of equal status in terms of, you know, the bronze, silvers, golds of this world and platinums, and he always knows, it seems, where to place the car in the wheel-to-wheel battle. That's what I particularly love about his style, and they don't need to put the bronze drivers in anymore in the car 33. That's the key point here. So it is a race to the flag with their 2 pros at the wheel now.
So for TF Sport, as Mike Pickup looks on, it is Nicky Katzberg, the leader, 7.7 seconds. Jack Hawksworth, by the way, in the Lexus is 3rd. Barrichello here being monstered by the hypercar. The Peugeot flashes past. You look at the Aston and you think that's quick, and then the hypercars arrive on the scene and you have to do a reset in your brain.
It's true. It's, yeah, the Porsche curves really highlight and expose a car that doesn't have as much downforce, basically. It's high-speed nature. But I think the Alpine was really, I think it was car 35 there, yeah. Really playing it wisely. It's always a good idea not to just follow through a hypercar on a GT on that part of the track. So just had to sit patiently and wait until you exit karting corner.
And there's your 3rd place car in LMGT3. And Lawrence, this Lexus has gone really well. It looks a bit like a brick, doesn't it? It's not the most aerodynamic of shapes. It's lots of grunt, but you know, it's gone well in this race. And every season, the Lexus takes a step further forward to the front.
It's by now, it's a pretty old car. I think it's what, 10 years old almost.
Getting old for that, I think.
Yeah. So it's a dinosaur of the grid, but it's obviously still improving. I think next year they're coming out with a new car.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, it's they know the car, let's say it like that, so they know how to extract the performance. It's pretty successful in IMSA as well. Been racing there for a while, so it's good to see them up front.
Yeah, Jack Hawksworth's had great success in IMSA along with Ben Barnicoat, and this is the battle now for 4th in class. Clement Schmidt in the green-nosed Lexus versus Zach Robichon in the other Aston Martin. So they are nose to tail for 4th place. Everywhere you look virtually now, there's a battle going on. What have we got? 4 hours and 12 minutes to go. We've got another penalty brewing. It's 62, the Qatari Mercedes, for a pit stop infringement, 10 seconds being added on. With all due respect to that car, it's now the last that's still circulating, so it's not going going to affect its position overly, but for the purposes of record, it'll have a longer pit stop.
Yeah, they've already had a lengthy period of time. We actually thought at one stage they were going to be retiring the car with that left rear suspension failure or some connection pickup point failure, which actually saw the sister car out of the race, the car number 61. So it's good that they're back out there, and yeah, the penalty is kind of meaningless at this stage. But look at this slow-mo of their cars getting launched over the curbs.
Just going back to the point about the Qatar Racing Mercedes, for that car to finish, for that nation, that's going to be something very special. That really can be something they can promote, and they can use that to foster more interest in the sport back home. LMP2 gap is down to 0.8 of a second. Here you go. This is the lead situation. Then you've got the cars queuing up now, with Julian Andlau being given a hard time by Richard de Geras, and behind him is Nick Yellow there in the very yellow into Europol car. Top three emerge from the chicane. Fourth in the class now is Esteban Masson, but the three for the lead here, going down towards the chicane. This is anybody's.
It really is. This is great. I mean, up until this point in the race, you would have nailed on car 30 for victory with the Duquesne team, but Julian Andlau, like you say, under immense pressure now from the two into Europol cars behind him. I don't know, maybe too early to say that they're working as a team to try and get at least one of their cars in front, but yeah, this is tense. When you're in the LMP2 battle, remember, everyone's on the Oreca chassis, everyone runs that spec Gibson V8 aspirated engine, all got the same suspension, it's a spec car, so it boils down to, well, the team, how they set it up and how they prepare it, and also the driver more critically. So that's why, what Laurent was saying there, it's the most pure category on the grid because it is really much more down to the driver. You can't ever blame your equipment as much as you can when you're looking at, say, a category like the hypercars, for example.
And this is the hypercar battle. This is the overall race lead. They're your top three, Cadillac, Toyota, and they are covered at the start of this lap by 2.1 seconds. This is how close the lead battle is, and they're getting away from Robin Frijns. The Toyotas did 327s last time, Frijns BMW 328. So are we starting to see the end of that BMW challenge? Is it going to be a three, not four-way fight? Frijns no longer in shot, just creeping in the background then. So it's Nato.
You can clearly see the BMW top speed is 315 towards 340 of the top three. So I think they're trying to get to a different strategy than the first three cars, and that's why they're also not able to do that pace, maybe.
I'm not convinced that the BMW 20 is out of this yet, because they've been there the whole race, unless they're nursing some kind of problem that's crept in. I tend to agree, yeah, Laurent, that they might be playing something different here with their fuel, with a strategy, maybe avoiding a splash at the end of the race, or minimizing the splash they'll need to take. I'm really not happy to count them out just yet. So, yeah, they've been comfortably matching the pace of the Toyotas all the way through this race, and the Cadillac. That's why the Caddy and the BMW have been nose to tail pretty much the whole time, even before that last safety car. So, yeah, I reckon they've switched things up with their strategy here.
They have something which they're trying to achieve, I think, but let's see what and when.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we'll keep an eye on how many laps that they can do, so that last time round.
But they also came in one lap earlier, so they also need to make up a little bit, I think.
They did, yeah. Hearing that the rear tyres might be overheating, that message has just come through to us. And the driver's been told to try and cool the tyres down. We can't play the radio message out because apparently the quality is not good enough. But
that's the key this year with these new tires. It's all about having them in the right thermal window, and you can easily over-push them without really sliding, even without really knowing it, just creating too much stress on the tire. You create too much temperature and you lose grip, you start to slide, and it's a downward spiral. And it's important to manage it, but obviously now he's trying to catch the leader of the race, so yeah, you know, you're trying to achieve multiple things at once.
But if the tyres are now compromising the pace of Robin Frijns, what's your tipping point? Leaving him out there and lose time relative to bring him in and put a better set on? When do you make that call?
Exactly. Well, you know, you have to carry on. If you'll hemorrhage more lap time, more time in the race total by bringing him in and changing tyres and refueling the car when you're out of. You have to stick to your stint length, the fuel, what you can do for that stint. So last time around, yeah, he went one lap shorter, and maybe that's why he's suffering a bit more here on top of the tyres that are overheating.
So the Toyota's quicker last time again than the Cadillac. Oh, it's nearly game on, isn't it now? Look, Hirakawa in second place, getting away a bit from Kobayashi on this lap, and he's almost within striking distance of Nato coming out of the chicane. This is Kamui Kobayashi then. This is the third place driver.
So yeah, tables have turned, and I wonder if that Hirakawa easing the tyres into this, or the first stint of post-safety car, maybe we're seeing the same thing play out for Kobayashi that Freins is struggling with in the number 20 BMW.
Yeah, Freins for the moment is safe in that fourth place. James Collado very nearly half a minute back and lapping at the same kind of pace as the headlights flash on Norman Narte's Cadillac to say to the next wave of traffic, or the next back marker, I'm coming, I'm on a big mission, and he'll want to get past with minimum time lost. Robin Frins in the background, I just thought might have looked a fraction nearer this time. Down towards Mulsanne corner goes Norman Narto, and he puts there the number 22 United Autosports entry of Rasmus Lind, Gregoire Saucy, Mikkel Jensen between him and the Toyota. So that's a little bit of breathing space, at least for now. 4 hours and 5 minutes to go. Cadillac versus Toyota in this 94th running of the Le Mans 24 Hours. What's going on for LMP2 traffic? Well, their battle is going to be interrupted shortly, because you've got here the race leaders, and Kobayashi in the sectors on this lap had lost quite a bit of time in the first. You can possibly put that down to slower cars around him, but a 34 rather than a high 32 in sector 1 for Kobayashi. Let's have a listen quickly to number 20 BMW, Robin Frins at the wheel.
I'm not sure about the left front.
So Frins worried about his left front tyre, Ant.
Yeah, it's a strange one, because we know that it's the left rear that takes the brunt of the force and the overheating on this track. So I haven't heard anyone talking or mentioning graining at all. I don't think that's really a thing around this track anyway. But yeah, Freins just struggling to turn the car. If it's a left front, you're struggling to turn the car through right-hand corners, and there are more of those here than lefts, and that's the problem.
Porsche corner, Tête Rouge,
yeah.
Some crucial corners where you can lose a lot of time if you're not able to carry the speed.
And it's even more bizarre, because he was enjoying free air at the start after the safety car. He wasn't like he was following anyone, and that caused him to overheat the tyres. But it's weird that Kobayashi now starting to fall back big time from Hirakawa.
Yeah, and it's not just traffic, is it? It's pace in the car, seemingly, as over the line goes Nato. Then that puts 313 in the book. Lead gap is 1.3 seconds, and then another 2 seconds back is Kobayashi. That last lap of his, a second slower than the other Toyota.
Yeah, and Nato really pushing on now. He's enjoying having a bit of free air in front, and the Cadillac was really strong at the start of the race, don't forget, in much warmer conditions, and gone are the time of the race where we had, what, 14 degrees in the night. It's now 23 degrees. So that's, I think, maybe coming back towards the Cadillac strengths.
Yeah, it's only getting hotter as well, isn't it? So Cadillac, Toyota, the top three. Robin Frins' last lap was actually quicker than Kobayashi ahead of him. So yeah, you're right. Don't rule out the BMW as you ride on board with Norman Nato. Only 11 tenths up the road here.
I think Kobayashi is really, because he obviously got that radio message that his rear tires are overheating, so that means that then you need to react and try and cool them down for a couple of laps to get back in the window.
Really good job, Norman. Really good. Gold in front. Gold.
And that's a great message. Actually, I spoke to Phil Hansen, who's obviously in the Car 83, winner from last year's Le Mans, and he was saying when he drove for Jota, he got accustomed to them telling him which category of driver they were next catching, because that's one thing Jota are very good at as a team. And he said it was almost as if the team he's driving for now didn't believe that that's what they were doing. But these kind of moments, it really helps to know who you're coming up to.
Good job, mate. Nice and calm. Keep it up. Good work.
See, engineering is mental coaching.
Yeah,
that's 2 in a row.
Hirakawa clears the traffic as well. Slightly impeded, I think, was Norman Nato, but he's got through now. Hirakawa second, and they are still pulling away, or they were in sector 1 from Kobayashi in third place. Let's have another eavesdrop to Hirakawa.
Yeah, I guess the rear is a bit overheating, bit of overkill.
Yeah, it's
Both cars,
towards oversteer on the Toyota, and that you really got to manage that. So that's what he's doing a great job of, following a car so closely and keeping an eye and feeling on where your tire temperatures are going.
But it's still going to get a little bit warmer, so till the end of the race.
Yeah.
So maybe you have to switch to the hard compound.
So it's another imponderable to make it even more exciting. Here are the leaders, galaxy of traffic ahead.
Oh wow, this is tense stuff. Where do you catch them? At what point? So you try and get past as many as you can before the high-speed corner. What do you do if you Rio around the outside of this one? Maybe he tries to. I'm watching it. Yeah, he's done it. But look at Nato further up. He's got a bit of free air there, and he's going to pull a big gap because of that.
But also the traffic that he's going to encounter next are having their own battle, so he's got to be hopeful that they are watching. This is bringing Kobayashi a little bit nearer. Where is Nato? Here he is against the traffic, gets past the yellow Ferrari.
He might clear them before the chicanes.
Maybe, and that's what you're looking for. Yeah, he does, and he slips in behind the LMP2, who's of equal speed through this part of the track.
But it's brought the Toyotas closer to one another, hasn't it? This has brought Kobayashi back towards Hirakawa.
Really has. That's just how the cookie crumbles in traffic, and one day it will go against you, one day for you, and you just look, you're trying to analyze it like a high-speed game of chess. You're looking at who's going to catch who where, and if you're going to benefit from that or not, and you curse the driver that's got through unscathed.
Sometimes just sitting in the car like, come on, need to get him clear before Porsche corners, but
catch him there, catch him. Yes, that's it. Right, I'm coming after you.
Right, well, Norman Nato has done a good job through the traffic, and not only that, but he's also still got an LMP2 Oreca between himself and the Toyotas, plural, which are absolutely back together again. It's going to be interesting now, Lawrence, to see whether Ryo Hirakawa can pull away again from Kobayashi. We had the gap about a lap or 2 laps ago before that traffic got in the way, or whether Kobayashi now will stay with his teammate, because as you can see, the gap has come right down between the Toyotas. Let's see whether it stretches.
We've been speaking about clean air for the whole time, which is a fair point, but we're in Le Mans as well, so you're sitting in the draft, which is also a gain. So if you play it smart and you control your tire temperatures in corners like Porsche corners and all the other stuff, but use the draft in the straight to sit behind and save a bit more fuel, it can sometimes also work to your benefit.
We did see yesterday that the Toyota seemed happier than other cars to sit in traffic for lap after lap, and right now Kamui Kobayashi in 3rd place, chases Hirakawa. They sort out the Corvette going down towards the 2nd chicane. Let's have another listen into team radio from Toyota 8.
Yeah, I think the radars are overheating. I need to come down.
Exactly what we were just talking about. And we didn't hear much of this, obviously, in the cooler conditions, but now things are heating up, metaphorically speaking, and literally. It's you've got to keep an eye. You've got to play it very smart.
Yeah, and you need to react quickly, because once you go skyrocketing high, you're not coming back. If you're up a couple of degrees, you can react and cool down and get them back in the window. But if you're up 10 degrees, you hurt them, and there's no way back.
Let's have another listen to team radio.
Copy. Can you read back carcass temperatures when possible?
108, 96, 110, 99.
Wow, that's impressive, yeah? He's got the carcass, so the body of the tyre temperature, internal temperature.
That's what we do as well.
Yeah,
it's
and you're really
for Le Mans, it's on the higher side, but I've seen clearly higher as well in the past. But for Le Mans, which is a little low-stress track, it's definitely creeping up, yeah.
But I don't know if they spliced that radio together, that message, or whether he responded that quickly. But that was impressive, how he already knew. He's clearly keeping an eye on where his tyres are thermally.
And he's doing that at whatever speed, relaying that data. Yeah, it's impressive, the way they can compute everything.
No, but it's, like I said before, from a driver point of view, these tyres are difficult to feel that. In the past, when it's really degradation, you just don't try to slide. But here you can create temperature without even sliding and thinking you're pushing too much. That's why we, and also apparently Toyota, use this carcass temperature to judge it, to have a physical number on the steering wheel, which gives you a clear data point which overrides your feeling most of the time, to be sure that you're doing the right thing and can communicate with the team and preset those marks.
I think Nato got stung there that time. Look at the gap now. It's come right down between the two. So I think that GT really hindered Nato.
Yo, what are your thoughts on keeping this set of tires for the next stint for Brendan?
It's okay, the overheating rear.
So Brendan Hartley set to inherit that set of tyres potentially.
He will be happy.
Yeah,
We spoke about this earlier, yeah. I've just been absolutely rinsing these tyres and they're overheated. Over to you. Do your best, mate.
Well, that's what you say. You don't want cold tyres, well, you get warm ones now.
Exactly, yeah. Tyre warm-up will not be an issue for Brendan Hartley.
Exactly, your new tyre warming device is Ryo Hirakawa. So that time loss for the Corvette brings the lead gap to 8 tenths. It means first to third is 1.3 seconds. Robin Frintz, in the meantime, is a further 10 seconds back. He had a slow last lap, maybe traffic, but he was in the 3:32s, not 3:28s as the Toyotas were.
Yeah, the gap was 8 seconds previously for Robin Frintz behind Kamui Kobayashi. It's crept over 11 now.
Yeah. But we do know there's a lot of traffic out there. Maybe Frintz was unlucky with where he encountered it, but we'll have to wait and see what genius strategy Adam Hardy can come up with at WRT to bring them back into the mix. As there, the second Toyota of Kamui Kobayashi gets past the LMGT3 leading Nicky Katzberg Corvette, and your lead battle has now just under 4 hours to go. In LMP2, the lead gap, Andlau to Rached Degeris, is up to 4 seconds, big deal, and in LMGT3, it's under 2 seconds, Katzberg to Perichello. So everywhere you look in the classes, there's a battle for the lead, and there are some very tense faces in the hypercar Pratt perches up and down the pit lane there. Lato just stretching that margin a little bit though now.
Yeah, and I think Ryo Hirakawa is clearly keeping an eye on what his tyre temperatures are doing, and I think he's having to play this smart now with the pressure of Kobayashi behind him, who has kind of rekindled his speed and therefore maybe what we saw Kobayashi doing before, by going slower, getting in free air, his tyres come back into play, and that's very hard to strategize as the pit crews or on the pit wall.
Triple or quadri? Triple. So stay with the same tires next it.
Yeah, I'm sliding around, but it's okay. It's fine.
Sliding around, but okay, says.
At least they're all sliding around then.
Yeah, it's equal in that respect, isn't it? Everyone's struggling a bit.
It's so evenly matched, and I think that's what is so hard to go through with the strategy. I mean, you can have all the software you want in the world, but different drivers do different things to the car. And
getting Robin Frintz being warned about cutting the chicane at pit entry. Remember, he went through the gravel, he got it wrong, locked up, went through the gravel, so it's for that, I suspect.
And welcome back to the broadcast. We're at midday and we are in such an amazing place. It's even emotional for me to be here on the podium next to the trophy with the big Rolex sign behind. It's amazing, and it's even more amazing because I'm next to me. I have Tom Christensen. Sorry, Tom, 9-time winner and also a Rolex testimony. How is it when you're so far into the race, only 4 hours to go with the heat? How do you keep your mindset? How do you not make mistakes?
Yeah, it's trust in the team. It's very important. The help and complexity around the cars is really important, but mental fatigue is obviously coming in. Now it's really, really important to dig deep, ticking the boxes about the next overtaking, the next corner, all the thing. With focus on the big prize, but nevertheless being very alert at the very moment and what you're doing. Temperatures creeping up, stress is there.
I can understand when I see you speak how much energy you still have and how much power you put, and the input being a vector for the team. It's amazing to see you there. A quick question, what is your relationship with time? You know, time is ticking, you won 9 times here, you saw the clock going down, and do you have a special thing related to time? Time passes, do you fight against time? Do you accept time?
Time makes you live the moment, and here, 24 hours is a very distinct time, and it's for me the best 24 hours which happens a year is here. But I would say time, where it stands still for a little bit, is actually in the way back over here is the trophy room, and the drivers, the winning drivers or the 3 podium finishers will meet there, and you will meet your driver from the cars first time in 24 hours, and that moment, that's not only precision, that's pure passion, and you're proud, you're relieved, and that sensation which you then get when you are invited to get on the podium. That explodes with all the energy of all the fans from around the world, which will be flooding the circuit. That emotion, that is, you can say, the precision and perfect timing.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the precision that brings all the result together and the winning, that precision together, and we understand why you're a Rolex testimony. Thank you so much for your time. It's amazing to be here, and the race is absolutely amazing. There's a fantastic fight at the front, so we're going to go back and have a look at that.
Yeah, let's do that.
So Toyota's second and third. Norman Nato still in the lead of the race, and as I say, I think he's doing a really impressive job here. We've lost one of those Cadillacs with the power steering dramas that took out Earl Bamber's car in the night, but it is now 1 versus 2. Norman Nato upholding Cadillac honour against the Toyota attack, and the two cars pretty much together once again. Pressure, pressure, pressure for Nato.
Further back down, we look at the gap with Robin Freins, and he's keeping the gap now consistently around 9 seconds. So it did drift up to 11. It's back down to 9.7 seconds between him and Kobayashi.
And his last lap was on the sort of Toyota pace. So, yeah, as you say, they're not out of this.
Which it has been for the entire race. So just because somehow they've fallen back, we have to see how far they can take this with the stint length. They are at lap 11 at the moment. We know usually they've been doing 12 to 13 with obviously no safety car intervention.
I reckon at the moment they at least need to close that gap to be on the same strategy in the other ones in terms of fuel, because now they have a downward offset, let's say.
They are, they're behind on track and on very similar, well, they're on the same age of tyres, so you don't have that to play with. So and they've got this pretty much, they say 2 laps. I think they stopped earlier before.
Yeah, they're 2 laps earlier than the rest of them. So I reckon they're gonna make up at least 1 lap now at the next pit stop to come back. But
yeah, fascinated to see. But Freins has certainly picked the pace up again and is matching this trio. But yeah, to win this race, they're going to need to physically overtake cars or find some master stroke in strategy with having less of a splash at the end, whatever that would be. And we'll only know because we see how far in terms of time these cars can go. It's usually around 50 minutes, anywhere from 47 minutes to 50 minutes of fuel burn time. And that's what you look at in the final stint to see how, if you can make it or not. That last fuel stop that goes in, you see on the clock whether there's 50 minutes to go. If there's 55 minutes, you know they're going to have to do a splash.
Exactly right. As the Toyotas then get past the surviving Porsche. So Richard Lietz way back, 16th in class after losing chunks of time early on. Kobayashi clears him going down towards the Michelin chicane. We're on lap 318. We've got just over 3 3/4 hours to go then. So less than a normal FIA WEC duration, less than a European or Asian Le Mans Series race duration. And it's still a 3, maybe 4-way fight for honours.
Yeah, so you can see the energy remaining. The Cadillac's doing well here, 22% versus 14% with both Toyotas.
Yeah. Let's not discount what's going on in LMP2 because Julian Andlauer has got away a little bit now, 4 seconds ahead of this battle. Rachid de Geras ahead of his teammate Nick Yelloly in the 2 Inter-Europol competition cars. This battle is far from done though, with the 2nd and 3rd place cars down towards Mulsanne corner. And in LMGT3, just quickly, Nick Katzberg to Jack Hawksworth now is the top 2, and that's 9.3 seconds. Gap's gone out a little bit.
Yeah, that's Nick Yelloly just obviously stuck behind his teammate here. I say stuck behind, but I think they're just genuinely running at exactly the same pace. And they've got to keep that eye on number 30, the Duquesne team, still with Julian Andlauer at the wheel. Now 4 seconds down the road. But that gap stayed stable, actually, for the last couple of laps.
Just while we've been getting excited about this battle for the lead, still bear in mind that we've got the leading 7 cars still on the lead lap. So if anybody has a drama within that leading battle, there are still places to be gained. And the 7 are Nato, Hirakawa, Kobayashi, Frins, then Collado 5th, Milesi Alpine 6th, Kubica Ferrari in 7th place. And I don't think it's going to be in that order at 4 p.m.
We shall see. Yeah, I mean, we've now got just under a typical European Le Mans length of race here.
And all 3 classes still up for grabs. 2nd and 3rd you're looking at in LMP2. Nick Yelloly, another graduate of the UK single-seater racing scene, but he's really made a good reputation himself in sports car racing, hasn't he?
Oh, Yelloly's a fantastic driver. Yeah, you saw the graphic at the bottom of the screen. He's a platinum-rated driver, and that's for good reason. As far as I'm aware, he also does Aston Martin's F1 simulation work as well. So yeah, a real pro at the wheel there.
Lots of time spent in GT cars, but LMP2 as well. And further back within the LM GT3 fight, BMW still pounds on. This is Dan Harper for Team WRT, and Lilo Wadu in the Ferrari behind. It's odd to think of Dan Harper being so far back, 10th within class, but the BMWs in GT3 terms have never really come alive in this race.
It really hasn't. They were there in Spa. They had a decent turn of speed there, but ever since they hit the track here at Le Mans, the cars just lack the pace, and that's been the same the whole way through. So P7 and P10 respectively for those two. But yeah, it's usually much closer than this, much closer fought battle in LMGT3.
And Dan Harper is a star in a BMW GT3 car, so to have him struggling to fend off the Ferrari of Lilo Wadu is a bit of a surprise here.
But Wadu's driven a really good race, actually, and we saw earlier on 2 Ferraris running neck and neck, and it stayed that way for 2 stints worth in the dead of night. So yeah, she's really shown good speed this whole race, and now putting the BMW of Daniel Harper under pressure.
Yeah, so Dan Harper then up towards the chicane, and as we say, this car 10th in the LMGT3 battle as Lilo Wadu pits this time, so that takes the pressure off Dan Harper a little bit. In comes the Ferrari, which is another of that AF Corsa fleet of cars. Let's have a listen in, though, to Robin Frins BMW traffic.
So Robin is potential puncture rear right, potential puncture rear right. Try to bring the car in.
Yeah, he's lost a lot of time here. The gap's gone up from that, what was it, 9 seconds. It's already gone to 11.5. Let's see.
Well, he's in lap 13, so it's not a huge loss. It's like it's a lap to the puncture.
Yeah, he's coming in anyway. So
yeah, the only risk is how far he's got to go around the lap with that possibly deflating tyre.
But it is still a penalty because they changed tyres at the last stop, and they'll have to change again now. So
yeah,
it's not ideal, I think.
Let's have another listen. Robin Frins at the wheel.
Still good in pressure. Still good in pressure. 1.9.
Oh, 1.9 bar. So it was supposed to be set to 2.1. That was Michelin's guide, or well, stipulation before the race.
Guide or pre-co?
Yeah, no, it was the stipulation that you couldn't go below that. In Spa, it was 1.9, and here they pushed it up to 2.1.
Okay.
At least that was before free practice. So they might have changed since then.
He's not exactly nursing it, is he? Robin Frins getting back to the pit lane as quickly as he possibly can to minimise the loss of time, as Lars Vanthoor explains. They've just changed tyres on the previous stop, but they're going to lose time because if you're changing tyres rather than just doing fuel, you're losing more time in the pit lane. So trying to minimise the time lost, but Robin Frins is in, and what he hopes for now is that this reignites the car the other side of the pit stop, and he's able to fight back and make up some of that lost time. Let's see.
They might also do just 1 tyre, which is then a very small loss. But
8's in as well.
It is indeed. So Hirakawa gives up the pace to Kamui Kobayashi, who will owe us a pit stop. We had 7 and 12 pitting a lap after this, didn't we, on the last cycle?
So Frins has managed to squeeze 13 laps out of this, and car number 8, Hirakawa, managed 12 laps. Kobayashi's going to do 13 as well because he's still out there, as is Norman Nato. But we did see the car number 8 pit a lap before the car 7 last time around anyway.
Yes, and 7 and 12 came in at the same time, didn't they?
Exactly.
They were in unison. Right, so there, driver change as well for Robin Frins. So they're taking the opportunity here to have a complete refresh, driver as well as tyres and fuel.
So they're going to be, so Kobayashi sitting there behind Hirakawa, managed to get those 13 laps. So when he comes back in for his pit stop, so yes, they had that 1 lap offset. It'll be a 2 lap offset now, because he's achieved that extra lap over Hirakawa.
Right. That's the potential benefit of sitting in a draft in Le Mans. You're not in the clean air, but you sit in the draft on the straight, and it's easier to save fuel.
They are changing it. Are they changing all of them, or just the left side? All of them, yeah. So you have 56 individual tyres that you can use in the 24 Hours of Le Mans in the hypercar category.
And the car blasts away, back into the race then now. Crosses the beam at pit exit. Sheldon van der Linde has taken over that car. And he's always been spectacular every time we've had him on track, and he needs to be now. They need to try and push and push and push here to make up for any time lost in that previous stint by Robin Frijns while he was struggling with that slightly deflating tyre. So we expect the top 2 in at the end of this 320th lap. Nato ahead of Kobayashi, the gap 2.5 seconds, if that is a gap in real terms. And we expect them both in this time. James Collado briefly up in a 3rd place. Also the LMGT3 lead car is into the pits. That's the Nicky Katzberg TF Sport entry. He and Johnny Edgar bouncing one to the other, with Ben Keating having done his drive time. This car looking very, very strong. Tom Ferrier's crack team certainly knows how to win in long-distance sports car racing. And as the driver change cycles through, that will temporarily put Eduardo Barrichello into the lead of the class, because Jack Hawksworth from 2nd place is in as well. So the top 2 on the track matching each other in terms of pit stops now. 3 hours 40 to go here at Le Mans. The Lexus sits and waits. Behind the wheel, Lawrence, presumably you just can't wait to get going. You're thinking, come on, why is it taking so long?
It's nice to have a little break sometimes as well, to breathe. And no, I mean, it goes a lot quicker than you think. You sometimes wish it takes a bit longer so you can catch your breath and have a drink, but it's over before you know it.
So no time to sit there and choose your next podcast. You've got to get back out there. Some very good ones available. Lawrence will attest. The Vanthor Family Podcast is a must listen. Right, back onto the circuit goes then there, the Corvette. So Nicky Katzberg gave way to Johnny Edgar as they continued to have Sunday to themselves, helping Ben Keating to a class win. There's the Lexus getting back out on track. And in that car, by the look of it, Jack Hawksworth has remained behind the wheel. This is number 12 into the pits, that as predicted. Norman Nato is going to get a drink and fuel, but not necessarily tyres by the look of it. And also in, as we were predicting, is Kamui Kobayashi. So again, they match one another, coming on the same lap.
So that's Nick de Vries just about to replace Kamui Kobayashi. Great couple of stints from the Japanese driver.
But yesterday, 7 looked to be struggling, but they've really worked hard to bring that back into the game, and there it is now, absolutely fighting for a race win.
Well, I think they were struggling just because very early in the race, they went for a different strategy. They underfueled the car on purpose to get it into free air. Car 8 managed that to get into free air. Car 7 didn't. They got stuck behind 1 or 2 cars, and that's basically how it remained for a long, long time. Then they had a slow puncture as well. That really put them back even more. So I don't think they didn't lack the speed. They couldn't maximise or capitalise on their strategy like car 8 could.
Change tyres as well.
Yeah, good spot. So 7 new boots. Back out goes that car. Kamui Kobayashi giving way to Nick de Vries, as we saw. So you've got Norman Nato staying in 12. Brendan Hartley is now aboard 8, and Nick de Vries aboard number 7. What sort of a difference, Lawrence, here is going to have a different driver in the car going to make? Is it the help because they're fresher, or does it help to keep Norman Nato in there because he knows what the track and car and tyres all feel like?
Well, most of the time you try to put your tires and your driver at the same time. It's a topic we spoke about before. Like, you're getting in the car, we're going to triple stint the tires, so you stay in that long and you keep your tires. That's mostly how you work. And then with strategy, sometimes it gets changed. But that's the easiest way, in my opinion, always to go at it. You know how you treat your tires, you know what you're getting. With Anthony, it's never nice to get in the car and have somebody else's tires. So that's mostly how it works. But sometimes it gets thrown in the mix when there's safety cars or Fucars yellows.
LMP2 battle is still raging on. We've had a change for the lead on the pit stops there. Rashid De Geras is in the lead now for Inter-Europol competition ahead of Richard Vescour. And then Nick Yellerly in that third place as the LMP2 fight continues to go down to the wire. And Norman Nato on his outlap. Back on track. So Nato, Hartley, De Vries, Van der Linde, the 4 drivers now we need to be keeping an eye on for the lead battle as you look at the LMP2 fight. 3 hours, 37 minutes still to go. That's the LMP2 order. Right, Anthony's been crunching numbers.
Turning the mic on helps as we just watch this this fight unfolding on the replay.
Actually, I think Toyota just did what we spoke about. I think they kept tires on one car and changed on the other, if I saw it correctly.
Okay.
So they're splitting up the...
We saw all 4 go on the car 20. So, yeah. And that means that they've used 44 individual tires so far this race out of their 56 allocation. Before the pit stop, car 8 had used 41, as did the sister car, and car 12 had used 40. So car 12 with the advantage by 1 tyre over the rest. But that's pre the app updating to let me know who's done what in that last stop completely. So I'll add on those tyres when they pop up to the tally to match what car 20 have.
But often in Le Mans, you have the total amount of tires which you can use. That's one point. But as it's such a low stress track for the tires, sometimes the downside of changing tires and having a bad warm-up or the time to change tires doesn't offset the gain of a new set of tires. So sometimes you don't even use all the tires because it's not the best strategy to lose the outlap, to lose the tire change time. So might as well be that a bunch of them won't use all of their sets in the end.
Especially as we saw earlier in the race, Brendan Hartley, I know it's cooler conditions, but they were using the lower temperature soft tire, was able to manage a quadruple stint and still maintain track position. So I think what we're learning today is that track position is absolutely key because it's so hard that the Toyota cannot overtake the Cadillac on pure pace. Even with even more pace, it can't overtake the Cadillac, it seems.
So you're looking here at the LMP2 fight, as we say. Rashid De Geras for Inter-Europol leading, Richard Vescour second, and there he is in the largely black with the green livery, and then Nick Yellerly in third place. This is where we stand now in LMGT3 after that last round of stops. It is Eduardo Barrichello ahead of Zach Robichon, ahead of Johnny Edgar. So you're looking at the fight for second. Robichon, the Canadian, Johnny Edgar, the Brit behind in the Cumbrian as they come down towards the chicane. The Corvette possibly near enough to make a move, but Edgar, mindful he's got the Alpine behind him as well and not taking too many risks. But this is another brilliant battle. They've got to be mindful of the pace of that hypercar. There it go. Right, it's gone. Now they can carry on with their battle. So Aston Martin versus Corvette as they go now down again towards the Mulsanne corner.
Unbelievable to think that the Corvette didn't even make it through into Hyperpole 1 with Ben Keating in qualifying, and they've been comfortably leading the race. So yeah, great job by the 33 car crew, and maybe, you know, sacrificing qualifying time and effort and all of the procedure that goes through with it, you can just, it's a much more simplistic program when you just focus on the race. But it's not as fun for the spectators or for us commentators that love a fast lap time.
And Hyperpole really was dramatic, wasn't it? Even after it had finished, it was still dramatic.
Talk about dramatic.
So, yeah, the TF Sport Johnny Edgar-driven Chevrolet, that's certainly in his and Nicky Katzberg's hands, looks so quick, right there on the back of the Aston Martin. And then you've got 74 behind. We'll keep an eye on this battle, but let's quickly get to the pit lane and let's join Shea Adam.
With Antares out of the number 10 McLaren. Antares, you guys found victory lane already this year with the win coming at Spa. It's been a much more difficult Le Mans, but this is a season-long championship that you were involved with. So what lessons have you taken from this 24-hour, which will help you get through the rest of the season?
I think you first respect your competitors, because this is such a nuanced race, and I think everyone's bringing their very top game to this. And, you know, to all those, you know, who finish and finish well, I'm genuinely happy for them and you're just in awe of what they have done. You can do well in this race in so many ways. And I think you are seeing people interpret that exactly as we speak. We genuinely did not know a lot of things we didn't know, but now we know a little bit more. And I think you just proceed to the rest of the season, just really that much more calm. For the team to have completed its first Le Mans 24, I think it's something. We're still a long way from your promised land, and it's funny. Bruno interviewed us on the Passage stage and asked how many days to build Le Mans, and our response was, "It's not built yet. We're still working."
That is genius. This race is so difficult, and it does teach you so much. Is there any specific thing you can put your finger on that you will then carry forward into Brazil that might be able to help regain the momentum?
Brazil won't be easy for us because this championship has success ballast. But the good thing is now that we're not really going to be way up there in the championship, we're just carrying the winner's ballast from Spa. So I think we'll keep our head down. One thing that worked in favor of the team is we drove a whole 24 hours without destroying our equipment. I think we're one of the few teams without a single penalty. So I think we learned that, take that to heart and try to, keep out of, troubles. That's how we ran Imola, at least without driver penalties. That's how we ran Spa here as well. So I think there are positives, but I really want to just say, well done to all the guys, finishing ahead of us and even around us. There are friends and respected competitors, who somehow came to grief. I feel for them. Drivers, people, who are in the paddock, we know how hard it is to be at this level of play. And even to those who don't achieve what they wanted to achieve, sometimes bad things happen to good folks.
Thank you very much for a few minutes of your time, Antares. Always worth a chat.
Thank you.
So good to hear from Antares Al. Thanks to Shea Adam in the pit lane. And while you were hearing, you've seen how this lead gap's been coming down, with the gap just now at the last timing point, 0.368 of a second between the Cadillac in the lead, the number 8 Toyota there in second place. They're on the same tire strategy, and it's coming down and down and down, these two. Sorry, they're not on the same strategy, forgive me. 8 is on its old set of tyres, 12 is on a new set as they go now on.
They're both on the same tires.
They are the same tires, yes, an old set, 12 as well. So use rubber, but the Toyota now in the hands of Brendan Hartley, who is fresh into the car, quicker than Norman Nato, that they've kept in for a triple stint. So right now, Graham Goodwin, battle is joined, and Nato is still having to work overtime to keep that Toyota behind him.
It just feels like Formula Deja Vu. I've been off for a bit of a walk and a bit of fresh air and a little bit of food, and still it seems to be Norman Nato being chased down by, now it's, of course, it's Brendan Hartley. Same Toyota, different guy. But this is an epic battle. Under 3.5 hours to go now. Beautiful day here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. The crowd all back in the grandstands and on the spectator banks. And Lawrence Mansour, you've been part of this great race. This is an epic.
Yeah, it is. I just saw Brendan Hartley actually losing a bit of time because the GT driver, I don't know who it is, decided you shall not pass before the Porsche corners. That cost him a couple seconds, but he's doing a great race so far. I think Brendan Hartley he seems to be quick and in control. So
there was that one mistake overnight breaking himself into Mills-Ancor that allowed the opportunity for the Cadillacs to get back into the fight, and then with their pit stop strategy that allowed them into the lead of the race. But it's a long time since that. They're still in the hunt. So we're listening to Brendan Hartley.
Just keep in mind, and you're doing a good job, that what you do on the entry, sliding the rear, will affect the exit. It's just like all the other circuits so far this year.
Interesting. So, yeah, these tires are all about temperature management. What he said, you slide them on the entry of the corner, which means when you're sliding, you're creating more temperature. Means you have less grip on the exit because the temperature is already spiking a bit, and that carries on even in the corner complex like the Porsche corners. If you over attack the first one, you'll have the overheating of the tires in the next 3 corners. So you need to, when the tires are on the limit of the window, you need to manage all of that, and that's the message they're giving Brennan at the moment.
That kind of feedback for an engineer, you know, we're all familiar with the famous leave me alone, I know what I'm doing. But fatigue's a major issue here. Is it just a matter of just reminding Brendan?
No, I think it's, well, it is in a way a reminder, because the thing is, when you're in the driver, you're so much in the zone, especially if you're in Le Mans and you're second place and you're trying to catch the first place, you're in tunnel vision, right? And that engineer will tell you something which you actually know, but maybe didn't think about anymore because you're so focused. And then, like he says, you're sliding on the entry, like, yeah, actually he's right, I am sliding on the entry, which is not good. And it's a slight reminder to put you back into your focus and to have you know everything you need to know. It's like I said before, your engineer is a guy who's setting up your car, but who's your mental coach as well.
Close-in traffic between the Toyota and the LMGT3 Corvette to Johnny Edgar. That car in second place, sandwiched between 2 Heart of Racing Astons. And still, this battle rages on. 3 hours and a half remaining in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Still no answer as to who's going to win it. Norman Nato leads by a second from Brendan Hartley. There's the 3rd place car, the second red Toyota, Nick de Vries. After qualifying, I think anybody who put big money on Toyota winning this race, it was more in hope than anticipation. But that might be coming true in the next 3.5 hours, because they are very, very close to a 1-2 finish.
Yes, we've had that safety car after the unfortunate exit for the race of an Given in the Porsche. But that's had a significant part to play, but not the defining part to play here. Moment to remind ourselves, until 2 years ago, the maximum number of cars finishing on the lead lap at Le Mans was 2. The following year it was 8. Last year 4. And right now, the top 7 cars separated by 82 seconds. And for any one of those cars, a single stumble could be dramatically good news or terminally bad news. So, yes, this is the battle for the overall lead and therefore the win. But there are still silverware up for grabs. Cadillac and Hertz Team Jota. Neither team nor the manufacturer has won this race overall. Toyota desperate to get back to winning form. They've found the last 3 years, finishing sometimes very much distantly in the wake of Ferrari. Very tricky indeed.
So where are you putting your money on?
The Toyota looks strong.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, having taken a break, I've come back and I have been surprised that Norman Nato has fended off this attack. The chase back from Kobayashi to the back of the Cadillac was pretty convincing. And it's now a matter of the heat of the day, the tyres they've got left. What pace can they squeeze out? Because sure as eggs are indeed eggs, we're going to see a very different approach to this if it's this close in 3 hours' time.
And look, the long and the short of it is Toyota's got 2 shots.
Yeah.
Everybody else, 1 mistake, you're out. Toyota, 1 mistake, you've still got a bullet in the chamber. So again, if that really works in their favour, they can split a strategy if they need to.
That's what they just did with the tires.
There you go.
They put a new set, the other one they kept it.
Yeah.
My pre-race favorite was the Cadillac, but now since hour 1 in the race, and you see the Toyota, and you know that they know how to win this race, they're in control.
He's got a good
He's
run
close
here.
now.
Yep.
Let's hear from our race leader.
Last lap, energy okay. Last lap, energy okay.
Is he going?
Not there, but he's beginning to more than think about it. He's trying to force the error now.
Well, That's where the LMH cars are strong in those corners, because they have the hybrid in front and they can generally brake a bit deeper than the LMDH cars, and that's why you see them sometimes having an opportunity to overtake in Lausanne.
Looking at the top speed alone of these two cars, car number 12, 315.1 kilometers an hour. Car number 8, 344.1 kilometers an hour, 339.7 for the number 7 Toyota. So something somewhere isn't quite reading right on the speed scale.
No, it's correct, but I could see it before in the onboard. The Cadillac is clearly saving more fuel, and that's why I also just got the radio message that he's doing good on target. But you could see from the onboard from the Toyota that the Cadillac was coasting and saving more fuel. So they obviously have a different energy target at the moment, which we'll see soon what the direction of that is.
Two questions coming for you, Lawrence. You're Norman Nato. What are you doing at this stage?
Well, he's in a difficult spot because the team asks him to save energy and to basically lift off in the end of the straight while you're having a Toyota right up behind you who's trying to overtake you. So the team is asking, obviously they want them to stay up front, so they're asking them two different spots. So he's in a difficult situation.
Oh, trouble for the number 30 car. And that's been the long-time race leader in LMP2.
That's now in third in LMP2, but it is going to lose that position.
It's already lost it. The interior pole cars are ahead. Duquesne team has already dropped to fourth place, and Ollie Gray in third place now. Richard Vasseur in real trouble.
And that's the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight, Marshall's Post 10 and 11. So he's either gone straight through or looped that round somewhere.
Big favourite for very many for this, and not in a position where it looks like that car's going anywhere. Let's see what happened here.
No collapsed left front suspension. We saw that with the number 9 car, didn't we? Broken left front suspension, and that's hammering the curbs.
I think what I saw was it was sparks. I think the brake disc has gone.
You see all the black smoke coming out of that left front wheel arch.
Oh, despair. How cruel.
There's Gilles Duquesne in the background on the right-hand side. Resigned look on his face. There's nothing they can do about that. That car is stranded now.
Well, the problem is, depends how that breakage has manifested itself. Is that wheel even turning at this point?
Well, that's a very good question. If the brakes exploded but the hub's in one piece, then it should be okay, but it's going to be tough to move anyway. We might conceivably be looking at another slow zone at the chicane, but possibly a little more. Into Europol now 1-2, by the way, in LMP2. There's Dorian Pan. She can't believe her bad luck either.
That's a tough moment. That's a really tough moment for the driver of Paul de Carlos, and almost as tough if you're watching helplessly, thinking of ways in which you could possibly save this, but knowing full well as the car starts to tumble down the order, the race is gone.
Especially that close to the end of the race, come such a long way and you're leading. It's hard to take, but we've seen that in the past, and we've seen it clearly worse with the famous Toyota finish 10 years ago.
10 years ago,
yeah.
And Davidson part of that crew, and Ant, the only one of those three that did not go on to win the race.
Yeah.
And in LMP2 as well, remember the Jota 1-2 that never happened because Yafei stopped, WRT rather, Yafei stopped on the
full
final lap.
Yellow. It is a full course yellow to protect that. Well, while we're under full course yellow, I'll ask the predictable second question. What do you do right now if you're Brendan Hartley? Push.
It entirely depends on the strategy. If the goal is to become better on fuel and energy, you sit behind now and you save and you wait. If you want to create a gap, you pass and you create a gap. So that's whatever the team thinks is the best moment to do at the moment.
Just saw a change for third just before full course yellow in LMGT3. Heart of Racing 23 leads, TF Sports Corvette second. That was the yellow-nosed Akodis of Jack Hawksworth. The Lexus moving up to third ahead of Heart of Racing's number 27 Aston. So still that group of cars there, not too far behind Jose Maria Lopez and Alessio Rovera, still very much in contention. Top 6 in LMGT3, covered by a little over half a minute.
Well, let's add, by the way, as we look at the terrible luck for the number 30 squad, that could have been so much worse if that had failed in a different part of the circuit.
Yeah.
Gave them the opportunity to effectively coast to the halt.
Mulsanne Corner, Indianapolis.
Oh.
No, thank you. Porsche curves, I mean, there's so many places where you're coming down from very high speed. That at least was as he was in the chicane itself.
And unbelievably, with 3 hours, 17 minutes to go, could we be looking at yet another victory? It would be 3 in 4 years for Inter-Europol competition. They've got 2 bullets in the gun. It's first and second. Astonishing record for the Racing Bakers from Poland.
But it's been the 43 car that is currently second that has been on the podium each time. So this car, 343, or 34 as it would be in the European Le Mans Series, is currently the leader in LMP2. But for Inter-Europol, I mean, first, second, first in the last 3 years, to have a 1-2, can you imagine?
Well, you know, Sport spoke to Sascha Fassbender, team leader. This is, by the way, a moment to remind you, have a look on the 24 Du Mans Instagram page. You can help us to choose with Goodyear the driver of the day in the LMP2 and the LMGT3 categories. Of course, the categories that feature Goodyear tyres on each corner. That trophy will be presented on the podium here after this great race. That's not the ending to this race that anybody at Duquesne team would have looked for. Look at this again, Lawrence, as we get the 30 car coming. We did see flick of flame.
Oof, that big cloud of black smoke there, that was the brake exploding.
Well, it seems too early to go braking, and you also see the front of the car being down on the ground. So I wonder if it's, you see, I think it's more a suspension failure, which then maybe also had an influence on braking.
Maybe.
But you see the splitter clearly laying down, and you saw this puff of smoke before the braking zone.
I think you're right. Maybe.
Has the hub collapsed?
I think you might be right. It clearly, I would have thought he would try to get it back if that car was in any way mobile, and he's given it up straight away. That car is going nowhere.
Well, cars that go are one thing, cars that don't stop, that's a very different thing, and that's...
Especially at Le Mans.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I'm surprised they threw a full course yellow, not a slow zone, actually.
Well, we had 2 full course yellows during the nighttime hours, and with not an incident with a car that needed recovering, but for clearing up of all the various different gravel traps and bollards and blah, blah, blah. And again, I'm sure they had a shopping list. Okay, if something happens, we need to do this at that marshal's post, this at that chicane, and so on. So there are probably, although we're not seeing it, marshals out sweeping up debris and gravel and all of that stuff.
All sorts of cleverness involved in these decisions, including what do they need to do. If it's a little bit of debris and they've got a short gap between cars and visual gaps to those cars, then you can put a marshal on track to pick up a bit of carbon fibre, a mirror or something. But they'll also be very, very clear that at this stage of the race, putting out a full safety car, for instance, is going to be a dramatic decision, and it's going to take 40, 45 minutes to get that sorted. With 3 hours and 14 minutes from the end of the race, and to be blunt, the classes are just alight. With the exception of Inter-Europol now featuring a 1-2, Ollie Gray is over a minute back from the second place Inter-Europol car in the first year racing by Panis car, which, by the way, of course, was the car last year that had the late race dramas.
I'd love to see the 2 leading cars together on this full course yellow, because on the timing page there's only 4 tenths in between them at 80 kilometers per hour, so that means they're pretty much nose to tail. So might be dicey at the restart.
Well, one of them might be doing 79.99 and the other one 80.00, and they're just sort of nudging along. Well, there you go. You ask, and there it is. And right in front, 183. And that's an advantage for the Toyotas, because when they go to green, the Cadillac won't be able to accelerate quite as quickly as it might do with clear road in front. That might actually help the number 7 car most of all of Nick de Vries.
And it might be the 183 that's actually the reason why they're that close, because if it's that car that is slower, then he's got to back away from it. Can't be right into the rear wing, can't pass him.
Yeah.
Yellow in less than 15 seconds.
And now it's going to be exciting because
10,
these cars have carbon
9,
brakes. They're
8,
cold. They're not going to brake
7,
very well now the next
6,
corner, and we'll see who has the most confidence.
3, 2,
go time.
1. Full course yellow removed.
Norman Nato covers off the road. He makes sure that he's not getting caught behind the AF Corsa LMP2 car. He wants to make sure Brendan Hartley has to go the long way round the outside, and Hartley goes, yeah, I'll do that. Just watch me. Sits there alongside. He's got the top speed advantage, and he has got the lead of the race. And actually for number 7, that didn't break quite so well, because it was he that got held up by 183 into that chicane. Now they go by the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin that we've barely mentioned. That car a long way down the order, 15th place in its 13th place in its class.
Lest we forget, Toyota lead Le Mans.
So this is it, 3 hours and 12 minutes. Number 8 Toyota back in front. They led quite a lot up to the safety car at midnight, and then everybody got reset. That was courtesy of their off-kilter fuel strategy. It worked out well for them, particularly for the number 8 car, and that was cycling in and out of the lead group with a couple of Cadillacs, 12 and 38, and with the BMW number 20.
Yeah, there was the error, middle of the night for Brendan Hartley. Lock-up coming into Mulsanne corner meant that he had to go around the roundabouts at Mulsanne, joined just in front of the lead of the Cadillacs, and from there on in, it was pit stop strategy and pace that put the two caddies at that stage, the 12 and the 38, ahead of the leading Toyota, before we saw the 38 eliminated from the race after a long battle with problematic power steering.
Interesting now is that the 7 Toyota de Vries has closed the gap quite a bit. Now we see the overtake. And here the LMH car might have a little advantage because they have the hybrid in front again, so they're able to create a bit more temperature in those brakes. And clearly have more confidence to go late on the outside.
There we go. That's what this means, this group.
But the 7 de Vries, they changed tires at the last stop, and they now been able to close that gap and are back at it. So this full course yellow might have played in their cars. It's actually just behind the caddy now.
Yeah, the Cadillac moving around under Norman Nato, the Toyota looking a little more planted, and as you've said, all the way through, avoiding the curbs, still in the forward chicane. That's clearly what they perceive to be a weak point in the car, that ramping it over those curbs is going to make a difference to its longevity. So Toyota in first place, and Norman Nato dropped back away from the restart in second place, and now in the clutches of Nick de Vries. And as you said, Laurens Vanthoor, Nick, with new tyres. How new? 30 laps newer than the Cadillac. This is a no-brainer, isn't it? De Vries has got all the armament on his side, but he must pass now and get away from the Cadillac while the going is good.
Especially when you have a long full course yellow, when your tires are older and they cool down because of this neutralization, it's harder to get them back up to temperature, and there you feel the downside of running an old set of tires, sometimes even more.
Here's the pass for second place. De Vries having a look inside Norman Nato, not quite getting there, but he's got the speed. We saw with Brendan Hartley, it's got straight line speed, but the Cadillac just creeping away from De Vries. Does he close in the slipstream? And if he does, will he be close enough to have a look here? Nato covers the inside, moves outside, covers off again into the chicane.
He's going to go for the Mulsanne.
Yeah, it's been a long triple stint in the heat of the day for Norman Nato, coming towards the end of that, another 4 laps or so.
Nato can cover the inside and make De Vries go the outside, but the outside of Mulsanne corner is the grippier part of the track. That's the racing line, and that's exactly what's happening. Nato covers off the inside. De Vries can't make it round. Now goes to cross the line. At the apex, he's there. He's through into second.
That move seemed to get the Vanthoor seal of approval. Laurence, neatly done. Sort of dominant.
That's where the Toyota and the Ferrari is strong, to break late in those high to low speed corners. And yeah, I could see it coming. But it was close. It was a nice move.
And with 30 lap fresher tyres, he had that grip under braking. That's a big help as well. But you know the determination, you know. This team knows how to win. Both teams know how to win. Cadillac is hoping to win it.
Let's watch it from inside the 7 from Nick De Vries. Goes to the outside, ducks back to the inside as Nato covers, grabs the apex, game over.
And Laurens Vanthoor, he made Norman Nato move the car where he wanted him to be.
Amazing, amazing.
Yeah, it was a perfect move. It was really, he held a bit, the dummy was on the outside, and then he came across, and I could use his fresher tires, better braking ability, and you know, once the nose is in, you need two to tango. You know, Norman also needed to play the game and know, okay, he's going. I need to keep the door open. If not, we're going to touch.
Yeah. You're not going to win it if you have a crash.
Nope.
That's for sure. That's the only certainty there, is if you make contact with the Toyota, you're probably not going to win it. If you let him go, you've got another shot.
And he's quick. He's already up behind Brendan Hartley.
He's going to take the lead. He's going to go by, I think, here. This is Brendan Hartley with Nick De Vries. I'm sure there might well be a little bit of radio traffic here at the moment. This is, they want to get this sorted. The strategy in this phase of the race immediately. In traffic, and Norman Nato is being rapidly dropped by this pair.
Well, De Vries with a tyre advantage over Brendan Hartley as well as over Norman Nato. And we know what the rule is at Toyota. You get on the telephone, you say, I'm quicker, they'll let you pass, then you've got 3 laps to pull away.
We swap in 8, we swap in 8, confirm, we swap.
There you go. 3 laps then to clear off if you don't escape your teammate. Okay, Sunbeam, back in your box, drop back.
And meantime, what's Brendan Hartley going to do? Try to make a gap and argue against it before we get to 8.
In general, I think that in Toyota, it always looks from the outside quite well organized. Contrary to the Italians from time to time. But
well, we did have a little bit of that with Alessandro Pierguidi overnight being told off by his race engineer. Get back down to the clash with the LMP2 car. Took just a little too long for comfort, I think, to get Alessandro back in his box.
Okay, we swap in turn 11. Car 8 will move out of the racing line.
And it's a clear rule, and they all understand it, whether you're the car in front or the car behind. And then the clear rule as well, 3 laps on a normal circuit, they might give him a lap here and a lap and a half here maybe, allow for a little bit of traffic to make sure that you are actually quicker and you're not just benefiting from the slipstream.
I mean, look, forget the ins and outs of teamwork, etc., etc. Let's talk about the emotion for a moment. Not that long ago, we were talking about 2016 and pointing out that Ant did not win the race after that disappointment. Nick De Vries has never won this race.
Yeah, and I mean, in general, people might see this as team orders. It's not really. It's not in Formula One. I would say yes.
It's
but
management.
Here it's teamwork.
Yeah.
One car is on a different strategy than the other one. He obviously has better pace at the moment. By letting him sit behind, you would ruin his strategy. So it's more than logical, and it's super important in this scenario that there is trust between the drivers and the teams, that everybody who gets that call executes and respects it. If there's one guy in the circle who fights against it and doesn't do it and doesn't respect it, it ruins everything. And it's important to stick together on that, and it will come the other way around.
Down, we will swap. We will swap. We are offsetting strategy.
So Nick is saying, I'm quicker, let me by. Brendan is clearly making sure that that gap does not come right down, and he is now stretching away. And the engineer is saying to Nick, okay, calm down, we will swap, we will swap.
Well, Nick will be saying, well, it didn't happen at 8, and it's not happened at 11.
And Brendan's going, if he's that much faster, why isn't he right behind me?
So it's one for you, Laurens Vanthoor. Let's fast forward a couple of years. On your way to McLaren, of course. Great news for them and for all of us. They enter a third car. It's, let's say, Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri. They're leading with a slight hobble by a couple of seconds. With 2 hours from the end, you've got the quicker car. Team orders. You've not won them on at this point. You're going to obey the team orders, or are you going to take the beating afterwards?
So there we see the 2 GT cars and the 2 LMP2 cars on the screen.
We sorted it out, Jim. We sorted it out.
Radio from the Vries.
Stay cool, stay cool. We're gonna jump anyway because they need to box for tires.
Now he's trying to calm De Vries down. They're going to have to box. We'll take it because we already have fresher tyres on. And De Vries is going in his head, I am destroying my tyres following a teammate who's been told to move over and won't. Laurens Vanthoor, that was a particularly diplomatic answer.
That's why he gets the big bucks.
I'll get James Barkley and you can answer that again in front of him. So battle for the lead in LMP2, and it is all about these 2 yellow and green cars. Rashad Dejeris ahead of Nick Yellerly. Now that is a tough battle for Dejeris as well.
Just keeping an eye, by the way, on the 3rd place car of Ollie Gray. He is absolutely flying, and he is catching this pair. We need to keep an eye on that gap. It is 27 seconds. Tom Dillman is about to climb aboard the Europol car.
So he'll take over from Nick Yellerly in 43, and you assume there that Kuba Śmiechowski has long since done his minimum 6 hours as their lowest graded driver. But for Inter Europol as well as for Toyota, actually, if either car wins, they've got a win. If they clash, they don't get a win.
Look,
right now, they get a 1-2, same as Toyota.
Inter Europol have got 2 games in play here. 1 is win the race. 2 is use that as a great big banner to anybody that might care to try to get this team to hypercar. That's what this is about. So it's down to Shea Adam in the pits, who's got the long pit-bound number 15 BMW update.
Let's catch up with Shea.
Well, you guys were asking me before I went on that last break to find out what was going on with the 15 Team WRT BMW, and it took me that long, strictly because I had to walk up this very long pit lane when I got back in here. And after checking in with the team, it was an electrical issue. I'm led to believe it was something within the ECU, so that's as much of the electrical information as we will get, but they believe they have rectified it. They're not that confident in having rectified it that they will send it back out on a green flag track. The reason they have not yet retired the car is because if there is a long safety car, they get the opportunity, they are going to helmet a driver and just do a shakedown to make sure that the car is indeed fixed. This effectively becomes a, however long there is left in the race at that point, test session for them, but they would not be interested in doing more than 1 lap because they realize it could decide to stop working at any point in time. But that gives us a little bit more of our answer, at least from Team WRT.
All right, so it's done. All right, thank you, Shea, because even if there is a safety car, when it leaves the pit lane, all it's going to do is rush up the hill to the Dunlop curve and join the safety car queue. That's it. You learn nothing.
I would like to have some more radio conversations about Toyota because they haven't swapped yet.
Because you're evil.
And I'm sure there's plenty of radio which
Here
is
it
not
comes.
being...
Danik, I know this is a bit difficult to swallow, but we will freeze the positions until the stop. Hang on tight, look after your tires. Car 8 will change tires. We will be ahead with a decent lead, and we need to have the pace in the next 2 stints to keep this gap ahead.
So I will just point out at this stage, there are various provisos that we are required as to which radio messages we broadcast and which we don't. And I wonder whether or not some of the radio messages coming from car 7 don't hit, what can I call it, the quality filter.
Slightly sweary, you're saying.
I kind of take back what I said in the beginning because, I mean, I'm a driver still active as well, so I don't want to steer the pot, but very much sounds like Brandon said, no, thank you.
And well, his driving said no thank you. The minute they said, OK, we're going to pass, whoop, out goes the gap.
But all
now,
of a sudden,
though, De Vries is back behind him. He's just going to sit there and being annoying now.
He's under the rear wing.
Well, what do you do now if you're Nick and you say De Vries? That's the whole point. You have. That's what I said before. Everybody needs to play the same game.
Yeah,
because they told Brandon let him pass. He didn't. Now they tell Nick don't pass, and he said, well, he's not listening. Why should I listen? That's the game you start to play now. So
but here we are.
The problem now is they're saying they're freezing until the pit stop. Then when we both stop, they're going to take tyres, so we're coming out in front. OK, so that's fine. So just be patient, look after your tyres. The real problem comes when Brendan's coming up behind on fresher tyres and it's just going, sorry, guys, can't hear you. The radio's breaking up really badly. You're right. You know, once you stop those rules working, then all bets are off. And that's not what Toyota need any more than into Europol.
It's a very difficult situation now to manage for Toyota, because Toyota Racing, they don't care which car wins. They want to win the 24 Hours of Le Mans. If it's a 7 or 8, they don't care. But obviously, Brandon, Hartley and Nick De Vries, they want to win themselves. That's more than natural. We're athletes. We're here to win these races. So it's always a bit of a conflict of interest in that point, and it's a tough one to manage.
Let's spend just a moment while we're watching these two cars. What a magnificent job, despite the obvious woes for Ducane team, and a tough one to take for them. What a magnificent job in Europol competition have done in this race. Under 3 hours to go. Formation lapping. Ollie Gray is catching them, but not quickly. And they are managing this race in LMP2.
WRT would say, just hold your horses. I'm just saying that's all. But you're right. And this will probably be easier to manage, even though Kuba's car, the car that's had all the success, is the second one of these two. A 1-2 is beyond measure in LMP2. I mean, absolutely beyond measure. And again, it's not that just Toyota wants to win them on. They want a 1-2. They don't want somebody else getting between them. So it's really important that the drivers get a proper talking to from their engineers and say, OK, if you want to race this car next year, you listen to us now. Because if you go wild...
I would guess that by this stage, there's another voice on that radio, and it's not the engineer. I would guess that there is somebody...
But then you can go into a way bigger topic.
Yep.
Is maybe one of them not racing next year, and he doesn't care.
Well...
no, he said it out loud. He said it out loud, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it is a 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Absolutely right. Yeah. And as you said before, Brendan has won this race. Nick has not.
All right, well, in LMP2, we still have this 1-2 for Inter-Europol competition. Forestier Racing by Panis. Ollie Gray now in the pit lane, not for dramas, but for a regular fuel stop.
You were saying about potential management of this pair as well. Not so sure that's going to be on the table, principally because this is LMP2. These are customers, with the exception of Kuba Śmigowski. These are customers of Inter-Europol competition, particularly in the 343.
343, maybe there is a customer. In 43, there are no customers. Well, 4 of the 6 drivers are being paid to be there.
Well, we'll see the accounts and see what with that. But Bijou Garg, for instance, is not going to be in any kind of mood to say, yep, I'm going to pull over and let you win this race. He's won it before. He knows what that feels like. Feels great, apparently. But I think he's going to want... That was harsh. I think he's going to want to feel that again. And here's the other thing about successful athletes, and you're one of them, Laurens Vanthoor. Success, winning's a bit of a drug, isn't it?
Yeah, and there is... How many successful athletes or race car drivers or Formula 1 champions at one point did not listen? You don't become the most successful athlete in any sport by following the rules every day of the week. You need to, you know, that's sports, but yeah, it's a subject you can speak about for hours and hours.
So here the Toyota 8 will be on pit lane presently. As we heard, the change there is that car is set to take tyres. That'll be the end of a triple stint on the current set of medium tyres, and indeed it will be Nick de Vries going on to a second stint with these tyres, so that should be enough.
Purple sector 2 for the 20 BMW, so
they feel they're still in the hunt.
They are coming back though at 2 Toyotas in front, so that's one thing to think about as well. They need to watch out not to ruin their own chances, because there's still other competitors in this race. It's still almost 3 hours to go, and then the other ones are not too far back.
Yeah, under 10 seconds rather back from Norman Nato, who's dropped back to 6.5 seconds back to the Toyotas. In come the two Inter-Europol cars from first and second LMP2. 2 hours 53 minutes to go, and they come in nose to tail. This is now about how quickly can they turn around both these cars. We've had a period of time in sports car racing, and LMP2 in particular. We've talked about the LMP2 super teams, very many of those now racing in hypercar. It was a great shot window for them, but yellow's out at the second chicane. Now, what has happened there? Don't think we've got a car stationary there. We might have had a car with a bit of drama.
Maybe
it's 27. I think it's the 27 Heart of Racing. Is it?
Well, that car...
Well, it is.
It's on an outlap with Zach Robichon.
That car is stationary on the exit and the second chicane. So a car that's been very much in the mix. Heart of Racing's number 27 Aston Martin stopped. Marshall's post 17 on the left-hand side. So trouble for the second of the LMGT3 car.
Brendan Hartley in the pit lane, and Nick de Vries leading the race. Sheldon van der Linde's 20 BMW also in the pit lane, and we may have a bit of a hold-up here for de Vries. He's actually passed the stationary car, but he also passed his teammate Brendan Hartley to take the lead, and now he has got to capitalise.
Got double yellows at the exit of Porsche curves as well. That was a brief intervention from the yellow flags. That's gone, so someone's been off and back on again.
Fresh set of tyres, mediums for Brendan Hartley. He stays in. And fuel and the 20 car just ahead departs as well.
51 Ferrari, by the way,
on
pit lane as well.
27. And that is parked at the side of the road. Zach Robichon did. Now, it's not on level standing, it's on grass. So I was
Important he got through. There was no slow zone, which could come now afterwards. And so it's like a drivetrain issue.
Yeah. That is another tough pill to swallow. 23 and 27, both Heart of Racing Aston Martins have been very strong indeed. 23 car still in second place, but 27 not going any further. They were talking earlier about being able to smell transmission fluid, and as you know, Lawrence, that's a very easily identifiable smell.
Yep.
It stinks when it's hot, and it would have been hotter than hot. Ian James, Zach Robichon, and poleman Mattia Drudi out of LMGT3 from a definite potential podium position. Our race leader still Nick de Vries from Norman Nato by 8.37 seconds. Sheldon van der Linde back up to third, so he is ahead of Brendan Hartley, having both of them left the pit lane, and that's because van der Linde did not take tyres, Hartley did, and that cost the number 8 Toyota 12 additional seconds on the pit lane.
Full course yellow coming to recover that car, and any other clean-up that's required. It's very close, by the way, to a gap in the barrier, so it might well be a pretty rapid recovery. Yes. Pit entry closed. Double yellow, Marshall's post 17.
Right,
I'm like upset now because I think the Nick de Vries was supposed to come in this lap.
Yeah, he has completed 13 laps, so this should be his in lap. And that is somebody going off at the Dunlop chicane and coming back on. Is it 32 or 69?
That was the 69 car.
Yeah. Ooh! Trying to take the line, but the Ferrari was there. That's the 51.
That was very close indeed.
Very, very close.
Threaded the needle between the two Ferraris there.
Car 7.
Leader in the pits. Nick de Vries is in under full course yellow. Now, when Brendan Hartley pitted, Nick de Vries was doing 230 kilometers an hour. Brendan Hartley's currently doing 80. And that means this is a net time gain for de Vries. His tyres are just one stint old, so they won't be changing them. They'll keep that in their locker.
Green flag. We're back to green flag racing.
And he has done almost that entire stop under full course yellow. Norman Nato into the pit lane as well. Where's Hartley on the track?
Way back, because that was an emergency stop for the number 7. He's going to have to come in again.
Yes, that was literally that 1 minute where he had to come in. Both of them.
I think the 12 is the same.
Yeah, emergency stop as well.
So was the pit entry closed under full course yellow?
Has to be.
Yeah. So that played massively in the cards of number 8 then.
In that case, number 8.
And just that 1 minute where they had to come in, it was full course yellow, and now it's removed again. So.
And now 20 BMW suddenly in the battle as well, because that will jump both the Cadillac and the number 7 Toyota, because they'll need to come back in. And there is the Alpine. Is that for position? Is that Antonio Felix da Costa, or is that the other car?
That, I think, is Victor Martins. Just to explain, by the way, so under full course yellow, the pit entry is closed. You can only come in if you need emergency attention or fuel. For fuel, you must put in no more than 8 seconds worth of fuel into the car. And you must come in the next time you pass and the pits are open.
Yeah.
So that means 2 runs down pit lane for those cars, and the number 8 got away with 1.
20 BMW across the line.
This could well.
Is that our new race leader?
It should be.
Timing tower has not updated. Is that the number 8 car behind? It should be.
Yeah, let's see once the 12 and the 7 come back in again, what the gaps are, but it was definitely not the ideal thing.
No, having to make an extra stop, and they had no option. They would not have been able to go round again, probably even at 80 kilometers an hour, even if the full course yellow had lasted the entire 6 minutes it would have taken to get back.
7 still leads, but will need to pit.
Yes, so this is 12, the de facto lead battle then.
12 is second, will need to pit. 20 did not need to pit, is 52 seconds back from Norman Nato, but as the Brendan Hartley car right behind him.
Confirmation that the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin has retired with drivetrain issues. So this could be our lead battle. Even though they lost time, they pitted legally.
But the 20 obviously didn't change tires now, and the 8 did. So that's why they're ahead on the track. But
does this put the 20 back into it?
Yeah, very much back into it.
I mean, it's rotten luck for the 7 and the 12. And I'll tell you something, that is not going to help Nick de Vries' temper in any way whatsoever.
However, he would still have stayed out until the fuel window opened for him, and that would have still left him pitting under full course yellow. That's just unfortunate.
Well, he's definitely not going to jump the car now after the pit stop.
No. I think chances of Brendan Hartley hanging around for the better part of a lap are slim to none. But it's another throw the dice here, isn't it, this race? We always say it. I'm sure from the point of view of the professional athlete, Lawrence, it's an irritating one. Le Mans decides.
7
the boy does it.
7 pits again.
Has to be.
I know he does, and so does number 12. But
absolutely.
The question is, how long is it going to take them? They'll have to do a full fill or risk going off strategy.
This should be around a minute.
I think globally they must have lost around 15 seconds roughly, I think.
Yeah.
because they have 8 seconds of fuel, then coming into pit lane, going from 80 to 60, stopping, going.
Well, the interesting one earlier in the race, where one car did require emergency fuel, and 2 other cars opted to do so.
Look where the number 20
Probably
car
not.
is.
20
It's in
car.
the Porsche curves. Driver change. Now they're really loading the dice here. They're throwing everything at it, the Caddy team.
There goes the 7, and the 7 will
in the lead.
Retain the lead at this point.
Because the number 20 car of Sheldon van der Linde is in the Porsche curves, has not hit the start-finish straight yet.
True,
There
the
he
number
is.
8 changed tires and the 7 did not. That's why he's still retaining the lead.
So number 7 had tyres at the previous stop. Number 8 was on an old set. So this is really shuffled the order. Nick de Vries leads from Sheldon van der Linde. Norman Nato out. Who got into the number 12? Is that Will Stevens? It is.
So I'm sure there's lots of you around the world going, how on earth has number 7 pitted twice and still stayed ahead? Well, 2 things. As the number 12 car comes out, you can see clearly on the panels on the side, outlap, to explain why perhaps the pace isn't there to people standing trackside and fourth. 2 things to say. One, in neither of those 2 pit stops did they change the tyres. And in the first of those 2 pit stops, it was emergency fuel, but it was completed while the rest of the field was at a much lower speed. So remarkably, it sort of worked out for him.
He's lost less time than would have been the case if he'd had to pit again, or if everybody else had been at green when they pitted. So the number 20 car in second place. You just saw 43, the leader in LMP2, on its own. Last time we saw that green and yellow into Europol car, its sister car was right behind. The sister car changed tyres. Norman Nato looking for explanations of where we are, what we're doing. Maybe a little bit of a debrief of what the car feels like.
A bit frustrated, I think, as well. Did not have the performance in the car to fight off what was a concerted Toyota attack, and all of those, that ebb and flow runs Vantur with approaching 2.5 hours to go.
Well, still everything's to play for. We can see there's one full course yellow, which can throw up the whole order. There's people on different strategies with the tires, so...
One safety car at this point, it's the whole new race.
Yeah.
That's 1-2 right there. There's the BMW just gone out of shot. That's 2-3 rather, and there's Brendan Hartley behind him. So that's the second and third place battle. This is second and third in LMP2. There's the 34 car, the multiple winner here, and right behind 29. That is Forestier Racing by Panis. That is second and third. The car in front, the red and black car, that's not in this battle.
Here's the battle.
Ooh, so there was a change. So Forestier Racing got ahead while the 43 car was taking tyres in the pit lane. But that fresh rubber allows Tom Dillman to swing around the outside and retake second place.
Ollie Gray's got to get his head down and keep to whatever strategy has been working for them to this point. But Tom Dillman, highly motivated here. Very rapid driver indeed. Ollie Gray, an emerging force in LMP2. LMP2 Pro-Am, meanwhile, led comfortably at the moment by the 4 CrowdStrike Racer by APR car, Alex Quinn. There's a couple of P2 class cars between him and the AF Corsa car that this car, this Europol car, is about to get into terms with, the 183. Running 10th in the overall P2 order, but second in Pro-Am. And then AO by TF's number 99 car. Third with Dane Cameron now at the wheel. Nick de Vries leads the motor race, 2 hours 40 to go by 22.5 seconds from Sheldon van der Linde. Brendan Hartley right in the wheel tracks of the BMW, but 3.3 seconds, just drifting a little further back. Actually, Will Stevens now aboard the number 12 car, new rubber, and 29 seconds back. That is a number to keep an eye on. Don't count out either. Not mentioned this car for quite a while. still in the hunt, 5th place. Last year's winning car. It's that man, Robert Kubica, who's at the wheel of the 83 car. And he has these wheel tracks. The factory car 51, the remaining factory Ferrari, 6 seconds back.
And still on the lead lap, Antonio Felix da Costa in 7th place. Those are the cars that could win it. There is Livio Panis, his car in 3rd place in LMP2. And as you said, Pro-Am being still led by CrowdStrike Racing by APR from the AF Corsa 183 car, which is in the pit lane. AO by TF also stopping, and that is Dane Cameron at the wheel of that car. And that has dropped a little away from potential Pro-Am victory with the off that Cameron had coming into the Porsche curves. I was going to say a few minutes ago, it was probably a couple of hours ago now.
It's that time of day when time plays tricks on you, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. 2.5 hours to go. Well, how's that happened? Hang on a minute, I thought we had 6 hours to go about a minute ago. 2.5 hours, 2 hours 40 minutes. Very nearly the length of an American Le Mans Series race. So we're counting down in smaller fractions of previous race formats. So 43 rather, in 2nd place.
Second reminder about the Wingfoot Award from Goodyear. Our tyre partners for the 24 Hours of Le Mans with LMP2 and LMGT3. You can choose from a galaxy of talent nominated on the Catherine Dumont Instagram page, and the winners will be recognised on the podium post-race.
And of course, uniquely this season here at Le Mans, that will be drivers nominated from LMGT3, as at every other race, and also from LMP2, because that is a Goodyear shod category as well.
As we do in the LMS with the Wingfoot Award. I heard something there from Shay. Sorry, I was talking when she said it. What's going on with the 101?
101 Cadillac, because their race has been going so swimmingly so far, made a very late choice to change onto hards and then back onto mediums again. I think there was possibly a breakdown in communication there. This is definitely not, I think, yet track temperatures where hards would be the go. I'm not sure that is going to be any advantage. Leader in LMGT3 is still the 33 Corvette from TF Sport. Johnny Edgar now 7 seconds ahead of Johnny Adam in an Aston Martin.
Yeah, the remaining heart of racing Aston Martin after gearbox or certainly powertrain issues.
Who did Johnny Adam have to beat to win Le Mans in an Aston Martin in GT Pro?
That would be Corvette.
That would be Corvette.
And Johnny Edgar in good shape with his energy as well, 67% remaining. That's matched by Adrian David in the 3rd place Lexus. All the cars around them needing a stop earlier.
Of course, what we don't know is how many more stops they're going to need until the end of the race, but that's what the teams will know. So with more energy on board is usually a good thing. However, it might be that stopping now or now abouts breaks into very even stops. So we're going to have to wait to see how that one pays out, to see what interruptions there might be in the race. There's the brains trust at TF Sport. And of course, TF Sport not just running the LMGT3 cars, but they've got cars in the LMP2 field as well.
Looking after that 99 car for AO Racing, AO by TF, ELMS Championship winners at LMP2 Pro-Am.
So they've got this car, the Keating Corvette car, the Keating Chevrolet car. They've got the Racing Team Turkey by TF Corvette as well. They've got the number 2 car, the blue car, run under their banner also.
Kudos, by the way, to Ben Keating coming back this race after nasty injury, elbow injury, caused in what he assures everybody was a mountain bike accident, and not, as Nicky Katzberg's been trying to tell anybody, that he fell off a hobby horse. And to try to push people in that direction, Ben was presented earlier this week with an actual hobby horse, which I gather is on the garage wall of the TF Sport garage.
How many class victories does he have, Ben Keating?
Check it out.
That's a good question.
I think he does. Remember, he did have one that was taken away with the Ford GT. Certainly at least one, I'm sure.
I think he left the podium with the trophy, so he still counts that one. Here's the 2nd place car then. Johnny Adam in the remaining heart of racing Aston Martin, car number 23. And Johnny, as we said, winner in GTE Pro for Aston Martin Racing after a long last hour battle with the factory Corvette that involved side-by-side aviating, door handle to door handle over chicane curbs and all the rest.
The answer is, by the way, 2 class wins, including the final ever class win in GTE, GTM, of course, with Nicky Catsburg and Nico Veroni that year, previous year, with Aston Martin, again in GTM, with Henrik Chavez and Marco Sorensen, again with TF Sport. But this is his the extraordinary thing about Ben was the number of different cars he brought here. It was what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 appearances before he appeared for a second time in a similar car.
So this is his 11th Le Mans?
12th.
12th, okay. So 11 previous in 8 different cars, 7 different cars.
He's a real passionate about
oh, he's a joy. Yeah. He's an absolute joy. Student of the sport. And I know you're a keen cyclist. Have you gone head-to-head with him?
Last year when we were here, we went for the usual Le Mans Monday group ride, and he was there as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Ben is now 54 years old, and I think it's fair to say he can dole out some punishment on a bike.
To himself as well.
Absolutely. But long may that continue. But Ben Keating at the moment, and the 2 talents he's brought to bear here, leading the race.
Been noticing the 20 BMW slowly closing the gap with the 7 Toyota up front.
Yeah, so he was 1.3 seconds quicker on the last lap, a 26.8 to a 28.1.
Don't count out that Cadillac 26.0, fastest lap of their race. Have a listen in with the 20.
So the 8 behind is in new tires, 8 behind is in new tires, 7 ahead is in double stint.
And the 20 is also in a double stint.
And the cogent detail there was, and you are quicker than both of them. In the pit lane, Shea Adam with Norman Nato. What's the feeling?
Well, that's what we need to know, because Norman Nato's been in the position before of being on the overall podium. You finished 2nd back in 2020. We knew coming into this week that Cadillac was going to have a strong chance, but what is it like to actually wake up in the dream and know that you have a chance at the overall win at Le Mans?
Well, yeah, honestly, as you say, like we knew we're going to be in a good position. We've been working very hard. The team had made very good progress on the car. So as you could see this year, like clearly we had better top speed, which what we were missing last year. Obviously, we've lost a little bit in some of the area, but globally the package is a step forward compared to last year. Yeah, as you say, like honestly, I really enjoy like driving with these 24 hours. I mean, it felt like a sprint race, like every lap has to be quality lap, fighting sometimes with a BMW, sometimes with a sister car, which been quite unlucky. At the end with a Toyota, like it's what we like. I mean, for us, for the team, for the fans as well, it's really amazing to be in this position. And yeah, now it's still some more hours to go, so we're gonna push hard, like to try to go get it.
Which of you guys is going to get the honor of taking the car to the finish? Is it the politician who gets to finish the race?
Sorry?
Is it the politician who gets to finish the race?
Well, I mean, like, first of all, like, you know, like, we're a bit in between where you want to push very hard because we really want to win this race. But in a way, the cars start to be tired in a way that you can feel the brake pedal is quite long, like you feel like a bit of vibration. Every time you take a curve, like you can hear some noises that was not there in the past. So you're a bit in between because, you know, like it will be very disappointing if we can't finish on the podium with the race we've done. But in a way, we want to go for the win. So we'll go flat out and see what happens.
Good luck, Norman.
Thank you. Thank you.
And guys, just to wrap that up, they call Will Stevens the politician amongst themselves.
All right, not the quiet assassin. Okay, very good. Well, we'll wait and see how that works at the moment. Nick de Vries, the leader, Toyota number 7, 19 seconds ahead of Sheldon van der Linde. So that gap has really grown on those fresher tyres for Nick de Vries since the last set of stops. Brendan Hartley is 3rd, just 3.3 seconds behind the BMW, and Will Stevens closing in from behind, 27 seconds behind Hartley. but it looks like those 4 cars are our winning contenders.
Let's take it easy. We'll focus on ourselves. You give me some updates, but I don't need it every lap, every corner.
Yeah, copy, my friend. That sounds to me like Nick de Vries handling the information overload. Meantime, by the way, Will Stevens into the 25s for the first time for that Cadillac. He's on the chase. Here's the reality. 2.5 hours to go for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We have 7 cars on the lead lap, separated by 2 minutes. Those 7 cars represent 5 different makes. Any one of them could, at this stage of the race, with a bit of luck here and a bit of misfortune there, be in the mix for a podium at least. And you'd want to be one of those 7, Lawrence.
And you can see it now clearly, like we saw some slow motions about the Toyota now. Now they're taking the curbs. Now the gloves are off and then they're going to go, they're all in. So.
Well, I think if you smash the curbs in the first couple of hours, their feeling is you don't get to this couple of hours. And so they played a really strong game.
That's what Norman Nado was mentioning now. He feels the car is getting tired of it at the moment. That's maybe the strategy you need to take. You cannot pound these curbs every lap 24 hours. It's nowadays we're sprint racing 24 hours, but there is a limit in physics, you know, and it doesn't. You don't build a truck neither to do these races, so you need to know when to use your jokers.
Yeah. So here is the 20 car, and there behind is Brendan Hartley. Sheldon van der Linde, Brendan Hartley was 3.6 down to 3.5 seconds. But it's a relatively clear track at the moment for these guys.
Time to say goodbye to Lawrence Vanthoor. Lawrence, thanks so much for being part of this broadcast. It's great to have a guy with your insight, your humour, your experience as part of this broadcast to bring it alive for viewers and listeners around the world. Good luck with Porsche in North America, and good luck with McLaren. We will see you next year back in the WC and here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, where I know you want to be in the driving seat.
Exactly. Thank you very much. It was actually a pleasure. I enjoyed it. So maybe see you next time on another place.
Yeah.
Next year I'll be driving here though, but one day.
You can come up and talk to us anyway. Thanks so much. Lawrence Vanthoor heads off, and his part in this 24 Hours of Le Mans, as part of this broadcast at least, is done. He's off to do other duties with other far more important people.
Thank you, Lawrence. And you can take your souvenir with you. I've got your little carry case for it here. So yes. We want to see that in the podcast, because you've got one.
Well, I mean, yeah, Lawrence Vanthoor, absolutely world class. Part of the race for so many years and in contention in more than one class down through the years. Privileged to have him as part of this team, and I think he surprised himself how much he enjoyed it as well. Should say as well, didn't get a chance to say thank you to Michelle Gatting before the end of what I think was her last stint. It's going to be yourself, myself, and Davidson, and the estimable Mr. David Addison to the finish of this race. What a team. It's been such a pleasure to have this unpicked by people who've been there and literally done that.
Well, we know from working with Alan Manish, from working with Anthony, that drivers see things that ordinary people don't. And, you know, we know from chatting to them all the time that Lawrence and Michelle express themselves well, they're thoughtful, they're articulate, and that's exactly why we asked if they would come and join us. And it's just been a joy to have them on air, and hopefully everybody at home has thought so too.
And also on tires, your brake balance ratio is more biased to the front, but we can keep it there. It's looking good.
So he's not overworking the tyre, he's not overheating the brakes, the regen is working well. And it's all of this, yep, we're doing fine, everything's great, everything is wonderful, Lego movie soundtrack, but just keep focused, don't panic, don't stress it. Everything we're doing is exactly what we need to do. And this is so Toyota. And again, at the beginning of the week in free practice, in qualifying, anybody who put money on Toyota to have 2 cars on the podium, not just a sort of fluke lucky result somewhere, would have been a very brave bunny. 17 seconds between first and second, just 2.7 now between second and third. Toyota are maneuvering themselves back towards a 1-2 position. And that might be a little harder to handle than a 1-3 position where all the motivation to Brendan Hartley is to go get him, Tiger.
Let's talk a little bit about the lower orders at the moment before we get hooked in again with this still emerging battle for the podium and for the win here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. First car off the lead lap, 8th place, is the 007 Aston Martin. We hoped we'd see at least one of those Valkyries in the mix for podium positions. Not to be at the moment. They're a lap down. Ross Gunn pounding on, though, in the 007 car, well inside the top 10.
I'll tell you what, I'll have Lawrence Vanthoor back. I'm not having Addison back. He's lost the marker of doom.
Oh, no.
No. Oh, yes. I know.
The two Peugeots, by the way, who've been, let's be honest, in terms of pace, anonymous, still there, 12th and 13th place. They've been lapping reliably throughout this 24 Hours of Le Mans, just without the pace required to challenge. We lost one of the Genesis cars. Double yellows being while at 4 chicane. And removed. Someone's had a bit of a moment.
Yeah, it sounds like somebody's just had a little bounce across the gravel, maybe.
Johnny Adam into pit lane from second position of GT3. The number 19, though, albeit down in 14th place, there is the 23 Art of Racing team, supported by ProDrive. Had David Richards in breakfast on this morning, talking about their 25th year.
Ooh, breakfast.
It's a concept. But that Genesis still lapping reliably. Would a Genesis in 14th place been on your bingo card at the start of the 24 Hours of Le Mans? It wouldn't have been on mine. I think they've done a brilliant job.
I think they have done a brilliant job. I have to say, I would have thought sort of just slightly out of the top 10, and that's where they are. To get both cars to the line, I would have thought would have been exemplary. To get one, I sort of thought they should be there or thereabouts. I mean, we don't know what their reliability runs were like in pre-Le Mans testing.
You picked me, I said, Joe Doctor.
Everything we'd seen so far, then they definitely deserve to outlive 2 or 3 other cars.
It's me, I'm back. I'm back.
By, you know,
what up, man?
Fortune, good preparation, accident, or anything else. They've ended up, I think, with
the race is almost done. We have 2 hours left.
Lots of pace in the car, and lots and lots and lots of learning.
Well, let's put it into context.
You picked me, I said you good.
The BMW of Sheldon van der Linde, 16 seconds now down from Nick de Vries. That gap is coming down a little. Not quite as quickly, though, as the gap Will Stevens is beginning to bite into. He's still in the 325s. He's looking to try to close the gap to Brendan Hartley.
We have the same fuel on the first 3.
In terms of the performance of Genesis, yes,
they are
laps
close
down on the other relatively trouble-free hypercars. They are 10 laps up on the leader in LMP2. And back in the LMP1 days, we saw LMP2 cars getting in amongst the LMP1 cars when they hit trouble. They are not without pace. Here's the 83 car pit lane for Robert Kubica.
Drops down to 7th place, still on the lead lap, but behind the Alpine at number 35 now, driven by Antonio Felix da Costa. But that car will need a pit stop. This is a 29th visit to the pits for the Yellow Submarine, last year's race winner.
Yeah, it gets rolling now.
And they will be looking not at any hopes remaining of victory, but at the maximum point score that they can grab here. They're in the Drivers' Championship battle, even though they're not scoring manufacturers' points. And for our, let's not forget, championship leaders, René Rast and Robin Freins, sharing the 20 BMW with its current driver Sheldon van der Linde. Sheldon's not been a full season entry, so isn't at the top of the championship points, but the other 2 drivers in this car are. They've got a slender lead, just 9 points over Brendan Hartley, Ryo Horikawa and Sebastian Buemi of Toyota number 8. But if they finish as they are, then they will add more to their tally. They'll go another half dozen points ahead, all of which counts as we get into the second half of the season.
Copy. If you think we need to protect the rear tires, you can go up in TC.
So van der Linde just worrying a little maybe about not having quite enough underneath him as he exits the corners.
It's about tyres, it's about time, it's about energy as well. As you can see there of those lead four, it's Will Stevens who holds a bit of an ace. If he can keep this pace up, he can go longer as well as harder. 3:26, high 3:26s for De Vries, high 3:27 last time around for Van der Linde, mid 3:27s for Brendan Hartley, high 3:25s for Will Stevens. 44 seconds separates the top four.
And all of them still on the Michelin medium tyre. You can see Ferrari has already migrated into a selection of medium and hards. Peugeot somehow all over the hard and still dead slow.
So I'm listening to Brendan Hartley's car radio.
I don't know, guys. I'm losing time to the BM. I think we should put Seb. I'm not sure how quick. The car is pretty loose.
I'm losing time to the BM, so that's Van der Linde, and the gap is coming down a little. Actually, that lap, Brendan Hartley 3:27.5, 3:27.8 for Van der Linde, so that it's relatively static. Brendan with fresher tyres on the number 8 car. They were brand new at the beginning of this stint. Van der Linde's are already a stint old. The newest fitted tyres are on Will Stevens' car. However, they were used tyres going back on. Now, they may only have done a few laps, maybe morning warm-up or something, but they've still been used and they don't quite have that immediacy of an absolutely fresh pair.
That struck me as Brendan Hartley answering a question and giving quite an unusual answer, effectively saying he thinks Sebastian Buemi at this stage of the race in the car in its current form would be quicker than he would. I think that's what he's saying.
No, I think he's saying the BMW is quicker. I think that's just his worry, is the BMW is quicker.
No, he was going further than that. He was saying he thought Buemi would be quick in the car. It's pretty loose. He was saying, I think he's struggling with the car in its current form, and I think he thinks his de facto team leader at this stage might be the better option if the game is chase the BMW.
Well, if you want to put somebody in the number 8 Toyota to bludgeon a result out of it in 2 hours, Seb is top of that hit list, isn't he?
So
Toyota don't have a rotation of driver up for the next round of pit stops, and we are getting close. 10 laps already for the number 20 BMW and 10 laps for the number 8 Toyota, 8 laps on this current stint for the number 7 car of Nick de Vries. Don't think they're thinking about taking de Vries out in a hurry, but if Brendan is saying, I think this is a job for that Swiss bloke, then maybe Sebastian Buemi might be dragging. I don't suppose it'll be a fight to get Sebastian Buemi to take over the car, in all honesty. Let's hear.
No problem, mate. We're going to go with Seb. We got 3 laps to go. Still have 5 track limits. Obviously, don't use them all straight away, but yeah, do what you can. Push full.
So what's happening at the moment at the back of the Toyota garage? They're just unlocking the cage. They keep Sebastian Buemi and slapping him about a bit, putting him in his race suit, putting him in
beast mode. Yeah. Boy, oh boy. This is going to be absolutely edge of the seat. Last year's margin of victory, I'll just mention this now, with 2 1/4 hours, 14 point something seconds.
Yeah, he'll be being shown pictures of Sheldon van der Linde now, so he knows what it is he's attacking.
Oh, look at this, busy times. Both Garage 59 McLarens still running, by the way. Tom Fleming 12th, Finguez it's 13th. They haven't quite had the pace that they had hoped for. I think they've probably got the pace they expected, though. So just outside the top 10, but both cars still going. And for the team, having not run these machines at Le Mans, again, absolutely critical learning for the engineers and the number crunchers.
Not been a great Le Mans in terms of competitiveness for them, but it's not as bad as it might look for the World Endurance Championship. Why? Because 4 cars ahead of them are not point-scoring cars. They're actually, at the moment, their lead car, I think, score points or double points for 6th. So not as awful as maybe it looks in WC point-scoring terms. So that chase, that long 24-hour, what must have felt like fruitless chase, is going to be better than they think.
Yeah.
Yeah, unlucky there, mate. It's all right.
Yeah,
Head down.
Nothing I can do.
Yeah. Keep fighting on. 2 laps to go.
Well, they're obviously referring to a little moment in traffic with those other 3 cars that we were just watching half a lap ago.
Well, that's put him into the 329 to get to the 325s. The car that is still catching him. Will Stevens, by the way, now 17 seconds back from the second of the Toyotas. The gap to the overall leader is still coming down, but not as quickly to De Vries as it is to Brendan Hartley.
Well, Stevens only took the car over at the last stop. He had fresh tyres at the last stop, so he'll stay in, and that might be a net gain of a position for Cadillac number 12. If Brendan Hartley, or when Brendan Hartley pits, that will be the end of a single stint on those tyres. But if they're going to change to Sebastian Buemi, then they should be able to do that without losing any extra time in the fuel stop. So actually, in fact, Will Stevens 17 seconds back. The closer he can get, the better a chance he has. Suiting up for the final couple of hours for Inter Europol, Rached de Geris is our leader. Tom Dillman now closed right in. Remember when we saw this car a while ago, the 343, ahead of 43. 43 was nowhere in sight because it had just pitted, now closing in fast. And between them is the Pro-Am leading car, number 4, with the pink and purple highlights, and that is the CrowdStrike Racing by APR car. Alex Quinn still at the wheel there.
Yeah, with hindsight, maybe we should have done another stint. I think I'm struggling with the temperature of these bad boys. I think Seb was flying yesterday in the heat. Yeah.
Copy.
Maybe they'll get it. The temps are coming down a little bit. 109 on the left right now.
Well, watching here, as we heard more from Brendan Hartley being remarkably open and honest, playing the team game here. This is Alex Quinn aboard the CrowdStrike Racing by APR car, the Pro-Am leader, looking to try to unlap himself from Rached de Geris, leading LMP2 overall. It is 2 hours and 12 minutes to go. Another 325 from Will Stevens. His pace has been absolutely punishing. He's pushing as hard as I think anybody can at this stage in the race. Welcoming back to the booth, David Allison.
For a last stint, refueled, re-somethinged, and good to go for one last stint. Yes.
Tragically, he's been to the bathroom, it's full wet.
Yes, that's an age thing, that's not an endurance thing. Find a class that hasn't delivered the goods in this race. It's impossible, isn't it? Each of the 3 classes, 4 if you include LMP2 Pro-Am, has been outstanding.
We said we were looking for one of the closest Le Mans in history, modern history. It takes them to match that, but it's delivering. 7 cars still battling. 2.5 minutes separate the top 7. 21 seconds separate the top 2. 44 seconds the top 4. That's the de facto battle, if it stays green, for the podium places. Toyota, BMW, Toyota, Cadillac. Epic 24 Hours of Le Mans, and in comes one of the Inter Europol competition cars, Rached de Geris, in the 343 car, followed in by Alex Quinn. And Nick de Vries leads the motor race.
And is that on merit or is that on pit stops?
Oh, it's on merit, I think. There was a little bit of luck in the timing of the pit stops, coming in for emergency fuel under full course yellow, pitting again. Just the fact that the edge with that emergency pit stop and the time it took with the rest of the field having to pit under green was enough to give him the edge. But Sheldon van der Linde has been very quick indeed. Quickest of the lot at the moment, though, is the 4th place car, Will Stevens. Norman Nato doing the heavy lifting with the car on older tyres and ceding the lead at that stage to the 2 Toyotas. But it's allowed the BMW to get back into contention. Not done, no doubt it's not done. And we're hearing lately the latest twist of fate is Brendan Hartley making it very clear he feels it's time for Seb Buemi and that he's going to have the edge in the current conditions.
Just going back to LMP2, I was about to suggest that reliability has been outstanding, and it has. We've only had one LMP2 retirement, but it's the Ducati team car, Richard Mascore. Now, for those that may have just wandered away for a cup of tea, what happened? Because that had looked so strong all weekend.
It looked like suspension failure. What he said over the radio was brake failure, but we think it was a front corner that gave way and likely affected the braking as well. So he pulled over at the exit of the 7 car and the 20 car. Leader in the pits, pulled over at the exit at first chicane and out of the race. A rotten bitter gall for a team that's been in the mix from the very start. Vector Sport, by the way, still in it in LMP2. They're factoring as the Inter-Europol cars come in through their pit stops. Whatever happens, that's been an epic run from them too. So De Vries, Van der Linde and Hartley all on pit lane together.
Some nervous faces there, watching all of it. Shea Adam is down there, might be able to keep an eye on these pit stops. If I press a button and put Shea to air. Shea, it's all very busy then for the leading hypercars.
It really is. It's fuel only for the number 7 as expected. The car getting more energy, as is Nick De Vries. They gave him a gel pack. Fueling is already done, and the car is slow to roll away. Now it gets going properly. For the number 20 BMW, it looks like they did a drinks bottle, but I did not see a driver change for that car. They have new tires out on the lane, ready to go, as do they have new tires for the number 8 Toyota. Brendan Hartley has climbed out of that car and run to the back of the garage. They will do fuel, and let's see, are they going to put the new tires? No, they're not. So they're going to send Buemi out on the same tires that Brendan Hartley was mildly complaining about. They release Buemi in the 8. That car is now gone too, but the car ahead of them, which was the 20 BMW, left the pits ahead of them. So that is a change.
It is indeed, thanks Shea, and it is still Sheldon van der Linde in the BMW. So Sheldon van der Linde in the BM, and Sebastian Buemi takes over 8, but on the existing set of tyres, which saves a bit of time.
It does indeed. Does bring Will Stevens for the time being. Another 2 laps, we think. So we're listening to car 20.
Ok, they changed driver, now we have Buemi. È tornato lo svizzero Buemi per l'ultimo pezzo, mi sa.
Sheldon van der Linde starting to struggle the brakes, the pedal going slightly lower. Complete the point, Will Stevens. 2 more laps, I think, on this tank of fuel. And he inherits with the 3 cars that were ahead of him. A 29-second lead for now. But he's been by far the fastest car in the race in this last stint.
Yeah, Will Stevens has looked mighty, hasn't he, all weekend. The Cadillac's deserving of a win, but so too Toyota, so too BMW. And that's one of the beauties of this. It has been wide open. We've discussed over the course of our time together, Graham, how the pendulum has swung from BMW to Cadillac to Toyota, maybe back to Cadillac, maybe it can yet swing to BMW as well, because number 20 is still in there, still in the mix.
Absolutely still there. You and I were together on comms overnight with a minor mistake from Brendan Hartley that gave the Cadillacs the opportunity to get back into contention with the Toyota, and after that
God,
it was
please
great
do something.
pit work and strategy work from Jota.
Look at the car, all the flies in the window.
Coming into the morning with power steering issues, dropping it back down the order before what eventually became an inevitable retirement. But make no mistakes, this race is not over, not by a long chalk. And watch too, Robert Kubica. In 5th place, he's just waiting and lapping quickly, but waiting for an opportunity that might be handed by this race.
Yeah, he's 2 minutes back, effectively, and a flying lap is a 3:28, so he's sort of the wrong side of the halfway mark on the lap. But
one safety car.
Absolutely right.
One safety car, we've got a whole new race.
Or a lucky slow zone. Thankfully, we've avoided slow zones largely, but you never know. 12 hours ago, you wouldn't have got great odds on that being the best placed Ferrari at the end of the race, but that's where it is now. 3 started and 2 are surviving. You're on board with Van der Linde, so he's worried about this brake pedal going long, but he is still trying, he is still pressing on as he's got to. And Sheldon van der Linde, who has become a very good hypercar driver as well as a very good GT driver, pressing on, and we'll see at the end of this next lap what, if anything, he's able to do about Nick De Vries, who is 18.8 seconds up the road there.
Aboard the number 8 car, Sebastian Buemi, talismanic figure for this Toyota Racing team. capable of amazing things at the wheel, these cars in extremis, and it's this man that Brendan Hartley felt could provide an edge at this stage of the race. The team have gone with that plan.
And that is quite something for a driver to say. My teammate, my co-driver, might do a better job, because every driver thinks they're the star.
I have to say, it's a team game. We don't often hear it, and kudos to Brendan Hartley for making that call. He felt he wasn't getting the best out of the package at that point, and felt that his teammate could do better. Good on you, Brendan. It's a team game. You'll win it together, you'll lose it together.
Yeah, there's no I in team, but there is an I in Buemi. Is that what we're saying? So Sebastian goes through. Nick de Vries then is half a minute back from Will Stevens. That is a nice gap that Will Stevens has at the minute, and we're still looking at 7 cars on the lead lap with 2 hours to go.
We are 007, the 8th car in the order, and that car on pit lane and already a lap back. The record is 8 cars on the lead lap. That happened just 2 years ago, 4 last year, and the record before those 2 years, 2.
Yeah,
this is
quite something.
It's an extraordinary era. It just is.
Yeah, but you know, it's not as good as the good old days. People tell you that all the time. You know, when people were laps apart, that was clearly better.
Depth and variety, and whatever you say about this rule set, you can say what you like about the technology, the relevance, the spec nature in the LMDH cars. Say what you like about balanced performance. The reality is, we've never had an era where more cars have finished closer. You might have had close finish between 2 cars, but not between 4 and not between 8, and this year not between 7.
And not across so many different manufacturers as well. We've talked a lot over the weekend about Genesis. They've still only got 1 car, sadly. Danny Junqueira is down in 14th place. That car has dropped away over the course of 24 hours, 8 laps down, but I think to get 1 car to the finish, they'll be delighted. And the amount of data they will have brought back in only their 4th race as a hypercar squad, sorry, 3rd race as a hypercar squad. 3rd race is going to be very, very useful indeed. Fastest lap of the race, still Ryo Hirakawa from lap 306. We're working lap 346 right now, and you're looking at Sheldon van der Linde. Concerned then about a slightly long brake pedal, and he is quicker than the leader in the first 2 sectors of the lap. So Nick de Vries also is quicker. Net, the leading Cadillac, is having its lead advantage nibbled away. Wouldn't say hacked into, but it's being nibbled away.
We'll see Will Stevens on pit lane, I think, at the end of probably this lap. Just about on the 2-hour mark. But Cadillac in the hunt for this, no doubt about it. Here he comes. So the number 12 car comes down pit lane. It will be a 2nd stint on these tyres, I'm sure, for Will. So this should be a fuel-only stop. He comes down pit lane with a 30-second advantage. So Will cede the lead.
So down the pit road comes Will Stevens. Not his last stop, but it's a very important one to make sure that no time is wasted here.
So overnight looked very good indeed for Cadillac, didn't it? But we said at that point as well, David Ellison, that this race, the ebb and flow, could come with the increase in temperatures. This car was mighty on the soft tyre in cool air. Less convincing perhaps, although Will Stevens has been quick with the car on its new set of medium tyres. But that's what's proved to be the case. The Toyota's coming back into it. The BMW number 20 brought back in to contention with that full course yellow.
That's never really been out of it. It's been on the fringes, even if it's never been the outright fastest car.
And what's happened with that BMW could just as easily happen with any of the other cars in this order. David Fleury.
Tell how warm it is down around his neck as he's sitting out in the sunshine. It is very, very hot again. Trust me, having just been outside and lugging a suitcase about, it's a lovely hot day if you're a fan in the grandstand. It's very hot and very pressured if you're having to run a car, and the mechanics thinking that maybe they've just got 2 more pit stops that they need to worry about, if that, and then they are done, and they need some sleep. Been a long, long 10 days. We talk about the race weekend, but of course they were here last weekend for the test, and Vincent Voss looked on from the BMW in camp to see number 20 still running then in second place. Will Stevens has just brought number 12 through the pit lane. It has rejoined. There then is Sheldon van der Linde. This is the car that is back up into second place, and the margin just under 16 seconds between Nick de Vries in the lead. Sheldon van der Linde here, the South African driver, in second in the Shell-backed BMW.
It's Nip, it's Tuck, it's 4 cars in the lead group, it's 7 cars on the lead lap. Welcome back to the broadcast. Anthony Davidson, how do you see this?
Yeah, well, I'd see it as the Toyotas have the outright speed, and I think it still stems back to their strategic call to, early in the race, to underfuel the car intentionally, step out of the dirty air of cars that they were following, and then they could utilize the speed they've had in their car the whole time. The safety car, after the night stints, really helped to even out the race and take away that deficit that they had. It was around 20 to 30 seconds. It would ebb and flow depending on the tyre cycles and driver stints. And then that safety car really played into their hands, because as soon as they got to within striking distance of the Cadillac and the BMW, they could unleash the speed that they've had all along.
And that speed is there in both cars, because each 7 and 8 has had a turn of one of its drivers having the fastest lap of the race. At the moment, it's claimed by 8, but what, 3 hours ago, if that, it was in the hands of number 7 of Kamui Kobayashi. So both cars have got the speed in there. They're slightly offset on the strategy only by a lap, but they are taking this battle most definitely to WRT and Jota. But we are not done yet.
Yeah, so how it's working with the tyres. Oh, just got a team radio from car 8.
Okay, 8 tenths quicker than sister car on BMW last lap. Gap ahead 7.6. Gap to sister car 25.
I was just going to say the strategy for car number 8 is that they're offset on the tyres compared to car 7. So this is car 8's turn to start turning up the wick and hunting down the cars in front of them, i.e. the 20 and their teammates number 7. So now Buemi back behind the wheel. He's been phenomenal this whole race, and he will not go down without a fight. I know that. So yeah, 7 seconds behind at this point, and just rapidly starting to make headway, catching the number 20 BMW, who I honestly don't think has an answer for the outright speed that the Toyotas have. I thought it was going to come down to the wire with the caddy, number 12, and the number 20 BMW, but these hotter conditions that are unprecedented now. Through this week, it's been pretty cold, and I think the caddy and the BMW have been able to hold their own against the likes of Toyota, but it's really swung in their favour.
Has indeed. So you've got Nick de Vries, the race leader, still being chased by Sheldon van der Linde, and Sebastian Buemi fresh into the car, but on the earlier set of tyres, pressing on. He's 7 seconds back and is catching. So the pace in number 8 Toyota should be enough. I mean, we're discussing who's going to win. It's increasingly looking as though it could well be a Toyota 1-2. The order might be up for grabs, but Toyota looking as though it's going to bounce back in very impressive style here.
The Genesis tucked right behind the BMW, but the BMW is clearly faster. He's just sneaking a bit of a toe as he goes another lap down on car 20.
And fair play to Genesis. All right, they've lost one car, but as Graham and I were just saying, to come here in only your 3rd race as a hypercar team and to be doing these lap times, to be up there, fair play.
I know. Well, yeah, watch the space for next year. That's all I can say, because that is it's a remarkable achievement. Both cars into the final qualifying knockout round of Hyperpole 2. That is no mean feat. I think they've laid down the gauntlet firmly for Ford and McLaren's arrival for next year. And they've now set the benchmark to try and be equalled or bettered, and that's what the competition's all about in WEC.
If they've been the impressive team of the weekend because of the relative lack of experience, is there one that you look at and think they really should have done a lot better? Is it Peugeot? Is it Aston Martin?
I think Peugeot is fair to say. It's just they've been nailed to the bottom of the pack in every session pretty much.
You're still catching 7. You are still reducing the gap to 7. Stable with 8, or few laps they are quicker, few laps they are quicker. but in the same tire situation to 7, you are catching them.
I think car 7's in the luxurious position now. They can just drive at 90%, and they know that the biggest threat should be from car number 8, but it will cycle round. It will at a later stage in the race with just under 2 hours to go. They'll be the ones back onto the new tyres, and car 8's tyres will be older, so they know that that's going to come back around. But yeah, for what it's worth, car 20's on the same tyre strategy at this point as car 7, so their lap times are they're genuine, but you're only talking tenths here and there. It's car number 8 that's on the move at the moment. Now it's 6.5 seconds behind the car we watch on screen, so they are coming.
I know we're slightly different in terms of stint length, etc., but if you put Nick De Vries and Sebastian Buemi in an absolutely dead set fair fight, same tyres, same fuel load, which is the quicker? Is it Buemi?
Oh, I don't know. That is too hard to tell. I think it literally come down to happy birthday. And what a present it will be.
A win would be pretty good. Yeah, there's no cake yet, but a win might make up for it.
Might have cake and champagne.
Yes. Quite a party. Right, De Vries, race
I don't know, yeah, to answer your question, that's an impossible. It is an impossible. I mean, on their day, I think Buemi's been absolutely sublime here, this whole race. But De Vries has certainly got a bit between the teeth right now, and I think they're of equal speed, but I'd love to see the two of them answer that question.
Yeah. But Buemi rises to the occasion here, doesn't he? 4 times a winner at Le Mans. He knows this place inside out. He knows all the intricacies. He knows what to do, how to do it. And he's chipping away then at Van der Linde in second place. De Vries still leads the way. Will Stevens then fourth after his most recent pit stop. But right now, the Cadillac lapping in the 330s. Ahead, it's 328s, 329s. We were saying yesterday the Cadillac looked like a cool car. In other words, it works so much better in those cooler conditions. And you're kind of getting more evidence of that in that it's not being able to respond at the moment.
Yeah, precisely. We saw that all week. You know, we had temperatures almost in single digits, and especially during the night. So it was a very different car setup requirement for that fact. It was, and that makes your life really tough when the sun comes out, the circuit temperature rises up, and now we're looking at 27 degrees ambient. It was 14 during the night. So it's hard enough to get a single-seater car in a 2-hour race sorted in the sweet spot for a race, let alone a 24-hour. Basically, you can't. It's impossible. So that's where you need a very compliant car. You need a car with a very wide window, and also drivers that can cope with an array of different feelings inside the car as well.
But the weather side of the weekend has made it fascinating, because as you rightly say, the only time the teams have really had any proper hot running was in the race, so very little to go on. Charlie Eastwood here under attack from Alessio Rovera. Eastwood is 5th in LMGT3, Rovera 6th, as you see. Fair play, Charlie Eastwood. That was the car that started absolutely stone last on the grid, 62nd, nearly at Arnage, and Charlie Eastwood and co-drivers have dragged this up the order, so Charlie Eastwood, along with Sally Olaf and Peter Dempsey, have had a really good run. Can they hang on to 5th place? Charlie's equal to the task, but we know that Rovera is a bit of a star anyway in a Ferrari.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love watching, when it gets to this stage in the race, I love watching these experienced drivers. You know, Charlie Eastwood gold, Rovera is a platinum. You just saw it on the bottom of your screen. Both there's your virtual energy tank. They're getting close to pitting. They might actually be on their in-lap, maybe one more lap to go, depending on how energy efficient their cars are. But I love this stage of the race where the bronze driver's time is done. They've played their part, and they kind of tee things up. They set the way forward, the foundations for the position of the car. And luckily we had that safety car as well, which brought them all together, and then you put your platinums and golds in and let them slog it out through to the end. And it's I love how feisty they are. The positioning of their cars, where they place them for defensive or overtaking. You can see here Rovera really in the slipstream of Eastwood. So Eastwood goes to the inside, just in the middle of the track, to keep the inside covered for the Porsche curve. It's those subtle things that a pro driver does that I love watching it. This high-speed game of chess, this tactical battle of minds at high speed is excellent.
Well, the game is not over. Let's just listen to team radio for a moment.
We've been pushing hard for some reason. We're still on our number. You're doing what we need.
That's the message to Johnny Edgar, who's leading LMGT3, but only by 4.5 seconds from the Lexus of Adrien David. Both of them into the pit lane. They were nose to tail on the track. They're nose to tail at the pit lane. And Charlie Eastwood arrives with Rovera tucked right up behind him, and he breaks a fraction later.
Oh, that's amazing. I mean, of course, the car behind will always close up, but that even into the pit lane took exactly the same line through that really tricky left-right chicane. Oh, look, and the speed difference of the Ferrari is ever so slightly faster there as they're capped to that 60 kph speed limit. So a little bit more conservative from the Corvette.
It's like one giant 8-wheel GT3 car coming up the pit lane. They were that close. So Ferrari gets to its box. The Corvette, likewise, you can see. And each driver is going to stay in to do another stint. An hour and 49 minutes on the clock here at Le Mans.
And when you're that close to each other as you come in, it's important not to have that unsafe release for the car in front now of Rovera. If you get the jump, if you get a slightly faster pit stop.
Car controller turning to see what's going on in the Ferrari pit stop. The Ferrari team, of course, can look down and see what TF Sport is up to. The go board will be moved in a moment from both cars. You see the Corvette in the background there. Done. The Corvette can go. And where's the Ferrari? Ferrari's on the move, and he's going to just get ahead. Let's listen in.
They've done it.
They have indeed. The Ferrari jumped the Corvette on the pit stop. That was very, very close indeed. Was that an unsafe or a safe release? It was close, but the Ferrari got ahead. I think that was probably on merit.
Yeah, I'd say that was
all right.
Well within the rules, because he didn't immediately come out. He didn't block the path of Charlie Eastwood. He just sort of blended in once he knew. And you know what? That at the end of the pit lane, that extra 0.2 of a kilometre an hour of the speed, or whatever it is, 0.3, it was just enough to allow him to edge in front and pull into the fast lane without making Eastwood brake.
And the Ferrari's pit stop 1 second faster, and that's enough just to put it ahead.
Nice.
And now on track, in fact, putting away a little bit. So Alessio Rovera gains a place in the pits in LMGT3.
In the heat of the action Sunday morning at Le Mans, fresh tyres for Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota, and that allows him to haul in and overtake Antonio Giovinazzi in the number 51 Ferrari. The new tyre advantage must be used, and it was. 38 Cadillac, after power steering issues, out of the race, and a full course yellow on track, briefly for clearing up of debris. Number 20 BMW of Sheldon van der Linde chasing Brendan Hartley, the battle for second place. Louis Delatraz pitting the number 12 Cadillac and dropping from the lead to third. Driver change for Toyota. Brendan Hartley handing over to Ryo Hirakawa, but an issue with the left front brake costing him time and a position to the teammate, car number 7. Huge accident on the Mulsanne straight for Turkish driver Ançan Güven. His Porsche losing steering and ploughing into the barriers at huge velocity. Fortunately, the driver okay, but the car an absolute write-off, and that would force out the safety car for barrier repairs. Toyota in the pits with both cars, and again, left front brake issues for the number 8 car, costing them more time. Away from the safety car, 20 BMW and 12 Cadillac battled in the hypercar lead. And serial LMP2 winners second in that category with their lead car. Toyota had the pace to challenge Cadillac. Kamui Kobayashi on the tail of Norman Nato, and Ryo Hirakawa giving chase. Changes at the front in LMP2 into Europol ahead of Duquesne away from the restart, and the second into Europol car also threatening to make it a team 1-2. A classic LMGT3 finish shaping up. Aston Martin versus Corvette at the front of the field. Brendan Hartley making the move for the lead. The Toyota going past Norman Nato's Cadillac, and his teammate hoving in from behind. Nick de Vries catching the caddy driver by surprise A Toyota 1-2 into the closing stages, and another classic Le Mans finish coming up.
Second place in LMGT3 in the background is Hadrian David in the Acodis ASP team Lexus. That's a gap of 4.6 seconds. That could yet change before the end. Lexus getting ready. Let's get to the pit lane. Bruce Johanny is in LMGT3 land at the moment. Bruce?
Yeah, absolutely. The Proton competition, Ford Mustang LMGT3 number 88 is gonna retire. There's a problem in the front right. The rim was destroyed and it created even more damage. So I think it's the end for that car.
Bad news. Thanks, Bruce. So more than just a puncture. Damaged rim, damage to that front right corner for 88. And that's both the Mustangs then out of the race.
Yeah, it looked more serious than just a puncture, didn't it? So it's a shame for them, especially when you're so close to the end and you have to DNF the car. But yeah, that joins the already, 12 retirees of this race. Did I count that correctly?
Yep, go with that.
So one LMP2. You've got 3 hypercars actually, so the majority of the retired cars are in fact the LMGT3s. They've had a rough ride this race.
Yeah, they have, because these are cars that of course are used to doing 24-hour races in their own right in other championships. And now meanwhile we're looking at Sheldon van der Linde, who is 16.8 seconds back from the race leader. The lead car is on lap 352. BMW comes out of the chicane. So Nick de Vries last lap was a 3:27.5. Over the timing line goes van der Linde. 3:27.3, but we're talking fractions of a second here. He's not hacking into that deficit. Sebastian Buemi, in the meantime, in the 3:26s, he's catching the 2 ahead of him still. An hour and 3/4 to go, and you're on board with Sebastian Buemi. Let's listen in.
Yes, gap ahead, 6.5, gap to sister